Chapter 1. The Airport Pickup. At the domestic arrival gate of Jiangxing Airport, Yunqingha held a welcome sign in her hand. Her eyes constantly scanning the crowd approaching the exit, she glanced at her wristwatch. The flight had landed nearly 30 minutes ago, and the newly appointed general manager, Mu Yunze, should have emerged by now. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What if something had gone amiss? Yet, Yunqingha could only wait idly, as she did not possess Mu Yunze's contact information. The company had merely provided her with the flight number and the name of the new general manager. Withholding any further details, only after pressing did she learn that even the HR department was privy to nothing more than this scan information. Yunqingha was oblivious to the true nature of this new general manager, who appeared somewhat enigmatic previously. She had never encountered the name Mu Yunze in any conversations. I wonder what this new general manager is like. Will he be as amiable and approachable as Director Gao? She mused, feeling a tinge of nostalgia for her former boss, Gao Xinfeng. Yunqingha considered herself fortunate to have had such an excellent supervisor in Gao Xinfeng, under whom she had worked for 6 years. He was by far the best among all her previous superiors. When she first joined the company, her skills were lacking, and mistakes were inevitable. However, Gao Xinfeng never rebuked her. Instead, he patiently guided her on how to handle and resolve such situations. Thanks to his nurturing guidance, she had grown significantly over the years. Reflecting on her former superior's departure brought a wave of melancholy. The company had initially planned to go public 3 years ago, but due to poor performance over the past few years, the listing had been perpetually postponed. Perhaps it was age catching up with him. Gao Xinfeng had submitted his retirement application to the group last year, citing a lack of energy from managing the company shortly after the new year. He had completed the formalities of his departure. Thinking of her old boss, she imagined he must have achieved financial independence by now. He was likely enjoying retirement at home, cherishing time with his grandchildren. She shouldn't feel despondent. Instead, she should be happy for him. With this thought, Yunqingha sighed silently, pondering whether she would ever attain financial freedom in her lifetime. She harbored a dream of achieving financial independence by the age of 40, allowing her to retire early and travel the world with her parents. However, given the limited time until she reached 40, that dream seemed increasingly elusive. Realizing that her thoughts were merely fanciful, Yunqingha refocused her gaze, preparing to search for her new superior. Yet, her view was obstructed by a figure clad in a white shirt, impeccably tailored black suit, and a navy blue tie. She inwardly grumbled, wondering who this person was, standing in her way and blocking her line of sight. Did he not see the welcome sign she was holding? A sudden thought struck her. Could this be the new general manager, Mu Yunze? Following the tie upwards, she finally caught a glimpse of his face, and her eyes flickered with a mix of astonishment, followed by a wave of disappointment and mild irritation. She stepped aside slightly, redirecting her attention to the crowd emerging from the exit. Having been a secretary for many years, Yunqingha prided herself on her ability to read people even without prior acquaintance. She believed she could discern from an individual's demeanor whether they were worthy of her respect. As she strained to peer through the throng, her view was again obstructed. Looking up, she found the same young man still blocking her path, which only fueled her annoyance. "Excuse me, young man, are you not aware that I am here to pick someone up?" she exclaimed, thrusting the welcome sign toward Mu Yunze. The man before her, upon hearing the term young man, frowned slightly. How could this woman be so foolish and disrespectful? Mu Yunze tightened his grip on his suitcase, ready to respond, but noticed the disdainful expression on her face, which only intensified his irritation. If his previous annoyance had been at a level of 70, it had now surged to 120. "You were in my way earlier, but I chose not to mention it now. Would you kindly step aside?" Yunqing's tone turned somewhat brusque, her patience wearing thin after a night of overtime and insufficient sleep, compounded by this irritating encounter. To her surprise, the young man remained unmoved, his displeasure evident as he regarded her with a mix of anger and contempt. Yunqingha felt her temper flare. Taking a deep breath, she began, "I said you." Mu Yunze cut her off, unwilling to waste any more time on this insipid woman. With a cold expression and an air of condescension, he retorted, "Aren't you here to pick me up?" With that, he regarded her as though she were a fool. It was evident that the company's poor performance was a reflection of the type of individuals it employed. Standing before her, he wondered how she could be so oblivious. Stunned by his words, Yunqingha paused, gazing at the young man she had just referred to as young man. Disbelief washed over her. Was this truly Mu Yunze, her new superior? This was a far cry from the image she had conjured of a seasoned general manager, typically a man in his 30s or 40s instead. This new boss appeared to be in his 20s, resembling a recent university graduate. Yet upon closer inspection, she could not deny that he exuded an air of affluence. His demeanor distinct from that of an ordinary graduate, his expression was cold and haughty, his deep-set eyes betraying an inscrutable depth. "Are you Mu Yunza, the general manager?" she inquired incredulously. Mu Yunza, with a dismissive glance, muttered a curt mm. Receiving confirmation, Yun Qinghe remained incredulous. How could a general manager be so youthful? Surely, one would expect them to be at least 30 instead. He resembled those interns fresh out of university. She contemplated seeking further verification, but considering the rarity of such a name and the company's clear identification on her sign, she had to accept the truth. Chapter 2: Dismissal. Reflecting on her earlier reference to him as young man, Yun Qinghe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have been so foolish as to refer to her new superior in such a manner? Yet, upon reconsideration, she dismissed it as merely a slip of the tongue. Who would be petty enough to hold a grudge over such trivialities? With her earlier apprehensions dissipating, she managed a professional smile. "Hello, General Manager Mu. I am your personal secretary, Yun Qinghe." Mu Yunza was taken aback to discover that this seemingly dim-witted woman was to be his secretary. He replied with a nonchalant, already resolving to seek a male secretary to replace her. This female secretary simply had to go. "General Manager Mu, allow me to take your suitcase," Yun Qinghe offered, extending her hand. However, Mu Yunza merely shifted his suitcase aside, clearly indicating his refusal. Noticing the disdain in his eyes, Yun Qinghe began to doubt her perceptions. Why did her new boss seem to harbor such aversion toward her? She awkwardly withdrew her hand. "General Manager Mu, the driver is waiting in the parking lot. Shall we proceed?" Receiving no response from Mu Yunza, she took the initiative to lead him toward the parking area. As they approached, the driver, Lu Liang, recognized Yun Qinghe leading a man towards him and quickly deduced that this must be the new general manager. He hurried forward. "General Manager, allow me to take your suitcase," Lu Liang offered. "Sure," Mu Yunza replied, handing over his suitcase to Lu Liang. Once inside the vehicle, Yun Qinghe fastened her seatbelt and turned to introduce, "General Manager Mu, this car has been specially provided for your use during your tenure here." Mu Yunza offered no reply, merely casting a brief glance around the interior of the vehicle. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Yun Qinghe could feel Lu Liang's puzzled gaze upon her, and she felt her embarrassment intensify to an almost unbearable level. At that moment, her phone vibrated, and she hesitantly answered the call, hoping it would alleviate her acute discomfort. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Liang stole a quick glance at the youthful Mu Yunza, contemplating how remarkably young the new general manager appeared. Though he seemed far from being a congenial individual, Lu Liang found himself perplexed, wondering why Secretary Yun was speaking to General Manager Mu. Yet the latter did not even acknowledge her presence. Could it be that this newly appointed general manager had a prior acquaintance with Secretary Yun? Or perhaps they harbored some unresolved grievances? Contemplating this, Lu Liang stole a glance at the side of Yun Qinghe, feeling quite bewildered. Secretary Yun possessed a gentle temperament and was quite attractive. She did not strike him as someone who would easily make enemies. How could she have offended this new general manager? Until he better understood the character of the newly appointed general manager, Lu Liang deemed it prudent to remain silent. He started the car, and as soon as Yun Qinghe had concluded her phone call, he inquired, "Secretary Yun, where shall we head first?" Before Yun Qinghe had the chance to respond, Mu Yunza preemptively answered, "To the company," having just received a call from the director of the marketing department, Zhao Yang. Yun Qinghe had yet to ask Mu Yunza whether they should go to his residence or the office. Given that Mu Yunza had directly suggested heading to the company, she refrained from further questioning. She sensed that her new superior seemed to harbor a dislike for her, leaving her puzzled about what could have provoked such a sentiment. Was it because she failed to recognize him, or perhaps due to her somewhat brusque demeanor at the station? Reflecting on her earlier behavior, she felt she had not been overly harsh. Rather, she had maintained a reasonable and courteous attitude as for not recognizing him. That was hardly her fault. Mu Yunza appeared quite youthful, and who would suspect him to be the new general manager? If his displeasure stemmed from her actions at the station, Yun Qinghe considered it rather trivial. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that his first order of business upon assuming his role would be to dismiss her? To be candid, if he wished to terminate her employment, So be it this secretarial position had truly been a trial for her if dismissed, she would simply open a flower shop instead. In truth, Yun Xinghe recognized that she was not a particularly vivacious person, nor did she possess high emotional intelligence. In fact, she was somewhat introverted and not particularly quick-witted, to be honest. The role of a secretary was not well suited to her, however. At the time of her career choice, she had neglected to consider her personality, only realizing after starting work that this position was exceedingly challenging for her. Being a secretary was not merely a simple clerical job, as she had once assumed it required far more than the typical administrative duties. Firstly, a secretary must not only manage her superior's schedule, but also serve as a vital link between her boss and all departments within the company, ensuring effective communication flows both ways. Of course, her superior was her boss, and her boss was her superior. While it may appear that she wielded considerable authority, her power was ultimately contingent upon how much autonomy her superior chose to grant her beyond the internal workings of the company. She also had to engage with numerous external clients, which posed a significant challenge for someone with her inherently introverted nature. In the past, she had often felt anxious even when merely speaking on the phone with strangers, let alone handling other social interactions. Fortunately, after years of experience, she had undergone considerable transformation, albeit at the cost of significant emotional turmoil. Furthermore, as a secretary, her phone needed to be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ensuring that her superior could reach her at any moment. She was required to think meticulously and consider all aspects of her superior's needs, whether they pertained to work or personal matters, and she had to excel at fulfilling her responsibilities. As a round-the-clock secretary, she also needed to be adept at navigating social situations with finesse. Truth be told, she did not relish this job and felt a degree of resistance towards it. Yet changing positions was no simple task. Fortunately, shortly after beginning her career, she encountered a commendable superior, Gao Xinfu. He was kind and paternal, guiding her patiently in improving her work skills, even when she was initially clumsy and inexperienced in the workforce. What Lu Qinghe found most disagreeable about the secretarial role was the occasional necessity to accompany her superior to social events, as she had a strong aversion to the culture surrounding drinking and banquets. However, in the professional world, one was compelled to navigate such situations. Luckily, her former boss was not fond of socializing and took her youth and inexperience into account, seldom arranging for her to attend such gatherings. It was only in recent years, as she matured and gained experience, that her former boss occasionally invited her to join him, yet he rarely pressured her to drink. Chapter 3. The Choke. Reflecting on the kindness of her former superior, Yun Xinghe lifted her gaze to the rearview mirror of the car. There, she beheld a young and affluent man, Mu Yunze, gazing pensively out the window. The scene possessed an ethereal beauty. For some inexplicable reason, Mu Yunze's quiet demeanor exuded a sense of desolate solitude. Perhaps adolescent boys might find such an air of coolness and charm appealing, deliberately adopting such a persona. Yet Mu Yunze did not seem to be feigning. Yun Xinghe sensed a certain complexity in this newly appointed general manager, making him difficult to read. Gazing again at his youthful visage, Yun Xinghe still found it hard to believe that this individual was to be her new superior. Their icy glances met as Yun Xinghe's inquisitive gaze collided with his, prompting her to instantly lower her eyes. Inwardly grumbling, though he appeared youthful, this man was undoubtedly not one to be trifled with. His previous expression suggested that he held a significant grudge against her. At that moment, Yun Xinghe was certain she had offended her new superior. Otherwise, who would regard another with such animosity? It was the first time Yun Xinghe felt that the distance from the airport to the company was exceptionally vast. The 40-minute drive felt as if it had stretched into a century. After an interminable silence, the vehicle finally arrived at the foot of the corporate building. From a distance, Yun Xinghe spotted Zhao Yang standing outside, realizing that his earlier call had been to time his arrival perfectly. He was a master of flattery. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhao Yang approached eagerly, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he opened the rear door. However, upon seeing the occupant, a flicker of surprise crossed his face before he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Mu, greetings. I trust the journey was pleasant." Then Mu Yunze regarded Zhao Yang, noting his corpulent demeanor, and surmised that this was the individual who had called Yun Xinghe shortly after he had entered the vehicle. Despite knowing who Zhao Yang was, Mu Yunze merely offered a curt greeting in return. Yun Xinghe hurried to Mu Yunze's side. "Mr. Mu, this is Zhao Yang, The director of the marketing department, that Mu Yunza, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mr. Mu, I hope your journey was not too arduous. I believe you have yet to have lunch. I have secured a reservation. I have already eaten. Mu Yunza interrupted Zhao Yang decisively, that he was well aware of Zhao Yang's intentions. Yet he found such insincerity distasteful and refused to indulge in empty pleasantries. Without allowing Zhao Yang a chance to respond, he turned to Yun Qinghe. Shall we proceed inside? However, as Yun Qinghe guided Mu Yunza into the office building, a raucous cheer erupted from the lobby. They were greeted by a throng of employees, evidently gathered to welcome the new general manager. Then Mu Yunza cast a sideways glance at Yun Qinghe, his tone slightly irritable. Did you arrange this? Yun Qinghe shook her head in bewilderment. Glancing at Zhao Yang's overly jovial expression, it was clear that he was the orchestrator behind this display. Mr. Mu, look. Everyone is excited about your arrival. Zhao Yang exclaimed, addressing the crowd. Colleagues, this is our new general manager, Mr. Mu. Under his leadership, we at Yunkai hope to thrive and prosper. What say you? A chorus of enthusiastic affirmations erupted from the employees. Yes. Let us welcome Mu to address us. Zhao Yang declared, leading the applause. Yun Qinghe felt a wave of apprehension for Zhao Yang. How daring of him! Did he truly believe such antics would endear him to the new general manager? Did he think they were cut from the same cloth? Yun Qinghe could not fathom Zhao Yang's thoughts, but she knew that despite Mu Yunza's youthful appearance, his mind was undoubtedly profound. His solemn, aloof demeanor suggested an inherent pride. Zhao Yang's flattery might very well backfire, leaving him at risk of being trampled. As the applause subsided, Mu Yunza turned to Yun Qinghe once more. What time does work resume this afternoon? 1:30, she replied candidly, internally grumbling about the capitalist mentality that seemed to prioritize efficiency even during an employee welcome. Thankfully, there was still half an hour before the resumption of work, ample time for his remarks. Observing her female colleagues openly admiring Mu Yunza, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, Yun Qinghe could easily surmise their thoughts. They were clearly enraptured by his appearance, a sentiment that felt quite timely amid the gentle spring breezes. Yet, she wished to caution them, urging them to remain discerning and not be deceived by mere looks. They must be wary of the potential devil-cloaked in handsome guise. That I shall not encroach upon your lunch break any further. You may all return to your rest, Mu Yunza announced, his words catching everyone off guard. Yun Qinghe, in particular, felt her own stature diminished before him, realizing she had misjudged him. She quickly fell into step beside Mu Yunza, moving through the throng of employees, acutely aware of the favorable impression his words had garnered. The female employees were practically showering him with admiration. Zhao Yang stood rooted in place, witnessing Mu Yunza entering the elevator, his smile vanishing in an instant. Internally seething, he muttered, "What a cocky brat. Acting like he has something special that if he crosses me, I'll see to it he is out on his ear." Yun Qinghe escorted Mu Yunza to the general manager's office. "Mr. Mu, have you had lunch? If not, I can fetch something for you." Although Mu Yunza had stated he had eaten, Yun Qinghe thought perhaps he had declined Zhao Yang's invitation out of courtesy. Without turning from his survey of the office, Mu Yunza replied curtly, "I said I have already eaten. Did you not hear?" He was acutely aware of why Yunkai's performance had faltered in recent years. Too many employees adept at sycophancy, yet lacking in competence. Yun Qinghe was taken aback by the sharpness of his words. She had merely intended to be helpful. Ultimately, she decided to refrain from defending herself. "Very well, Mr. Mu." She then extended her business card. "Mr. Mu, here is my card. As your dedicated secretary, my phone is available 24/7. That should you require anything, work-related or personal, do not hesitate to contact me. My office is adjacent, and my extension is 2. This was not mere flattery. It was part of her job requirements. Chapter 4. The meeting. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yunza accepted the card, recognizing that he would need a secretary until he appointed a new one. Holding the card in one hand, he swiftly operated his phone with the other. Moments later, Yun Qinghe's phone rang. "That's my number. Please save it. Additionally, I do not require a dedicated driver. If you can reassign him, do so. If not, he should be dismissed," he instructed. "Understood, Mr. Mu." Driver Lu Liang had never anticipated that his meticulous efforts would lead to his job being jeopardized on the very first day of the new general manager's tenure. "Notify the heads of each department that a meeting will be held in the conference room after work resumes. That I need to assess the actual conditions of each department." Yun Qinghe was taken aback by Mu Yunza's decisiveness. He was indeed a man of action. Of course, Mr. Mu. Yun Qinghe exited the office, relaying the meeting information. Afterward, she glanced at the materials she had meticulously prepared over the past few nights and decided to bring them into the general manager's office. Mr. De Mu, these are the documents I prepared in advance. You may review them at your convenience. They might assist you. Mu Yunze nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Mu, would you prefer tea or coffee? Yun Qinghe realized that amidst the flurry of activity, she had yet to offer her new superior a drink. Tea, he replied. Unbeknownst to many, it is quite surprising that such a young individual harbors a penchant for tea. During the meeting, the leaders from various departments cast skeptical glances at their youthful superior, harboring a sense of disbelief regarding the decision of the headquarters to assign someone so inexperienced to such a significant role. They questioned his capacity to comprehend the intricacies of their business. However, a faction among them shared an alliance with Zhao Yang. At noon, Mu Yunze challenged Zhao Yang's authority, prompting the others to seek to establish their dominance over him. When asked to report on their departmental performance, they skillfully sidestepped the critical issues, resorting to superficial responses and evasions. Yet, to their astonishment, Mu Yunze's relentless probing exposed their true ineptitude, rendering them speechless. As the meeting progressed, beads of sweat accumulated on the brows and backs of the attendees, their discomfort intensifying with each passing moment. By the conclusion, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Their job security was precarious. Mu Yunze discerned that Yunke was not merely unprofitable, it was devoid of substantial output while maintaining an excessive workforce. The employee evaluations revealed significant issues, as many individuals occupied positions without delivering results, yet continued to draw hefty salaries. That he mandated that each department streamline their personnel, insisting on a list of redundancies by the end of the following day. Furthermore, he required each department to submit an improvement report addressing the issues raised during the meeting by the same deadline. Initially perceived as an easily manipulable figure, Mu Yunze proved to be a formidable presence. Yun Qinghe couldn't help but feel that the group's decision to dispatch Mu Yunze was indeed astute. Despite his youthful appearance, he possessed a keen, analytical mind, addressing matters with precision and logic that left the seasoned veterans with no avenue for escape. The meeting extended for over 3 hours, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed, leaving everyone restless and eager to depart. Within the confines of the general manager's office, Mu Yunze perused the materials prepared by Yun Qinghe, harboring doubts regarding their authorship. The documents were remarkably comprehensive, well-organized, and professional, far beyond what one might expect from an inexperienced individual. He found himself questioning whether he had misjudged her. Perhaps she was not as inept as he initially believed. Recalling their first encounter at the airport, he remembered how he had spotted her immediately, not due to the welcome sign she held, but rather because of her striking appearance and poise. Her skin glowed with a luminous quality, and though he hadn't scrutinized her features closely, he recalled that she appeared lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. She exuded an ethereal charm that seemed at odds with the notion of her needing to work. Dressed in a professional outfit with a low ponytail, it was only upon noticing the welcome sign in her hand that he realized this enchanting figure was there to greet him. However, when he approached, she remained in a daze. Once her reverie ended, she merely glanced at him before looking away. It was then that he saw her features up close, and in that moment, he was struck by the inadequacy of his vocabulary to describe her beauty. Yet, when she rudely referred to him as little brother, a wave of irritation washed over him, compounded by her apparent ignorance in not even inquiring about the person she was there to meet. This led him to view her as disrespectful and foolish, especially considering her earlier attempts to ingratiate herself by offering to buy him lunch. In his eyes, Yun Qinghe was merely a pretty face. A tragic waste of potential. He pondered how much better she might be if she possessed both intelligence and a refined demeanor. Reflecting on her actions since their first meeting, he concluded that they had tarnished her outward beauty. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mu Yunze grew curious about the true authorship of the documents. Additionally, he was intrigued by the age of the girl who had so insultingly addressed him as little brother. She appeared to be a university student, rather than someone older. If she genuinely was older, he might begrudgingly accept her term of endearment. Otherwise, he would feel compelled to retaliate. Mu Yunze was well aware of his own shortcomings. He was far harsher with women than with men. Subsequently, he pressed the intercom to summon Yun Qinghe to his office. Mu Zong, is there something you need from me? Please retrieve your employee file for me. At this request, Yun Qinghe was taken aback, her heart racing as she recalled everything Mu Yunze had done that day. Although she was aware that her new superior held a disdain for her and that her job was in jeopardy. His unexpected demand for her employee file sent a jolt of anxiety through her. It was perhaps the first time in her career that she faced the prospect of dismissal, and the thought of being terminated felt deeply humiliating, as if it were a reflection of her inadequacy. But she wondered, was there truly a need to examine her employee file if he intended to fire her, rather than indulge in futile speculation? It would be more straightforward to confront the matter directly. Mu Zong, are you planning to dismiss me? Chapter 5. Suggestions. Upon hearing this question, Mu Yunze momentarily froze. His intention was merely to ascertain her age. After all, she appeared youthful, yet the quality of her work suggested otherwise, indicating she was not a recent entrant into the workforce. A loss for words. He contemplated how to respond. While he did intend to terminate Yun Qinghe's employment, he had not planned to act so swiftly. He needed to recruit a suitable replacement first, that if the materials were indeed her work, he might consider postponing her dismissal. Mu Yunze was not adept at engaging with women, and he feared that directly inquiring about her age might lead to misunderstandings. Thus, he thought it prudent to check her birth date in her employee file. That was a thoughtless utterance, and now he regretted it. He realized that obtaining her age was a simple matter. He could have just requested the personnel department for the roster. To his surprise, Yun Qinghe had misconstrued his inquiry as an indication of imminent dismissal. Could it be that his discussion of layoffs earlier had led her to this conclusion? Mu Yunze doubted that Yun Qinghe could possibly deduce his intentions regarding her job security. He likely remained oblivious to the implications of his demeanor towards her that day. Unable to articulate a better response, he simply replied, "No." Yun Qinghe found this response somewhat unconvincing. However, she wanted to explain that even if Mu Yunze wished to see her employee file, she did not have access to it. It was managed by a designated individual who had already left for the day. Mu Yunze fell silent. Yun Qinghe was about to speak when a knock echoed from the door. In walked Zhao Yang, his face adorned with the same sycophantic smile as before. Mu Zong, have you finished your tasks? I've made dinner reservations for this evening and invited the leaders from various departments to welcome you. You all go ahead. I still have matters to attend to. Mu Yunze's apparent disregard for social niceties left Zhao Yang feeling exasperated. He had extended multiple invitations, and yet Mu Yunze remained aloof. It became evident to Zhao Yang that he was dealing with an unsophisticated individual, one who seemed out of touch with the office dynamics and unlikely to last long at Yunke. Mu Yunze's refusal implied that he intended to work late. Zhao Yang, though internally frustrated, maintained his facade of cheerfulness. Very well, Mu Zong. Since I also have unfinished business, shall we reschedule for another day? Upon receiving a nod from Mu Yunze, Zhao Yang exited the general manager's office, and as the door closed behind him, he instantly transformed his expression that a group of onlookers outside, witnessing Zhao Yang's stern demeanor, could easily infer the outcome without needing to ask. That a curious colleague approached Zhao Yang and whispered, "Zhao Zong, what kind of background does this Mu Zong have? How could he disregard your influence? Is he unaware of your connections within the group? What background?" The new manager is simply preoccupied with his duties. Unlike you seasoned veterans who only think about indulgence, have you completed your tasks? Get back to work, Zhao Yang retorted. The others fell silent, recognizing that Zhao Yang had made a futile attempt to curry favor with Mu Yunze and now sought to vent his frustrations on them. As they dispersed, Zhao Yang couldn't help but wonder about Mu Yunze's true origins. It was perplexing enough that he was so young. The fact that he seemed oblivious to the unwritten rules of the workplace was even more baffling. Traditionally, new officials would pay their respects before taking office. Zhao Yang, a person of some standing within the group, had attempted to forge a connection with him. Yet Mu Yunze remained unappreciative. Could it be that he genuinely did not recognize Zhao Yang's influence at headquarters? Once on the rooftop, away from prying eyes, Zhao Yang dialed a number. "Uncle, do you now understand what kind of background this Mu Yunze possesses?" To Zhao Yang's surprise, his uncle remained oblivious to the origins of Mu Yunze. As Yunke was independent from the group and intended to go public on its own in the future, only the chairman was privy to the specific details. Other shareholders and executives were largely in the dark. The funds for Yunke had been solely invested by the chairman, leaving other shareholders without the authority to inquire further. Mu Yunze was somewhat enigmatic, and Zhao Yang resolved to refrain from taking any rash actions until he had ascertained the other party's true background. After Zhao Yang departed, Yun Qinghe initially intended to return to her office to work overtime, but Mu Yunza's words compelled her to stay. Secretary Yun, do you have any constructive suggestions regarding the current financial losses the company is facing? To be frank, Yun Qinghe had a few ideas in mind, though she firmly believed that her foremost recommendation should be to swiftly eliminate the mouse droppings represented by Zhao Yang. However, given the latter's connections, she pondered that voicing her concerns would ultimately be futile. Even if she did speak up, it was improbable that Mu Yunza would heed her one-sided opinion and dismiss Zhao Yang. Moreover, she was uncertain whether he possessed the authority to do so. To make matters worse, should she express her thoughts, Mu Yunza might misconstrue her intentions as an attempt to eliminate a rival. After careful consideration, she decided against it. The newly appointed general manager seemed to harbor a strong disdain for her, and it was prudent for her to tread carefully. Drawing from practical considerations, Yun Qinghe presented several suggestions that to her astonishment, Mu Yunza found that her first proposal aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Following layoffs, some departments could be merged to reduce management expenses, which would also foster teamwork and enhance operational efficiency, in terms of research and development. Yun Qinghe offered two recommendations. Firstly, to upgrade the company's whole house IoT system, enabling compatibility with a broader range of branded appliances, thereby strengthening the company's competitive edge and expanding its market share. Secondly, to develop smarter, more convenient, and aesthetically pleasing smart appliances that could be sold in conjunction with the whole house IoT system, thus boosting product sales and increasing revenue. She also provided two suggestions on the business front. Firstly, the whole house IoT system could collaborate not only with residential real estate developers, but also with hotels and shopping malls, and could even target retail consumers to broaden the customer base. Secondly, while smart appliances could be sold through distributors, the company could also consider direct sales, provided that the interests of the distributors were safeguarded. Yun Qinghe refrained from elaborating too much, fearing that her extensive input might be seen as presumptuous. Although she wished to speak candidly, her past experiences had taught her invaluable lessons. She chose to withhold some of her insights, believing that even if shared, they might not be applicable at the moment, and could be revisited in the future when the opportunity arose. That Mr. Mu, these are merely some of my immature suggestions. I kindly ask you to consider them. Chapter 6. Not hungry upon hearing Yun Qinghe's suggestions, Mu Yunza was certain that the documents had been prepared by her personally, that it appeared he had misjudged her. He had initially thought of her as a mere foolish and disrespectful ornament. Yet he was taken aback by her evident capability. Consequently, he resolved not to dismiss Yun Qinghe, for someone so familiar with Yunke and so competent was indeed a valuable asset he needed. Mu Yunza regarded Yun Qinghe thoughtfully, nodding in affirmation as he remarked, "Your suggestions are excellent and pragmatic. We shall discuss them further in the upcoming meeting." This caught Yun Qinghe off guard. Mu Yunza had directly validated her suggestions, indicating that they might indeed be adopted. This was the first time throughout the day that Mu Yunza had engaged in such extensive conversation with her, his tone surprisingly gentle. As she looked at Mu Yunza, she suddenly felt that he might not be as difficult to engage with as she had initially believed. That moment, an untimely sound interrupted their exchange, prompting both of them to glance around in confusion. When the noise ceased, they strained to listen, only to realize that it was Yun Qinghe's stomach growling. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. Up until now, I've only had one meal today." She recalled that during her trip to the airport at noon, she had missed the lunch hour at the staff canteen and had been busy ever since. That if it weren't for her stomach's protests, she would have forgotten about her missed lunch altogether. Mu Yunza glanced at the night sky outside and then at his watch, realizing that it was already past 9 o'clock. Perhaps influenced by Yun Qinghe, he too felt a pang of hunger. He had not eaten anything all day. He skipped breakfast, disliked the snacks provided on the plane, and had refrained from offering others the opportunity to be courteous during lunch. As a result, he found himself famished by now. Suppressing a slight discomfort, he inhaled gently and said, "You may leave for the day." "Certainly, Mr. Mu." Just as those words left her lips, Yun Qinghe remembered that she still had unfinished tasks and certainly could not leave at that moment. "Mr. Mu, please hold on a moment." Saying this, she dashed out and quickly returned, placing the car keys and house keys on Mu Yunza's desk. "Mr. Mu, the house has been cleaned, and the essentials are prepared, and I will take you there now." Though Yun Qinghe was starving, she was determined to ensure that Mu Yunza was settled in before she left, to avoid receiving a flurry of phone calls later due to any lack of instructions. Mu Yunza declined the invitation, as he preferred to avoid being alone with a woman whenever possible. While unavoidable in a work context, he was intent on minimizing personal interactions with the opposite sex outside of the office. No need. I have the address. I can go myself. Yunqing had thought little of it, assuming that the headquarters had provided Mu Yunze with the address. Allow me to accompany you. There are some things I fear you might struggle to find when you need them. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yunze nodded in agreement that he preferred to resolve matters in one go rather than make multiple phone calls that in the underground parking lot. Yunqing walked towards another vehicle. Mr. Mu, you don't need to navigate. I will lead the way. Mu Yunze exhaled in relief, silently grateful that Yunqing did not require a ride in his car, observing the sleek black Audi guiding him. He felt it starkly contrasted with Yunqing, and for reasons unknown, he sensed that the car did not suit her at all. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Yunqing introduced Mu Yunze to the amenities of the community. Mr. Mu, the complex arranged for you offers 24-hour concierge service, ensuring safety and attentive service. The units are accessed via elevator, with only 2 households per floor. Elevators require either a key card or a password for entry. The community also features a reading room, gym, and swimming pool, all available for resident use around the clock. Mu Yunze remained silent, as he was already quite familiar with the complex and had no need for her elaboration. Nor did he wish to interrupt her. Upon reaching his residence, Yunqing first recorded his fingerprint. Subsequently, she guided him through the apartment. The interior design met his expectations, reflecting the diligence of the renovation company's representative who had effectively grasped his requirements. Yunqing informed Mu Yunze about the surroundings and the storage locations of the essentials, preparing to take her leave. However, recalling that Mu Yunze had yet to have dinner, she found herself at a loss for words. Mr. Mu, shall we go out for dinner now? I am not hungry, Mu Yunze replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. His cold and unyielding refusal seemed to carry an undertone of aversion. He harbored a strong distaste for any signs of friendliness from women, or indeed from anyone. He abhorred the notion of others attempting to curry favor with him. Yunqing's intention was to assume that Mu Yunze was undoubtedly hungry and that sharing a meal would also allow him to familiarize himself with the area. Especially since he was new to Jiangcheng. Observing his sudden change in expression and tone, she found herself taken aback that if he was not hungry, then so be it. But why the disdainful demeanor? Reflecting on how Mu Yunze had rebuffed Zhao Yang's invitations earlier, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Did he think she was offering to treat him to a meal? Was that the source of his irritation? Did he mistake her for someone like Zhao Yang, eager to ingratiate herself? The very idea of such obsequiousness repulsed her. Suddenly, she recalled how she had, in good faith, inquired earlier whether he had eaten lunch, only to be met with a similar brusque response. Perhaps he had interpreted her concern as an attempt to win his favor. Now, it dawned on her that this new superior detested any overtures of goodwill. What should she do now? Should she attempt to clarify her intentions? If the explanation is unclear, it will only lead to further misunderstandings. After a brief moment of entanglement, Yunqing decided against offering an explanation. She believed that time would reveal a person's true character. However, Mu Yunze's gaze and tone had indeed dealt her a considerable blow. Had she known what Mu Yunze truly thought of her, she would have undoubtedly unleashed a verbal assault upon him, piercing him with her words until he resembled a sieve. Chapter 7. The fly Yunqing had lived for so long, yet it was her first encounter with such disdain and aversion from another. She felt it best to leave promptly. Very well, Mr. Mu, that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please rest well. Maintaining her composed tone and serene demeanor, she exited with a deliberate calmness. She had done nothing wrong. Why should she feel flustered? After all, it was merely a matter of being disliked by others. She was not a currency that could be universally adored, so if someone chose to detest her, so be it. As she watched the door close behind her, Mu Yunze let out a cold snort. He comprehended why Yunqing had drove a black Audi. Beneath her seemingly pure and ethereal exterior lay a rather mundane heart. Regardless of her intentions, whether to ingratiate herself or to draw near him due to her attraction to his appearance, Mu Yunze concluded that it would be prudent to replace her with a new male secretary sooner rather than later. Although he had decided not to dismiss her after she offered her suggestions, he now felt that letting her go would be the better choice. He had no desire for a woman harboring ulterior motives to flit about him like a bothersome fly. Yet, Recalling the documents Yun Qinghe had prepared and the valuable suggestions she had provided, Mu Yunze hesitated, contemplating whether to observe her forthcoming performance. Should there be another instance, he would certainly dismiss her without a moment's thought. Despite having endured a blow to her pride, Yun Qinghe prioritized her well-being, indifferent to how others perceived her. All she required was a full meal, a good drink, and a restful sleep, a tea that moment. Her legs were trembling from hunger, her vision blurred, and she resolved to buy something to satiate her hunger before departing. She remembered a convenience store nearby. However, parking was prohibited along the road, so she had no choice but to walk there. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she finally reached the store, headed straight for the shelves, grabbed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, and swiftly checked out. Before even exiting the store, she tore open the packaging, eager to devour the bread in one go. After finishing the bread and downing the entire bottle of water, Yun Qinghe exclaimed, "Oh my, I was truly starving." She couldn't help but curse Mu Yunze in her heart. What kind of boss was he? She had been scurrying about, only to find herself starving, and he hadn't even offered to treat her to a meal, instead misinterpreting her intentions as if she were inviting him out. What a delusion! And his expression and tone towards her. Was he not aware that even Zhao Yang had never treated her with such disdain? If it weren't for the fact that he was her superior, she would have been tempted to slap him. However, it must be said that no matter how handsome a face may be, it loses its charm when accompanied by a look of disgust, rendering it exceedingly unattractive. Thankfully, she was not infatuated. Whether Mu Yunze was handsome or not was of little consequence. She merely wished he would not intentionally create difficulties for her at work, having filled her stomach. Yun Qinghe sat on the steps to rest for a moment before making her way back to the apartment complex. The security guards at this complex recognized her, since she had overseen the renovations of her residence. And over time, she had become quite familiar with them, allowing her easy access in and out of the premises. Just as she approached the entrance, a familiar car brushed past her upon closer inspection of the license plate. She realized it was the vehicle assigned to the new general manager by the company. Yun Qinghe watched as the car drove away, muttering softly, "Didn't you say you weren't hungry? So why are you out at this hour?" Of course, Mu Yunze could not hear her. He had not even noticed her standing by the roadside. The following day, every employee entering the company wore a similar expression of worry. Everyone knew that a new official often brought sweeping changes, yet no one expected that Mu Yunze's first act would be to threaten their livelihoods. Just yesterday at noon, they had thought the new general manager seemed quite decent, only to hear rumors by the end of the day that layoffs were imminent, leaving everyone anxious about whether they would be the next to go. After a night's sleep, Yun Qinghe appeared to have completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the previous evening. In the morning, she guided Mu Yunze on a thorough tour of the company, providing him with a detailed introduction to its inner workings. By the time they completed the tour, it was already midday. Given the events of the previous night, Yun Qinghe refrained from asking Mu Yunze whether he preferred to dine in the employee cafeteria or eat out. After all, she had already taken him to the cafeteria that morning. Where he chose to eat was entirely his decision. She preferred to avoid raising suspicions among others who might misinterpret her intentions. Thus, they each returned to their respective offices a short while later. Yun Qinghe made her way to the employee cafeteria alone. She had barely settled when Du Han, the head of the HR department, approached her with a half-eaten meal and sat down across from her. "Sister Yun, why did you arrive so late?" Yun Qinghe replied with a smile, "There are fewer people now, so there is no need to queue. The new official is really making waves. The thought of layoffs gives me a headache." Du Han lamented. As the HR supervisor, she had to manage communications with employees slated for layoffs, compensation matters, and work handovers. "Let us eat first. We can talk after," Yun Qinghe suggested, feeling quite hungry after walking around all morning. "Oh my, Mr. Mu is truly handsome," Du Han suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghe looked up to see Du Han gazing dreamily in Mu Yunze's direction, who was striding toward the buffet with his long legs. A glance around the cafeteria revealed that many female employees appeared equally starstruck. Yun Qinghe thought to herself, how could these women be so enamored with Mu Yunze when he was already planning layoffs? Shouldn't they be outraged instead? She remained silent, continuing to eat. "What do I do? He is so handsome. I don't even want my boyfriend anymore. I feel like I might fall for him, Sister Yun. Consider the workload that man is responsible for. Do you still wish to pursue him?" Yun Qinghe reminded her that Du Han's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Mu Yunze, responding without hesitation, "Of course." He is young, handsome, wealthy, and capable. Who wouldn't he be attracted to someone so accomplished at such a young age? Yunqing felt compelled to caution her. You'd best temper your affections. Be wary of losing both love and job. What do you mean? If you truly pursue him at the expense of your boyfriend, you might end up with neither the man nor the job. Now that would indeed be a loss. Oh, I was just joking, indulging in some idle fantasy. Then, as if struck by a thought, Du Han leaned in and whispered, How old is Mr. Mu? What is his background? Yunqing shook her head, that I'm not sure of his age or background. It was not her fault. The headquarters had disclosed nothing, and her assignment to pick him up had been rather last minute, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 8. Yogurt Yunqing suspected that Mu Yunza's background must be quite formidable. Before his arrival at the company, the organization had already allocated over 2 million yuan for a luxury vehicle and provided a lavish apartment worth nearly 10 million as his residence. She had initially thought that the high-end SUV, a Mercedes-Benz G550, was meant for the chairman of the group when he visited the company, and she assumed the large apartment was merely a temporary lodging for the chairman during his time in Jiangxing. To her surprise, all of these arrangements were made for Mu Yunza, indicating that his connections must be quite substantial. That Du Han gazed at Yunqing with a look of intrigue. Is he single? I couldn't tell you that Du Han's expression shifted as if she had stumbled upon a momentous revelation, that if Mu is single, you might just have a chance, Sister Yun. Yunqing was amused by Du Han's absurd notion. Pausing her meal, she looked at Du Han earnestly and asked, What are you thinking? Isn't making money more appealing? Of course, but a handsome man is equally enticing. That Tio have both would be unparalleled. Surprisingly, Du Han's remark was rather poetic. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them burst into laughter. All right, enough daydreaming. Consider that we might be the ones facing dismissal from the handsome boss you speak of. Surely not. You're his secretary, and I'm the HR supervisor. It's unlikely to fall on us. While that may be true, I wouldn't be so certain. What if he simply doesn't like female secretaries? Du Han looked shocked. Is that really a possibility? With an air of mystery, Yunqing shook her head. I don't know. I'm just saying, what if? Where did your mind wander off to? Yunqing has yet to comprehend why Mu Yunza requested her employee file yesterday. She lifted her gaze towards Mu Yunza in the distance, her heart brimming with confusion. For some reason, she always felt that Mu Yunza was a bit peculiar. Even if he had just assumed the role of general manager in a new company and needed to establish authority, there seemed to be no necessity for him to adopt such a frosty demeanor, as if repelling others from a distance. Perhaps Zhao Yang was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Mu Yunza. Today, he had specifically arranged a meeting with a client in the general manager's office. His face marked with a look of distress that Mr. Mu, I sincerely apologize that I understand you are quite busy since your recent appointment. However, Mr. Chun from Beihai Real Estate insisted on meeting you tonight to make your acquaintance that I truly had no choice but to acquiesce. Zhao Yang concluded, his demeanor exuding confidence that he was certain that Mu Yunza would not decline. And indeed, Mu Yunza could not refuse this dinner engagement. What time? As you predicted, it's 7 in the evening. Very well. Once Zhao Yang exited, Mu Yunza summoned Yunqing, needing to gather information about Mr. Chen. Yunqing briefed Mu Yunza on the situation at Beihai Real Estate, revealing that it was a medium-sized property developer in the region with 2 residential projects currently underway, both of which were set to be delivered as fully furnished units. One of the projects had already commenced construction, which Zhao Yang had been monitoring for 6 months, yet the orders remained unconfirmed. The project leader, Chen Xianghua, was in his early 40s, enjoyed drinking, and was known for his impressive tolerance. That she mentioned his drinking prowess. Yunqing had discreetly observed Mu Yunza's expression, but he appeared unfazed. After listening attentively, Mu Yunza instructed Yunqing to procure a case of Matai and store it in his trunk, gazing at the various documents submitted by different departments that Yunqing had just delivered. Mu Yunza had initially planned to work overtime today to review them and discuss the subsequent tasks in tomorrow's meeting. However, his plans had now been derailed. Once Yunqing returned, the time was nearly upon them. In the parking lot, she spotted only Zhao Yang from a distance, which struck her as somewhat unexpected. Typically, Zhao Yang would bring along 1 or 2 subordinates to social engagements, yet today he was alone. Even if he was accompanying the general manager, he ought to have brought someone to help manage the drinking. She wondered if Zhao Yang was being intentional in his actions. Casting a glance at Mu Yunza, she was uncertain of his drinking capacity and whether he could hold his OWN. Mu Yunza was contemplating whether to take Yunqing with him when he turned to her and noticed the concerned expression on her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, his tone somewhat brusque. "Do you remember me mentioning that Mr. Chun has a good tolerance for alcohol?" Mu Yunza nodded, responding with a simple yes. "There are just the three of us. I'm worried we won't be able to keep up with him alone, and we don't even know how many people Mr. Chun will bring." Her words elicited a quiet chuckle from Mu Yunza, though he laughed subtly, only curling his lips slightly, which Yun Qinghe failed to notice that I had no intention of bringing you along. This statement caught Yun Qinghe off guard. She had no desire to attend, feeling somewhat averse to such social gatherings. Yet, looking at Mu Yunza, she feared that his youth might render him vulnerable to excessive drinking. "That Mr. Mu, how well do you handle your liquor?" Mu Yunza pondered for a moment and replied, "If Mr. Chun is the benchmark, I cannot answer that question at present. Then I will accompany you. Having an extra person is always beneficial." Zhao Yang approached Mr. Mu's secretary Yun. "Let us be on our way." Initially, Mu Yunza intended to decline Yun Qinghe's company. But after some contemplation, he relented, considering that perhaps having an additional person was indeed wise. "Mr. Mu, I'll lead the way. Follow my car closely," Zhao Yang instructed, striding towards his vehicle. "Understood." With that, Mu Yunza also made his way to his own car. "Mr. Mu, allow me to drive." Mu Yunza frowned slightly at Yun Qinghe's insistence on taking her own vehicle. "No, that won't do. I cannot allow that. Secretary Yun, please drive your own car." Yun Qinghe was momentarily incredulous, staring at Mu Yunza in disbelief as she reiterated, "You want me to drive my own car?" "Indeed." Receiving his confirmation, Yun Qinghe was assured she had not misheard. "All right then, my new superior is rather peculiar." 3 individuals driving 3 separate cars was acceptable enough. After all, her superior did not require her to be his chauffeur. Worst case, she could always call for a designated driver on the way back. "Very well, Mr. Mu." Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. Retrieving a bottle of yogurt from her bag, she offered it to Mu Yunza. "Mr. Mu, here is some yogurt. Drinking a bottle before alcohol can help protect your stomach." Mu Yunza glanced at it but did not accept it, instead coldly inquiring, "Is this your own experience after consuming a fair amount of alcohol?" "Ah, I found this information online." Her response took Mu Yunza aback, prompting his tone to soften slightly. "Is it effective?" Yun Qinghe shook her head. "I have no idea. Perhaps it could be." Chapter 9. Blocking the alcohol. Mu Yunza still did not take the yogurt from Yun Qinghe's hand, opting to enter the vehicle instead. Suddenly, Yun Qinghe realized something was amiss. Could her superior possibly think she was trying to curry favor with him? How could she have forgotten such a critical point? Heavens! Yun Qinghe felt utterly foolish. Though she was an only child, she somehow possessed a pleasing personality, seemingly inclined to accommodate others. Internally, she chided herself to remember not to consider others' feelings excessively in the future to avoid misunderstandings. She tucked the yogurt back into her bag and hurried to her car. Observing Yun Qinghe's retreating figure, Mu Yunza found her somewhat inscrutable. She had appeared both innocent and somewhat naive when she spoke, trusting the validity of information sourced online. Yet, recalling yesterday's events, he sensed there was depth to her character. Upon arriving at the hotel, Mu Yunza caught a glimpse of Yun Qinghe beside him and casually remarked, "At the table, I have not permitted you to drink, so you should refrain." Yun Qinghe accepted without hesitation. "Understood, Mr. Mu." Once everyone was seated, they began with pleasantries. To her surprise, Zhao Yang, in front of everyone, declared that he had a sore throat and had taken antibiotics, thus could not join in drinking that evening. At this point, Yun Qinghe was convinced Zhao Yang was being deliberate. Mu Yunza, however, was not surprised. He had sensed Zhao Yang's ill intentions ever since he unexpectedly visited the office to announce the evening's engagement. Mu Yunza understood that Zhao Yang likely felt embarrassed due to Mu Yunza's prior refusals of his invitations, and thus sought to embarrass him in retaliation. Tonight, however, he would surely be disappointed. As the dinner progressed, Chen Xianghua turned to Yun Qinghe with a broad smile. "Secretary Yun, this simply won't do. You cannot possibly abstain from drinking tonight. When General Gao was here, he always took care of his subordinates and wouldn't let you drink. But tonight you must drink." With that, Chen Xianghua signaled to a nearby server to pour wine for Yun Qinghe. Faced with the full glass before her, Yun Qinghe maintained a professional smile, but did not lift the glass. "Mr. Chen, your statement puts me in a dilemma. Should I drink this glass of wine or not?" Chen Xianghua looked inquisitively at her. "Is there any ambiguity here?" "Well, you see, if I drink this wine, it would imply that our Mr. Mu does not care for his subordinates, as previously General Gao was protective of us. If I refuse to drink, it would undermine your standing, which leaves me in quite the predicament. With that, Yunqing glanced at Mu Yunzi, silently seeking his guidance on whether she should drink or abstain. Hearing her articulate this, Chen Xianghua burst into hearty laughter. Secretary Yun, you not only possess beauty, but also a sharp wit. Mu Yunzi was taken aback by Yunqing's quick thinking. Her words were astutely conventional and deftly shifted the dilemma onto someone else. Looking into her eyes, Mu Yunzi couldn't help but smile at her unwavering obedience, still seeking his approval on whether she should indulge in the drink. He realized that if Yun Qinghe accepted the glass tonight, she would not leave the private room with her senses intact as her supervisor. He certainly did not wish to witness his secretary intoxicated and bringing disrepute upon him. With this in mind, Mu Yunzi reached for the glass in front of Yun Qinghe. Mr. Chun, since you have put it this way, as Secretary Yun's newly appointed superior, I must follow in the footsteps of her former boss. Therefore, I shall drink this glass on her behalf. Cheers. Seeing Mu Yunzi's actions, Yunqing felt a flicker of gratitude but also guilt. How could a subordinate ask their superior to help them avoid drinking? However, since Mu Yunzi had made it clear that she should not partake, she had no choice but to comply with his directive. In response, Chen Xianghua clinked glasses with Mu Yunzi. Mr. Mu, this Secretary Yun is quite remarkable. She will undoubtedly prove to be one of your most capable aides. The two exchanged polite words, and it was only when Chen Xianghua inquired about Mu Yunzi's age that Yun Qinghe realized her superior was, in fact, a full 5 years her junior, and no wonder he appeared so youthful. He truly was a young man. However, one could not deny that despite his youth, his capacity for alcohol was astonishing. He showed no signs of inebriation yet. As the dinner approached its conclusion, Mu Yunzi, still possessing a semblance of clarity, asked Yun Qinghe to summon Zhao Yang to join them outside. Yun Qinghe instructed the hotel valet to bring Chen Xianghua's and Mu Yunzi's vehicles to the entrance, and then directed Zhao Yang to place the prepared Maotai into Chen Xianghua's trunk. Upon exiting the hotel lobby, Mu Yunzi cast a glance at Yun Qinghe, clearly aware that matters had been efficiently handled. Mr. Chen, he remarked, I heard you enjoy a drink, so I prepared some for your vehicle. You are indeed too courteous, Mr. Mu. I am genuinely delighted to have met you today. Let us nurture our relationship moving forward. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianghua, Zhao Yang insincerely offered to drive Mu Yunzi home, a gesture that was promptly declined, that Mu Yunzi had already resolved prior to drinking that he would not allow Zhao Yang to linger in the company for too long. Observing the situation, Yun Qinghe retrieved her phone, intending to call for a designated driver. Noticing Yun Qinghe engrossed in her phone, Mu Yunzi felt a twinge of annoyance. Secretary Yun, take me home. Doubting her own hearing, she looked up to see Mu Yunzi standing beside the car, glaring at her with a stern expression. She glanced at Zhao Yang, whose face bore a knowing look. Secretary Yun, Mr. Mu has requested your assistance in driving him home. Shouldn't you hurry? Confirming that she had indeed heard correctly, Yun Qinghe had no time to ponder Zhao Yang's demeanor and quickly moved to open the back door. Once she ensured Mu Yunzi was seated, she took her place at the driver's seat. After settling into the vehicle, Mu Yunzi realized he had genuinely overindulged. Combined with the previous festivities, he felt lightheaded and heavy-lidded, soon succumbing to slumber. Through the rearview mirror, Yun Qinghe observed that Mu Yunzi was sleeping quite soundly. She couldn't help but feel that she had somehow drawn the short straw, encountering such an eccentric superior he had insisted on her driving, and now required her to take him home. Was this not an intentional torment? With her own vehicle left at the hotel, she would have to make a separate trip tomorrow to retrieve it. Such a waste of time. The following day, she would have to deal with the inconvenience of taking a taxi to work. Upon reaching the residential complex, no amount of calling would rouse Mu Yunzi, who remained in a dazed state, mumbling incoherently that he had seemed relatively alert upon entering the car, even glaring at her. So how had he descended into such a state of drunkenness? Surely, he could not be feigning it. Chapter 10. Yun Qinghe tugged at Mu Yunzi's sleeve with 2 fingers and exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Mu, your face is injured and bleeding. Yet there was no response. It appeared he was truly intoxicated. With no other option, Yun Qinghe steeled herself and, with great effort, managed to haul Mu Yunzi from the car. Once he was finally out, she realized this was undeniably a monumental challenge. Mu Yunzi was remarkably tall, towering over her, and he leaned against her as if devoid of strength. It felt as though she bore the weight of an entire building on her shoulders, and she nearly stumbled several times. After only a few steps, she was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Eventually, she managed to lay Mu Yunzo on the bed, collapsing onto the floor herself. That moment. Her clothing was soaked, her limbs trembled from fatigue, and she found it impossible to even lift her arms. Gazing at the inebriated Mu Yunzo sprawled on the bed, she was astonished. She could hardly fathom where she had summoned the strength to carry him back. She couldn't help but admire her own resilience. Just as her body began to recover, Mu Yunzo emitted strange sounds from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, Yunqinghe felt a pang of dread. She dashed outside to fetch a trash can, returning just in time to prevent any mess on the floor. The stench was overwhelming, and she found herself gagging uncontrollably. Once she confirmed Mu Yunzo had finished retching, she turned him back onto the bed and used tissues to clean his mouth and face. His skin felt sticky and grimy, so she wrung out a damp towel to wipe him down. Yunqinghe realized that caring for a drunken individual was far from an easy task. It was exhausting, filthy, and nauseating. Checking the time, she noted it was already quite late. Fatigue and drowsiness washed over her. If presented with a bed at that moment, she could have fallen asleep in an instant. She stood up, intending to leave, but an unwelcome thought suddenly invaded her mind. She recalled hearing someone mention that a drunken person requires supervision, as their muddled consciousness could lead to choking hazards if they were to vomit. Turning back to the slumbering Mu Yunzo, she muttered to herself, "Surely not." Yet a voice in her head countered, "What if he does? He is your superior, that if he were to die, the blame would fall squarely on you. He is still so young. If his demise were due to your negligence, you would carry that guilt for a lifetime." Yunqinghe was engulfed in conflict. She glanced at her wristwatch again. It was nearly 1 o'clock. She was overwhelmingly fatigued and longed for her own bed. She did not wish to sleep on a sofa in someone else's home. She would feel terribly uncomfortable. How could someone die so easily? Resolving to leave, she stepped toward the door, yet hesitated once more. What if he were to perish, and she bore the burden of that responsibility? Sighing heavily, she reluctantly closed the door behind her and returned to the living room. Scanning the space, it seemed she would have to make do with the sofa for the night. Fortunately, it was spacious enough, though lacking blankets. Recalling that she had previously purchased a throw, she retrieved it. Finally putting aside her reservations, deciding to endure the night on the sofa, worst, she could rise early to return home for her morning routine. Her place was not too far away, before drifting into a drowsy slumber. Yunqinghe felt a twinge of unease and peeked into the bedroom one last time. Hearing Mu Yunzo's steady breathing, she felt reassured as she exited the room. She deliberately left the bedroom door wide open, ensuring she would hear him should he become in a hazy stupor. Yunqinghe thought she heard some noise. Wondering which neighbor was being so disruptive that her awareness sharpened, she sprang from the sofa and rushed to the bedroom, only to find Mu Yunzo frowning, emitting sounds of discomfort. "Mr. Mu, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired softly. Mu Yunzo slightly opened his eyes, saw her, then closed them again. "My stomach hurts. Shall I take you to the hospital?" He shook his head. "No, I do not wish to go." "Then I will fetch you a cup of warm water." By the time Yunqinghe returned, Mu Yunzo had already dozed off again, his breathing steady. She chose not to wake him, gently placing the cup on the nightstand before stepping out of the bedroom. The night had yet to wane, and Yunqinghe found herself awake to her surprise. She had slept quite well, feeling refreshed. Initially planning to leave immediately, she reconsidered upon remembering Mu Yunzo's stomachache from the previous night and the fact that he had drunk on an empty stomach. She went to the kitchen to prepare some porridge for him and left a note before departing. When Mu Yunzo awoke, the remnants of last night's hangover lingered uncomfortably. Suddenly, he recalled that he had dreamt of Yunqinghe. The notion struck him as peculiar. Why would she appear in his dreams? Sitting up, he noticed the blanket covering him and the attire he wore, still in his suit and tie from the night before. Had he truly been that inebriated? He distinctly remembered being coherent. Yet his memory seemed to fade after he and Xianxianghua exited the hotel lobby, that he had no recollection of how he returned home. Turning to check the time, he spotted a glass of water on the nightstand, puzzled as to when he had filled it. Shaking the thought away, he rose to wash up. Upon completing his shower and intending to pour himself a glass of warm water, he noticed the note on the dining table. Picking it up, his expression soured dramatically. It dawned on him that last night had not been a dream. The woman had indeed been in his home. Who had granted her permission to enter? How long had she stayed? She even prepared porridge. What was her intention? Could she not refrain from employing such tiresome antics on him? He harbored a profound disdain for those who sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Everyone, particularly women, in his eyes. Women were excessively duplicitous. When he caught sight of the blanket on the sofa, his fury became uncontrollable. He strode purposefully to the sofa, intent on discarding the blanket. However, upon lifting it and revealing the sofa beneath, he was utterly shattered. This was no ordinary piece of furniture. It had been painstakingly imported from abroad, an item utterly unattainable within the domestic market. This woman was insufferable. Who permitted her to lounge upon his cherished sofa? How dare she? He resolved to dismiss her immediately, without a moment's delay. Chapter 11. Defamation. Yun Qinghe was taken by surprise as she sneezed several times in quick succession. Rubbing her nose, she pondered the situation. Could she be coming down with a cold? Yet, reflecting on the previous night, it hadn't been particularly chilly, so that seemed unlikely. Mu Yunza glanced at the sofa and then at the blanket in his hand, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the blanket back down. Overwhelmed by irritation, he rubbed his temples. It was unclear whether it was the residual anger or something else, but his stomach suddenly twisted in pain that he bore through the discomfort and poured himself a glass of warm water. After what felt like an eternity, the ache in his stomach subsided, only to be replaced by an intense hunger that left him slightly frantic. But he seemed to catch a whiff of fragrant congee and, almost instinctively, made his way to the kitchen, effortlessly serving himself a bowl. Once he had consumed the delightful white porridge, Mu Yunza felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over him. The reason for this feeling was abundantly clear to him. Yun Qinghe was busy preparing herself a cup of coffee when Zhao Yang's voice interrupted her. "Secretary Yun, you look rather well today. It seems that last night, you and President Mu, the two of you." Zhao Yang's eyes, glinting with mischief, roved over her. Yun Qinghe was acutely aware of the implications of Zhao Yang's unspoken words. However, the more he insinuated, the more she felt compelled to maintain her composure, refraining from a hasty rebuttal lest she be ensnared by his taunts. Holding her freshly brewed coffee, she turned to meet Zhao Yang's gaze head-on. That he raised an eyebrow, wearing a lascivious grin. "Secretary Yun, you know what I mean, Mr. Zhao. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." Yun Qinghe was disinclined to engage in a debate with Zhao Yang. The more she responded, the more he would revel in it, escalating his behavior. She had no desire to hear the foul words that would spill from his vile mouth. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Secretary Yun. Tell me, what methods did you employ to so swiftly ascend to President Mu's bed in just 2 days?" "Mr. Zhao, I fail to comprehend your nonsensical ramblings, but I must insist you conduct yourself with decorum. My relationship with President Mu is purely professional. Am I not speaking the truth?" "Don't be shy, Secretary Yun. Why deny what you dare not admit?" "Zhao Yang, I implore you to cease your slanderous remarks, or I shall be compelled to take legal action. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense with that." Zhao Yang inched closer, lowering his voice. "Secretary Yun, President Mu is still young. His skills may be somewhat lacking. I am quite proficient." He then brazenly placed a hand on her back, prompting Yun Qinghe to instinctively evade his lewd touch. "Zhao Yang, you are truly disgusting. Kindly keep your filthy hands to yourself. Next time, do not blame me for being rude." Yun Qinghe gripped her coffee cup tightly, yearning to hurl its contents at Zhao Yang's face. However, she feared that such an action would draw unwanted attention, potentially spiraling the situation into chaos. After all, in today's society, people were more inclined to believe the most outlandish rumors rather than the words of someone striving to clear their name. With that thought, she turned to leave, only to find Mu Yunza standing nearby, his gaze icy and unyielding, resembling a statue. Yun Qinghe was uncertain when he had arrived, but it was clear he had witnessed Zhao Yang's harassment. As the head of the company, the highest authority, he stood there, seemingly indifferent to the workplace harassment unfolding before him. Disappointment washed over her. She chose not to greet him and walked past without a word. Mu Yunza had gleaned a general understanding of the situation in his mind. He derided Yun Qinghe. Clearly, Zhao Yang had not been drinking the previous night. Why had she opted to have him escort her home? Even if she had chosen to return alone, why must she stay overnight? Now, with Zhao Yang spreading rumors, was this not a consequence of her own making? If one harbored ulterior motives, one must be prepared to face the fallout. Mu Yunza approached Zhao Yang. "Mr. Zhao, As a department head, I expect you to be mindful of your conduct. President Mu, Secretary Yun might simply be concerned you misinterpret the situation. There's nothing between us. We often joke around, a friendly pat on the shoulder or back, but since you've mentioned it, I shall be more cautious. Back in the office, Yun Qinghe's anger simmered as she reflected on the source of her ire. Mu Yunza himself. Zhao Yang merely repulsed her. She took several deep breaths to calm herself, preparing to dive back into work. Moments later, the office door swung open with 2 knocks, and Du Han entered, her face etched with worry. Yun Jie, she called out, hesitating to continue. Yun Qinghe looked at her, puzzled. What is it, Xiao Han? Du Han fumbled, opening her mouth but ultimately managing no words. What is the matter? Just speak. Never mind, it's nothing, but I'll take my leave. Stop right there. If something is amiss, you must share it. That Du Han felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Yun Jie, has something occurred between you and President Mu? Could it be that just because she had escorted Mu Yunza home last night, the entire company was now abuzz with rumors about them? Was Zhao Yang the one spreading these tales? Yun Qinghe remained calm, needing to ascertain the truth. If it were indeed Zhao Yang, she would report him immediately. Just tell me plainly what is going on. Du Han regarded Yun Qinghe with pity. President Mu came in early this morning, instructing me to expedite the hiring of a male secretary, insisting that I must find a suitable candidate within the week. At Du Han's revelation, Yun Qinghe's brows furrowed in disbelief. She repeated Du Han's words, almost as if questioning their validity. Hiring a male secretary? Within this week. Once she received confirmation from Du Han, it dawned upon her that Mu Yunza intended to dismiss her. Yet, she distinctly recalled asking him 2 days prior whether he meant to terminate her employment, to which he had clearly responded in the negative. Yun Jie, could it be that you guessed correctly? Surely, President Mu doesn't genuinely dislike female secretaries. Yun Qinghe offered no response, as her mind raced to recall any mistakes she might have made during this period. However, after thorough reflection, she could not identify any significant errors. She was puzzled. Having committed no wrongdoing, why would Mu Yunza, upon arriving this morning, seek to hire a male secretary, recalling how she had painstakingly assisted him the previous night, carrying him to bed and cleaning up after him, only to receive no words of gratitude? She had not expected any acknowledgement, yet how could he be so devoid of ethics? If he wished to dismiss her, he should do so openly and honestly. Reflecting on Mu Yunza's indifference when witnessing Zhao Yang's harassment, Yun Qinghe felt that working under such a superior was a profound humiliation. Chapter 12. Theatricality with a sudden burst of resolve. She stood and marched towards the exit. Yun Jie, where are you going? Du Han exclaimed, astonished at her abrupt departure. Noting that Yun Qinghe showed no intention of stopping, she hurriedly followed. Yun Qinghe strode directly into the general manager's office. Du Han felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Fearing that Yun Qinghe was intent on confronting Mu Yun at that moment, regret washed over Du Han. She realized she should never have revealed this information to Yun Qinghe so prematurely. If only she had waited until after hours, perhaps Yun Qinghe would not have impulsively sought out the general manager. Now, she found herself caught in a precarious position. Yet, Du Han sensed something was amiss. Typically, Yun Qinghe was not one to act so rashly. She possessed an admirable composure, capable of facing any challenge with unwavering steadiness. What had changed today? Mu Yunza, engrossed in his documents, looked up coldly. Will you not knock? President Mu, if you are hard of hearing, I can assist in scheduling an appointment with the finest doctor in Jiangxing. Mu Yunza couldn't help but wonder if Yun Qinghe had taken leave of her senses today. He had yet to address her, yet here she was, boldly confronting him. He set down his pen and regarded her with an expression of mild surprise. Her audacity was unexpected, yet her demeanor remained uncharacteristically calm, revealing no trace of anger. What is it? President Mu, you intend to dismiss me, do you not? Without evasion, Mu Yunza replied in the affirmative. Very well, that if you wish to terminate my employment, kindly elucidate the reasons. Yun Qinghe pressed on. Though she herself was still grappling with how to settle this score with him, I have no need for a female secretary whose intentions are questionable, accused of harboring insincere intentions. Yun Qinghe felt her character had been insulted. That Mr. Mu, could you kindly elucidate how my thoughts are deemed improper? Having encountered shameless individuals before, she had never encountered one as audacious as this. Over the years, Mu Yunza had coldly rebuffed countless women who had offered their hearts to him with his biting tongue. Leaning back, he adopted an arrogant demeanor, his expression one of disdainful superiority. Very well, since you are devoid of shame. Allow me to enlighten you, please enlighten me. Yun Qinghe was curious to see what Mu Yunjie would cite as evidence of her alleged impropriety. Last night, Zhao Yang did not drink. He could have taken me home. Yet you insisted on doing so yourself. Not only did you escort me home, but you also stayed at my place. Before Mu Yunjie could finish, Yun Qinghe interrupted him with a cold laugh. One that suggested she found his words offensive. What are you laughing at? Mu Yunjie retorted, his self-absorption palpable. Last night, you insisted on me taking you home, while I was merely attempting to arrange for a designated driver. With that, Yun Qinghe displayed the cancelled ride request on her phone for him, to see that if you remain unconvinced, you may inquire with the hotel doorman for confirmation. Mu Yunjie dismissed this as a mere ruse on Yun Qinghe's part. She could easily fabricate a ride request in no time, and surely, she could bribe the doorman as well. Cunning women often resorted to any means necessary to achieve their ends. Today, he aimed to unmask her facade. Then tell me, after dropping me off, why did you not leave? Who permitted you to stay over? I was merely concerned for your well-being. Yun Qinghe countered, is your excuse not rather feeble? Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes or your motives. You believe that by spending a night at my place and cooking me porridge, I would develop affections for you and you could ascend in status. Dream on. You've miscalculated that Mu Yunjie thought that after such declarations, Yun Qinghe would feel mortified and embarrassed to his surprise. She regarded him with a mocking expression, igniting his ire. What is the matter? Lost for words, reduced to mere smiles. It must be said, Mu Yunjie had a sharp tongue. You, Mu Yunjie, are not worth my effort to explain myself. Outside the general manager's office, a crowd had gathered, eavesdropping through the door. What kind of person am I? He asked. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. You are a self-absorbed, arrogant and contemptuous man who believes every woman in the world is enchanted by you, ready to throw themselves at your feet. Did I suggest you wake up? You are not as captivating as you think. Having been insulted so harshly by a woman for the first time in his life, Mu Yunjie found himself at a loss. Observing Yun Qinghe, who appeared quite formidable while berating him, he abruptly stood, only to realize it seemed as if they were merely quarreling in the street. Embarrassed, he adjusted his suit and sat down once more. I am not interested in your tirade. You need to clarify why you spent the night at my place. I've already explained. I feared for your safety that I was merely intoxicated. What does that have to do with dying? Do you not understand that being unconscious due to intoxication could result in choking and death? Now it was Mu Yunjie's turn to smirk. Oh, Yun Qinghe, how do you know I would have vomited? I did not vomit at all last night. You didn't? You are unaware of how foul and revolting your vomit was. The remnants on your face were what I reluctantly cleaned up for you. You didn't even realize you had thrown up. Only then did Mu Yunjie recall that he had indeed lost consciousness due to intoxication. And Yun Qinghe's warning about choking was not unfounded. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. This morning, he had been furious about her staying at his home, but now it seemed he had misjudged her. Feeling a wave of frustration, he struggled to breathe, wanting desperately to loosen his tie. Yet, doing so would imply he had been riled by Yun Qinghe. No, she remained unfazed. He could not show weakness in a sudden bout of sarcasm. He remarked, Yun Qinghe, since you are aware that drunkenness poses a choking hazard, surely you know that sleeping with a tie also carries the same risk. Forgive me, but I was unaware. Yun Qinghe found Mu Yunjie's double standards infuriating. Moments ago, he had criticized her for staying over, yet now he chastised her for not removing his tie. Every word she uttered left him feeling cornered. Mu Yunjie suddenly recalled the fragrant bowl of porridge from this morning, realizing he had nearly been deceived by this woman. What do you say about that porridge? Yun Qinghe adopted a resigned demeanor, unwilling to explain further. Yet, seeing Mu Yunjie still doubting her intentions, she sighed heavily. Last night, you claimed to have a stomach ache that I offered to take you to the hospital, but you refused. This morning, I assumed your empty stomach from drinking had aggravated your condition, so I made you some porridge to soothe your stomach. Reflecting on her words, Yun Qinghe realized she should not have made the porridge. Mu Yunjie's discomfort was his concern, not hers. That it was a case of meddling, leading to unnecessary trouble. Mr. Mu, that porridge was my mistake. I should not have prepared it. Given your disdain, I'm sure you discarded it. Mu Yunjie flipped through the documents at hand. He dared not admit he had consumed the porridge, and found it quite delectable. In truth, he felt that bowl of porridge had saved his life. He had felt on the brink of starvation. It seemed that he could not assert that Yun Qinghe had ulterior motives. Mr. Demu, do you have any further inquiries? That yogurt. How do you explain that? Yun Qinghe was utterly speechless at Mr. Mu. I do not wish to explain anything further. You may think what you will. However, should you choose to dismiss me, I will not accept it that I do not believe I have erred in my duties. Then I shall terminate your employment. Today, I formally resign. That my resignation letter will be sent to you shortly. This revelation took Mu Yunja by surprise. He had never anticipated that Yun Qinghe would resign of her own accord. What to do? He had yet to recruit a suitable replacement, and now she was ready to abandon her position. Yet he could not plead for her to stay. That would undermine his authority, having been the one to initiate her dismissal. Staring at Yun Qinghe, Mu Yunja found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 13. Unworthy feigning indifference. Mu Yunja leisurely sipped his tea, fully aware that this act was merely a facade to mask his discomfort. Rest assured, I am not so dark-hearted as to secretly recruit someone with the intention of discarding you once I find a suitable candidate. Until then, I will continue to perform my duties diligently until the newcomer is adequately briefed. However, it will not exceed a month's time. Having been scolded by Yun Qinghe once more, and acknowledging the truth in her words, Mu Yunja found himself unable to retort. He yearned to declare, "You may leave at once. No one is retaining you." Yet he lacked the conviction to do so. After all, he was new to the company, and many tasks could not simply be assigned to anyone at random. Very well, it won't take a month. I will find someone to replace you shortly. This was Mu Yunja's desperate attempt to salvage his dignity after feeling cornered. Regardless of what he said, Yun Qinghe remained unfazed. She yearned for someone to fill her position immediately. She had no desire to work under a superior like Mu Yunja. With matters having escalated to this point, Yun Qinghe felt compelled to voice her thoughts candidly. In light of this, I have several matters to clarify with you. Please proceed. First, I wish to reiterate that from the moment I picked you up from the airport until now, every action I have taken has been solely in the interest of fulfilling my professional responsibilities, devoid of any personal motives. Today, you have made me acutely aware of how difficult it is to be a good person in a world fraught with deceit. Furthermore, as the company's general manager and my direct superior, your failure to intervene during the harassment of female employees by male staff, while you stood idly by, fills me with profound shame. You are unworthy to be my superior. Lastly, please do not indulge in such narcissism. Immersed in your own world, do you truly believe yourself to be irresistibly charming? To me, you appear rather juvenile and laughable. Let me make it clear. I, Yun Qinghe, hold no interest in someone of your caliber. What did you say? What I said is clear. Did you not hear it? Which part did you not understand? Shall I repeat it for you? To speak of others as devious, to declare him unworthy, to label him self-absorbed, immature, and laughable, to refer to him as a mere little brother. These unseemly words all pertain to Mu Yunja. His hands gripped the armrests of the executive chair tightly. Knuckles prominent, palms drenched with sweat. After holding back for an eternity, he could only utter a single "you." Observing Mu Yunja's discomposed expression, Yun Qinghe felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. That Mr. Mu, I believe it would be wise for you to visit a hospital and have your ears checked. With that, Yun Qinghe flashed a bright smile at Mu Yunja and departed. Yun Qinghe was no delicate flower. When faced with any situation, she was assertive, regardless of who stood before her. If the other party were akin to a pile of refuse, she would simply bypass it, for it was unwise to tread upon it and sully one's own shoes. Such a loss was not worth incurring. As she sauntered away in her high heels, Mu Yunja found himself utterly at a loss. The moment the door closed behind her, he sprang to his feet, angrily loosening his tie, his breath coming in heavy, labored gasps, with hands on his hips. He paced back and forth in his office, unable to believe that he had been so ruthlessly scolded by his secretary, Yun Qinghe. He had been dismissed, mocked, and belittled. Utterly humiliated, it dawned on him that Yun Qinghe had been putting on a facade. Previously, he had perceived her as gentle, yet today she resembled a feral cat, baring her claws and fangs at him, that he found himself rendered speechless by her audacity. When had he ever been reprimanded so harshly by a woman? Mu Yunja felt an overwhelming urge to choke down this indignation. That to be accused of narcissism was nothing short of ludicrous. Did he truly have a reason to be? The term narcissism was reserved for those of less than pleasing appearance. For handsome individuals like himself, it was merely called confidence. From childhood to adulthood, he had driven away countless girls who admired him. Whether their affections were genuine or feigned mattered little to him. To this day, he refused to believe he had misjudged anyone. It was simply that Yun Qinghe was more adept in her tactics. Despite her claims of having no ulterior motives, everything she did seemed to be an overture towards him. Flattery without cause indicates ulterior motives, he mused. She claimed to stay over out of concern for his safety. Yet after countless nights of revelry, he had managed to survive unscathed. This thought, he found himself wishing to drown in drunkenness, escaping the emotions he so despised. Though he had learned to mask such feelings well in adulthood, they still occasionally ambushed him unexpectedly, and he forcibly dragged himself back from that loathsome state, finding it absurd that he could be incensed by a woman. Glancing at the mountain of documents on his desk, he resumed his seat and opened a folder. Yet after mere moments, he found his concentration shattered, as Yun Qinghe's triumphant smile lingered in his mind. Her scathing words echoing in his ears that it was all Yun Qinghe's doing, that he had never realized she possessed such a sharp tongue, such a talent for distorting truths, and such a blatant disregard for respect. The first time they met, she had called him little brother, and now she claimed not to be interested in such a sibling, implying as if he were somehow interested in her. How absurd! He was determined to uncover the true age of this Yun Qinghe. Could she be an ageless creature from the Tianshan Mountains? Such a lack of decorum, so prone to addressing others as little brother. If Yun Qinghe were aware of his thoughts, she would likely retort, "If I were an ageless being, I would call you my dear grandson." Dialing the internal line, Du Han felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing it was the general manager's office calling. Though she had not overheard the entirety of Yun Qinghe and Mu Yun's exchange, she sensed it had been anything but trivial. Yun Qinghe had exited the general manager's office like a victorious general returning from battle. The sound of her heels striking the floor akin to a triumphant fanfare. Realizing the general manager was displeased, Du Han feared she would bear the brunt of his ire, as this incident had originated from her actions. With trepidation, she picked up the receiver, speaking cautiously, "Mr. Mu, how may I assist you?" Upon hearing Mu Yun's response, her taut nerves relaxed. He was not seeking confrontation, but rather requested a list of employee names. Finding Yun Qinghe's name on the roster, Mu Yun's expression soured upon seeing her age. Quite old indeed, he mused, yet he still felt a gnawing dissatisfaction that as her superior, Yun Qinghe should not have spoken to him in such a manner. Her words were a blatant affront to authority. With this in mind, he called Du Han once more, instructing her to expedite the hiring process, for he wished to see no more of Yun Qinghe. Chapter 14. A true dog. No sooner had he hung up than there came a knock at the door. Come in. It was none other than Yun Qinghe, and the more he wished to avoid her, the more she seemed determined to present herself before him, staunchly asserting she harbored no ulterior motives. If she truly had no such intentions, he thought, who would believe it? Approaching his desk as if nothing untoward had transpired, she maintained her professional smile and handed him a resignation letter. "Mr. Mu, this is my resignation. Kindly sign it." Mu Yunzi snatched the letter from her grasp, signing it with a flourish. However, upon reading the reason for her resignation, his countenance darkened. Yun Qinghe looked at him with a smile, yet Mu Yunzi hesitated to return the letter. "Mr. Mu, may I have it back now?" To her astonishment, he tossed the resignation letter into the trash. "Unacceptable. Rewrite it. What is lacking? You tell me that I have already submitted my resignation, and you have signed it with that." Yun Qinghe turned on her heel and departed, her determination evident. She would not rewrite that letter. As she left, Mu Yunzi retrieved the discarded letter from the trash, a cold laugh escaping him as he read the reason inscribed. It was likely that no one else in the world would dare to pen such a reason for resignation. Yun Qinghe clearly believed she could act with impunity, for her reason read, "The new general manager is young and immature, with an incorrect worldview. Thus, I resign." Was she relentless? After lambasting him earlier, she dared to escalate matters further with such a letter. Contemplating the resignation letter, Mu Yunzi's lips curled into a devilish smile as he tucked it away in his drawer. In the meeting, Mu Yunzi fixed his gaze upon Yun Qinghe, his lips curling into a charming smile. The sight of him smiling sent shivers down Yun Qinghe's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. After all, it was the first time she had witnessed this man smile during these past few days. Yet something about it felt sinister, as if he were summoning her to hell. I in just a heartbeat. Mu Yunza's smile vanished as he turned to the others, praising everyone. Secretary Yun has proposed an excellent suggestion. Instantly, the room filled with puzzled glances directed at Yun Qinghe. The layoff list for various departments had been finalized. Yet another issue arose. The company had become overly compartmentalized, resulting in numerous departments with insufficient personnel, complicating management and collaboration. Thus, Secretary Yun suggested merging certain departments to reduce management costs. As soon as Mu Yunza spoke, Yun Qinghe felt the intensity of the gazes upon her, eyes filled with the desire to eliminate her. She had anticipated Mu Yunza's ulterior motives. Utilizing this method to take revenge on her seemed rather juvenile. Regardless, she would soon be leaving her position, so what did it matter? She no longer cared. Secretary Yun, please share which departments require merging. Initially indifferent, Yun Qinghe soon realized Mu Yunza was indeed a true dog. He wished to eliminate her, but handed her the knife instead. Mr. Mu, I merely offered a practical suggestion. Whether it is reasonable requires your discussion with the department heads. Unexpectedly, Yun Qinghe displayed her adeptness in evasion, deftly returning the blade to him while informing everyone that her suggestion was merely that, a suggestion, the decision of which rested with Mu Yunza. The power of life and death lies with you. Mr. De Mu, she implied, distancing herself from any accountability, that I find your suggestion quite reasonable. Thus, please elaborate on your thoughts. Yun Qinghe had not anticipated Mu Yunza's relentless pursuit. This was far from over. Since you find it reasonable, I presume you already have a specific plan in mind. Yun Qinghe, unwilling to yield, resolved to retaliate despite her imminent departure. As Mu Yunza launched his offensive, she deftly repelled his advances. However, she now sought to hear his thoughts. The other attendees in the conference room remained oblivious to the underlying tension between the general manager and Secretary Yun, yet the palpable strain in their relationship was unmistakable. Mr. Mu, my opinion is of little consequence. Since you have already formed a conclusion, your perspective will ultimately dictate the company's decision. Mu Yunza realized that no matter how he expressed himself, Yun Qinghe could effortlessly counter him, that if she was unshakable, he would have to devise another strategy. Yun Qinghe was utterly exasperated, yearning to seize Mu Yunza and deliver a few well-deserved blows. She felt compelled to vent her frustrations, perhaps uniquely among all the World-S employees. She was dismissed for her diligence and good intentions. The audacity of her dismissal was one thing, but to be maliciously targeted and used as a pawn was utterly unjust, more egregious than the plight of Do-e. Just as she opened her friends' group chat to rant about Mu Yunza, his call interrupted her thoughts. She pondered what mischief he was concocting this time. Approaching his desk, Mu Yunza handed her a folder containing the data for the departments slated for consolidation. Based on this information, please draft a proposed list of merged department managers, along with an explanation justifying their suitability for management or detailing those unfit for leadership roles. Mu Yunza, harboring ill intentions, had once again thrust the dagger in her hands. Mr. Mu, I will compile individual assessments for each candidate, and you can decide who to appoint afterward. Very well. Mu Yunza's agreement was unexpectedly swift, prompting Yun Qinghe to realize she had walked into his trap. She resolved not to let him triumph that he sought revenge, and she would not grant him the satisfaction. Mr. Mu, the personnel department has evaluations for each manager. I will retrieve them for you. Secretary Yun, do you think I am unaware of the personnel department's evaluations? Do you believe a mere evaluation can encapsulate an individual's complete capabilities? Of course not. Then why proceed in this manner? Yun Qinghe thought to herself, was it not your blatant provocation that compelled me to act? Were you not the one who vociferously declared your commitment to diligence? Have you forgotten so quickly? Mr. Mu, I shall attend to it immediately. Observing Yun Qinghe finally relent, Mu Yunza felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Chapter 15. Deliberate. Having already endured 4 consecutive days of overtime, it appeared that today would also be fraught with additional work. Contemplating the impending Saturday, with the promise of a leisurely sleep-in, Yun Qinghe felt an invigorating surge of energy. After a long day, Mu Yunza leaned back in his executive chair, aiming to relax, when a sudden knock at the door startled him. It was past 10 o'clock, and he had assumed he was the only one left in the office. He straightened his posture. Come in. Mr. Mu, here is the information you requested. I have completed it. He had not anticipated her to finish it so promptly. Could it be that she was merely appeasing him? As he perused the materials, he realized he had misjudged her. Her work was, as always, exemplary. She had analyzed each individual from multiple perspectives and provided sound recommendations. Closing the folder, Mu Yunza noticed that Yun Qingha still stood before him. He gestured. "You may leave now, Mr. Mu. I have something to discuss. Please proceed. I know you plan to announce in the next meeting that the new management roster for each department is based on my report." "Correct." Seeing Mu Yunza's aloof demeanor in response, she noted his silence, that a smile crept upon her lips. It mattered little, as she was soon to depart the company, and thus, she was indifferent to her colleagues' opinions. She could shoulder any blame. However, she felt it unnecessary for MU to go to such lengths, as everyone understood who truly held the reins of authority. With that, Yun Qingha departed. Why was it that whatever she did, once it passed through her lips, it became so disreputable? He merely intended to provoke her, to embarrass her for her insolence, yet it had transformed into her bearing the brunt of the blame. He was not the sort to cast others as scapegoats. Moreover, did Mu Yunza truly require someone else to take the fall? He had not instigated her, yet he found himself subtly insulted by her final remark, which insinuated his foolishness. Upon leaving the company, Mu Yunza spotted Yun Qingha standing by the roadside. Confused, he wondered why she lingered outside so late instead of driving home. She was engrossed in her phone, venting about her bizarre superior, Mu Yunza, oblivious to the scrutiny of his gaze, until she fortuitously looked up and met his inquisitive eyes. For reasons unknown, Yun Qingha felt as though her inner thoughts were laid bare, causing her to feel somewhat guilty. In contrast, Mu Yunza, feeling as if he had been caught in a clandestine act, quickly turned away and sped off, watching the source of her midnight inconvenience vanish. Yun Qingha muttered under her breath, "What a pretender!" If Mu Yunza had heard her, he would likely have been left speechless by her audacity. She was only trying to evade him. How could that be construed as pretense? Yun Qingha arranged to meet her friends for a shopping spree the following afternoon, intending to vent her frustrations. As the phone conversations had proven insufficient, it was imperative to voice her grievances about such an eccentric boss. Otherwise, the pent-up frustration would be unbearable. Early the next morning, her phone rang, and she felt a surge of irritation. Reaching for her device without glancing at the screen, she answered groggily, her voice laced with a hint of sultriness. "Hello." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Mu Yunza felt a wave of discomfort. What trick was she playing now? He frowned and replied tersely, "Secretary Yun." The familiar tone felt like a bucket of cold water splashed across Yun Qingha's face, instantly rousing her from her lethargy. She sat upright, distancing the phone from her ear and clearing her throat. "Mr. Mu. What is it? Please take my shirts and suits to the dry cleaners." She had anticipated a more significant matter. Glancing at the time, just past 7, she began to suspect Mu Yunza was deliberately inconveniencing her. "Mr. Mu, the dry cleaners are not yet open. I will call them later to arrange for a pickup. I need to leave shortly, so you must come now." Grinding her teeth, Yun Qingha maintained her composure and replied, "Understood." After hanging up, she flopped back on her bed, lamenting the disruption of her weekend bliss. Arriving at Mu Yunza's residence, she was met with his garments thrust in her face as soon as the door opened. Why was he holding the clothes so high? Did he think he was superior because of his height? Taking the clothes, she turned to leave. "Wait a moment, Secretary Yun. What is it, Mr. Mu? Is there something else?" Noticing her mild annoyance, Mu Yunza felt a strange satisfaction at her expression. "After delivering the clothes, please tidy up my home." Yun Qingha looked at him in disbelief. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I will contact a cleaning service shortly. I dislike having strangers in my home. Thus, I must trouble you to assist me with the cleaning." Mu Yunza's penchant for demanding favors was exhausting. She wondered if he was intentionally seeking revenge for her earlier retorts. Regardless of his intentions, she was decidedly unwilling. "Apologies, Mr. Mu, but cleaning your home is outside my job description." "Is it?" "Secretary Yun, I recall you stating on your first day that you are my dedicated secretary, available 24 hours a day, responsible for both my work and personal affairs. Have you forgotten?" "Yes, I did say that. However, while I can assist with personal matters, it does not mean I will perform every task for you. Like delivering the clothes to the dry cleaners does not entail me personally washing them. Furthermore, I am compensated as a secretary, not as a housekeeper." Mu Yunza smirked slightly. "Oh, is that so? Indeed. Then how much does a cleaning service charge for my home?" Yun Qingha calculated, estimating at least 800 yuan. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunza promptly began to operate his phone. "The cleaning fee has been transferred to you." Yunqing truly wished she could slap herself with a brick. Why did she have to utter that extra sentence earlier? Look, she had fallen into Mu Yunza's trap. Upon seeing the 2,000 yuan transfer on her WeChat interface, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Mu Yunza was rather generous. However, she would never stoop to accepting such a paltry sum. Raising her head and straightening her back, Yunqing resolved not to accept the money, nor would she assist this peculiar superior in cleaning. Just as she was about to voice her refusal, Mu Yunza suddenly leaned in, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to confirm the payment. Make sure to clean thoroughly. I am offering you more than double the price. Notify me upon completion for inspection. And should it fail to meet my standards, you will have to redo the cleaning. With that, he left her no opportunity to respond, simply departing as she watched Mu Yunza's retreating figure, just as the elevator doors closed. Yunqing called out, I won't do it. Yet Mu Yunza had already descended. Staring at the 2,000 yuan on her phone, she contemplated refunding it but hesitated. After all, why not earn this money? Resolutely, she decided to get started, knowing it wouldn't interfere with her afternoon plans of shopping with her best friend. After laboring for half an hour, Yunqing began to regret her decision. Why had she bent over backward for a mere 2,000 yuan? She placed the broom down, straightened her posture, and supported her aching back with both hands, stretching her weary muscles. Gazing at the vast expanse of the house, she realized how careless she had been. Initially, she had only seen the money and forgotten that such a large space was solely her responsibility to clean. To be honest, she had rarely cleaned in her life. Her own home was typically managed by professional cleaners. And she had never lifted a finger as a child. Today, for the sake of 2,000 yuan, she was scrubbing for this morally questionable boss, Mu Yunza, and began to question her own sanity. It was undeniable that Mu Yunza was quite the dramatic character, claiming he disliked strangers in his home. Then he should clean it himself. The more she thought about it, the more it felt as though she had fallen into a trap meticulously designed by Mu Yunza, who was simply trying to make life difficult for her. That a trap it was. But who could blame her for her love of money? Reluctantly, she sighed heavily and plunged back into her work. Had she known one day she would be cleaning this house, she would have invested in some intelligent cleaning tools. But didn't the company have some? Yunqing felt a surge of excitement and immediately drove to the office. Upon arrival, she realized it was the weekend. To acquire those tools, she would need the approval of the warehouse manager. The junior staff member on duty informed her, Secretary Yun, President Mu, is in the office. If you ask him for a signature, I can get them for you. It turned out Mu Yunza had come to the office early to work overtime. Asking him for a signature, she decided against it. He surely wouldn't grant her one. Having her clean was already a form of harassment, so why would he assist her? No need, I'm not in a hurry with that. Yunqing left in disappointment. What she had initially thought would be a simple task to complete before noon turned into a struggle, and by nearly 3 in the afternoon, she finally finished. Fortunately, she had contacted her friend in advance to cancel their shopping plans and reschedule for dinner. It wasn't foresight. She knew that after cleaning, she would have no energy left for shopping. After resting on the sofa for a while, she recorded a video to send to Mu Yunza for inspection. As Mu Yunza watched the video, he glanced at the time but did not open it. Instead, he replied with a message. When you leave, take the blanket from the sofa and throw it out. Confused by his message, Yunqing quickly typed back, this blanket is new. Why throw it away? It's dirty since you've used it. Reading Mu Yunza's reply, Yunqing felt like a pufferfish, her chest swelling with indignation. After all that, it turned out Mu Yunza had been waiting for her to respond. How annoying! She scoffed at the absurdity. President Mu, if you're so concerned, I assume you won't be residing in this house any longer. After all, I have slept on the sofa, and I've walked on the floor. During my cleaning, I touched and wiped down all the furniture. The entire house is now tainted. How could you possibly stay here? If I say to throw it, then throw it. That no need for so much chatter. Unexpectedly, Yunqing found herself smiling at Mu Yunza's message, her anger dissipating. Very well, President Mu, that if you wish to dispose of the flooring and furniture as well, I can arrange for workers to come over at any time. All right. Holding the blanket in her hands, Yunqing truly hesitated to part with it. She had personally selected it, and it was not only of excellent quality, but also quite aesthetically pleasing. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to keep it and placed it in her CARS. The time for their dinner date approached. Her friend Li Mingyao texted to say she couldn't make it due to a date with her boyfriend. Fortunately, her friend Shuya was still able to join her. Yunqing understood that Shuya's presence was only possible because her husband was away on a business trip. Otherwise, she likely wouldn't have been able to arrange anything at all. With age, Yunqing noticed that friends and colleagues around her were getting married, having children, or entering relationships, making it increasingly difficult to find someone to spend time with. That if this continued, she feared she might never be able to arrange a gathering again. Seeing Yunqing dressed in formal attire, Shuya looked puzzled. Xiaohe, why are you so formally dressed on the weekend? It's because of my new boss. I have no idea what his issue is. But he had me run to his place early this morning to pick up clothes for dry cleaning. Why didn't you change before going home? I didn't even go home. Yunqing sighed and recounted her day spent cleaning. Your new boss sounds quite problematic, that if everyone were like him, domestic workers would be out of jobs. Yunqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, not only is he troublesome, but his moral compass is also skewed. Shuya's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she leaned in. How is his moral compass skewed? Do tell. You have no idea how detestable he is that I kindly took care of him when he was completely drunk. Yet he suspected my intentions, thinking I was trying to curry favor to gain a promotion, and even considered firing me. So you were dismissed. Yunqing beamed with pride that I fired him instead and gave him a piece of my mind. Well done, you truly are my best friend, Shuya exclaimed, before lamenting, what is wrong with people these days? Do they all have a screw loose? Just because they have a bit of power, they think they're untouchable. With your qualifications, if you wanted a promotion, it wouldn't even involve him. Shuya felt immensely offended on behalf of her dear friend. She knew Yunqing all too well, and such slander was intolerable. You're absolutely right. He definitely has a screw loose. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so conceited. Some men are just like that, ridiculously self-assured, with no idea who has given them the audacity. Remembering Mu Yun's face, his physique, and his tailored suit, Yunqing felt that perhaps Mu Yun's confidence was not misplaced. Shuya, I think I understand why he perceives me that way. Why is that? To be honest, he is indeed quite handsome. Perhaps he has encountered many women who have shown him affection, so he assumes I am just like them. Shuya's excitement peaked. How handsome is he? Describe him to me. Yunqing pondered seriously for a moment, feeling a bit at a loss. Well, I can't quite put it into words that he has very defined features, and his facial contours are exceptionally attractive. He might fit the mold of what people call a model face. He really is quite good-looking, that he is also exceptionally tall, towering over me by at least a head. The more Shuya listened, the more animated she became. Do you like him? Yunqing burst into laughter at Shuya's question. How could that be? He is my boss. I would never harbor any inappropriate thoughts about my superior. Really? Facing Shuya's knowing look, Yunqing maintained her composure. Of course, besides, he is 5 years younger than me. You all know I don't like younger men, especially not by such a significant margin. Oh, what if he is younger? Isn't it all the rage now to have relationships with younger partners? Shuya raised an eyebrow at Yunqing. You have no idea how wonderful younger men can be, sweet, considerate, and full of energy. I've missed my chance, so you must seize the opportunity. Yunqing furrowed her brow, feeling resistant. But I really can't. I can hardly accept someone younger by even a year, let alone 5. Just thinking about how I was in middle school while he might have been in elementary school makes it impossible for me to get over that hurdle. Don't limit yourself. If you meet the right person, what does age matter? As long as you both share an emotional connection, that is what truly counts. Moreover, once you have experienced it, you will understand just how enticing younger brothers can be. Yunqing had glanced around, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. Have you experienced it? I wish I could, but alas, I have not had the opportunity, she lamented. Sigh, I truly regret marrying so early. Observing Shuya's expression of regret, Yunqing stifled a smile. Please don't mock me. Hurry and find a boyfriend. Life is meant to be enjoyed, and you have yet to experience that joy. Shuya's words detonated like a bomb, leaving Yunqing feeling both flustered and intrigued. Shuya, when is your husband returning from his business trip? Yunqing, unsure how to respond to her comment, deftly shifted the topic. Of course, this subject could extend indefinitely. Whenever her husband was mentioned, Shuya could talk at length. It seemed that every casual conversation inevitably circled back to the matter of finding a partner. Perhaps it was due to her status as an older single woman that such discussions arose. And whenever they did, Yunqing could only choose to change the subject. She felt as though the matchmaker had forgotten to draw her red thread. Despite her efforts in seeking a partner, she found herself at a standstill. She could not simply marry anyone for the sake of it. Now, She had resigned herself to her fate and was no longer inclined to pursue a relationship. Instead, she yearned to earn more while she was young, so that by the time she reached 40, she could achieve financial independence and take her parents on a world tour while they were still able to travel. Yet, despite this conviction, who could withstand the relentless pressure from her parents to marry? At times, Yunqingha felt torn. On one hand, she believed that her age made it difficult to find a suitable partner and she had no desire to marry, only to earn. Yet, on the other hand, she still found herself meeting with her parents or relatives who introduced potential suitors. Deep down, she still longed for love, still yearned for her destined soulmate to appear. She envied those who had companionship, who experienced love, and those who moved through life in pairs. Sometimes, she cherished the solitude, yet at other times, she loathed the feeling of loneliness. She wished for someone to share her joys with, someone to embrace her during her sorrows. Even though each meeting with a suitor left her disappointed, she continued to approach each new encounter with hope. At times, she found herself laughing at her own absurdity. Why burden herself? A life lived alone does not equate to a lack of brilliance, nor does it signify failure. Perhaps a solitary existence could be lived with greater freedom and abandon. Humans are inherently contradictory, as evidenced by her current situation, sitting as she was in the restaurant where she had arranged to meet her suitor, that on the second floor of the restaurant sat two men. Xiaozhe, I apologize for not managing the company effectively, which has delayed your IPO plans and wasted your goodwill. Observing the guilt etched across Gao Zinfus's face, Mu Yunzi comforted him. Uncle Gao, you need not feel guilty. After all, this field is unfamiliar to you. The achievements of Yunke thus far are commendable. Thank you, Xiaozhe. In truth, I merely lent a hand back then. I feel undeserving of all you have given. As memories of the past resurfaced, a flicker of sadness crossed Mu Yunzi's eyes. Uncle Gao, let us refrain from discussing such matters, shall we? Recognizing that Mu Yunzi was still reluctant to revisit the past, Gao Zinfus tactfully shifted the conversation. In terms of work, I have little to offer you. Over the years, the wisest decision I made was to nurture Secretary Yun. She is the only asset I believe will be of assistance to you in your future endeavors. Mu Yunzi merely nodded, not pursuing Gao Zinfus's comment that it was undeniable that Yunqingha possessed some capabilities, but she could not become his right-hand woman. To spare Gao Zinfus's feelings, Mu Yunzi refrained from revealing that he had already dismissed Yunqingha. To be honest, he still had not discerned whether Yunqingha had ulterior motives, but he was certain she was sharp-tongued, and he had been left speechless by her on several occasions that if he could substantiate his suspicions about her intentions, he would relish the moment she found herself at a loss for words. Mu Yunzi unconsciously glanced downstairs, and he thought he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. However, he was uncertain, as the attire did not resemble that of the sharp-tongued woman he knew. He had only seen her in professional suits, exuding an air of competence. Gao Zinfus noticed Mu Yunzi's intense gaze, fixed on a particular spot, seemingly oblivious to his words. Following Mu Yunzi's line of sight, he exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, isn't that Xiaohe?" Hearing Gao Zinfus mention Xiaohe, Mu Yunzi looked at him in confusion. Who is Xiaohe? That would be Secretary Yun. Oh, it was indeed her. Mu Yunzi's gaze shifted to the man sitting across from her. Was he her husband, or perhaps a boyfriend? Gao Zinfus, wearing a benevolent expression, remarked, "It has been quite a while since I last saw Xiaohe." As Yunqingha approached the cashier, Gao Zinfus suggested, "Xiaozhe, let us go as well. I would like to have a word with Xiaohe." "All right, Xiaohe." Upon hearing her name called, Yunqingha turned her head and was greeted by the sight of Gao Zinfus standing before her. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Mr. Gao." "Ah, Xiaohe, it has been ages since I last saw you." Gao Zinfus greeted her with a warm smile. Chapter 18. Disoriented at that moment, Mu Yunzi finally made out the features of the man standing beside Yunqingha and could not help but think that her taste was rather questionable. A smirk of disdain played at the corners of his lips as he regarded Yunqingha, finding it hard to believe that this was the same woman he had encountered at work. In the office, she always donned a uniform of tailored suits, her hair pulled back in a low ponytail, with a makeup style that was refreshingly minimal. Today, however, her makeup was far more elaborate than during work hours. She was even wearing a dress, a stark contrast to her usual trousers. The light blue fitted square-neck gown accentuated her figure beautifully, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, her fair and slender neck, and her waist, delicately grasped in one hand, highlighting her perfect curves. Unlike the competent persona she projected at work, she now resembled a serene moon in the night sky, exuding a tranquil and gentle aura. This was hardly the sharp-tongued woman who had left him speechless at this moment. Mu Yunzi felt a sense of disorientation, as if, no matter where he looked, all he could see was Yun Qinghe, rendering the surrounding individuals and objects entirely indistinct. Suddenly, the man standing beside Yun Qinghe spoke. "Xiao He, since you have a familiar face here, I shall take my leave. Let us keep in touch." Yun Qinghe felt somewhat awkward. "I am sorry." From the looks of it, the man did not seem to be her boyfriend or husband, yet his address towards her was quite intimate as she watched her suitor depart and turned around. She was startled to find Mu Yunzi standing there. "Mr. Mu, what brings you here?" Gao Zinfis chuckled. "Xiao Zhe came with me. You must have not noticed. The mystery that had been troubling Yun Qinghe was finally unraveled." It turned out that Mu Yunzi's backing was none other than her former superior, which explained why he had taken over Yunke at such a young age. Gao Zinfis suggested they move to a nearby tea house to chat, to which both Mu Yunzi and Yun Qinghe obediently acquiesced. "Xiao He, who was that gentleman just now?" Yun Qinghe regretted having ventured out today. Who would have thought that an outing for a blind date would lead to encountering acquaintances? The fact that she had run into her former superior was one thing, but to also encounter this bothersome new superior was quite another. She offered a sheepish smile. "He is just a friend of mine." Gao Zinfis saw through it all. "I don't think so. He seems to be a blind date, doesn't he, Mr. Gao? You truly can't hide anything from you that a blind date is not something to be ashamed of." You needn't feel embarrassed. Yun Qinghe wished to retort, "Mr. Gao, if you already know I'm embarrassed, why bring it up?" Nonetheless, she could only manage an awkward smile. "And no wonder you have yet to find a suitable match. It seems the issue lies here. The matchmaker has truly paired you with the wrong person. That man earlier was hardly worthy of you." "What nonsense, Mr. Gao. How have you been lately?" If she did not change the subject soon, Yun Qinghe felt she might just want to dig a hole and hide in it. Mu Yunzi remained expressionless as he sipped his tea, silently observing Yun Qinghe's embarrassment. "That I am no longer your superior. So you need not address me as Mr. Gao anymore. You may call me Uncle Gao, just as Xiao Zhe does." Yun Qinghe stole a glance at Mu Yunzi, who seemed to be earnestly savoring his tea, seemingly unaware of their conversation. Nevertheless, since she had resigned, it would not matter if she addressed him as Mr. Gao or Uncle Gao as you wish. "Uncle Gao." "Yes, that's the spirit. Xiao He, do make sure to assist Xiao Zhe in his work. I have high hopes for both of you. I am confident you will elevate Yunke to greater heights." It appeared that her former superior remained oblivious to her resignation. Yun Qinghe cast another glance at Mu Yunzi, suspecting he had not informed Gao Zinfis of her departure. "Understood, Mr. Gao. How is it that you've forgotten so quickly?" "Very well, Uncle Gao." Gao Xinfu glanced at his wristwatch, noticing the late hour. "Xiao He, how did you arrive here?" "I took a taxi. Then let Xiao Zhe drive you home." Yun Qinghe immediately shook her head, gesturing in refusal. No, please don't trouble Mr. Mu. Uncle Gao, that I can easily take a taxi back." She had no desire to ride in Mu Yunzi's car. And surely he would be equally reluctant to have her as a passenger. He must detest her. Given that he hadn't uttered a word from the restaurant until now, he probably wished for her to vanish from his world entirely. She hoped he would soon find a suitable secretary, as she had no wish to encounter such an eccentric boss again. "That it's no trouble." Yun Qinghe thought she must have misheard as she turned to look at Mu Yunzi, who was also gazing at her with an air of superiority. His profound eyes resembled an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to discern whether his words were sincere or feigned. "Very well, Xiao He. Let Xiao Zhe drive you home." Yun Qinghe remained non-committal as the group exited the tea house. She turned to leave without hesitation after watching Gao Xinfu depart. "Secretary Yun," a cold voice called out from behind. Yun Qinghe paused, slowly turning around. "Mr. Mu, I can manage a taxi back. Really, it's no trouble for you. What is it that I am not allowed to drive you home?" Mu Yunzi's sudden remark puzzled her. She was taken aback. Recognizing it as something she had said to him before, it dawned on her that she had once told him he was unworthy of being her superior. Yun Qinghe silently mused that she hadn't been wrong. He truly was unworthy. She feigned ignorance, replying, Mr. Mu, what are you saying?" "I don't understand." "Let us go with that." Mu Yunzi turned and walked away. Yun Qinghe stood there, hesitating for a long moment, perplexed by what Mu Yunzi truly meant. When she saw him glance back at her, she reluctantly quickened her pace to catch up. She couldn't grasp Mu Yunzi's intentions. She was sure he wouldn't kindly escort her home. Surely, he didn't plan to take her to some secluded spot to give her a beating, especially after she had berated him so mercilessly. Upon seeing Mu Yunza swiftly enter his car, Yunqing sighed softly, as if heading to her execution, extending her hand to open the passenger door. Only to find it wouldn't budge. Confused, she looked up to see the passenger window slowly descending. Yunqing, you're still not worthy to sit in my car. She quickly withdrew her hand, muttering under her breath that she couldn't care less about riding in his car. Mu Yunza pressed the accelerator and sped away. Watching the car disappear, she wondered if he had heard her words clearly. Yunqing felt she must have committed some grave sin in a past life. How else could she have ended up with a boss like Mu Yunza? She certainly didn't covet a ride in his seat, or did it was he who insisted on putting on a gentlemanly facade in front of others. Wanting to drive her home, only to seize the chance to take revenge on her. Yunqing found Mu Yunza's behavior rather childish. Chapter 19. Conflict. As Mu Yunza glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Yunqing's figure dwindling in the distance. He realized his previous actions appeared quite uncouth. He had left a woman stranded by the roadside late at night, without a second thought. He couldn't fathom why he had inexplicably agreed to drive Yunqing home in front of Gao Xinfu. Since he had made the promise, he felt obligated to fulfill it. However, when he saw Yunqing reach for the passenger door, he instinctively locked it. He still harbored a pronounced aversion to women. When he noticed the confusion in Yunqing's eyes as she looked at him, he floundered for words. But reflecting on his statement to her, he didn't think it was out of line. After all, she had insulted him rather harshly. Nonetheless, considering Yunqing's behavior, Mu Yunza felt abandoning her was the wisest choice, sparing himself from whatever twisted thoughts she might conjure. The key issue was that she was sharp-tongued. Even if he saw through her, she would still deny it, and he wouldn't be able to out-argue her. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Mu Yunza's first order of business was to inquire with Du Han about the number of resumes received and how many candidates met the requirements. He instructed that suitable candidates should be notified to come for interviews that afternoon, and he would personally conduct the interviews, bypassing the first round by the HR department. That Du Han exited the general manager's office and headed straight to Yunqing's office. Leaning in closer, she lowered her voice. Sister Yun, what exactly happened between you and Mr. Mu? Why is he in such a rush to hire a male secretary? He just came to the company and is already urging me to arrange interviews for this afternoon. Yunqing, focused on her computer and busy with her tasks, replied casually, it's simply that he finds me displeasing, and I feel the same about him. That it's as straightforward as that. Du Han scrutinized Yunqing intently. You two are both quite attractive. How could you not get along? Is it possible that your zodiac signs are incompatible? Perhaps. Seeing Du Han still pondering the matter, Yunqing urged, aren't you busy? I am. I'm nearly overwhelmed that I still haven't finished interviewing the employees who were laid off, and now we need to hire more people, plus it's the end of the month with evaluations to conduct. Yunqing smiled and encouraged, then you should get back to work instead of lingering here contemplating that. I'm pondering your and Mr. Mu's zodiac signs, but I thought they shouldn't be incompatible. Zodiac signs aren't definitive. If they were, wouldn't humanity be reduced to just 12 personality types? That's true. Now go on and get busy. While notifying the various department heads about the meeting time, Yunqing had discovered that Zhao Yang, the head of the marketing department, was absent. She couldn't reach him by phone or WeChat. Upon verification, he wasn't on a business trip nor had he taken leave. Yunqing requested HR to find Zhao Yang's emergency contact number and managed to reach his wife. To her surprise, his wife was unaware that Zhao Yang was missing, that he had left home yesterday afternoon and hadn't returned that night. She assumed he was on a business trip. Yunqing found it perplexing that as a couple, they seemed indifferent to each other's whereabouts. Considering Zhao Yang's character, she was uncertain whether his wife's behavior was reasonable. Regarding Zhao Yang's current disappearance, her wife's reaction was exceedingly apathetic, which she found incomprehensible. Of course, without knowing the full truth, she couldn't comment further. Yunqing advised Zhao Yang's wife to report to the police, but the woman insisted it wasn't necessary, stating that Zhao Yang was an adult and would be fine. Yunqing relayed the situation to Mu Yunza, who immediately instructed her to file a police report. The meeting was postponed, time to be determined. After all, this meeting was not only to reappoint the heads of various departments, but also to discuss product development and upgrades. And more importantly, to broaden business channels and increase market share. That Mu Yunza hoped all key personnel would attend to resolve these issues in one meeting, thus avoiding frequent meetings that wasted time. Following the interviews, Mu Yunza was dissatisfied. Among the candidates, some were merely superficial talkers, Others were cunning veterans, and yet others lacked both expressive and cognitive abilities. While their resumes might have had some relevance, they didn't correlate well with their actual capabilities. In short, none met his standards. How did you screen these candidates? Duhan felt unjustly accused as Mu Yunza tossed the resumes her way. It was common for resumes to diverge from reality. Many individuals embellish their resumes, as an impressive one is often the first step to gaining entry. Mr. Mu, perhaps we should let HR conduct the first round of interviews, and then you can proceed with the second round. This way, we can filter out those whose qualifications don't match their resumes, saving your time. Very well, let's proceed with that arrangement. Yun Xinghe had considered numerous possibilities, but had not anticipated that Zhao Yang's disappearance would stem from such an issue. She wondered whether his wife was aware or not. However, Yun Xinghe felt it was necessary to inform Mu Yunza of this matter first. Mr. Mu, the police station just called me back. Zhao Yang hasn't gone missing. He has been administratively detained for soliciting prostitution. After speaking, Yun Xinghe observed Mu Yunza, curious about his reaction. Asked the general manager, would he remain indifferent when faced with a male employee harassing a female colleague? Would he also be unmoved by the news of a male employee being detained for solicitation? To her surprise, Mu Yunza displayed no reaction, merely asking, for how many days? 15 days. I will personally oversee the subsequent matters in the marketing department. Have the team report directly to me. Understood, Mr. Mu. Regarding Mu Yunza's reaction, Yun Xinghe felt she should have anticipated such behavior from a person with such distorted values. What kind of normal response could one expect? Seeing Yun Xinghe still standing in his office, showing no intention of leaving, Mu Yunza felt a twinge of irritation. After all, among the candidates interviewed this afternoon, none were suitable. He pondered when he would find an appropriate replacement, especially since he had assured her he would swiftly recruit someone to take over her duties. That moment, he wished to avoid seeing this woman, so he coldly inquired, is there anything else? No. With that, Yun Xinghe turned to leave, but Mu Yunza's voice echoed behind her. This matter need not be conveyed to his family. He did not expect such an incident to occur. Rather than promptly dismissing Zhao Yang, he seemed inclined to shield him, fearing the repercussions from Zhao Yang's wife. Truly, it is a world where crows are all black. Yun Xinghe scoffed at his behavior, offering no response as she closed the door behind her. Mu Yunza distinctly heard the sound of her derisive laughter just before the door shut. He found it perplexing. Was he wrong in his assessment? Did Yun Xinghe wish to involve herself in such sordid affairs? Chapter 20. Feeling guilty, it appeared that his earlier comments had made an impact. During the subsequent meeting, Mu Yunza no longer deliberately made things difficult for her. At the outset of the meeting, he decisively finalized the personnel appointment list, leaving no room for doubt. What followed was a brainstorming session that extended from the afternoon well into the night, yet the attendees remained invigorated and eager. It must be said, Mu Yunza, being a young man, approached meetings in a manner strikingly different from Gao's emphasis. Yun Xinghe began to develop a certain admiration for this young superior. When he worked, he did not resemble a man in his 20s, nor did he exhibit the childish antics she had come to expect. Instead, he exuded the composure of a seasoned individual, displaying both courage and decisiveness. On his very first day at the company, he unhesitatingly executed layoffs to eliminate unnecessary expenses. And now, in pursuit of increased sales, brand recognition, and market share, he was equally unflinching in his financial commitments. He proposed that all agents representing Yunka's comprehensive IoT smart home systems would receive complimentary renovations for their experienced stores, along with free training provided on-site. Furthermore, any agent who signed a contract with Yunka within the year would have their experienced store's rent covered by the company for half a year. To enhance employee motivation and enthusiasm, Mu Yunza also introduced corresponding incentive policies. Employees making notable contributions would receive substantial cash rewards, while those offering reasonable suggestions that were discussed and implemented would be awarded between 5,000 to 200,000 in cash. Yun Xinghe reflected on how, when Mu Yunza had first joined the company, he had invited her to share suggestions, and now she realized how misplaced her earlier confidence had been that he appeared remarkably knowledgeable about the industry, brimming with ideas, but crucially, he possessed both bravery and strategy. His proposals electrified the attendees, leaving them invigorated, much like a surge of adrenaline. Yun Xinghe felt her own blood coursing with excitement. This was the kind of company that thrived with vitality. Regrettably, Such an exceptional individual harbored problematic values. As the meeting concluded, the manager of the finished goods warehouse approached Yun Qinghe. Secretary Yun, the assistant mentioned you should come to the office on Saturday to collect a set of smart cleaning products. It's too late today. I'll get it to you tomorrow. That's no longer necessary. Thank you. Just as she turned away, she noticed Mu Yunze gazing at her, making her feel as if she had been caught in an unsavory act. Yun Qinghe's eyes flickered nervously. Secretary Yun. Could it be that Mu Yunze would seize this trivial matter to find fault? Mu Zong, is there something you need? Come to my office. Oh dear, her suspicion was confirmed. Standing in the general manager's office, Yun Qinghe braced herself for an impending confrontation. Notify the entire marketing department to convene at 9 in the conference room tomorrow morning to promptly implement the work arrangements discussed today. Understood, Mu Zong. Additionally, follow up with Beihai Real Estate and report the specifics back to me. Understood, Mu Zong. Observing Yun Qinghe still poised as if awaiting further instructions, Mu Yunze reminded her, you are free to leave for the day. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Mu Yunze was merely assigning tasks for the next day without reprimanding her. Had this man suddenly undergone a transformation? At that moment, Yun Qinghe realized that Mu Yunze's assumption of the marketing department's responsibilities indirectly resulted in an increased workload for her. Fortunately, she only needed to endure for another 2 or 3 weeks before she could leave. Otherwise, with this burden, she would have to demand a salary increase at Mu Zong. There has been no progress with Beihai Real Estate. Thus far, Zhao Yang has not provided a proposal or quotation. Yun Qinghe's words surprised Mu Yunze. How had Zhao Yang managed to develop clients without even drafting a proposal after 6 months? What had he been doing while supposedly following up with clients? You must follow up immediately and arrange for a proposal and quotation without delay. Mu Zong. I have already contacted Beihai and arranged for someone to provide a proposal and quotation this week. Mu Yunze nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Once the proposal and quotation are ready, present them to me for review. Also, arrange a meeting with General Chen for next week. Understood, Mu Zong. Yun Qinghe perused her schedule and continued. Mu Zong, we will be exhibiting at the International Smart Home Exhibition in Shenzhen from Thursday to Sunday next week, and we have secured a large exhibition booth. Staff from the marketing, RD, and design departments are scheduled to attend. Will you be joining us? Yes. Please book a flight for me on Thursday morning. Understood, Mu Zong. Recently, Yun Qinghe observed Mu Yunze busily managing the company. One could easily mistake it for his own venture. For reasons unknown, she found herself silently applauding him as the week drew to a close. Mu Yunze had yet to find a suitable candidate. He felt an uncontrollable sense of guilt whenever he encountered Yun Qinghe. After all, he had confidently assured her that he would arrange for someone to take over her responsibilities, that he hoped he would not end up with egg on his face. Fortunately, there were still over 2 weeks left. Surely he would find a replacement by then. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The more he wished to avoid her, the more frequently she appeared. Mu Zong, Yu Jingchen at the front desk claims to be your friend and wishes to see you. Mu Yunze inwardly grumbled about how he found his way here. In the future, please confirm such matters over the phone. There's no need for him to come in person. Let him in. Yun Qinghe found his attitude rather absurd. As if she were eager to visit his office. Mu Zong, I specifically came to deliver Beihai's proposal and quotation that I know I could have called to confirm. With that, Yun Qinghe placed the documents before Mu Yunze and turned to leave. This Yun Qinghe truly took advantage of her impending departure to confront him, behaving as if she were no longer an employee. When had she ever suffered such indignities? Chapter 21. Misfortune moments later. Yun Qinghe returned with Yu Jingchen, pouring him a cup of tea before preparing to leave again. Secretary Yun, please arrange a meeting with General Chen for next Wednesday. Understood, Mu Zong. Watching Yun Qinghe close the door behind her, Yu Jingchen leaned closer to Mu Yunze. Brother Zhe, is your secretary single? Mu Yunze deflected the question. How did you find your way here? Only his uncle was aware of his return to the country. No one else knew. First answer me, is she single? I don't know. Mu Yunze was reluctant to discuss Yun Qinghe. She had become a source of annoyance for him. Then ask her. Seeing Mu Yunze's sullen expression, Yu Jingchen protested. What's wrong with you? You look like someone owes you billions. Who offended you? Mu Yunze remained silent. He had no desire to confide in his good friend about his troubles with his secretary. What? Are you unhappy to see your brother? Should I leave? With that, Yu Jingchen feigned to depart. Who told you I was here? Upon hearing Mu Yunze finally speak, Yu Jingchen felt slightly wronged. Brother Zay, after so many years of friendship, you should have at least let me know you were back in the country. If I hadn't run into your cousin yesterday, I wouldn't have known you were here. Look at me. I immediately dropped everything to come see you. That it turned out that his uncle's mouth was not as discreet as he had thought. That I a long-time friend. Mu Yunzo acknowledged his shortcomings, that I simply lost track of time and forgot. His explanation sounded weak and unconvincing. Never mind, no need to explain. I want to hold it against you that if you truly feel guilt within your heart, then why not inquire with your secretary about her relationship status? To my surprise, Mu Yunzi simply shook his head, declaring that he felt no guilt whatsoever. Very well, I shall accept that my sincere affections have been misplaced. Yet she truly embodies my ideal type. I beseech you. Brother, it would be a trifling matter for you. You seem to have quite the array of preferences. Could you not elevate your standards? Surely not, Zego. I have serious doubts regarding your taste. Why you Jingchen ponder for a moment before continuing. No, your taste is not the issue. The problem lies in your apparent aversion to women. Back in school, you despised girls, yet they were enamored with you. I have envied you since childhood, receiving love letters daily, and finding your desk filled with treats from girls. Yet you had the audacity to scold them, leaving them in tears upon finishing. You Jingchen appeared to have made a startling discovery. You can't possibly have an affection for men. Can you? I must distance myself from you. As he spoke, Yu Jingchen dramatically wrapped his arms around himself, casting a wary glance at Mu Yunzi, as if fearing an imminent advance. Mu Yunzi, with a face full of exasperation, replied, just because I don't like women, must I then have an inclination for men? What else could I be drawn to? Do you suggest I have some peculiar penchant for animals or plants? The absurdity of the conversation escalated. Is it not permissible for me to simply love myself? Mu Yunzi had long acknowledged his emotional incapacity, that he felt a strong aversion towards women, yet found himself devoid of any particular feelings towards men as well. Since when had this become his reality? He was uncertain. Yu Jingchen looked at Mu Yunzi with a hint of pity. Zego, do you truly feel nothing towards beautiful women? You must realize girls are delightful, soft, and incredibly charming. They are undeniably the most endearing beings in this world. What do you think? Observing the icy demeanor of Mu Yunzi, Yu Jingchen retracted his sympathy. Times, I genuinely wish to confront you on behalf of those girls you have scorned. They are so delightful. How could you be so cruel to them? Are they truly charming? Mu Yunzi felt no such sentiment. He perceived them as cunning and insincere, adept at masquerading their true selves. They merely possess an attractive exterior, while their insides are tainted with darkness. Zego, I see that your secretary. Mu Yunzi glanced in the direction Yu Jingchen indicated, and indeed it was her. Upon looking across the table, he observed a balding man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Has she found herself a wealthy suitor? With such an appearance, how could Yun Qinghe lower herself to such a standard? She must have quite the appetite. He recalled that she had been on a blind date the previous week, and remembered the man had called her Xiao He, expressing a desire to stay in touch, suggesting their conversation had gone well. Why was she dining with another man? Was she perhaps fishing for options? Who was this man opposite her? Was it her father? Uncertain, he stated, let us go say hello. No way, Yu Jingchen persisted. Come on, that's your employee. What are you afraid of? Mu Yunzi did not respond, yet his movements indicated his decision that he intended to ascertain whether he had misjudged Yun Qinghe. If not, he would expose her unrefined behavior on the spot. Suddenly, two individuals stood by the table, and upon raising her head, Yun Qinghe doubted her own eyesight. Why is he everywhere? It feels as though he is haunting me. As the balding man glanced her way, Yu Jingchen courteously introduced himself. Uncle, greetings, that I am Yu Jingchen. He then gestured to Mu Yunzi, saying, this gentleman is your daughter's employer. Mu Yunzi, so we happened to pass by, and wanted to greet you. Noticing Mu Yunzi standing silently, he encouraged Zego, say hello. Yun Qinghe pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh as she clarified, He is not my father. However, before she could finish her sentence, laughter escaped her, prompting her to quickly turn her head away. You are both outrageous. The blind date felt utterly humiliated and rose in indignation. Yu Jingchen, perplexed, wondered why he had left in a huff. That he took a seat opposite Yun Qinghe, as if he were familiar with her. Observing Mu Yunzi's unmoving form, he effortlessly pulled him down into a seat. Seeing this, Yun Qinghe felt a sense of foreboding. She was hardly acquainted with Yu Jingchen. Why had he taken such liberties? As for Mu Yunzi, She was gravely concerned they had truly crossed paths again. Yun's secretary. Who was that man just now? Why did he storm off in a fit of rage? He is only in his 30s. And you called him uncle. Of course, he'd be upset that I asked that so. Why does he appear so aged? Nonetheless, he shouldn't have abandoned you like that. He must be a friend of yours, right? I suggest you distance yourself from such friends. Yun Qinghe shook her head, insisting, he is not my friend. Chapter 22. Mindfulness. May I be so bold as to inquire who it was? Yu Jingchen suddenly adopted a more formal tone, and Yunzi felt a wave of discomfort and shot him a sidelong glance. Yun Qinghe never anticipated that Yu Jingchen would be so familiar, nor so inclined to dig deeper into her affairs. She found herself awkwardly fidgeting, but maintained a facade of nonchalance that he was a blind date. This revelation sparked excitement within Yu Jingchen. As he could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips, he turned to Mu Yunzi, raising an eyebrow as if to convey that he saw an opportunity. Little did he know, Mu Yunzi had a knack for uttering the most infuriating remarks. Yun's secretary, you seem rather anxious. You rushed here for a blind date, without even changing your clothes, to why Yu Jingchen quickly interjected. Zhe Gu, you are mistaken. Yun's secretary is merely punctual. With a sigh, he expressed feigned sorrow. What a pity that this table of food has gone untouched. Yun's secretary, would you mind if we joined you? I suspect you won't be able to finish it all alone. How about I treat you to this meal? Yun Qinghe longed to respond, I don't mind you eating, but I mind him eating. She wished for the insufferable Mu Yunzi to depart immediately. His haughty, aloof demeanor truly dampened her spirits and appetite. Yet, what came out was, I don't mind at all that I truly can't finish it all. Let us order a few more dishes and I'll treat you. Consider it my gratitude for your earlier assistance, or else I would have been at a loss on how to conclude this blind date early. In that moment, Yun Qinghe felt a wave of insincerity wash over her. Why was she unable to voice her true feelings? Very well, I shall not be polite then, observing Yu Jingchen's infatuated demeanor around women. Mu Yunzi felt a mix of pity and frustration. Am I incapable of treating you? Must you insist on lingering here to eat? I can indeed treat you, Yu Jingchen retorted, it's better than letting it go to waste. He was utterly bewildered by Mu Yunzi's behavior today. At a critical moment, he failed to support his friend and even seemed determined to undermine him. Could it be that his disdain for women had intensified? You must understand that Yun's secretary is quite busy. She may very well have another blind date to attend, so do not waste her precious time. Why Yu Jingchen felt utterly exasperated with Mu Yunzi's antics. Yun's secretary, do you have any other engagements? Yun Qinghe yearned to leave immediately, wishing to escape Mu Yunzi's presence. Yet if she departed now, would that not validate Mu Yunzi's claims? No, see, Yun's secretary has no other engagements. You needn't speak without basis that I asked that so. I see Yun's secretary seems quite busy, with so many blind dates to arrange. You wouldn't want to neglect your numerous suitors, would you? I wonder how your last blind date went? Yun Qinghe felt she could endure no longer. It was time to speak her mind. Mu Zong, is there any merit to your snide remarks? Speak plainly. The atmosphere crackled with tension. What animosity lay between them? Regardless of their past, what mattered now was that Mu Yunzi refrained from driving away someone she fancied. Why Yu Jingchen quickly interjected, Yun's secretary, don't take offense. Just ignore him. He has always been like this. He then shot Mu Yunzi a knowing glance. Zhe Gu, you ought to temper your words. You might frighten the young lady. Mu Yunzi emitted a disdainful sound from his nostrils. Yun Qinghe, still calling her a girl? She's more like a mother tiger. How could she possibly be intimidated by her? It's a miracle if she doesn't bite. With her sharp tongue, he sighed, feeling it unnecessary to contend with someone like Mu Yunzi. Initially, she had thought he had changed, but it turned out he was still of the same disposition. It was unclear whether he was simply immature or perhaps a bit unhinged. Why should her dating affairs concern him? He seemed to relish blowing everything out of proportion over trivial matters. Yun Qinghe summoned the waiter to add several dishes to their order, noticing that Mu Yunzi had yet to pick up his chopsticks. She felt no obligation to care. If he didn't want to eat, it was all the more for her. To her surprise, she found that Yun Qinghe's audacity was indeed remarkable, as she was able to sit there and enjoy her meal. Not only did she eat, but she appeared to relish it, making the dishes seem exceptionally delectable, awakening the glutton within her. Seeing Mu Yunzi finally take up his chopsticks, Yun Qinghe silently mused, if you have the ability, then don't eat. Perhaps it was the company that made the meal taste better, for Mu Yunza ended up finishing 3 bowls of rice that evening, a stark contrast to his usual solitary meal of just 1 bowl. When Yunqinga called the waiter to settle the bill, she was informed that Mu Yunza had already taken care of it. She had intended to treat him, yet he had paid. Who needed him to do that? Nevertheless, she reluctantly expressed her gratitude. Why thank him? It was his responsibility to pay. He was her boss. After all, treating her to a meal didn't warrant thanks, especially after consuming so much. Who else would cover the bill? Mu Yunza felt that his brother Yu Jingchen was no longer trustworthy, believing he was the type to betray his friends for a woman. You talk too much. Let us go. Once outside the restaurant, Yu Jingchen inquired with concern, Secretary Yun, how did you get here? Shall we drive you home? Thank you, but I drove myself. As Yunqing had turned to leave, Yu Jingchen hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. Smiling innocently, Secretary Yun, may I have your number? Let us add each other as friends. Noticing Yunqing hesitating, Yu Jingchen quickly offered what he thought was an irresistible reason for her to agree. Please don't misunderstand. Sometimes I can't reach Zego, and I worry when he is alone here. Since you were his secretary and know his schedule well, it would be prudent to keep a contact number for emergencies. It was truly amusing. Mu Yunza would never have imagined he would one day find himself in such a situation. He was utterly perplexed by how Yu Jingchen could voice such a request. Yunqing smiled as she declined. Mr. Yu, I have already resigned. Once the new secretary arrives, you can leave your contact number with them. You've resigned. Yu Jingchen's eyes filled with melancholy as he glanced at Mu Yunza. Goodbye. I'll take my leave. Why Yu Jingchen waved farewell to Yunqing. Goodbye, Secretary Yun. Take care on your way home. Chapter 23. The fool watching Yunqing's figure fade into the distance. Yu Jingchen sighed and turned to Mu Yunza. Zego, are we really brothers? Mu Yunza was puzzled by Yu Jingchen's sudden inquiry. What is the matter? Why didn't you tell me sooner that she had resigned? Had I known, I wouldn't have said anything further. She was dismissed by me. Mu Yunza's focus was indeed different. Yunqing had clearly stated she resigned, that it was undoubtedly because this fellow spoke so harshly that she had chosen to leave. Mu Yunza had no intention of explaining, as he had realized Yunqing harbored inappropriate feelings for him. He had initiated her dismissal, prompting her to resign. Naturally, he would not divulge to Yu Jingchen that he had discovered Yunqing's feelings and had been thoroughly berated for it. Mu Yunza retrieved his car keys and pressed the button to unlock the vehicle. Shall we go to the bar? Of course, we must go. How else would I pass this long, dreary night? As they settled into a booth at the bar, Yu Jingchen couldn't help but pry further to Zego. Did you really dismiss Secretary Yun? Seeing Mu Yunza's taciturnity, Yu Jingchen remained perplexed. What was her wrongdoing that warranted her dismissal? Do you think I would employ a female secretary? Yu Jingchen grew increasingly concerned about Mu Yunza's apparent misogyny. Zego, if you continue this way, I fear you will end up alone forever. Mu Yunza remained silent, drinking his liquor as if the prospect of solitude held no terror for him. Yu Jingchen raised his glass and clinked it against Mu Yunza's. That a brother will always stand by you. They had known each other since the 1st grade, a bond that had lasted 20 years. They had attended the most prestigious international private school in Rongqing, a place notoriously difficult to enter. Even with wealth, securing a spot was no guarantee to why Yu Jingchen had been enrolled since kindergarten, while Mu Yunza had only transferred in during the 1st grade. In that private school, 1st graders could stay in dormitories, yet many parents hesitated to let their young children live away from home, so most kids were picked up daily, including Yu Jingchen. Only a few, for various reasons, were compelled to board, Mu Yunza among them. The reasons for his boarding were initially unclear to Yu Jingchen, only later becoming apparent during middle school. He recalled how classmates once thought Mu Yunza a fool, as he would sit silently in class, never engaging with anyone. Boys are naturally lively and mischievous, making Mu Yunza seem quite out of place. However, despite his reticence, when a group of classmates surrounded him to bully him, he never backed down, even if he couldn't Yu Jingchen, a person of unyielding justice, stood by Mu Yunza, and together they forged a bond of brotherhood. Yet, even as close friends, Yu Jingchen remained unaware of the deep-seated wounds that caused Mu Yunza's aversion to women. Over the years, Mu Yunza had maintained only this singular friendship, never allowing others into his inner circle. Despite the circumstances, Yu Jingchen vowed never to betray Mu Yunza. While Yu Jingchen reminisced about their childhood, a woman in a shimmering black dress sauntered over, swaying her slender waist. Hi, Handsome, mind if I join you for a drink? Hello, beautiful. That Yu Jingchen extended his hand in greeting, only to realize the woman was fixated entirely on Mu Yunze. Completely ignoring him, that he had grown accustomed to this. Every time they were together, it was always Mu Yunze who garnered the initial attention. When the attractive woman noticed Mu Yunze's silence and lack of eye contact, she did not feel embarrassed. Instead, she laughed playfully that you're quite the aloof one. Aren't you? You're making my heart race. With that, she attempted to sit beside Mu Yunze. Get lost at Mu Yunze's cool, aloof voice startled her momentarily. Glancing at her friends in the distance, she maintained her composure and sat down. Just let me stay for a moment. I feel so embarrassed in front of my friends otherwise. This woman was quite bold, and Yu Jingchen felt himself weakening under her charm, particularly as he glanced at her ample bosom, realizing he needed to remain composed. However, he was curious to see how Mu Yunze would react. Leave the don't overstep that Yu Jingchen smirked, devising a plan. Why should this woman, evidently lacking discernment, pursue Mu Yunze, a hard nut to crack, when she could have someone like him? Handsome, amiable, and affluent. It was time to give her a taste of reality. He slid into the seat next to Mu Yunze, wrapping his arms around his shoulders and adopting a faux pouty demeanor. Beautiful lady. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm here? Trying to steal my man right in front of me. The woman gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she darted her gaze between Yu Jingchen and Mu Yunze, unable to believe such two handsome men were together as a couple. That don't you dare linger. My man is quite the temper. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you two were. The woman scrambled to stand, glancing back with uncertainty as she left, casting multiple glances over her shoulder. Did you really have to resort to such tactics? Mu Yunze glanced away, spotting the woman discussing something with her friends from a distance. The group of women was casting peculiar glances at the two men. My brother, I made this sacrifice, so you won't have to endure such annoyances in the future. I express my gratitude to you. There's no need for that. After all, we are brothers. That Yu Jingchen couldn't help but continue to ask. Zeej, don't you have any feelings for that woman we just encountered? I notice she has a fine figure, and her voice is both sweet and charming. That I do. Upon hearing this response, Yu Jingchen instantly perked up. Then I can rest easy. You still like women after all. Chapter 24. Desired. It seems my words have been misunderstood by Yu Jingchen. I could never harbor any physiological impulse towards a stranger who approaches me in a bar. You overthinking. I only feel disgust. Hearing Mu Yunze's words, Yu Jingchen's expression fell, as if the sky were about to collapse. That it's over, Zigo. Your sexual orientation must be abnormal. That I am perfectly normal. That don't deny it. With a woman like that by your side, you feel nothing? I can't believe you're normal. You have no idea. When that woman spoke, my bones felt weak. That is a normal reaction. How could you feel disgust? It's utterly illogical. That as fellow men, Mu Yunze found it difficult to comprehend why Yu Jingchen would respond in such a manner. Chun, are you an animal? When you see a female, a reaction is expected. As a vigorous man, isn't it entirely normal to react to a sensual beauty? It's those like you who show no reaction that are truly abnormal. Zeej, I firmly believe your sexual orientation is indeed questionable. Just admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Observing the murderous intent in Mu Yunze's gaze, Yu Jingchen instead chuckled. Zeej, don't look at me like that. Unless you spend the night with a woman. I want to believe your sexual orientation is normal. The deal you wish to see a live demonstration. Yu Jingchen nearly spat out his drink upon hearing this. Could this be the Mu Yunze he knew? How could he utter such a brazen statement with a straight face? He quickly swallowed the drink and grinned. Well, there's no need for that. Though if you were willing, I wouldn't mind. You should care. I'm afraid it might hurt your pride. What do you mean? Seeing the bewildered look on Yu Jingchen's face, Mu Yunze had no intention of explaining. Instead, opting to drink his beverage, he wondered where Mu Yunze derived such confidence that he could possibly hurt Yu Jingchen's pride. Watching Mu Yunze's relaxed demeanor, Yu Jingchen finally grasped the underlying meaning of his words. Zeej, don't speak too soon. How can you be so certain you are better than me? You must first put it to the test to know. Let me tell you, this matter involves many facets. It not only tests your hardware, but also your technique, duration, and the partner. Yu Jingchen, like an eager teacher, wished to impart all his knowledge without reservation. At this moment, Mu Yunze could only choose silence. After all, without practice, one had no voice. Listening to Yu Jingxin's enthusiastic monologue, Mu Yunzi pretended to be indifferent, yet absorbed every word. Ziege, I've shared my personal experiences with you. After hearing it, don't you want to rush off and give it a try? Not at all. Observing Mu Yunzi's serene demeanor, Yu Jingxin felt deflated, seriously questioning whether he had articulated his points well enough. Otherwise, why would Mu Yunzi not wish to attempt it? Yet he remained undeterred, wishing to confirm, Ziege, are you truly certain you don't wish to experience such a delightful thing? Seeing Mu Yunzi remain silent, Yu Jingxin feigned a regretful sigh. Ah, what a marvelous aspect of life. My brother doesn't wish to experience it. This is truly a great regret in life. Although Mu Yunzi claimed disinterest after listening to Yu Jingxin's vivid descriptions, he couldn't help but harbor some curiosity. After all, he was a normal adult man. However, such matters belonged to those in love, and he couldn't just casually seek a connection with anyone. Of course, he understood himself well. Perhaps this so-called most wonderful aspect of life would remain beyond his reach, given his inability to love and a certain disdain for women. It seemed unlikely he would ever fall in love with anyone, nor would anyone genuinely love him. Despite these thoughts, deep within him lay a powerful yearning to be sincerely loved by someone. Though he remained oblivious to this desire, that I'm single. What use is there in contemplating such matters? Based on his understanding of Mu Yunzi, he could never casually engage in a one-night stand at a bar. If he were that type of person, he wouldn't have remained single until now. Yu Jingxin urged with a smile. Then you should hurry and find a sister-in-law. That way, you'll have someone to share joyful experiences with. As he spoke, Yu Jingxin raised an eyebrow at Mu Yunzi with a mischievous grin. Who taught you to be so chatty? I just want my brother to be happy. Yu Jingxin was confident in Mu Yunzi's normal sexual orientation, yet he also recognized that his good brother harbored some psychological issues. Otherwise, how could he be over 20 and have never dated, nor even expressed interest in a woman? Tonight, he was akin to the serpent tempting Eve, though whether Mu Yunzi had been tempted remained uncertain. As the two departed the bar, it was evident that every person they passed regarded them with peculiar glances. Perhaps the images of Mu Yunzi and Yu Jingxin had etched themselves deeply into the minds of everyone in that bar. Another week began as Yunxing passed by the company reception. A colleague called out to her and handed her a gift bag, stating it was from Mu Yunzi, and asked her to deliver it. Upon peering inside, she discovered an exquisite gift box, unsure of its contents, and took it to Mu Yunzi's office desk. Before long, Mu Yunzi's phone rang. What is the item on my desk? I don't know. The receptionist said it was yours, so I brought it in for you. Mu Yunzi was certain he hadn't purchased anything and had no idea who had sent it or what it contained. So he decided to open the gift box. Inside lay a tie and a card. You are like a shining star, suddenly falling beside me, illuminating my entire world. From this moment on, my heart beats solely for you. Mu Yunzi, I love you. This was evidently a declaration of love, yet it bore no signature. Mu Yunzi furrowed his brow, feeling immensely irritated, and tossed the card back into the gift box. That he pondered for a moment. And the only suspect that came to mind was one person. He directly called for Yun Qinghe. Secretary Yun, what brings you here? Mu Zong, is there something you need me for? Please explain this. With that, Mu Yunzi tossed the gift box containing the tie and card to Yun Qinghe. Chapter 25, A Vow. Observing the impatience and disgust on Mu Yunzi's face, Yun Qinghe felt somewhat bewildered. Upon picking up the card, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Mu Zong, someone is confessing their feelings to you. Casting a glance at the tie in the gift box, Yun Qinghe earnestly explained, if I recall correctly, when a woman gifts a man a tie, it signifies her desire to keep him bound to her for life. Having received the first morsel of gossip, Yun Qinghe felt a surge of excitement, her tone buoyant. Watching Yun Qinghe feign ignorance, her smile radiant, Mu Yunzi found his irritation mounting. Am I asking you to explain that? Faced with Mu Yunzi's suddenly raised voice, Yun Qinghe was left puzzled, staring at him in confusion. If he hadn't called her in to explain the gift's significance, then why had he summoned her? To Mu Yunzi, it appeared Yun Qinghe was playing dumb, pretending to be naive. She was far too clever to be unaware of what he wanted her to clarify. Secretary Yun, can you please stop pretending? Upon hearing Mu Yunzi's words, Yun Qinghe finally realized, looking at him in disbelief. You can't possibly think I sent this, can you? Isn't it? You are well aware of the meaning behind gifting a tie. Yun Qinghe found it utterly absurd, struggling to contain her laughter. just because you know what it means. Does that automatically imply I sent it? How could I possibly know who sent it? What I do know is that this item was placed on my desk by you, and since you understand the significance of gifting a tie so well, there can only be one culprit. It appeared Mu Yunza had firmly concluded that she was the one who had gifted him the present. For reasons unknown, Yunqingha felt utterly humiliated. Her voice unexpectedly escalated, and her tone grew somewhat rigid. That I told you that this item was received by the receptionist, and I merely brought it over for you. Did I ask for who sent it? How could I possibly know? But I assure you, it was certainly not me. I would never buy something to give to you. Not ever. I've made it clear before that you do not possess that kind of charm for me. Especially considering you are so much younger. I have no interest in men younger than myself. Yunqingha found herself increasingly exasperated. Did she truly appear to be a love-struck fool, a woman who would chase after handsome men at the slightest opportunity? Why did Mu Yunza continually misjudge her feelings as romantic interest? It was utterly baffling to her that in an effort to prevent any misconceptions, she had been vigilant in her demeanor. Yet today, after merely assisting him with an item, she was met with yet another misunderstanding. How absurd! Such a peculiar superior as Mu Yunza must surely be unique in the world. Had she known, she would have resigned at that very moment to avoid being wronged by him again. In truth, Yunqingha was tempted to declare her resignation immediately. However, recalling her earlier promise to wait until Mu Yunza recruited new talent before departing, she recognized that she could not go back on her word. Fortunately, less than 2 weeks remained, and if the time for her resignation arrived and Mu Yunza had yet to hire anyone, it would no longer concern her. She had done her utmost, observing Yunqingha's expression as she spoke. It was evident that she was not lying, yet Mu Yunza still harbored doubts about the veracity of her words. After all, he could not fathom that he lacked charisma. Witnessing his continued scrutiny filled Yunqingha with a sense of frustration. Mr. Mu, could you kindly refrain from looking at me in such a manner? I swear I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. As she spoke, she raised her right hand to gesture an oath. Mr. Mu, I solemnly swear to the heavens that I hold not the slightest admiration for you, nor any improper intentions. You are merely my superior, that if there were, may I choke on water, suffocate while eating, be struck by a vehicle while walking, or be struck by lightning. Enough. I understand, Mu Yunza interrupted, unable to bear her words any longer. After all, to be sworn at by a woman with such intensity had a significant impact on him. Now, he truly grasped that Yunqingha regarded him solely as a superior, devoid of any ulterior motives. Her unwavering gaze during her oath was profoundly resolute, although he acknowledged that Yunqingha had no other intentions. A sense of disappointment lingered within him for reasons he could not comprehend. Observing the fury in her eyes, he sensed not only her disinterest but perhaps even a degree of disdain towards him. As Mu Yunza ceased his suspicious glances, Yunqingha was left pondering whether this narcissist actually believed her when she professed her lack of affection. She felt utterly exasperated by Mu Yunza. With a look of disdain, she expressed her thoughts. Mr. Mu, please refrain from involving me in such matters in the future. I do not wish to waste my time and energy explaining these trivialities to you. And please grow up. Stop being so immature and self-absorbed, as if every woman is enamored with you. Even gold has its critics. How much less so you? Kindly focus on your work and spare us from your incessant musings on love and romance. If you please. That Mu Yunza was left speechless by Yunqingha's words. How had he become the immature one? When had he ever claimed that all women were infatuated with him? He certainly believed he had been diligent in his work. Yet he found himself unable to refute her claims that I am simply weary of such matters. Yunqingha, disinclined to engage further, turned to leave, prompting Mu Yunza to hastily call out to her. Secretary Yun, please investigate who sent this to To his surprise. Yunqingha spun around, her face alight with anger. There's no need to investigate. It's a waste of energy. That if she likes you, you'll find out soon enough. Why are you so impatient? Her reasoning was compelling, leaving Mu Yunza at a loss for a rebuttal. However, he quickly denied her accusation. Who is being impatient? You, she retorted, and with that, she strode away. Watching her departure, Mu Yunza felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. Puzzled by the sudden change in his mood. Just moments ago, he had been seething with rage upon seeing the tie and card, yet now he felt entirely at ease that if it was not Yunqingha who had sent it, then it must have been one of the other female employees in the company. Who else could it be? He hoped he would not discover the sender's identity, for if he did, he would swiftly terminate her employment. He carefully returned the tie to its place in the cabinet. Chapter 26. What a coincidence when the appointed time arrived for the meeting with Chen Xianghua from Beihai Real Estate. Mu Yunze, accompanied by Yun Qinghe and the relevant personnel from Yunke, arrived as scheduled in the conference room of Beihai Real Estate. Mu Yunze recognized a familiar face, and that person was also scrutinizing him. As he observed the individual's gaze flitting between himself and Yun Qinghe, it dawned on him where he had encountered him before. Surely, Yun Qinghe must have recognized him as well, casting a sidelong glance at her. He noted her expression remained composed and professional as she diligently presented and explained Yunke's comprehensive smart home IoT solutions to the attendees. Following the presentation, she adeptly addressed the inquiries posed by Beihai Real Estate. After negotiations and discussions, both parties reached a preliminary agreement, and the proceedings advanced more smoothly than anticipated. Subsequently, they deliberated on specific contract details. That be why the end of the meeting. Dinner time was approaching, and Mu Yunze extended an invitation for both teams to dine together. As they entered the hotel, Yun Qinghe briskly approached Mu Yunze's side and quietly reminded him, "Mr. Mu, tomorrow morning's flight to Shenzhen is at 8:15, that I will be leaving with the driver at 5:45 to pick you up for the airport." Mu Yunze merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, leaving Yun Qinghe hesitating as to whether she should remind him to abstain from alcohol. After evaluating the narcissist before her, she decided against mentioning it. She had already reminded him of the early flight, and he should understand that he ought to limit his drinking tonight to avoid missing the flight. Noticing that many from Yunke were present to liaise with Beihai Real Estate, including the heads of the business, design, and engineering departments, Yun Qinghe felt reassured that Mu Yunze would likely refrain from excessive drinking. During the dinner, as she mentioned the need to rise early for the flight, no one pressed her to drink. However, Mu Yunze was still urged by Chen Xianghua to join in for a drink in the midst of the gathering, as Yun Qinghe stepped out to take a phone call and returned. She found Wu Haobin gazing at her with a broad smile. Feeling uneasy under his scrutinizing stare, she awkwardly greeted him. "Mr. Wu, hello. Xiao He, I didn't expect our paths to cross so fortuitously. Our companies are collaborating. When we met, we barely scratched the surface of our conversation." Hearing Wu Haobin refer to her as Xiao He made Yun Qinghe uncomfortable. They had only met once during a blind date, and his familiarity felt presumptuous. Eager to escape, she replied, "Indeed, what a coincidence that I must head in now." As she attempted to leave, Wu Haobin stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "Xiao He, given our serendipitous connection, I believe we should get to know each other better. From every angle, we seem quite compatible. Why not explore this further? Apologies, Mr. Wu, but I don't believe we are suited for one another. Moreover, in a professional setting, please refer to me as Secretary Yun. What makes us incompatible? I think we are quite well suited. To be honest, I found myself quite taken with you the first time we met." Yun Qinghe wanted to mention that he could at least reimburse her for half of the meal, as they had agreed to share expenses, yet he had never initiated any transfer before unfriending her on WeChat. Ultimately, she decided against it. After all, she wasn't particularly concerned about the cost of the meal. If he were to suggest adding each other back on WeChat, it would only complicate matters. She had no interest in someone younger than herself who was also stingy. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept a relationship with someone younger than myself. What's wrong with being younger? Besides, I'm only 2 years younger. That's hardly a significant difference. If we don't explore, how will we know if we're compatible? Surely, age alone cannot dictate suitability. I regret to inform you, Mr. De Wu, that this is a personal matter for me. I cannot accept a relationship with someone younger. It's a psychological barrier I cannot overcome, and I hope you can understand. Just consider me 2 years older. Age is truly inconsequential." Yun Qinghe forced a smile, wondering if her message was still unclear. Did he need her to spell it out bluntly to make them both uncomfortable? "Mr. Wu, I'm afraid I do not have feelings for you, and I kindly ask that you refrain from pressuring me." Having spoken, Yun Qinghe intended to depart, only to find Mu Yunze emerging from around the corner, but he stood behind Wu Haobin, showing no intention of leaving, a cryptic smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. The expression on his face suggested he had eavesdropped on their conversation, revealing an unexpected penchant for prying. Yun Qinghe felt an undeniable incompatibility with Mu Yunze. Every time such an awkward situation arose, he seemed to appear. The last time, during a blind date with Wu Haobin, he had encountered both Mu Yunze and Gao Xinfu, and now, he was witnessing another uncomfortable moment. That smile on Mu Yunza's face was unmistakably mocking, undoubtedly because he recognized Wu Haobin and, upon seeing them together, had come to relish the spectacle of Yun Qinghe's predicament. That it must be said. He truly was rather tedious. That as Yun Qinghe attempted to leave, Wu Haobin refused to relent, his expression morphing into something peculiar. Yun Qinghe, Secretary Yun, you can't possibly have feelings for your boss, can you? I found it odd during the last blind date how that person kept staring at you. And the way he looked at you was rather strange. Turns out he's your boss. Well, it makes sense. Secretaries are often the lovers of their bosses. You must be having an affair with him while still going out on blind dates. No wonder his expression was so grim when he saw you with me. Mu Yunza could hardly have anticipated that in his moment of amusement at Yun Qinghe's expense, he had unwittingly become the fool himself. How could he possibly have been staring at Yun Qinghe, moreover? When had he ever regarded her with anything but appropriate interest? Observing Mu Yunza's smile fade, his demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Yun Qinghe found Wu Haobin to be utterly deranged. The moment she expressed her disinterest in a romantic relationship with him, he began to spread rumors that he could have gossiped about anyone, yet he chose to fabricate tales about her and Mu Yunza. The crux of the matter was that not only did he spread these rumors, but he also declared his supposed affection for Mu Yunza in front of him. Given that Mu Yunza was already suspicious of her intentions, witnessing Wu Haobin's expression could only solidify his doubts about her motives. No, Wu Haobin, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no feelings for you, nor do I have any affection for our boss. In fact, I do not like men at all. Determined to dispel any further suspicions from Mu Yunza, Yun Qinghe was prepared to go to great lengths. Chapter 27. Thank you, so that was it. Mu Yunza seemed to finally comprehend why Yun Qinghe had been so resolute in making that vehement vow the other day. She did not like men, which explained her actions. However, if that were the case, why did she frequently attend blind dates? Was it to conceal her true orientation from her parents? Not only was Mu Yunza puzzled, but even Wu Haobin stood there, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how such a beautiful woman could possibly be uninterested in men. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, You don't like men, yet you go on blind dates? Are you trying to trick someone into marriage? Am I deceiving you? Upon hearing Yun Qinghe's insistence to depart, Wu Haobin remained obstinate, blocking her way like a stubborn post. You can't leave. You haven't deceived me. You went on a blind date with me. That it was astonishing that, even after she had declared her disinterest in men, Wu Haobin still clung to her. Yun Qinghe deeply regretted yielding to her parents' wishes to go on blind dates. She had truly invited trouble upon herself. Yes, Mr. Wu, I did go on a blind date with you. What loss have you incurred? Have I swindled you of money? Or have I deceived you emotionally? The only expense during our blind date was dinner, which was supposed to be shared. Yet I paid for it entirely, and you contributed nothing. Pray tell, what have I deceived you about? Originally, Yun Qinghe wished to avoid such topics, but she suspected Wu Haobin was oblivious to how utterly base his words and actions were. Wu Haobin was rendered speechless. Observing the exchange, Mu Yunza surmised that Yun Qinghe's claim of disliking men was likely a strategy to extricate herself from the clutches of this persistent suitor. Secretary Yun, what are you doing out here? You should head inside. Although Mu Yunza's voice had a cold and unyielding tone, it was the first time Yun Qinghe found his voice to be remarkably pleasant. She gazed at him with immense gratitude. All right, Mr. Mu, I shall go in at once. Turning to face Mu Yunza, Wu Haobin forced a grin and greeted him. Mr. Mu he then stepped aside, no longer daring to obstruct Yun Qinghe's path. Yun Qinghe hurriedly made her way to the private room, whispering a soft thank you as she passed by Mu Yunza. Mu Yunza looked down at Wu Haobin with a cold gaze. The latter felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Despite Mu Yunza appearing younger and having greeted him, he chose to ignore Wu Haobin entirely. Yet in matters of status and stature, Wu Haobin felt dwarfed by Mu Yunza. Had he possessed any authority within the company, he might have rescinded their collaborative project. Alas, he lacked such power. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Mu Yunza and Yun Qinghe were involved. Wu Haobin believed he had never wronged Mu Yunza, so this treatment must surely stem from his connection to Yun Qinghe. He feigned indifference as he approached Mu Yunza. Mr. Mu, your secretary is out here deceiving people, pretending to be a homosexual while going on blind dates and causing trouble for others. As her direct superior, you ought to manage your subordinate properly. Otherwise, people might believe that Yunko is rife with corruption. Mu Yunza shot him a sidelong glance, instantly noting the man's unattractiveness, both in appearance and character. That it was clear that Yun Qinghe had rather lax standards for her blind date candidates. Perhaps it was time for some oversight. Upon hearing those words, Wu Haobin straightened his back. Emboldened, Mu Yunza chuckled lightly and continued, at the very least, she should avoid dining with men who can't even afford their own meal. With that, he turned on his heel and returned to the private room, not even bothering to spare Wu Haobin another glance. His attempt to salvage some dignity before Mu Yunza had utterly backfired. After the dinner concluded, Yun Qinghe promptly called for a designated driver for Mu Yunza. It was unclear whether he was intoxicated, but he appeared capable of walking in a straight line. Before Mu Yunza entered the car, Yun Qinghe reminded him of the time she would come to collect him the following morning. Mu Yunza merely acknowledged with a non-committal the next morning. Yun Qinghe and the driver arrived punctually at Maxiangtian City, but Mu Yunza's phone was unreachable, no matter how many times she dialed. Concerned about missing his flight, she ran towards the apartment while continuing to call him. Arriving at Mu Yunza's door, she knocked persistently, yet received no reply. Anxiety made her sweat. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone awry with Mu Yunza. Various unsettling thoughts flashed through her mind. She had confirmed that the designated driver had safely returned Mu Yunza to the apartment the previous night. Now, she needed to ascertain whether he was still inside. She resolved to check the underground parking lot to see if he was in his car, that if not, she would check the security footage with the property management. Just as she was about to leave, the door swung open, and her heart finally settled. There stood Mu Yunza, a look of irritation etched on his face. As if he had been awakened from slumber and was displeased, he appeared disheveled. Clearly not fully awake, making it evident that he was not ready to leave immediately. Mr. Mu, we are running out of time. Are you able to leave now? Mu Yunza seemed to have just emerged from a dream. Give me a moment. He swayed slightly as he turned back inside. Yun Qinghe glanced at the time, urging him, please hurry. You only have 10 minutes. To her astonishment, before the 10 minutes had elapsed, he emerged with a suitcase in hand. Upon seeing Mu Yunza, Yun Qinghe was left speechless. She could hardly comprehend how he had managed to change into a dress shirt and suit, neatly styling his hair in such a brief span. He looked impeccably clean, refreshingly handsome, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy. Had Yun Qinghe known that Mu Yunza had also packed his bags in those 10 minutes, she would have been utterly astonished. Noticing Yun Qinghe's astonished gaze, Mu Yunza raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is it, Secretary Yun? Nothing. Let us go. We're running out of time. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, it was but a few minutes before Mu Yunza succumbed to slumber once more. Yun Qinghe cast a glance at Mu Yunza in the back seat, perplexed by his ability to fall asleep so effortlessly. Had it not been for his propensity to doze off, he would not have awakened in the cold of midnight last night after sleeping in the car, only to return home to rest. As they neared the airport, Mu Yunza was jolted awake by a series of sharp gastric pains. The discomfort had caused beads of perspiration to form on his forehead. Sensing that something was amiss, Yun Qinghe observed through the rear-view mirror Mu Yunza's furrowed brow and the tiny droplets of sweat adorning his forehead. Noticing his hand pressed against his chest, she deduced that he was experiencing stomach pain. However, she chose to remain silent, refraining from asking further questions. It was not that she was cold-hearted. Rather, it was Mu Yunza's excessive self-absorption that deterred her from engaging in conversation. She firmly believed that if he truly could not endure the pain, he would voice his discomfort on his own. Chapter 28. Anxious, the driver, Lu Liang, also noticed that Mu Yunza appeared unwell. Secretary Yun, it seems that President Mu is feeling a bit under the weather. Is that so? Lu Liang was astonished that such an obvious ailment had gone unnoticed by Yun Qinghe, seeing that she had no intention of inquiring after Mu Yunza's condition. He could not help but ask, President Mu, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? I'm fine, Mu Yunza replied tersely. Since he insisted he was all right, Lu Liang dared not press further. He recalled the time when he had just picked up the new general manager, only to receive notice shortly thereafter that the manager no longer required his services as a dedicated driver. Specific arrangements would follow. Lu Liang was left bewildered, pondering what he might have done or said to offend the new general manager. How could he have been so suddenly deemed unnecessary, just when he feared he would be dismissed? He found himself unexpectedly retained, albeit reassigned from dedicated driver to chauffeur for official duties, responsible for transporting clients and company executives. While he was relieved not to have been let go, Many employees within the company were not so fortunate. Facing layoffs, Lu Liang perceived Mu Yunze as a man of few words, a decisive figure. Given his lack of familiarity with him, he deemed it wise to tread carefully. After all, one could never know when a misstep might provoke Mu Yunze and lead to his own dismissal. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Liang retrieved the luggage and handed it to Mu Yunze and Yun Xinghe before departing. Within the bustling airport terminal, Mu Yunze paused to observe Yun Xinghe as she walked ahead. Seemingly oblivious to his plight, his stomach was in increasing agony, and he longed for a place to curl up and alleviate his discomfort, recalling a previous instance when he had suffered from severe stomach pain upon waking. Only to find relief after consuming congee, he scanned the vicinity and spotted a dining establishment not far to his left. Standing there, he contemplated calling Yun Xinghe back, but was just in time to see her approaching him. He assumed she was coming to express concern for his well-being, only to be met with reprimand instead. "President Mu, could you possibly walk a little faster?" Had it not been for his stomach pain, he would have found it absurd that her short legs could keep pace with him to that moment. Mu Yunze lacked the energy to argue with Yun Xinghe, observing his stillness and the evident weakness that had replaced his usual vigor. It was clear that his stomach ailment was indeed severe. Unable to suppress her concern any longer, Yun Xinghe ventured, "President Mu," before she could finish. Mu Yunze interrupted, his gaze fixed on the restaurant. "Let us grab some breakfast before heading to security." "All right, President Mu." Upon arriving at the dining establishment, Yun Xinghe headed straight to the ordering counter while Mu Yunze chose a seat. After a short while, he noticed Yun Xinghe sitting at the adjacent table, contentedly enjoying her meal. Perplexed, Mu Yunze inquired, "Secretary Yun, where is my order?" "I didn't tea order for you," she replied, her tone resolute, before eagerly sinking her teeth into a soup dumpling. "Why didn't you order for me?" "Isn't it obvious? If I had ordered for you, you would only suspect my intentions," she retorted. Mu Yunze grimaced. "Didn't you see I was in pain?" "I did. But stomach pain doesn't impede your ability to order for yourself." "You." At that moment, Mu Yunze felt a mix of discomfort and irritation, realizing he had brought this upon himself. Seeing Yun Xinghe's unwavering resolve not to place an order on his behalf, he had no choice but to go himself. Just as he returned with a bowl of congee and sat down, Yun Xinghe urged him, "President Mu, hurry up and eat, or we won't have enough time." Irritated, he shot her a glance. "We have plenty of time. Stop hurrying me." Yun Xinghe silently scoffed. "Indeed, you have all the time in the world, but I do not." Once he had consumed a bowl of millet porridge, Mu Yunze felt significantly better. The pain in his stomach had lessened, and he regained much of his energy. Reflecting on Yun Xinghe's earlier behavior, he felt it necessary to admonish her as her superior, lest she forget her position. "Secretary Yun, you remain my secretary. It would be prudent to correct your work attitude, or I shall have to deduct your bonus." For Yun Xinghe, being dismissed was one thing, but the prospect of losing her earnings was entirely unacceptable. "President Mu, I fail to see how my work attitude is lacking. You know full well, forgive me, but I genuinely do not that if you deem your reasoning unreasonable, I shall not accept any deductions from your bonus. Reflect earnestly on your work attitude," he insisted. Yun Xinghe, uninterested in further debate, resolved to address the matter later, should he indeed attempt to deduct her pay. Noticing that Mu Yunze appeared much improved, she handed him his boarding pass. "Your ticket that I must leave now. I'm running out of time." "What is the rush? There's ample time that you're in first class and needn't TQ. You'll be fine. I, however, am in economy. As per company policy, Yun Xinghe was permitted to travel in first class for business trips. Mu Yunze, taken aback, retorted, "Why did you purchase an economy ticket? Were there no first class seats available?" "To keep my distance from you." As he watched Yun Xinghe hastily depart, Mu Yunze finally grasped her intentions. She was clearly trying to avoid any misunderstandings, since her resolute vow during their last encounter. He had come to realize that he had indeed misjudged her. The exhibition. Yun Xinghe had not slacked off due to her impending resignation. In times of staff shortages, she proactively attended to the clients who approached their booth, explaining the company's products and securing numerous potential clients. Observing her industriousness, Mu Yunze reflected on her past contributions. Had he not misinterpreted her actions, having such a capable individual as his right hand would have been advantageous. It was merely that Yun Xinghe, in her role as secretary, had perhaps overthought the situation. How could he have possibly faced an accident due to inebriation? It was hardly a surprise that he had misjudged her. After all, Who wouldn't he be suspicious of a female secretary who stayed overnight at her inebriated superior's residence, as he contemplated the impending departure of Yun Qinghe in a week? With no suitable replacement in sight, Mu Yunze felt a pang of urgency that he called her over. "President Mu, is there something you need?" Mu Yunze hesitated, ultimately opting not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he fabricated an excuse. "Let us go check out the other exhibition halls to see if there are any new products." Understood, President Mu. Chapter 29. Troubles. After perusing several exhibition halls, they settled into a nearby CAF for a respite. Suddenly, Yun Qinghe's phone rang unexpectedly. It was her mother. Uncertain if it bore any significance, she answered, "Mom, what is up?" To her dismay, the call was yet another arrangement for a blind date. The thought of encountering someone as peculiar as Wu Haobin from the previous night filled her with dread. "Mom, I'm on a business trip. I can't meet. When will you be back?" "I'll return Sunday afternoon." "Then we shall meet on Sunday evening." Casting a sidelong glance at Mu Yunze, she was mortified to catch his gaze. "Nothing could be more awkward that I want to meet. Mom, I'm busy here. I'll hang up now that I in a flurry." She ended the call, raising her coffee cup to mask her embarrassment, that Mu Yunze chuckled softly at her discomfort. Fully aware that he was laughing at her expense, Yun Qinghe couldn't resist asking, "What is so funny?" "I find it amusing. You may never marry. Are you mocking me?" "Indeed, you've guessed correctly that I am mocking you. My marital status has nothing to do with you. Besides, I never intended to marry. Yet you frequently attend blind dates. Do you truly believe that?" He teased that my foray into blind dating is merely a superficial endeavor to appease my parents' incessant pressure for marriage. "Mr. Demu, I sincerely hope you will never have to endure the vexation of parental matchmaking." That as soon as the words left her lips, Yun Qinghe sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Mu Yunze's countenance darkened instantly. An aura of frigid discontent enveloping him, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly wishing to pierce her very soul. Yun Qinghe felt utterly bemused, her indignation rising. "That Mr. Mu, why must you be so petty? You are permitted to mock me. Yet I cannot utter a single retort. Besides, I have not spoken ill of you. I merely mentioned parental pressure." "Enough!" Mu Yunze's sudden shout startled Yun Qinghe into silence. She pondered how mentioning parental matchmaking could elicit such fury. It seemed rather commonplace, after all. Bewildered, she gazed at Mu Yunze, unable to fathom the source of his ire, convinced that she had not uttered anything particularly egregious, desperate to comprehend what had offended him. She wondered if perhaps his relationship with his own parents was fraught, and her reference to parental matchmaking had struck a nerve. Although she remained unsure of how she had antagonized Mu Yunze, she felt that an apology might be prudent. "Mr. Mu, if I have misspoken, I apologize. That I am truly sorry." Yun Qinghe found herself in a most unfortunate position, mocked for her single status, yet compelled to apologize to her mocker. To her dismay, however, Mu Yunze dismissed her entirely, rising and departing without a word. Seeing Mu Yunze leave, Yun Qinghe hurried after him. Misfortune seemed to follow her relentlessly, whether she was hurrying too much or stepped on something. Her ankle twisted painfully. She bent down to massage her injured ankle, realizing that Mu Yunze had already put considerable distance between them. She attempted to pursue him, but her injured foot rendered walking nearly impossible. Reluctantly, she removed her high heels. Yet even barefoot, the pain in her ankle was unbearable. The slightest pressure sent sharp pangs coursing through her. Glancing down, she noted that her ankle had begun to swell. Anxiety crept in. The exhibition would not conclude until the following day, and she worried about how long her injury would hinder her, potentially disrupting her work. Spotting a nearby resting bench, she hopped over on one foot and sat down, fervently massaging her ankle in hopes of hastening its recovery. She was determined not to let her colleagues discover that she had injured herself while on a business trip, nor did she wish to allow it to impede her work. As she focused on her foot, a pair of polished black shoes came into her line of sight. Looking up, she found Mu Yunze regarding her from a lofty position, his expression one of haughty disdain. "What happened?" "I twisted my ankle." For reasons she could not grasp, Yun Qinghe felt a twinge of guilt as she uttered those words. How could you be so clumsy as to twist your ankle on flat ground? "It was not intentional. I apologize." Yun Qinghe was baffled as to why she felt the need to apologize to Mu Yunze. Upon hearing her apology, Mu Yunze retorted sharply, "Who said you did it on purpose? Can you still walk?" Yun Qinghe scrambled to her feet. "I can." Or at least I should be able to. With that, she grasped her high heels and limped forward, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. The discomfort was so intense that tears began to well in her eyes. Unable to continue, she turned to Mu Yunja, forcing a semblance of an apologetic smile that Mr. Mu, please go ahead without me. I am moving too slowly. Observing the sweat glistening on her forehead and the redness around her eyes, Mu Yunja could not comprehend why she was putting on such a brave front. That I will escort you back. Yun Qinghe shook her head, smiling as she replied, no need. I can still walk. That IT will not affect my work. Yun Qinghe, do you believe the company cannot function without you? As tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. Mu Yunja felt a momentary sense of helplessness, that he merely wished to convey that she should not overexert herself. If her ankle was injured, she ought to return and rest properly. The exhibition was nearing its conclusion, and the workload was manageable. There was ample staffing. That Mr. Mu, I do not consider myself indispensable, that I simply do not wish for this minor injury to disrupt my work. Seeing the tears in Yun Qinghe's eyes as she spoke, Mu Yunja's tone softened. The exhibition will soon close. You should return now. Yun Qinghe did not respond, instead limping towards the exit. Just as she had not gone far, a hand grasped her arm, assisting her, and she felt an immediate relief in her foot. Turning to express her gratitude, she was taken aback to find it was Mu Yunja who had offered his support, confused by his harsh demeanor, yet willingness to help. They remained silent until Mu Yunja had escorted her back to her hotel room. That as she set her high heels down, Mu Yunja casually inquired, did you not bring any flats? No, upon hearing her response. Mu Yunja did not press further and simply departed. After a considerable time, while Yun Qinghe was applying ice to her foot, a knock at the door interrupted her. Who is it? Me. Just a moment. Uncertain of Mu Yunja's purpose for visiting, she hopped to the door to open it. As soon as she did, Mu Yunja presented 2 bags to her. These are flat shoes I bought for you. And this is a spray for sprains and strains, along with some ointment. Yun Qinghe stared at the items he offered, momentarily taken aback. She glanced between Mu Yunja and the bags in his hands, incredulous at the scene before her. Could it be that Mu Yunja, this cold and acerbic individual, had willingly purchased these for her? Take them. His words snapped Yun Qinghe back from her astonishment, unsure whether to accept. She realized that the items were precisely what she needed. How much are they? I will transfer the money to you. As she spoke, she turned to retrieve her phone to send him the payment. No need. Mu Yunja placed the items on the floor inside the room and continued, you need not go to the exhibition tomorrow morning. I will meet you at noon to take you to the airport. In that case, you can deduct the cost from my salary. Mu Yunja did not reply, simply turning to leave. Yun Qinghe hopped to the door, calling after his retreating figure, thank you. It was uncertain whether he heard her, as he offered no acknowledgement. Returning to her room, Yun Qinghe examined the shopping bags in her hands. Recognizing the brand, she knew it was not inexpensive. She quickly pulled out the shoes and used her phone to check the price. Upon seeing the amount displayed on her screen, she felt a pang of regret. Goodness, this is quite costly. It will take a quarter of my salary. Worrying that Mu Yunja had not inquired about her shoe size, she feared the shoes might not fit, which would be quite a loss. She hurriedly checked the size, relieved to find it was indeed her usual fit. Curious, she wondered how Mu Yunja had known her size, for she had never disclosed it to him. Holding the shoes, Yun Qinghe thought that while the size was appropriate, it did not necessarily mean they would be comfortable, that if they did not fit well, she would have to muster the courage to ask Mu Yunja to return them, opting instead for a less expensive pair. Trying on the shoes with her uninjured foot, she was pleasantly surprised to find they fit perfectly and were quite comfortable. Initially considering a return if they were unsuitable, she now realized she would have to keep them. Though Yun Qinghe now considered herself somewhat affluent, she remained pragmatic in her spending, aiming for financial independence by purchasing only what was necessary rather than what was extravagant. This instance constituted an involuntary splurge, yet she felt grateful to Mu Yunja for his thoughtfulness in buying her a pair of flats, while she had suggested deducting the cost from her salary. She felt indebted to him personally and hoped to express her gratitude in due time. After unwrapping the medication, she applied the spray for her injury and affixed the ointment. Yun Qinghe could not help but exclaim, "This medication works wonders. My foot feels so much better already that I hope the swelling subsides by morning." The following afternoon, Mu Yunja observed as Yun Qinghe, dragging her suitcase, limped out of the hotel, that he approached her and took her suitcase. Placing it in the back of the car, Thank you, Mr. Mu. As Yun Qinghe began to say more, Mu Yunja had already seated himself in the front passenger seat, leaving the back for her. Yun Qinghe felt a stirring in her heart. Typically, Mu Yunja presented himself as aloof and occasionally scathing. Yet here he was, revealing a warm and considerate side by offering her the back seat. What kind of person was Mu Yunja, truly? During their journey back to Jiangqing, Yun Qinghe found countless opportunities to express her gratitude. She wished to say, "Thank you, Mr. Mu. Your medication has been very effective, and my ankle is much improved. Also, the shoes you bought fit perfectly to be by the way. How did you know my shoe size?" However, throughout the journey, Mu Yunja maintained an icy demeanor, exuding an aura of keep your distance, do not disturb me. Yun Qinghe had no choice but to swallow the words she longed to express. After a 15-day absence, Zhao Yang reappeared at the company, sparking curiosity among everyone regarding his whereabouts during that time. Some approached Zhao Yang directly, and he deceitfully claimed that he had to return to his hometown due to an urgent matter, having taken leave from the general manager to attend to it. When questioned about his unreachable phone, he fabricated a story about his phone falling into water during his return, rendering it inoperable until it was repaired upon his arrival back. Zhao Yang was uncertain whether Mu Yunza was aware of his situation, yet he heard from his wife that the company had only made one phone call before ceasing further contact. Prior to returning to the company, Zhao Yang harbored a glimmer of hope that Mu Yunza remained oblivious to the truth. However, given the current circumstances, he found himself wishing that Mu Yunza was indeed informed. If Mu Yunza was aware, it would imply that he had concealed the matter for him, refraining from disclosing it to others. That in such a case, Mu Yunza would be quite considerate. Conversely, if Mu Yunza was unaware, he would merely assume Zhao Yang had returned to his hometown and that his phone had malfunctioned. That in the conference room, Mu Yunza regarded Zhao Yang, who sat beside him. "Zhao, you're back?" Zhao Yang smiled and nodded. "Yes, Mu. I have resolved all matters concerning my hometown." Although aware that Zhao Yang was hinting at something, Mu Yunza had no interest in playing along with the charade from the very first day he joined the company. He had recognized that Zhao Yang was not someone to be retained. That's so? Why don't you enlighten everyone about your recent activities? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang instantly tensed, his hands clenching involuntarily. He awkwardly chuckled. "I was just attending to matters in my hometown. There's nothing much to elaborate on." Mu Yunza curled his lips slightly, retrieving a termination notice from his folder and tossing it directly to Zhao Yang. "Zhao, you are dismissed." The entire conference room erupted into murmurs, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yun Qinghe was equally taken aback. Mu Yunza had never mentioned his intention to terminate Zhao Yang. She distinctly remembered that when she informed him of Zhao Yang's administrative detention for soliciting, he had asked her to assist in concealing the matter from Zhao Yang's wife. What could have prompted his decision to dismiss Zhao Yang today? Confused, Yun Qinghe wondered if Mu Yunza had suddenly adopted a more righteous perspective, realizing that someone like Zhao Yang must be dismissed. Zhao Yang picked up the notice from the table, springing to his feet. His face flushed with indignation. "What gives you the right to fire me?" Mu Yunza turned his head to Yun Qinghe. "You, tell him that it's a loss for words." Yun Qinghe could only deduce the reasoning behind it. Zhao Yang was administratively detained for soliciting, resulting in a 15-day absence. Therefore, the company has decided to terminate his employment. As her words rang out, the conference room buzzed with astonished chatter. Instead of feeling shame, Zhao Yang erupted into a brazen laugh. "You think you can fire me over this? Impossible." With that, he swaggered back to his seat. "That's so? Then take a look at this," Mu Yunza retorted, tossing a folder towards Zhao Yang. "Since you assumed the position of director of marketing, have you ever reflected on your performance? Greed is one thing, but you must possess the capability to back it up. As the head of the marketing department, your abilities are lacking, and your performance is abysmal. I could overlook that. But your character is flawed. I have repeatedly witnessed you harassing female colleagues and have warned you on several occasions. Yet you remain unrepentant. While I might tolerate a lack of talent, I cannot condone a lack of integrity. An employee like you is unnecessary at Yangqi this moment." Yun Qinghe regarded Mu Yunza with newfound respect. Despite his busy schedule, he had managed to uncover Zhao Yang's deceitful practices in such a short time. Impressive indeed. Initially, she had thought him morally deficient. It seemed she had misjudged him. Observing Zhao Yang's defiant expression, she felt a sense of vindication. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the presence of such an odious individual. To her surprise, Zhao Yang, instead of feeling ashamed, adopted a menacing attitude, pointing at Mu Yunze and threatening. Gao Xinfu wouldn't dare to fire me. Do you think you have what it takes, Mu Yunze? Just wait. With that, Zhao Yang stormed out. That Mu Yunze gently tapped the table, silencing the murmurs below. Secretary Yun, draft a notice regarding Zhao Yang's actions and distribute it to all employees at Yunke and its subsidiaries. Additionally, inform headquarters and all subsidiaries that Zhao Yang is not to be rehired. Understood, Mu. Once Zhao Yang exited the conference room, he immediately called his uncle. Uncle, this Mu Yunze is trying to fire me without regard for your relationship with the chairman. It is utterly disrespectful. Can you please call him and give him a talking to? What have you done? Zhao Yang recounted his situation in detail to his uncle. You should have been more careful. Who knew someone would come to check that night? It's just bad luck. Zhao Yang did not feel he had done anything wrong. Instead, he merely considered himself unfortunate. I can't help you. I haven't figured out Mu Yunze's background unless I speak to the chairman. Zhao Yang never anticipated that his uncle had yet to uncover Mu Yunze's origins, that he became increasingly anxious, not wanting to lose his lucrative position at Yunke, pleading with his uncle to intercede with the chairman. However, the chairman was uninterested, stating that Yunke was under Mu Yunze's authority and he would not interfere. Zhao Yang found himself utterly perplexed by Mu Yunze's true nature, even with his uncle's close ties to the chairman. It seemed ineffective. After the meeting, Yunqing promptly prepared the notice and presented it to Mu Yunze for his review. Just as she entered the general manager's office, Zhao Yang barged in behind her. Mu, can't you reconsider my termination? I promise it won't happen again. Gone was his earlier arrogance. Now, Zhao Yang appeared subservient. Realizing Mu Yunze's silence signified the end of his employment at Yunke, Zhao Yang decided to negotiate for a severance package. If you must terminate me, I demand double compensation. Mu Yunze smirked disdainfully. Not a penny will you receive. The prospect of leaving empty-handed infuriated Zhao Yang. Then Mu Yunze, do you believe I won't report you to the Labor Bureau? You're violating labor laws. Is that so? Go ahead and report me. Zhao Yang was well aware that his dismissal meant the company had the right to withhold compensation. His resolve crumbled. Then I won't ask for double. Just the standard compensation as per labor law that I've already stated. There will be no compensation that if you continue to linger here. Secretary Yun, please call the police. Zhao Yang is illegally occupying company property. Understood. As Yun Xinghe retrieved her phone. Zhao Yang stormed out of the office, cursing under his breath. Seeing Zhao Yang receive his just desserts brought immense satisfaction to Yun Xinghe. However, she was left pondering. Indeed, as Zhao Yang had said, Gao Xinfu had refrained from dismissing him due to his strong connections within the group. So how was it that Mu Yunze could terminate Zhao Yang? Wasn't Mu Yunze also relying on Gao Xinfu's connections to enter Yunke? Why did it seem his authority surpassed that of Gao Xinfu? What was his true background? Though bewildered, this did not diminish Yun Xinghe's good spirits. The smile on her face was genuine as she handed the notice to Mu Yunze. Mu, this is the notice. Please review it and let me know if any revisions are needed. Noticing Yun Xinghe's sudden use of respectful language and her cheerful demeanor, Mu Yunze's lips curved into a slight smile. No problem. He returned the notice to her and casually inquired, is your foot better? Do you need a couple of days off? Much improved, and I must thank you for the medicine. It has proven quite effective. That's good to hear. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Xinghe reminded him, Mu, this week marks my final week before resignation, so I hope you can expedite the hiring process that I'm concerned about having insufficient time for the handover. Mu Yunze regarded Yun Xinghe, weighing his options. Ultimately, he found himself unable to rebuff her request, replying simply, understood. Not long after Yun Xinghe left the general manager's office, Du Han approached her with a distressed expression. Sister Yun, I'm finished. I'm going to be unemployed. What should I do? Why is Du Han facing unemployment? Yun Xinghe was bewildered. Surely Mu Yunze wasn't planning to dismiss her as well. Was he intent on terminating everyone to satisfy himself? What happened, Xiaohan? What else could it be? It's because I still haven't found someone to replace you. I've notified so many people for interviews, but Mu has yet to find anyone he deems suitable. Who knows what kind of candidate he is looking for? You know there are few male secretaries in the industry, and he wants someone urgently. Can you blame me? He even exploded at me, saying if I don't find someone this week, I should also resign. Upon uttering her words, Du Han gazed at Yun Xinghe with an expression of deep grievance. Sister Yun, could you please help me come up with a solution? The matter at hand left Yun Xinghe in a predicament. With less than a week remaining, she found herself devoid of any viable options. Her countenance reflected her discomfort as she replied, "I cannot assist you with this." "Sister Yun, can't you just not resign?" Reflecting inwardly, Yun Qinghe realized that prior to Mu Yun's arrival at Yunke, she had never contemplated leaving her position. After all, she had been employed at Yunke for 6 years, developing an emotional attachment to the company. Furthermore, the remuneration and benefits provided by Yunke were quite satisfactory. Chapter 32. The Mirror of Magic. Alas, she had encountered such an eccentric superior in Mu Yunze, self-absorbed, pretentious, and with questionable values. Yet upon further reflection, Yun Qinghe recognized that her assessment was perhaps not entirely fair. Despite his narcissism, Mu Yunze had shown himself to be a decent person during their recent interactions. His values seemed largely intact. Nevertheless, she could not endure his vanity, nor could she tolerate his frequent misinterpretations of her intentions regarding him. Heaven knows, how could I possibly harbor any feelings for him? If I were the kind of woman who fancied him, wouldn't he still be single? If it were not for the situation, Yun Qinghe felt there would be no need for her to resign at all. She looked at Du Han with an expression of helplessness and shook her head. "I cannot. You know that I clash with President Mu. You always say you clash with President Mu, but what exactly happened between you two? How do you know you clash?" Du Han's inquisitive gaze bore into her, and Yun Qinghe understood that revealing the truth was impossible. After a moment's contemplation, she earnestly fabricated, "You see, it's precisely because we clashed that I sprained my ankle during our recent outing to the exhibition." Du Han regarded her with mild skepticism, "But that doesn't prove anything. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Is there anything else that can substantiate your claim?" Yun Qinghe racked her brain, but could conjure nothing further, prompting her to urge Du Han to leave. "Xiao Han, please don't waste my time. I am certainly going to resign. You should hurry and find someone to fill my position. Surely, you don't really intend to leave with me, do you?" Du Han looked at Yun Qinghe with a face that was a mixture of resignation and a desire to cry, realizing that hope was futile. Observing Du Han's expression, Yun Qinghe teased, "Your time is running out." That Du Han sighed heavily. "Ugh, I can't shake the feeling that you and President Mu are in cahoots, conspiring to make my life miserable." With that, he left dejectedly. In the morning, Mu Yunze had barely settled at his desk when a knock echoed through the office. Coming, a young woman entered, carrying a bag of food. Noticing Mu Yunze engrossed in paperwork, she stood silently before his desk. "What is it?" As he raised his gaze, he found a girl standing before him, her face flushed with shyness, but he had no recollection of her. Given that she had entered uninvited, she was likely an employee. The girl, seeing Mu Yunze looking at her, blushed even more and timidly placed the food bag on his desk. "President Mu, I brought you breakfast and coffee." The sight of the bashful young woman stirred a sense of irritation within Mu Yunze. "Who asked you to buy this? I thought this place had decent breakfasts, so I decided to get you a portion. Which department are you from? What is your name?" When prompted for her name, the girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed at him with soft eyes. "President Mu, I am Wu Yahan from the Human Resources Department. De Wu, as in the sky, elegant as in ya, and nurturing as in Han. Why did you buy me breakfast?" Wu Yahan's cheeks turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, biting her lip, occasionally stealing glances at Mu Yunze. "That if you have something to say, just say it. There is no one else here." That Mu Yunze's words seemed to empower Wu Yahan. She lifted her head and stated firmly, "President Mu, I like you. What is it that you like about me?" "I cannot say. I just like you. From the moment you joined the company, the first time I laid eyes on you, I like you. That I can't explain." Why. Mu Yunze let out a light chuckle. Having heard similar declarations countless times before, liking me is merely based on my appearance. Isn't it? Do they truly understand who I am? Do they know what kind of person I am? Is love so cheap in their hearts that it can be reduced to mere infatuation with looks? Their affection is insincere, nothing more than a fleeting desire. Wu Yahan, believing Mu Yunze's smile to be a positive sign, returned his smile sweetly. However, Mu Yunze's expression swiftly turned icy. He stood up, retrieved a gift bag from behind him, and placed it before Wu Yahan. "Is this also from you?" Wu Yahan bit her lip, nodding softly yes. Having received her confirmation, Mu Yunze's demeanor shifted dramatically. He returned to his chair, his face taut and serious, appearing both stern and ruthless. His words fell like icy arrows upon Wu Yahan. Wu Yahan, the company hired you to work, not to moon over your crush and seek romance. Focus on your work instead of daydreaming. With that he scoffed, you who likes me, how audacious of you to think so. Do you gaze into the mirror and believe it to be a magic mirror? Have you been deceived? Do you not see your own unattractiveness? You see a handsome man, and you like him. Can you not think for a moment about whether you are worthy of such feelings? Your affection is an insult to me. Take your things and leave now. Do not let me see you again. Faced with Mu Yun's rapid-fire, frigid remarks, Wu Yahan felt as though 1,000 daggers pierced her heart, leaving her in a daze. She had believed her confession would be well received. She thought Mu Yun smiled at her because he shared her feelings. Never did she expect to feel so utterly humiliated before the man she admired. Why had he compelled her to confess if he did not share her sentiments? Get out with your things. Now to Mu Yun's insistence, Wu Yahan finally regained her composure, tears streaming down her face as she hurriedly grabbed her bags and fled. Though he had berated Wu Yahan, Mu Yun found himself feeling more angered. Yun Qinghe, limping toward the general manager's office, was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by a rushing figure. Observing the retreating silhouette, she muttered, "Who is that? Why aren't they watching where they're going? And why are they crying?" Hearing the commotion outside, Mu Yun swiftly exited to find Yun Qinghe sprawled on the floor, surrounded by scattered documents, expecting him to assist her in picking up the papers. Yun Qinghe was instead met with indifference as he merely cast a cold glance before retreating to his office. That in her mind, Yun Qinghe pondered whether Mu Yun was genuinely a good person or a bad one. Chapter 33. Shifting blame after gathering her papers and reordering them. Yun Qinghe approached Mu Yun's office. "President Mu, here is the drafted contract for your review that if everything looks good, we can schedule a signing with Beihai Real Estate. Leave it here. I'm busy this week." Understood, President Mu. Yun Qinghe felt perplexed. She had not provoked Mu Yun, so why did he appear so irritable? Could it be that the girl who had rushed out in tears had upset him? If that were the case, why had the girl been crying? No, it must be that the cold and sharp-tongued Mu Yun had bullied her. Surely, it could not be that the girl had angered him. During lunch, Du Han took a seat directly across from Yun Qinghe. "Sister Yun, you are truly remarkable." Yun Qinghe looked at him, puzzled that Du Han lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Do you remember when you told me about losing both money and love?" Realizing that Yun Qinghe was struggling to recall, he began to jog her memory. "You don't remember? When President Mu first joined the company, I mentioned how handsome he was, and you warned me to be careful about losing both." "Ah, yes, that I recall. You said you wanted to break up with your boyfriend, and that was my response." Feeling a bit embarrassed by her laughter, Du Han replied, "Oh, that was just a casual remark. Why do you still remember it?" "Of course, I remember. That I still vividly recall your starry-eyed expression, that oh dear, let us not dwell on that. What I'm trying to say, isn't about me." "Then what do you wish to say?" "You know my assistant, Wu Yahan, right?" Noticing Du Han's mysterious demeanor, Yun Qinghe felt intrigued. "Yes, what about her?" "Guess what? This morning, I received a call from President Mu, specifically requesting that I fire Wu Yahan. She even scolded me, saying I had failed to manage my subordinates properly. What is the story behind that?" It was only later when I inquired with Wu Yahan that I learned the details. The young lady truly possesses a carefree spirit and remarkable audacity. Can you guess what happened? I must say, Du Han would be quite the storyteller in ancient times. She certainly knows how to build suspense. Yun Qinghe's curiosity was piqued, and she couldn't help but urge, "Stop keeping me in suspense, just spill the beans already." And guess what? Early in the morning, Wu Yahan bought breakfast and coffee for General Mu. Upon seeing him arrive, she promptly delivered it to him, even confessing her feelings, only to be met with a scolding from him. As for the specifics of the reprimand, I'm not certain, but I can only imagine it was rather harsh. You should have seen that poor girl cry. It was truly heartbreaking. One must admit, Wu Yahan is exceptionally brave that I merely contemplated such actions, yet she boldly pursued them. Can we truly expect to win over such an outstanding man like General Mu? Her audacity to confess is quite unfathomable. And by the way, she had previously given him a gift, which was also returned. Just think of it. General Mu chastised her so severely and even dismissed her. Wu Yahan's situation perfectly illustrates her saying about losing both money and talent. Yun Qinghe has now realized who it was that bumped into her that morning, and she understands why that girl was crying. Of course, she also now knows who sent the confession card and the tie. The truth has finally come to light. Back then, she had even taken the blame for Wu Yahan, leading to suspicions from Mu Yun. It seems that Wu Yahan is simply too young and inexperienced to read people well. Mu Yunza is clearly not the type of man who could be easily swayed by a girl's affections. Sister Yun, you say General Mu is so handsome and charismatic, and yet he can still scold someone. What do you think he could have possibly said to make that girl so heartbroken? While Yun Qinghe is unsure of what Mu Yunza might have said, she does recognize that he has quite a sharp tongue. With the week drawing to a close and no one appointed to take over her responsibilities, Yun Qinghe began to feel anxious. She inquired about the current hiring situation from Du Han. Xiaohan, have any of the candidates interviewed thus far been suitable? Just moments ago, Du Han had been engrossed in gossip. But now she deflated instantly that I thought they were good, but General Mu was dissatisfied that a few more candidates are coming in for interviews this afternoon, but I can't say if any will meet his expectations. If not, I'm at a loss. Seeing Du Han shrug her shoulders in resignation, Yun Qinghe felt troubled. Should I temporarily hand over my responsibilities to you? Du Han immediately declined. No, Sister Yun. I'm already swamped with work. I just fired an assistant. I don't have the energy to take on your tasks as well. You should really ask General Mu how to hand over your work that I asked for approaching Mu Yunza. Yun Qinghe thought better of it. He is such an eccentric individual. If she were to ask him, he might misconstrue her intentions. After all, he had confidently claimed that he would quickly find someone to take over her duties. Yet here they are, still without a suitable candidate. He must be feeling quite anxious himself, that if she were to approach him now, he would surely think she was attempting to provoke him or mock him. Perhaps it's best to hold off for now. Who knows? They might find someone in the next couple of days. While her words seemed to comfort Du Han, they were also a form of self-reassurance. Du Han shattered her optimistic illusion, declaring, I think that is absolutely impossible. Yes, it turned out. Just as Du Han had predicted, by Friday, all the candidates had interviewed, yet Mu Yunza remained unsatisfied. Once the last candidate departed, Mu Yunza tossed the resume in his hand to Du Han. Du Han, is this the best you could come up with? Believing she had chosen the most qualified candidates from the initial interviews, Du Han was perplexed as to why Mu Yunza remained dissatisfied. General Mu, please tell me which aspects of these candidates do not meet your expectations, that I'll be sure to screen them out next time. Have you still not grasped my requirements? No wonder you can't find anyone. What have you been doing all day? Faced with Mu Yunza's stern inquiry, Du Han felt wronged. General, let me confirm your requirements again. The candidates must be male, hold a bachelor's degree, have 5 years of relevant work experience, and they must not be overly cunning or deceitful. Additionally, after listing a plethora of Mu Yunza's specifications, she took out a pen and paper to ask, General Mu, is there anything else you would like to add? If you're already aware, why have you not found anyone? Du Han was taken aback. Shocked at Mu Yunza's attempt to shift the blame onto her, shouldn't you be the one to answer that? What did you say? Given Mu Yunza's immense anger, Du Han lacked the courage to repeat herself. Since Mu Yunza was deflecting responsibility onto her, she felt compelled to shift the blame back. She couldn't just wrongfully accuse others like he did. General, it's likely that with the May Day holiday approaching, many individuals will wait until after the break to seek employment. Consequently, there have been fewer applicants lately, and with the added requirement of filtering out female candidates, the pool is even smaller. After the holiday, we should be able to find suitable candidates that if you still can't find anyone after the holiday, then you might as well quit. With that, Mu Yunza left the room. Chapter 34. Resignation. Knowing that no candidates have been found, Yun Qinghe compiled all her handover tasks into a document and printed it out. She also organized all the relevant materials needed for the subsequent work. That was only after she finished everything that she noticed it had started to rain heavily outside. And upon glancing at the clock, she realized it was already past 10 p.m. Given the late hour and the downpour, it would likely be difficult to hail a cab. She sent an email to Mu Yunza, copying Du Han, explaining that all her handover tasks were neatly arranged on her desk. As she stepped out, she noticed that the lights in the general manager's office were still on. Had Mu Yunza forgotten to turn them off when he left? Yun Qinghe knocked on the door, but received no response. She pushed the door open and found Mu Yunza standing by the window, gazing outside, oblivious to her entrance. Yun Qinghe glanced out the window and then back at Mu Yunza, puzzled as to what he was observing or contemplating. When she looked outside again, she realized he was staring at his own reflection in the glass. For a brief moment, Yun Qinghe felt a flutter of anxiety. Her heart racing, she felt like an intruder, having entered without permission to spy on him. I'm sorry, General Mu, didn't he realize you were here, that I knocked earlier, but no one answered, so I assumed you had already left and came in to turn off the light. Mu Yunzi turned to face Yun Qinghe, studying her for a long moment, wanting to say something but struggling to find the right words. Seeing him gaze at her in silence left Yun Qinghe feeling somewhat flustered. "General, please give me a moment." It seemed Yun Qinghe had completely forgotten about the email she had sent Mu Yunzi. She returned to her office to gather the handover materials she had prepared for her overtime work. "General, here are all the tasks I need to hand over. This file contains all the work details, and this stack of documents is for future tasks that if the new secretary has any questions, they can call me at any time that you've already emailed me." Yun Qinghe appeared to have lost her memory, completely unaware that she had sent an email in an attempt to alleviate her awkwardness from this unnecessary action. She added, "I thought it would be clearer to discuss the materials in person since you're still here." Thankfully, her mind was still sharp enough to think of a reasonable explanation. Seeing that Mu Yunzi did not respond, Yun Qinghe grew concerned that if she delayed leaving any longer, she might miss her chance to get a cab. "General, if you don't have anything else, I'll take my leave at that moment." Mu Yunzi felt a pressing need to speak, yet his pride held him back from doing so that he simply replied nonchalantly, "All right." Watching Yun Qinghe leave, Mu Yunzi picked up the documents she had set down and began to read through them. The documents meticulously outlined each task to be handed over. The more he read, the more uneasy he felt. Did he really want to dismiss her? Would the next secretary he hired truly be better than her? In truth, there was no need to let her go. He had misjudged her from the start. After spending time together, Mu Yunzi realized that Yun Qinghe harbored no ulterior motives towards him. Her earnest expression during her initial vow was etched firmly in his mind. How could he articulate that he had been the one adamant about firing her? Staring at the torrential rain outside, Mu Yunzi felt increasingly restless. Suddenly, he recalled the way Yun Qinghe had entered earlier. Her foot still seemingly not fully healed. Had she driven to work today? She had injured her right foot. If she hadn't driven, then with such heavy rain in this late hour, would she even be able to find a cab? Realizing that he inexplicably felt a sense of concern for Yun Qinghe, Mu Yunzi found himself utterly ridiculous. The current Yun Qinghe had no ties to him. She was no longer his secretary. Even if she were, her inability to hail a cab was of no consequence to him. Had he truly lost his mind to be worried about her despite such thoughts, Mu Yunzi found himself inexplicably compelled to grab his car keys and step outside. As his vehicle exited the parking lot, he spotted Yun Qinghe standing beneath the company building. Yet he did not pause and continued to drive past her. The windshield wipers, moving rapidly back and forth, seemed to mirror the turmoil in Mu Yunzi's heart, as if torturing it. Despite the torrential downpour, he was well aware that Yun Qinghe would struggle to find a cab, yet he chose to depart. It seemed he had suddenly developed a sense of humanity. A pang of guilt pricked at his conscience. Irritated, he slammed on the brakes and executed a swift U-turn, upon seeing Mu Yunzi abruptly return. Yun Qinghe approached with her umbrella. "Mr. Mu, is there something you need?" "Get in the car. Mr. Mu is actually asking me to get into CAR. He really offering to take me home." Could that be true? Yun Qinghe found it hard to believe. Was it possible that he felt the need to seize the last opportunity for revenge since he had noticed her resignation? She recalled vividly how Mu Yunzi had never allowed her to ride in his car. How he had declared she was unworthy of such a privilege. She would not give him the chance to play tricks on her again, and she promptly declined. "Thank you, but I'll take a cab home myself." "Let me ask you, have you been able to get a cab?" "Not yet, but I should be able to soon." Though she spoke those words, uncertainty lingered in her heart. After all, she had placed her order quite some time ago, and no one had accepted it yet. Noticing her hesitation, Mu Yunzi commanded in an authoritative tone, "Get in the car, and don't make me repeat myself," considering that standing in the rain indefinitely was not a wise choice. Yun Qinghe thought it best to comply. If Mu Yunzi did not genuinely intend to take her home, she could always endure his barbed remarks once more, reminding her that she was unworthy of riding in his car. She eyed Mu Yunzi with suspicion, tentatively reaching for the door handle. To her surprise, the door swung open. Was Mu Yunzi truly going to take her home? Surely he wouldn't resort to any sinister plot. Regardless, he was unlikely to harm her. After all, he was merely sharp-tongued. With that thought, she boldly entered the CAR as she waited for Mu Yunzi to utter some disparaging comment. She was taken aback when he remained silent. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Mu Yunzi felt puzzled. "Why do you look at me with such distrust, Mr. Mu? Are you really going to take me home? I've already invited you in. What do you think? You're not planning to pull some trick, are you?" Chapter 35. Strange Mu Yunza looked at Yun Qinghe with a bemused expression. Did I ask that truly how you perceive me, Secretary Yun? Yun Qinghe confidently replied. Indeed. Seeing a flicker of irritation cross Mu Yunza's face, she quickly added, you can't blame me for thinking this way, that you've never allowed me to ride in your car before. And you once said I wasn't worthy of it. Now, you suddenly permit me. It's only natural for me to wonder. To her surprise, Mu Yunza scoffed. You once claimed I wasn't worthy of being your superior. Yun Qinghe chuckled awkwardly. Did I take that back? I misjudged you. My apologies. Mu Yunza wanted to express that he had misjudged her as well, but the words that escaped his lips were filled with disdain. You talk too much. Fasten your seatbelt. Just as Yun Qinghe secured her seatbelt, Mu Yunza pressed the accelerator. Mr. Mu, shouldn't you also retract your words? Upon hearing her, Mu Yunza felt an inexplicable surge of happiness. It seemed that his decision to turn back was justified, that as long as she brought it up, he wouldn't lose face or dignity. Which words? The ones where you said I wasn't worthy of riding in your car. This was not how Mu Yunza had envisioned the conversation. He shot her a disgruntled glance. You were never worthy of riding in my car, that I merely felt pity for you because of the heavy rain. Don't read too much into it, but Mu Yunza remained the same Mu Yunza, not a benevolent soul, still sharp-toned. However, Yun Qinghe felt no anger in response. All right, Mr. Mu. Even if I'm unworthy, I still appreciate your kindness in taking me home. Don't mention it. I'm merely accumulating virtue for myself. Yun Qinghe thought to herself that sometimes, saying less would indeed count as accumulating virtue. Where do you live? Yuhingyan. The community was not far from her residence at Maxiangtianqing. And Mu Yunza was familiar with the route. I'll set the navigation. As she reached for the control panel, Mu Yunza interjected. No need. I know the way. You do. Didn't you just arrive in Jiangxing not long ago? That doesn't mean I haven't been here before. All right. After Yun Qinghe spoke, a silence enveloped the car. Both Mu Yunza and Yun Qinghe felt a sense of awkwardness. Secretary Yun? After waiting for a while without hearing Mu Yunza speak again, Yun Qinghe found his silence perplexing. Mr. Mu, do you have something to say? Mu Yunza moved his lips, almost forming words, yet ultimately could not bring himself to voice his thoughts. Faced with her inquiry, he felt compelled to say something. He couldn't simply say nothing. Otherwise, his sudden call to her as Secretary Yun would seem rather peculiar. What plans do you have for the May Day holiday? The moment the question left his lips, Mu Yunza felt it sounded somewhat odd. What did Yun Qinghe's plans for the holiday have to do with him? It seemed as though he was overly interested in her personal life. Having worked with Mu Yunza for so long, this was the first time he had engaged her in casual conversation like a normal person. Yun Qinghe felt as though the sun had risen in the west. I don't have any plans. I had originally intended to take my parents abroad tomorrow, but since my foot isn't healed well, I've postponed it. Mu Yunza simply replied with a nonchalant. I see. The car fell silent once more. Yun Qinghe decided to attempt breaking the awkward tension. Mr. Mu, are you going back home for the May Day holiday? No, where's your hometown? Chengdu. It's Chengdu. The group headquarters is located there. The car descended into silence again. Finally, they arrived at it. Was the first time Yun Qinghe felt that the company was so far from her residence that as the car pulled up in front of her community, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just as she unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to exit, Mu Yunza called out to her, Secretary Yun. Yun Qinghe halted her movement of opening the door and turned to face Mu Yunza, who seemed to be hesitating to speak. Tonight, Yun Qinghe found Mu Yunza rather peculiar. He appeared to have something to say, but was struggling to voice it. Mr. Mu, is there something you wish to convey? His long fingers traced the steering wheel slowly. Mu Yunza forced a smile. It's nothing, Secretary Yun, that I wish you a bright future. So, it had been her overthinking. Yet, it was rather uncharacteristic for Mu Yunza to express such words to her. All in all, tonight Mu Yunza felt somewhat abnormal. Thank you, Mr. Mu. I want to wish you a bright future. Instead, I hope Yun Ku achieves great success under your leadership. Thank you. Seeing that Mu Yunza had nothing more to say, Yun Qinghe exited the vehicle. Mr. Mu, thank you for taking me home. Please drive safely on your way back. Farewell. As she walked away, holding her umbrella against the rain, Mu Yunza sighed deeply. He had never imagined he would feel so cowardly one day. Was it really so difficult to simply tell Yun Qinghe, you don't have to resign? What was preventing him from speaking those words? Perhaps it was his pride, that if he were to plead with her to stay, a person as sharp-tongued as she would undoubtedly mock him, in that case, He would be left with no one, only to be ridiculed by her for having offered her a ride. But what if Yun Qinghe wouldn't mock him? Furthermore, if he merely asked, wouldn't she agree to remain at Yunku? Did he truly need to beg her to stay? If he chose not to, would he be able to recruit someone quickly after the holiday? Mu Yunze, having lived for so long, found himself in an unprecedented state of turmoil. It seemed as though numerous little voices were clamoring within his mind, each vying for attention that in the end, he appeared to have made a resolute decision. After all, it was merely a matter of hiring a secretary. Why should he deplete himself over such a triviality? He refused to believe that he could not find someone suitable right away. With this thought, his confidence surged. Since graduating and entering the workforce, Yun Qinghe had never experienced such a profound sense of ease. Finally, the weight of work no longer pressed upon her, and she was free from the incessant need to answer calls and respond to messages. The following day, she joyfully returned to her parents' home. Her father went fishing shortly after lunch, while her mother engaged her in a sporadic conversation. Nestled on the sofa, she indulged in a long-desired television series she had never found the time to watch, reveling in the comfort it provided. Yet, just at that moment, an unwelcome visitor arrived to disturb her peace. Chapter 36. And the doorbell rang. Upon seeing the person entering alongside her mother, Yun Qinghe, who had initially intended to rise and greet her, instead sank back into the sofa, resuming her show to sister-in-law. I must say, look at how little he carries herself. She is in her 30s yet sits and stands with no decorum. You ought to manage her better. Hearing her aunt's immediate criticism as she stepped through the door, Yun Qinghe did not even lift her eyelids. This was all too predictable. Every time her aunt appeared, her first words were an admonishment aimed at belittling Yun Qinghe. After years of enduring this, she had grown weary of engaging with her aunt, yet the latter remained blissfully unaware of her own behavior. Perhaps it was the only way for her to find a sense of superiority. Yun Qinghe's mother, Yun Lan, interjected with a smile. Little he has finally found a moment to relax. Let us not criticize her. Her aunt regarded Yun Qinghe with disdain. You indulge her too much at her age. She should greet her elders properly. That if this were outside, people would surely say she lacks upbringing. Yun Qinghe's mother, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her sister-in-law's remarks, chided gently, Little he, your aunt is here. Why not greet her? Yun Qinghe continued to watch television, feigning ignorance. Seeing that Yun Qinghe remained unresponsive, her aunt felt her pride wounded. In a fit of anger, she pointed at Yun Qinghe and exclaimed, Look at her. At this rate, she'll never marry. Yun Qinghe's mother, unwilling to witness her sister-in-law disparage her daughter, tried to change the subject. Sister, why did you come alone? Where's your husband and Lingling? You know how my husband is. I prefer not to mention him. As for Lingling, she is off on a trip with her boyfriend. She hardly has time to visit. Mentioning her daughter Lingling filled her aunt with a sense of pride. Her eyes gleamed as she continued, Unlike your little he, who, during her holidays, simply lounges at home, without even a partner. With that, she plopped down beside Yun Qinghe, feigning concern. Little he, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But at your age, being single makes you practically an old maid. How can you waste your time watching television when you don't even have a partner? It's no wonder you're stuck at home watching TV. Her aunt rambled on, posing rhetorical questions to herself. Regardless of her words, Yun Qinghe pretended not to hear. Such remarks posed no real harm. She had grown accustomed to them. Each visit from her aunt came with this familiar script, and she knew precisely what was forthcoming. Look at our Lingling, your cousin. She's 7 years younger than you and already in a relationship. Why aren't you worried? You have no idea how anxious your parents are. Frankly, I'm worried for them. Honestly, you shouldn't be so picky considering your age. Indeed, Lingling isn't picky. She has had one suitor after another. The moment Yun Qinghe spoke, it was as though she had stepped on her aunt's tail. Her aunt immediately bristled. That's because Lingling is capable, charming, and attractive. Unlike you at 31, you haven't brought home a single partner. How can you even say such things? Yun Qinghe had long since mastered the art of retorting to her aunt's insinuations. Yes, Lingling is indeed charming. Every suitor she brings home is different. It's like she is collecting stamps that if it came to the art of insults, Yun Qinghe could hold her own against Mu Yunze. Sister-in-law, look at how this child speaks. Little he, how can you speak to your aunt like that? She only means well, and you mustn't speak ill of your cousin. Yun Qinghe recognized her mother's tendency to be a peacemaker. always fearful of offending others. Thus, she invariably sided with anyone but her daughter, never considering that her actions might hurt Yun Qinghe. Even more perplexing was how her mother failed to see that such behavior only emboldened her aunt. Sister-in-law, I fear that little he is merely getting older and hasn't found a partner. Perhaps she is experiencing some psychological issues. You should consider taking her to a therapist. Indeed, I might be mentally unwell. Watch out, or I might take a knife to you. With that, Yun Qinghe deliberately flashed her aunt an unsettling smile. You still refuse to admit it. Otherwise, why would you be so envious of your cousin's relationship and say such things? Yun Qinghe found her aunt's attitude utterly laughable, a new low in her expectations of humanity. In dealing with someone like her aunt, Yun Qinghe felt that further discussion was futile. After all, one could not change a person's inherent nature, nor could one alter their worldview, especially when that individual was nearly 50, that her aunt's thoughts were deeply entrenched and unchangeable. Thus, Yun Qinghe chose to embrace indifference. Allowing her aunt to speak as she pleased, I admit it. Yes, I am envious of my cousin's relationship. Her aunt beamed with self-satisfaction. Yun Qinghe knew that soon her aunt would elevate her cousin to the heavens while dragging her down into the mire. Little he, how can you possibly compare yourself to your cousin? You don't possess her youth or beauty. Just in terms of age, you're already at a disadvantage. Not to mention other factors. You should really consider how old you are. Can you attract a group of excellent men like your cousin? You don't have that, do you? So now, you're left to be chosen by others. You no longer have the luxury of being selective. Honestly, don't be too picky. Something reasonable will suffice. Yun Qinghe observed her aunt's mocking expression and recalled the suitors her aunt had previously suggested. She couldn't help but chuckle coldly. You're absolutely right. I am indeed selective, that I choose to be. Therefore, please refrain from introducing me to any more unsuitable candidates. If you would be so kind, that I have no interest whatsoever. Her aunt scrutinized Yun Qinghe with a disparaging expression. Oh dear, oh dear. You say I introduce you to unsuitable men, at your age, who would even consider you worthy. Why would I want someone who doesn't find me suitable? What a ridiculous notion. Sister-in-law, you should really put a stop to this. If she were my niece, I wouldn't bother with her at all. She truly lacks appreciation. That I don't need your concern, please. Do find somewhere else to occupy your time. Her aunt, now visibly enraged, retorted, Go ahead and be picky. I doubt you'll ever marry. Whether I marry or not is of no consequence to you. Yun Qinghe's mother furrowed her brow. Little he, why do you speak to your aunt like that? She only means well. Chapter 37. Elders Yun Qinghe sometimes found it utterly incomprehensible how her mother operated. Was it possible that her daughter could be belittled to such an extent without her mother feeling even a flicker of indignation? Why did she insist on siding with others under the guise of goodwill, allowing them to mock and deride her own daughter? Why couldn't she, like other parents, defend her child? Was it truly preferable to let her daughter endure humiliation rather than risk offending anyone? Did others hold such significance in her mother's eyes? Yun Qinghe felt an overwhelming urge to leave. That it wasn't that she couldn't tolerate her aunt. She had simply grown accustomed to it. Moreover, her aunt was an outsider and hardly worth her anger. What truly irked her was her own mother. To witness her mother siding with an outsider while her daughter was demeaned was beyond her comprehension. Mom, I need to step out for a bit. With that, Yun Qinghe rose and headed toward her bedroom. Her mother, puzzled, asked, Aren't you already unemployed? What could you possibly have to do? Upon hearing that Yun Qinghe was no longer employed, her aunt erupted into laughter, unabashedly. Little he, you're out of a job, and you still think you can be picky at your age without a job. How will you ever find a partner? Confronted with such an aunt, Yun Qinghe couldn't help but feel she must have committed some grave sin in a past life. She turned to her aunt and offered a faint smile. Laugh away, and it's a rare sight to see you so happy. Considering the burdens you carry. Auntie immediately concealed her mocking expression, her face taut as she questioned, What do you mean by that? It is quite literally what I said. Auntie, somewhat flustered, rushed towards Yun Qinghe, pointing an accusatory finger at her nose. Humph. You claim my life is hard, yet your future will be even more miserable than mine, with your utter disrespect for your elders and lack of manners. How do you expect to fare in your marital home? I foresee you remaining single for life, and frankly, you deserve it. When you grow old and infirm, lying helplessly in bed, who will attend to your needs? When you pass away, rotting away, who will even bother to collect your remains? Regardless of Annie's tirade, Yun Qinghe remained indifferent. When she emerged after changing her clothes, she found Annie weeping before her mother. Confused, she pondered what performance Annie was putting on this time. That it must be said that Annie's dramatics were numerous, yet none of them were to Yun Qinghe's taste. "Mom, I'm heading out. Xiaohe, come here and apologize to your aunt." How could you speak to her that way? Yun Qinghe was utterly speechless. "Mom, if she could apologize to me first, I would consider it. Did you not hear what she just called me?" Yun Qinghe's mother showed a pained expression. "Regardless, she is your elder. Never reason with your parents or elders, for when they find themselves in the wrong, they will only wield their seniority to silence you." Yun Qinghe felt a sense of powerlessness within. So, elders could scold juniors at will, dismiss reason, and evade apologies? Auntie, in a fit of anger, sprang to her feet. "Why should I apologize to you? Tell me, why should I apologize? I am your aunt. What is wrong with me reprimanding you? Is it not evident that you take pleasure in your aunt's misfortunes? Does my well-being concern you at all? I merely ask that you refrain from belittling and insulting me under the guise of concern. Whether I marry or not is of no consequence to you. That is my own affair." With that, Yun Qinghe firmly closed the door behind her and strode away. Did she wish to retort against Annie? Not at all. Yet, even if she did, Annie would remain unchanged. That it was inappropriate to expose Annie's scars, something she did not wish to do. The issue lay in Annie's excessive bitterness. There is a saying, "Those who are pitiable often possess traits that are detestable." Auntie was indeed a detestable individual, yet there was a trace of pity to be found within her. Her incessant deprecation of Yun Qinghe was merely an attempt to prove that she was not the most unfortunate of all. There were those worse off than herself. However, Annie would never comprehend that the struggles of others had no bearing on her own existence. Her hardships were her own, and she alone must bear the burdens. The state of Annie's life was a consequence of her own making. Annie was the youngest daughter of Grandpa and Grandma, with 3 elder brothers who spoiled her. She was only a little over a decade older than Yun Qinghe. In her youth, Annie was infatuated, becoming pregnant before marriage and marrying Uncle. Alas, she discovered post-marriage that Uncle was, indulging in a life of vice, with a volatile temper that often led to domestic abuse. Despite this, Annie was reluctant to divorce him. She, a woman, worked tirelessly to support that household and, now in her 50s, continued to toil for it, and no one understood why she endured such a bitter life without seeking divorce. Surely, she would fare much better alone. Her daughter, Lingling, was also a disappointment, with poor academic performance and merely a vocational diploma. Since junior high, she had flitted from one relationship to another, hoping to marry a wealthy man while relying on her youthful beauty. It was uncertain whether she was influenced by her mother's ill-fated marriage, or if she simply possessed a clear understanding of life. That in her childhood, her cousin would cling to her and confide many secrets. But after reaching adolescence, she distanced herself, leading to infrequent contact, leaving Yun Qinghe unaware of her thoughts. Each individual must traverse their own path in life. Others need not interfere if certain paths are destined for her. No amount of advice will sway her, just as with Annie. When Annie was dating Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma had reservations about him, believing he lacked the responsibility to uphold a family. Yet, Annie was already deeply infatuated, unwavering in her devotion, rendering family counsel futile. Now, she could only taste the bitter fruits of her choices. Having decided on a whim to venture out, Yun Qinghe found herself uncertain of her destination after hailing a taxi. It seemed prudent to minimize her walking, so she resolved to find a place to sit. "Secretary Yun, off to another blind date?" Suddenly, a familiar, cool voice interrupted her thoughts, and Yun Qinghe felt a wave of apprehension. Could it be that she had once again run into Mu Yunzi? Looking up, she noted that he was not clad in his usual formal attire, but instead donned casual black clothing, exuding an air of both elegance and a more approachable, sunny demeanor. "What brings you here?" Yun Qinghe inquired, perplexed. "Why can't I be here?" "The library is a public space," he replied, gesturing toward the empty seat across from her. "Is your blind date late?" Chapter 38. Opportunity. Yun Qinghe harbored serious doubts about Mu Yunzi's sanity. Who would choose to have a blind date in a library? It struck her as ludicrous. "Who said I was on a blind date?" Mu Zong. "Have you ever encountered anyone having a blind date in a library? Surely, I could simply be here to read a book." "Really, every time I run into you, you seem to be on a blind date." Without needing Mu Yunzi's reminder, Yun Qinghe was acutely aware that she had indeed been on blind dates during their previous encounters, that it seemed her reputation as a blind date enthusiast had firmly taken root in Mu Yunza's mind. With a resigned sigh, Yun Qinghe replied, Mu Zong, I assure you, I am not here for a blind date today. I am genuinely alone. You need not explain yourself that I find it entirely normal for you to have 3 dates in a day. Over the 5-day May Day holiday, you could easily manage 10, that who is explaining anything to you. I merely stated my truth, believe it or not. With that, Yun Qinghe returned to her reading, wishing to avoid further verbal exchanges with Mu Yunza. Observing her reaction, Mu Yunza was now certain that she was indeed alone. Since he had encountered her, this was an opportunity. Noticing Yun Qinghe engrossed in her book, Mu Yunza took a seat beside her. For some reason, Yun Qinghe felt slightly uncomfortable with him sitting next to her, causing her to lose focus. She could not fathom why, with so many vacant seats, Mu Yunza chose to occupy the space beside her. Realizing she could not concentrate, she decided to abandon the pretense and walk towards the bookshelf. As she returned the book and prepared to leave, Mu Yunza hastily followed suit, placing his book back on the shelf. Just as Yun Qinghe exited the reading room, Mu Yunza trailed behind her. Heading back, not going back, Yun Qinghe had no intention of returning home. At this hour, Annie would surely still be at her house. Spotting a nearby Sef, Mu Yunza suggested, shall we sit in the Sef for a while? Yun Qinghe tilted her head, observing him with confusion. Why do you look at me as if I am a puzzle? Do you truly need to deliberate for so long about whether or not to have coffee with me? Going with you requires considerable thought. What? Are you afraid I have some ulterior motives? Indeed, that Mu Yunza abruptly halted in his tracks. Then are you going or not? Yun Qinghe also came to a stop, adopting a playful demeanor, that of course I'm going. I want to see what sort of schemes you might concoct. After all, I'm just idling about. It turned out that Yun Qinghe had such a spirited side, contrasting with her usual composed and serious demeanor, resembling a lively and playful university student. After placing their orders at the CAF, Mu Yunza casually inquired, has your foot healed? Why aren't you resting at home and instead running off to the library? Thank you for your concern. Even if my foot isn't fully healed, it doesn't prevent me from coming here. Mu Yunza frowned. Secretary Yun, have I offended you? Mind your tone and attitude that I in truth. Mu Yunza had not wronged her. However, recalling how he had mocked her for being single like Annie, it inexplicably irked her. Which law dictated that a woman must marry by a certain age? Was being unable to marry grounds for ridicule? With these thoughts, Yun Qinghe's tone grew sharper. That I apologize, Mu Zong, that I am no longer your secretary. Please call me Yun Qinghe. Very well, Yun Qinghe. Have I offended you? Yes, you have. That Mu Yunza was taken aback. Since their encounter in the library until now, he had not uttered a single inappropriate word. How have I offended you? You mocked me earlier. Mu Yunza meticulously searched through his memories, struggling to recall if he had ever mocked Yun Qinghe. When did I ever laugh at you? He pondered. Indeed, Mu Yunza was rather forgetful. Perhaps it is the nature of humanity to inflict harm upon others without a trace of recollection. Yet, should someone harm him, it might linger in his mind for a lifetime. During an exhibition in the Deep Market, spurred by Yun Qinghe's reminder, Mu Yunza finally remembered. That incident had occurred long ago, and he had intentionally made those remarks that he couldn't possibly tell Yun Qinghe that he found her awkwardness while drinking coffee rather endearing. It seemed she was quite perturbed by the incident. After all, mocking a girl for being unmarried is undeniably hurtful. That I apologize for that incident, that I'm truly sorry. Hearing Mu Yunza offer an apology felt as rare as stumbling upon gold in the dirt. A surprising occurrence indeed. Yun Qinghe maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. You needn't apologize to me. The matter holds little significance. I've grown accustomed to it. Her declaration of having grown accustomed to such treatment tugged at the heartstrings. The sudden mention of the incident must have had a trigger. Intrigued, Mu Yunza inquired, it has been quite some time since then. What prompted you to recall it now? Faced with Mu Yunza's question, Yun Qinghe refrained from revealing that it was her aunt's mockery that had resurfaced the memory, that if she did, Mu Yunza might respond with another sarcastic remark. Quite some time. It has merely been a week. Observing Yun Qinghe's attire, a light blue dress paired with simple white shoes, devoid of makeup, he deduced that her outing must have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Furthermore, considering her foot had not yet fully healed, she should ideally be resting at home. What could compel her to venture out alone to the library? It must be due to a certain matter or an individual. Yun Qinghe, Is it because your parents are pressing you to marry that you fled your home? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Qinghe replied. No. Mu Yunzi crossed his arms, scrutinizing her expression to discern the sincerity of her response, that if it is not your parents, then perhaps others are urging you at home, prompting your escape. Mu Zong, do you not realize? What? Sometimes being too clever can be rather irritating. That a smirk played on Mu Yunzi's lips as he continued. Who is it, and why did you run away? Should I remain there? Merely a passive target for ridicule? The wisest course of action is not to hide, but to confront the adversary, leaving them speechless, ensuring they dare not speak of you again. Knowing Yun Qinghe's sharp tongue, he remembered how she had often rendered him speechless in their exchanges. Why then was she adopting a turtle's retreat this time? Yun Qinghe appeared despondent. Do you think I did not confront them? Yet she still chooses to mock me. With a sigh, she lamented, perhaps it is my fate to be ridiculed by her for a lifetime. Chapter 39. Zhao Shuemu Yunzi had never comprehended the pressures faced by unmarried women as they grew older. Imposed by unrelated individuals that he consoled her. Once you are married, they shall cease their comments that I doubt I shall ever marry. Yun Qinghe shook her head. You are being overly pessimistic. Why do you believe you will never marry? Life is still long. Because I am too old. Your age is hardly advanced. Many individuals in their 30s and 40s remain single, and most of them eventually marry. Most marriages are among men. What leads you to that conclusion? It was evident that Mu Yunzi was not well versed in this area, prompting Yun Qinghe to enlighten him about the current state of the dating market. You may be unaware, but in the dating market, women and men face different challenges. The optimal age for women to seek partners is between 22 and 28. Beyond 28, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a satisfactory match, even if a woman's overall profile is commendable. Finding a suitable partner remains a challenge. Conversely, men in their 30s and 40s, provided they possess good qualities, have a significantly higher probability of finding a desirable partner. Mu Yunzi regarded her with skepticism. Where did you acquire this conclusion? This is my personal experience that your lack of success in dating primarily stems from your age. Indeed, did I desire to find someone of similar age or slightly older? A match in every aspect. Yet such individuals are either married or already in relationships. Those without partners are often the leftovers, and I find them unappealing. Settling is not an option for me, making the situation exceedingly difficult. Observing Yun Qinghe, who appeared far younger than her stated age, Mu Yunzi found it puzzling that she had not considered younger suitors. What about those younger than you? I would never entertain someone younger. Why not? Yun Qinghe pondered deeply, unable to articulate why she could not accept someone younger, that I cannot fathom why. It is simply an internal resistance that Mu Yunzi recalled a saying he had encountered. When one meets the right person, all conditions cease to matter. Perhaps your encounters with younger suitors have simply not appealed to you. Should you meet someone you truly like, that requirement may well vanish. Yun Qinghe shook her head resolutely. That is absolutely impossible. I cannot overcome my mental barrier. Mu Yunzi chose not to press further, aware that stubbornness often leads to unforeseen events, that he was curious to see whether Yun Qinghe's eventual partner would be older or younger than her. Yun Qinghe gazed at the accomplished and handsome man before her, intrigued. Mu Zong, what about you? With such commendable qualities, why are you still single? It defies logic. How do you know I am single, after working alongside you for so long? It would be quite evident if I could not discern such a clear fact, rendering my role as your secretary pointless. Observing Mu Yunzi glance out the window, avoiding her gaze, Yun Qinghe playfully urged, do tell, why are you single? I've shared my reasons for my failed attempts at matchmaking, that I harbor a disdain for women. Yun Qinghe questioned her hearing. Could it be true that Mu Yunzi harbored a disdain for women? Do you detest all women? I cannot say for certain. However, I hold a particular aversion for women who fawn over me or seek to please me at that moment. Yun Qinghe experienced a moment of clarity. Mu Zong, I believe I now comprehend why. Despite my genuine concern for you when you were intoxicated, you chose to dismiss me, that it was this very issue. You perceived my actions as attempts to curry favor. Did you not? Mu Yunzi nodded. Very well. I shall not hold it against you. Curious about the origin of Mu Yunzi's disdain for women, Yun Qinghe wondered if it had been instilled through past experiences. Mu Zong, what has caused this psychological issue? Were you hurt by a former girlfriend? Let us not delve into that. Sensing Mu Yunzi's reluctance to continue the topic, Yun Qinghe refrained from pressing further. Yet, with the newly discovered knowledge of his aversion to women, she felt a twinge of concern about whether her presence might unsettle him. Then Mu Zong, do you find my presence bothersome? If so, I shall take my leave. Mu Yunzi shook his head. You truly do not find me bothersome. Since I learned that you harbor no ulterior motives towards me, I no longer find you bothersome. Yin Qinghe was taken aback, feeling as though she had been exonerated from a wrongful accusation. Does this mean I have been vindicated? Is that really such a grave matter? Of course. If I were to constantly misinterpret your feelings for me, consider how that would affect you. That Mu Yunzi frowned at the thought. If a woman were to misinterpret his intentions, he might very well lose his composure. Observing Mu Yunzi's expression, Yin Qinghe smiled lightly. No, you owe me an apology. Did I apologize? I misjudged you. To her astonishment, Mu Yunzi genuinely offered her an apology. Today feels like stumbling upon two gold nuggets in the dirt. Truly unexpected. Did I accept your apology? You are forgiven. Noticing the smile gracing Yin Qinghe's face, Mu Yunzi attempted to seize the moment to express his desire to keep her close. However, just then, Yin Qinghe's phone rang. That I apologize. Mu Zong, that I must take this call. Mu Yunzi nodded, realizing it was his mother calling him home for dinner, informing him that his aunt had already left. That I'm sorry. Mu Zong, that my mother is calling me home for dinner. With that, Yin Qinghe stood to leave. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yunzi realized there were still words left unspoken, that if he did not voice them now, the opportunity might never arise again. That he quickly asked, shall I accompany you? Yin Qinghe sensed a significant change in Mu Yunzi recently. He seemed to be a rather good person. With a smile, she declined. Thank you. Mu Zong, that I can take a taxi home. Since he had been rejected, Mu Yunzi felt too embarrassed to make further requests and could only respond with a simple all right. Yin Qinghe waved her hand at Mu Yunzi and said, Mr. Mu, I still owe you a favor. Let me treat you to a meal another day. Noticing Mu Yunzi's confusion, she explained, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for the medicine and shoes you bought me last time. So it was just this small matter. She still remembered that Mu Yunzi nodded. Good. As he watched Yin Qinghe's departing figure, a deep sadness settled in his eyes. Yin Qinghe's father, Wang Yuman, rushed to greet his daughter as soon as she entered the house, his face brimming with affection. That my dear daughter, your foot isn't healed yet. Why aren't you resting properly at home? You must be hungry. Come, let us eat. Chapter 40. Wronged. Recalling the hurtful words her aunt had spoken earlier that afternoon, Yin Qinghe felt a pang of injustice. The thought of her mother's handling of the situation added to her sorrow. Pouting, she sat silently at the dining table, embodying the image of someone who had suffered a great injustice. Observing her expression, Wang Yuman mistakenly assumed his daughter was merely feigning a sulky demeanor to elicit his sympathy. That he chuckled and coaxed, oh dear, your little mouth is all puffed up. Who has upset you? Tell Daddy, and I'll make sure to set things right. That I in her father's presence. Yin Qinghe felt perpetually like a little girl who had never grown up, that if there was anyone in the world who would unconditionally protect and pamper her, it was undoubtedly her father. She did not wish to speak. Rather, she wanted to see how her mother would respond. She muttered, ask my mom. Her mother, Yin Lan, smiled and said, oh, you child, are you still angry? Your aunt only wants what's best for you. She hopes you'll find a good match soon. After you left, she even introduced a young man for you to meet. Her mother continued with this same line of reasoning, that I want to meet him. You know what kind of people she introduces me to? Yin Qinghe retorted, frustration bubbling over. Haven't you realized by now that she is just using me to repay favors? I don't understand why I feel so wronged. The more I think about it, the sadder I become. Her voice trembled with unshed tears, and she could no longer contain her emotions. Dad, you have no idea how harshly Aunt scolded me. She said I would grow old, die, and no one would even claim my body. Mom heard it too, but she didn't stop her. She kept saying Aunt meant well, that if she truly meant well, would she speak to me like that? If she genuinely cared, would she introduce me to those ridiculous people? She insists I meet them whether I want to or not. It's just a way to use me as a favor. And then she says I'm being picky. I'm not picky. I just want someone who is somewhat compatible with me. As she spoke, Yin Qinghe had turned to her mother, tears streaming down her face, and cried out, Mom, why do you let Aunt insult and belittle me without intervening? Why do you allow her to scold me? I am your own daughter. Don't you feel upset when others speak to me so cruelly? You know, it hurts me deeply when you act this way. Yin Qinghe sobbed uncontrollably, her tears piercing Wang Yuman's heart like a dagger. Seeing his daughter in such distress made his eyes redden with emotion. My dear, don't be sad that I'll call your aunt and give her a piece of my mind. With that, he immediately pulled out his phone to call his sister, Wang Yuxia. Yunlan, seeing this, quickly intervened. Yuxiao only said that in the heat of the moment. Why call her? What do you mean by that? I'm calling to scold her. I wouldn't dare scold my precious daughter. But I'll not hesitate to confront her. Look at how our daughter is crying. Do you not see how she is suffering? Looking at her tearful daughter and then at her furious husband, Yunlan felt torn. Tell me, does she often speak to our daughter like that? It's not unusual for an aunt to say these things to her niece. What do you mean it's not unusual? Yunlan, look at our precious daughter. If it were nothing, would she be in such tears? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yunlan found herself at a loss for words, but she is your sister. I didn't want to affect your sibling relationship. And what about our daughter? If she dares to bully my daughter, then I have no sister like her. With that, Wang Yumin angrily dialed the number. Brother, what is going on? When the call connected, Wang Yumin bellowed, Wang Yuxia, if you ever speak to my daughter like that again, I will no longer consider you my sister. Startled by her brother's unexpected outburst, Wang Yuxia defended herself. I'm only looking out for her. I want her to marry soon. And here she is, reporting me to you. She really doesn't understand. You don't need to look out for her. Even if she never marries, I will take care of her. If you dare say another word to her, I will not hold back. With that, Wang Yumin hung up the phone. Gently, Wang Yumin comforted Yun Qinghe. Sweetheart, don't cry out if Aunt dares to say another word to you. You let me know and I'll go confront her. Now, eat your meal. That he then placed a piece of pork rib into her bowl. Yun Qinghe stared at the food in her bowl, devoid of appetite. Dad, Mom, I'm full. I'm going to rest in my room. Seeing the untouched rice in her bowl, Yunlan asked with concern. Why not eat a little more? Yun Qinghe shook her head and walked away. Did I in that moment? Yunlan realized the extent of the damage Wang Yuxia's words had inflicted on her daughter. She had thought her daughter wouldn't mind. Unknowingly, she had become an accomplice in hurting her own child. As Yun Qinghe closed the door to her bedroom, Wang Yumin cast a disapproving glance at his wife. Yunlan felt somewhat guilty under his gaze. Stop looking at me like that. Isn't she your sister? I couldn't very well criticize her. Besides, if I say something, she might not introduce any more suitors to our daughter. And it's already hard enough for her to find someone at her age. Wang Yumin scoffed that if you're too timid to scold her, then I'll take care of it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why let our daughter endure her insults day after day? Given her circle, what decent person could she possibly introduce to our daughter? You didn't even think about that. Well, what if there is someone suitable? When has there ever been a what if? From now on, if our daughter doesn't want to meet someone, you must not force her. Yunlan sighed heavily. Aren't you afraid that she might never marry? What if she doesn't marry? I'll take care of her. Have you considered what will happen to her when we're gone? At this, Wang Yumin felt a twinge of worry, yet he did not believe that his daughter would suffer greatly. After all, she had always been a determined and thoughtful individual. What is there to fear? Our daughter is exceptional. How could you doubt that she won't meet the right person in the future? Let us hope so. The couple could only comfort themselves for the time being. The May Day holiday soon came to an end. Then on the first working day following the break, Du-Han immediately logged onto the recruitment website as soon as she arrived at the office. Sifting through resumes, those that met the criteria were informed to come in for interviews at 2 o'clock that afternoon. After notifying the candidates, she headed straight to the general manager's office. Mr. Mu, I have notified a group of applicants to come for interviews at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now that Secretary Yun has resigned, to expedite finding a suitable replacement, may I arrange for second interviews this afternoon if I find suitable candidates? Mu Yunja nodded. That's fine. Chapter 41. Pretext that day. He had been engaged in a pleasant conversation with Yun Qinghe and was on the verge of addressing the crux of the matter when a phone call interrupted them. Had it not been for that call, perhaps Yun Qinghe would have already reported to work by now. Glancing at the stack of documents Yun Qinghe had handed over, he absent-mindedly opened one of the folders, seeing the numerous pending tasks. He let out an uncontrollable sigh. After the second round of interviews in the afternoon, Mu Yunja still found no satisfactory candidates. That Du-Han took a deep breath and said, Mr. Mu, I'll continue recruiting. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly fled, fearing that if she lingered too long, she would face Mu Yunja's wrath. However, it was not long after returning to her office that Mu Yunja's call came through. Seeing the internal line number on the phone, Du-Han's heart raced. Did this mean she would be scolded for running away? She steadied her nerves and answered the call. Mr. Mu. Call Secretary Yun and have her come to the office right away. Relieved that the call was not about reprimanding her, Du-han's heart settled. May I ask what this is regarding? Mu Yunja was at a loss for a pretext. His gaze fell on the folder on his desk. Her work hasn't been handed over properly. That's a matter I can address immediately. I'll call her right away. After hanging up, Du-han was filled with suspicion. Given Yunqing's meticulous and detail-oriented work ethic, was it really possible that her handover was incomplete? Surely that could not be the case. Regardless, Mu Yunza's words shall dictate my actions. Yunqing was at home, engrossed in a television drama while discussing potential travel destinations with her parents. Suddenly, her phone rang, revealing a call from Du-han, which caused her to furrow her brow. It was working hours. Why would Du-han be calling her? Confused, she answered the call. Hello, Xiaohan. What is the matter? Yunjie, are you free at the moment? Yes, go ahead. President Mu mentioned that your work handover was unclear and requested that you come to the office immediately. Yunqing pondered this, convinced she had left no details unattended. She distinctly remembered having meticulously documented everything she needed to hand over and had checked it multiple times that I couldn't have overlooked anything. Xiaohan, did he specify what exactly was not handed over clearly? I am not sure. He just asked me to call you and have you come to the office right away. That a wave of self-doubt washed over Yunqing. Had she truly forgotten something significant? Given the urgency of the request, it must be important. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, she quickly applied a light makeup and rushed out the door. Since she had already resigned, she opted not to wear her professional attire. Upon arriving at the general manager's office, she knocked on the door. Come in. The familiar, cool voice greeted her. Yunqing opened the door and asked eagerly, President Mu, you mentioned that my work handover was unclear. What exactly was unclear? May I see it? Mu Yunza remained silent, scrutinizing Yunqing. She was dressed in a simple, fitted white t-shirt paired with light blue straight-leg jeans and white sneakers. His gaze lingered on her sneakers, as if reflecting the concern of an old friend. Did I your foot better? Yunqing glanced at her foot, questioning the relevance of this at the moment. Yes, it's fine. She then inquired apologetically, President Mu, what exactly did I fail to hand over clearly? I truly cannot recall. Noticing her anxiousness, Mu Yunza's tone softened. That I have not received your resignation letter. Yunqing had clearly remembered that after submitting her resignation, she had promptly drafted the letter and delivered it to Mu Yunza. That's impossible. I distinctly handed it to you. Think about where you might have placed it. Mu Yunza shook his head. I did not receive it. Yunqing felt a pang of anxiety and sought to jog his memory. Don't you remember? You even signed it and then inexplicably asked me to rewrite it. Yes, I did ask you to rewrite it. But then I never saw it submitted at this point. Yunqing sighed with relief. Clearly, Mu Yunza was toying with her, and irritation crept onto her face. President Mu, I told you I wouldn't rewrite it. I have already submitted my resignation letter. That if you claim not to have received it, that is your issue. After she spoke, she turned to leave, appearing quite upset. Mu Yunza, feeling anxious, called out, Yunqing, stop. Yunqing turned back, glaring at him. President Mu, is there something else? You must return to work as I have not received your resignation letter. Upon hearing this, Yunqing felt a surge of anger. Mu Yunza, are you being childish? I clearly submitted my resignation letter to you. Is it amusing to toy with me like this? Are you so idle? Mu Yunza remained calm, shaking his head. You did not submit it. It was he who intended to terminate her employment. Yet she had delivered her resignation letter to him, and now he claimed not to have it. She could not fathom his motives. Gazing into Mu Yunza's earnest eyes, she began to doubt her perception of the situation. Did he genuinely wish for her to remain at Yunka? No, he intended to dismiss her, but if he truly wanted her to stay, he could simply say so. There would be no need to bring up the resignation letter. But then again, someone of his pride would never directly express such desires. That if he wouldn't say it, she would have to draw it out of him. President Mu, what do you mean by this? I have stated, I did not receive your resignation letter. Thus you must resume your duties. The answer was clear, yet Yunqing could not comprehend why Mu Yunza had changed his mind. She needed to uncover the reason behind his sudden shift. Are you suggesting that I continue working at Yunka? Mu Yunza nodded. Yes. Why? Because hiring someone new involves substantial sunk cost. Mu Yunza spoke sincerely. He had invested considerable time and effort without finding a suitable replacement. He saw no reason to dismiss Yun Qinghe, as she was the perfect fit. Chapter 42. Retention. Mu Yunza's reasoning left Yun Qinghe feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if her retention was merely a fallback option for him. Indeed, she did not wish to leave Yunke, but he had initially misunderstood her intentions and sought to dismiss her. Naturally, she had also misjudged him, leading her to resign in frustration. Had he not misjudged her in the first place, she would not have made such a hasty decision. Now, he wanted her to stay, yet the underlying issues remained unresolved. Who could guarantee he wouldn't misunderstand her again in the future? She had no desire to endure such misinterpretations again, as it would tarnish her reputation. Noticing Yun Qinghe's hesitation to respond, Mu Yunze felt a twinge of disappointment. After mustering the courage to express his desire for her to stay, was she now going to reject him? Yun Qinghe looked at Mu Yunze, maintaining her composure as she said, "President Mu, if that is your reasoning, I will not remain at Yunke." As Mu Yunze had anticipated, Yun Qinghe declined his offer. However, this refusal was more favorable than he had envisioned. As it left room for negotiation, he realized he had to articulate a compelling reason for her to consider staying. Unsure of what she wanted to hear, he asked, "Why is this reason insufficient?" "You initially wanted to dismiss me because you misunderstood my intentions." Mu Yunze immediately replied, "Yes, but I have already apologized for that misunderstanding. Will you ever doubt me again? I truly wish to avoid any further misinterpretations from you." After all this time, it seemed Yun Qinghe was apprehensive about his potential misjudgments. Mu Yunze shook his head. "No, I wanted." Yun Qinghe sought further assurance of the reliability of his response. "How can I trust that?" A smile graced Mu Yunze's lips. "You made a solemn vow. Do you not remember?" Yun Qinghe felt that Mu Yunze was misinterpreting her intention. She sought confirmation about his feelings, not about her own. "President Mu, that was my vow. Indeed, which is why I am certain you will never harbor feelings for me. That is my assurance against any future misunderstandings. Who would place their convictions in the hands of another? If such a situation arose again, would he not place the blame on her? Yet, she knew she could never develop feelings for him, so perhaps he was right. What if, in the future, he misjudged her again? What then? Yun Qinghe tentatively asked. "Aren't you worried I might break my vow one day?" Mu Yunze appeared unfazed. "That I have no concerns, as I am not within your range of suitable partners." Yun Qinghe found solace in Mu Yunze's awareness of this fact. "In that case, I am reassured." The situation was not as dire as she had imagined. Yun Qinghe had not mocked him. Rather, it was her own biases that clouded her judgment. Confident that Yun Qinghe might agree to stay, Mu Yunze's lips curled into a barely contained smile. "So, can you return to work tomorrow?" Yun Qinghe hesitated. Accepting his offer now would render her at his beck and call, too undignified and lacking in self-respect. She shook her head. "No." Mu Yunze, perplexed, inquired, "Why not? Hasn't our misunderstanding been resolved?" Yun Qinghe fabricated an excuse. "That I need to travel abroad with my parents." "Cancel it. I will bear all the losses." "President Mu, that is excessively domineering." I haven't agreed to return to work. You wish for me to depart, and thus I shall. You desire my presence, and I shall return. Would that not render me utterly embarrassed? The statement made by Yun Qinghe just moments ago was, in essence, an affirmation of her willingness to resume work. Mu Yunze furrowed his brow, pondering if he had perhaps misunderstood her intentions, or if she harbored additional requests. "Do you have any other demands?" he queried, reflecting on the fact that since Mu Yunze's appointment, he had dismissed numerous employees, thereby increasing his own workload. Yun Qinghe boldly asserted her requirement. "I wish to have a salary increase." "Very well. I shall grant you an additional 5,000, but this seemed rather excessive to her. Yun Qinghe was taken aback by Mu Yunze's generosity, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of accepting it. "Mr. de Mu, you are offering too much. Can one truly complain about receiving a higher salary?" Mu Yunze replied with a slight smile. "Secretary Yun, the increase I propose has been carefully considered and is entirely reasonable. Is there truly such a benevolent employer in this world? What a remarkable fortune to encounter such a celestial figure like him." Since Mu Yunze deemed it reasonable, Yun Qinghe graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you, Mr. de Mu." Observing the smile blooming on Yun Qinghe's face, Mu Yunze inquired, "Will you be able to return to work tomorrow?" With a playful grin, Yun Qinghe replied, "Mr. Mu, I can start working right now." "Excellent. Please assess the losses from ticket cancellations and group withdrawals, and draft a reimbursement form for me." Feeling a bit sheepish, Yunqing chuckled. Mr. Mu, I must apologize. I was merely teasing you earlier. I was only discussing travel plans with my parents. Nothing has been finalized yet. How whimsical Yun Qinghe could be at times, concocting such an excuse to fool him. Yet her willingness to stay rendered all else insignificant. That Mu Yunze, rather than being upset, responded with a gentle tone, almost as if jesting. Then I must thank you for saving me some money. Yun Qinghe playfully countered, no need for that. With that, she stepped forward to gather the documents on her desk. That Mr. Mu, unless there is anything else, I shall return to my duties. Very well. As soon as Yun Qinghe departed, Mu Yunze relaxed into his executive chair. After enduring this matter for so long, it had finally reached a satisfactory resolution. Suddenly recalling something, he promptly sat up and called Du Han to inform her to halt the recruitment of a secretary. Upon hearing this news, Du Han was utterly bewildered. That weren't we in urgent need of filling the position? Secretary Yun has resigned. Who will take over her responsibilities? Why the sudden change? As thoughts of Yun Qinghe crossed her mind, Du Han seemed to connect the dots. She quickly made her way to the general manager's secretary's office and pushed the door open, discovering, just as she suspected, that Yun Qinghe was seated behind the desk. Yun Jie, have you returned to work regularly? She queried. Yun Qinghe nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have it. That's wonderful. I can finally find relief from this torment. The news thrilled Du Han to the point where she nearly leaped for J. Oh, wide. No wonder Mu instructed me to cease the secretary's search. I knew you would come back. This is simply splendid. Observing Du Han's exuberance, Yun Qinghe smiled but remained silent. Chapter 43. The Strategy. Recalling how resolutely Yun Qinghe had declared she would not return, Du Han's curiosity was piqued. Yun Jie, was it Mu who persuaded you to come back? Yun Qinghe smiled and nodded. Indeed, that Du Han's surprise was palpable. Really? I, too, am astonished that Mu would invite you back. She wore an expression of understanding. Surely, after interviewing so many candidates, Mr. Mu realized that you, Secretary Yun, are the best fit. We simply cannot let such a valuable secretary slip away. Otherwise, regret would come too late. Yun Qinghe chuckled at Du Han's words, knowing that Mu Yunze shared her sentiments, given that both had misunderstood one another. And now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, there was no reason for him to dismiss her, nor for her to abandon the platform she had worked on for 6 years. Naturally, she still held great faith in the prospects of Yun Ke. Upon receiving a text notification of her salary being deposited, Yun Qinghe was astonished to find that last month's salary had been issued in full. Hadn't they agreed that Mu Yunze would deduct the cost of the shoes from her pay? Had he forgotten to inform the finance department? This matter had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Yun Qinghe was not one to owe others, especially not in terms of money. The very thought of being in debt would rob her of sleep. Determined to clarify this issue promptly, she made her way to the general manager's office. That Mr. Mu, my salary has been paid in full. Did you perhaps forget to instruct the finance department to deduct the amount? Mu Yunze appeared puzzled. Deduct what? It seemed he had genuinely forgotten. Yun Qinghe directly reminded him, the expenses for the shoes and medication you purchased for me. No need for that. You were injured on a business trip, and those costs are considered company compensation. That I can accept the medication, but I must reimburse you for the shoes. What was the price you paid? Mu Yunze was somewhat bemused. It's just a pair of shoes. So much time has passed. Why is Yun Qinghe still being so meticulous? Noticing that Mu Yunze was unwilling to disclose the price of the shoes, Yun Qinghe recalled the price she had found online and promptly transferred the amount to Mu Yunze via WeChat. Mr. Mu, I'm unsure of the exact price you paid, so I've sent you the amount based on the online price. Please check. That Mu Yunze didn't even glance at his phone. Instead, he stood and said, Secretary Yun, please come with me. Yun Qinghe, unsure of the situation, followed in his wake. They arrived at the company's exhibition hall, which was impressively spacious, spanning 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. It was designed to showcase the company's entire smart home ecosystem and various smart appliances, allowing clients to immerse themselves in the intelligent home experience offered by Yun Ke. Mu Yunze halted in the section dedicated to intelligent cleaning products and turned to Yun Qinghe. Secretary Yun, over the next couple of days, I would like you to test these products. Please write a usage report from the user's perspective and rank the products accordingly. Understood, Mr. Mu. However, in her heart, Yun Qinghe thought to herself that this task ought not to fall to her as a secretary. She wondered what Mu Yunze was thinking. Did he not trust the results provided by the product quality department? Nevertheless, given his generous raise, She decided to acquiesce to whatever he requested as Mu Yunza prepared to leave. Yunqingha reminded him once more, "Mr. Mu, please remember to collect that money." Mu Yunza took out his phone and tapped it a couple of times in her presence. Watching him depart, Yunqingha felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was only when she retrieved her phone that she realized he had not actually received the payment. Why had he tapped on his phone then? Yunqingha contemplated sending him a WeChat message to remind him, but she ultimately decided against it. After all, she had already mentioned it, and he had chosen not to accept. Bringing it up again would only make her seem overly persistent. Mu Yunza was indeed quite peculiar. She resolved to leave him be. Whether he chose to accept the payment or not was his prerogative, but if he still refused to accept it by the next salary payment, she would go directly to the finance department and have them deduct it from her salary to transfer to his point 2 days later. Upon reviewing the trial results submitted by Yunqingha, Mu Yunza took home several of the top-ranked products. That Saturday afternoon, as Yunqingha lounged in her apartment, enjoying air conditioning, watermelon, and a comedic variety show, her phone rang. Without giving it much thought, she answered the call. Just as she did, a particularly funny moment from the show made her burst into laughter that on the other end, Mu Yunza frowned slightly, wondering what Yunqingha was up to that made her so cheerful. Secretary Yun, realizing it was indeed Mu Yunza, Yunqingha quickly stifled her laughter and held her phone up to her face to, "Oh my, it really is Mr. Mu." She immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Mu, how may I assist you? Please come to my residence. I have some matters to discuss with you." "Certainly, Mr. Mu." After hanging up, Yunqingha questioned her previous behavior. How could she have answered the phone without checking who was calling? Would Mu Yunza think she was mad after hearing her laugh so heartily? She resolved to adopt a new principle. Henceforth, she would always check who was calling before answering the phone. Subsequently, she changed it to a light gray-green summer outfit, applied a subtle touch of makeup, and set out. After knocking on Mu Yunza's door, she stood outside and called out, "Mr. Mu, what is the matter? Come in, and we shall discuss it." Mu Yunza opened the door and walked into the room, with Yunqingha following closely behind. Upon reaching the living room, Mu Yunza took out his phone and manipulated it briefly before putting it away. He gestured toward the smart cleaning device situated in the living room, saying, "Secretary Yun, please assist me in cleaning up. This is the tool I selected based on your trial results that moment." Yunqingha finally understood. Mu Yunza had asked her to test the tools in order to facilitate this task. Mu Yunza nodded, acknowledging that these were indeed your favorite products. "Your schemes are quite intricate. The payment has already been transferred to your WeChat." Upon hearing this, Yunqingha unexpectedly declared, "I refuse." Mu Yunza, perplexed, inquired why. Following his question, he elaborated, "The price is the same as last time, and I've even provided you with tools. You should find it considerably easier." Yunqingha, somewhat petulant, responded, "Why won't you accept the money I transferred for the shoes? If you refuse, what was the point of me making that payment?" She continued, "I merely deleted your transfer with a couple of taps." Mu Yunza was bewildered as to why Yunqingha was so fixated on this matter. Was such a trivial amount truly worth her prolonged concern? Chapter 44. Dining. Mu Yunza believed that the money was his voluntary expenditure as a superior for his subordinate. Having not obtained Yunqingha's consent, he saw no reason to accept her funds. Even if Yunqingha had prompted him to purchase the items, he would still not ask for her money. After all, it was merely the cost of a pair of shoes. Yunqingha promptly produced her phone, stating, "I will transfer it to you now. You must accept it." Wait a moment. Mu Yunza thought he should find an excuse to prevent Yunqingha from continually bringing it up. At a loss for words, he recalled that on the day Yunqingha left, she had mentioned treating him to a meal. "You said you would treat me to dinner, which is why I did not accept your payment. If you accept, I will also treat you. If that is the case, I shall not accept, and you can treat me several more times." Seeing Mu Yunza steadfast in his refusal to accept the money, Yunqingha relented. Very well. She reasoned that Mu Yunza must have some aversion to money. Otherwise, why would he refuse to accept it even after it was transferred to him? With Yunqingha finally acquiescing, Mu Yunza exhaled, "Can I clean now?" "Mr. Mu, I must inform you beforehand that your offered remuneration is somewhat excessive. Are you certain you want me to clean?" Mu Yunza nodded, "Indeed." "All right then," embracing the principle that turning down money is foolish. Yunqingha saw no reason to forego such easy earnings. The ensuing scene depicted Mu Yunza leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Yunqingha's slender figure dashed about the expansive residence. Despite the assistance of tools, the house's vastness meant that it took Yun Qinghe over 2 hours to finish the task alone. Mr. Mu, I have completed the cleaning. Would you like to inspect it? Mu Yunzi did not lift his gaze, replying, no need. You may leave. Not hearing any footsteps, Mu Yunzi raised his head, noticing that Yun Qinghe still stood there, seemingly unwilling to depart. I asked something the matter. Do you have further business? Mr. Mu, do you have any engagements tonight? None. Why do you ask? Then I would like to treat you to dinner. Mu Yunzi smirked slightly. Secretary Yun, is it really necessary for you to be this eager? His smile was somewhat charming, causing Yun Qinghe to feel a touch of embarrassment. She felt somewhat odd in front of Mu Yunzi. To suppress this strange feeling, she loudly expressed her dissatisfaction. It's because you refused to accept the money I transferred to you. It seemed that if she did not partake in this meal, Yun Qinghe would undoubtedly bring up the matter of transferring money again. The T.O. maintained his peace. Mu Yunzi reluctantly agreed. Very well. Let us go. Yun Qinghe, uncertain of what to eat for their impromptu dinner invitation, asked Mr. Mu, is there anything you desire? Anything is fine. After some thought, Yun Qinghe suggested, I know a great barbecue place. Shall we go there? Upon seeing Mu Yunzi frown slightly, she immediately inquired, do you not like it? Mu Yunzi indeed had reservations, as he found the lengthy duration of barbecuing unappealing and the lingering smell of grilled meat on his clothes bothersome. Noticing a hint of disappointment on Yun Qinghe's face, he shook his head. No, let us have barbecue. Dining with Mu Yunzi made Yun Qinghe feel a twinge of regret. He remained silent and seemed to eat little, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. She was at a loss for conversation to alleviate the tension. Not wanting to discuss work and finding it inappropriate to delve into personal matters or gossip, she decided to change the subject to housing. Mr. Mu, do you like the house you are currently residing in? Mu Yunzi nodded. Did you know? The house was designed by an overseas architect commissioned by the company. Really? Who was commissioned? Mu Yunzi was puzzled as to why Yun Qinghe claimed the house was designed by a foreign architect when he had designed it himself. Furrowing her brow, Yun Qinghe struggled to recall. I cannot remember the name at the moment. The designer doesn't seem to be particularly famous. I couldn't find any information online, but his design aesthetic is exceptional, and he has very high standards for the presentation of his designs. All the furniture and decor in the house were selected by him and shipped from abroad. Even the large sofa in your living room was imported. How do you know this so well? In response to Mu Yunzi's inquiry, Yun Qinghe beamed with pride, as if boasting about a remarkable accomplishment. Because I was in charge of the renovation. I coordinated with the designer and also sourced the construction team. Was it possible that the person who had coordinated the renovation with him was none other than Yun Qinghe? He scrutinized the beautiful and intelligent woman before him, struggling to reconcile this with his memory of the name Yun Hai. Mu Yunzi sought to confirm whether the person he had communicated with was indeed Yun Qinghe, that he recalled that the individual had used a QQ email address. If Yun Qinghe were the same person he had interacted with, she would be able to retrieve the correspondence. The TO avoid revealing too much of his personal information. Mu Yunzi opted for an alternative approach to confirm the identity of the person he had been in contact with. Secretary Yun, I have spent time abroad. Please look up the name of that designer. I wish to see if I know him. All right, I will check now. Yun Qinghe picked up the phone on the table, operating it while expressing her relief. Fortunately, I used a QQ email address, so it didn't get mixed with work emails, making it quick to find. While speaking, she located the previous emails and promptly handed her phone to Mu Yunzi. Mr. Mu, look, is this the person? Do you know him? Is he famous? As Mu Yunzi gazed at the screen, he recognized his own email address, the name Yun Hai at the top of the correspondence, along with the instructions he had provided. He shook his head. I do not know him. With that, he returned the phone to Yun Qinghe, refraining from disclosing that he was the designer she referred to. Mu Yunzi had not anticipated that Yun Hai was indeed Yun Qinghe. Since the person he had communicated with had used a QQ email address, he had assumed they were from a renovation company. Coupled with the name Yun Hai, he had always presumed the individual was a man. Mu Yunzi felt fortunate that he had used his English name in the email correspondence with Yun Qinghe, without noting his real name. Upon hearing Mu Yunzi's response, Yun Qinghe felt a slight disappointment. It appeared he was not particularly famous. Nevertheless, I believe in him. He will surely achieve fame in the future. Mu Yunzi merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Design was merely a hobby for him, and he had no aspirations in that direction. Likely disappointing Yun Qinghe. Chapter 45. Consensus. After finishing their meal, Yun Qinghe took out her phone and approached the cashier, ready to settle the bill. only to be informed that it had already been taken care of. Yunqing turned to Mu Yunzi, visibly displeased. "You promised I would treat you." Mu Yunzi smiled slightly. "I am not accustomed to allowing women to pay. What an odd habit you have. I return your money, and you refuse. I offer to treat you, and you insist on paying. How am I supposed to return the favor? You may not be accustomed to allowing women to pay, but I am not accustomed to being in debt to others." It seemed that Yunqing harbored a psychological burden. Feeling indebted to him, Mu Yunzi resolved to clarify why he was unwilling to accept her money. "Secretary Yun, I purchased those shoes without your consent. Correct? Yes, what of it? The shoes are for me. I should pay you. The issue lies here. This was a personal voluntary expenditure on my part, not one that you willingly incurred. Therefore, you need not compensate me." Yunqing pondered Mu Yunzi's logic. It seemed sound yet felt somewhat off. Did I ask there truly such reasoning? Certainly. Even so, I still owe you a favor. Then simply repay me with a favor. How so? Seeing that Yunqing had begun to accept his reasoning, Mu Yunzi proposed, "How about this? If I require your assistance in the future, your help would count as repaying the favor, right?" Yunqing contemplated for a moment and concluded that if this were the case, she would probably never be able to repay Mu Yunzi for what she owed him in this lifetime. That Mr. Mu, I've given it some thought, and I truly cannot fathom what matters you might need my assistance with. Perhaps it would be best if I simply return the money to you. I do not wish to dwell on this matter, always feeling as though I have not fully repaid you. Secretary Yun, it's merely a few thousand yuan. Do you truly need to fixate on it? Mr. Mu, you are quite peculiar that I intend to return your money, and yet you accuse me of dwelling on it. Mu Yunzi felt that his previous explanations had been in vain. Secretary Yun, I have already explained to you why I cannot accept your money. However, considering your psychological burden, I suggested that you repay me with a favor. In truth, you do not owe me anything at all. It seemed evident that Mu Yunzi would certainly not accept any monetary repayment. Yunqing was quite conflicted to Mr. Mu. I genuinely cannot conceive of any difficulties you might have that I could assist with. You hardly appear to be in financial distress. Are you intentionally suggesting this to prevent me from repaying you? Not at all. Wealthy individuals face their own unique challenges. Yunqing thought to herself that the difficulties of the affluent would require even more money. But Mr. Mu, I do not possess a great deal of wealth that I do not require your money as long as you agree to assist me unconditionally in the future. Without refusal, it will suffice. Consider it a repayment of favors. Yunqing pondered this request, sensing a multitude of uncertainties. Surely Mu Yunzi wouldn't lead her into a trap. To Mr. Mu, you wouldn't devise some nefarious scheme to ensnare me, would you? Am I truly so wicked? Who can say? Human hearts are inscrutable, that if you do not wish to repay me, then so be it. Mu Yunzi's words seemed to provoke her. Yunqing, feeling a bit anxious, retorted, "Who says I do not wish to repay you? However, I must clarify that I can only assist with matters that do not contravene legal or ethical standards." Very well, I will not ask you to do anything illegal or immoral. The two finally reached a consensus. And Mu Yunzi was relieved to no longer hear Yunqing's incessant chatter about this matter. Since returning from the May Day holiday, the collaboration between Yunqing and Mu Yunzi had grown increasingly harmonious. Everything progressed smoothly, and they had successfully completed the contract with Beihai Real Estate. The agents in various regions had also finished their training and convened a successful agents conference. After over a month of busyness, they were finally able to unwind over the weekend. However, Yunqing received the distressing news that her close friend, Li Mingyao, had broken up with her partner due to infidelity. 12 years of relationship ended abruptly, leaving Li Mingyao profoundly hurt. She and Shuya arranged to meet with Li Mingyao at that moment. The only role they could play as friends was to support Li Mingyao through this trying time. Having never been to a bar, Li Mingyao suggested they go out for drinks at this point. Even if Li Mingyao had suggested bungee jumping, Yunqing and Shuya would have readily accompanied her. Let alone going to ABARDAS, the three entered the bar. They were taken aback by the dazzling lights and the pulsating rhythm of the DJ music that struck at their hearts. The dance floor was filled with stylishly dressed men and women swaying to the beat. They quickly found a booth, ordered drinks, and exchanged glances at the table piled high with beverages that seemed that tonight. They were prepared to indulge in a night of camaraderie. When Shuya poured herself a drink, Yunqing immediately intervened, saying, "Shuya, you shouldn't drink." Shuya paused, looking puzzled. "Why not?" Yun Qinghe explained. One of us must remain sober. You should refrain from drinking. I'll take care of Meng Yao. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. With that, Shuya took away the drink that was already filled before Yun Qinghe. But if one of us is to abstain, it should be you. Remember, Shuya is staying at your place tonight, that if you drink too much, who will look after her? At some point, Li Mingyao had acquired a glass of juice, which she handed to Yun Qinghe. Xiaohe, you drink the juice, and let Shuya keep me company with the alcohol. Tonight, I entrust everything to you, sister. Yun Qinghe accepted the juice from Li Mingyao. You two can drink freely. I will ensure everything is taken care of. It must be said that the bar was indeed a suitable venue for those nursing heartbreak, that Li Mingyao appeared to brighten considerably. After having some drinks, she was pulled onto the dance floor by Shuya. Yun Qinghe remained seated as she was not adept at dancing. Although dancing in a bar does not necessitate skill, Yun Qinghe felt she would need some alcohol to join in. She simply sat quietly, observing her friends dancing to the rhythm of the music. Seeing the smiles on their faces brought a smile to her own. Unbeknownst to her, a man had been watching her intently for quite some time and was now approaching her. Suddenly, her line of sight was obstructed, and she noticed that the person blocking her view had not moved away. Yun Qinghe's heart began to race, and she dared not look up, fearing it might be Mu Yunzi again. Chapter 46. Fortunate recalling her previous encounter with Mu Yunzi in the library, Yun Qinghe found it utterly bizarre. If it were not for Mu Yunzi's aversion to women, she might have suspected he was a stalker, perhaps having planted a tracking device on her. Hello there, beautiful. Are you alone? Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Yun Qinghe's heartbeat gradually stabilized. When she finally looked up to see a stranger before her, her guard instinctively went up. She had no desire to engage with this unfamiliar individual and chose to ignore him. Redirecting her gaze to the dance floor to her surprise, the man sat down beside her. Beautiful. I isn't being alone, quite dull. I am alone too. Let us be friends. Yun Qinghe shifted her body slightly away. I'm afraid not, sir, that I am not bored, and I am here with friends that, oh, is that so? Then why have they left you here alone? They've gone to dance, and will be back shortly. Feeling uncomfortable with a stranger sitting next to her, Yun Qinghe stood up. But to her astonishment, the man also stood up and attempted to drape his arm around her shoulders. Just then, Mu Yunzi entered the bar and spotted a familiar figure being harassed by a man from afar, and he quickly navigated through the crowd, striding purposefully toward them. Seeing Mu Yunzi suddenly quicken his pace, Yu Jingchen was perplexed. Zij, what is going on? The music was too loud for Mu Yunzi to hear Yu Jingchen's voice. He reached Yun Qinghe, grasped her wrist, and pulled her to his side. What the hell do you think you're doing? Startled by the sudden grip on her wrist, Yun Qinghe felt a surge of panic. As she attempted to free herself, she heard that familiar voice. She could scarcely believe her ears until she looked up and saw Mu Yunzi standing protectively in front of her, causing a wave of excitement to wash over her. This was the one instance where Yun Qinghe felt grateful to encounter Mu Yunzi. Yet, the exhilaration was fleeting. Upon realizing that she was in a bar with Mu Yunzi, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her as she regarded the tall, handsome man who had disrupted her plans. The man who had attempted to flirt with her was quite rude, demanding, "Who are you?" Mu Yunzi regarded the man with a condescending demeanor. "Who do you think I am?" The man observed Yun Qinghe's expression, which seemed akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, and then glanced at Mu Yunzi's furious countenance. He indignantly retorted, "If there is a man around, you shouldn't be out fishing for compliments. Mind your own wife." That moment, Mu Yunzi realized that Yun Qinghe was all alone in the booth. He looked at her as though she were a stranger. Was this the same Yun Qinghe he knew? Had she come to the bar alone for a drink, or was she truly there to seek out men? Was she so eager to marry that she would throw caution to the wind and degrade herself? If she wanted to find a partner, she ought to choose a more respectable venue. Such places only offered fleeting encounters. Yu Jingchen, watching the rude man walk away in confusion, approached Mu Yunzi. Upon realizing that the person Mu Yunzi was shielding was Yun Qinghe, he exclaimed, "Secretary Yun, what a coincidence to see you here." Yun Qinghe forced a smile, feeling awkward. Yes, quite a coincidence. When Yu Jingchen noticed the grip Mu Yunzi had on Yun Qinghe's wrist, his eyes widened in shock. "Zij, you and Secretary Yun, what is going on?" This was the first time Yu Jingchen had witnessed Mu Yunzi interacting with a woman in the past. Even if a celestial being stood before him, Mu Yunzi would not spare a glance, let alone hold a woman's hand. Upon seeing Yu Jingchen's astonished expression, Mu Yunzi immediately released his grip, snorting dismissively. Secretary Yun, you certainly know how to play the field that if you're looking for a man. You need to come to a bar. Rubbing her wrist where Mu Yunza had held it tightly, Yun Qinghe felt a surge of indignation. Who says I'm here to find a man? You always jump to such conclusions. Isn't it so? Others have taken advantage of you, and yet you make no effort to evade it. Do you not find enjoyment in this? Yun Qinghe cannot fathom why Mu Yunza behaves so sarcastically. Even if she were truly seeking companionship at a bar, it would hardly concern him, would it? I have distanced myself, so why the anger? Moreover, even if I were to be taken advantage of, it has no bearing on you. Does it? At that moment, Mu Yunza realized that his tone had been inappropriate. He could not comprehend why he was feeling this way. Why did he feel a surge of rage upon witnessing that man touching Yun Qinghe? Indeed, what Yun Qinghe chose to do had no relevance to him. He quickly retorted, "Am I angry? Is there any reason for me to be? Your misfortune bears no relation to me." Yun Qinghe found Mu Yunza's behavior rather perplexing. If she opted not to clarify, he would certainly misconstrue her as a woman of loose morals. That Mr. Mu, please do not misunderstand me. If you would be so kind that I came here with my girlfriends, not to seek out men. Fearing that Mu Yunza might not believe her, Yun Qinghe pointed towards the dance floor. Look at that girl in the floral dress with the long wavy hair. And the one beside her in denim. Both are my close friends. Hearing Yun Qinghe's words, Mu Yunza glanced at the 3 empty glasses on the table, and his skepticism began to wane. However, what he voiced was, "You need not explain yourself. I am not interested that if I do not clarify, you will surely misinterpret me once again." The Yu Jingchen observed Mu Yunza and then Yun Qinghe, noticing that they seemed to bicker whenever they were together. Could it be that they were sworn enemies? In an effort to halt their quarrel, Yu Jingchen exclaimed, astonished by the array of empty glasses, "Secretary Yun, do you ladies possess such remarkable drinking capacity? How could 3 of you consume so much?" Yun Qinghe, wishing to ignore Mu Yunza, turned to Yu Jingchen and replied, "We may have ordered a bit too much." They drank, while I abstained. Yu Jingchen, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you not partake?" "I must remain sober to ensure their safety." Yu Jingchen chuckled. "Well done. It appears you are quite conscious of safety." Observing that Yu Jingchen and Yun Qinghe were engrossed in conversation, Mu Yunza urged, "Let us depart. Ziege, please wait a moment." With that, Yu Jingchen turned back to Yun Qinghe with a friendly smile. "Secretary Yun, would you mind if we joined you here?" Witnessing Mu Yunza's impatient and haughty demeanor, Yun Qinghe was disinclined to sit with him. After finally clearing up previous misunderstandings and establishing a cordial working relationship, he had reverted to his troublesome ways, either doubting her affections for him or questioning her sanity regarding men. Just as Yun Qinghe grappled with how to respond, Li Mingyao and Shu Yan noticed 2 unfamiliar men surrounding Yun Qinghe and immediately approached. The 2 promptly shielded Yun Qinghe, with Li Mingyao calling out to Yu Jingchen and Mu Yunza. "What are you doing?" Yun Qinghe tugged at Li Mingyao's hand. "Yao Yao, this is my superior, Mr. Mu, and this is his friend, Mr. Yu." Shu Ya's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned close to Yun Qinghe's ear and whispered, "Heavens, Xiaohe, your boss is incredibly handsome." Little did they know, Li Mingyao exclaimed, "Ah, so this is the peculiar boss you mentioned." Her serious expression was quite unappealing. Yun Qinghe attempted to cover Li Mingyao's mouth, but it was too late. When she caught sight of Mu Yunza's inscrutable gaze, she wished to vanish in a thin in a flurry. She explained to Mu Yunza, "Mr. Mu, please do not take her words to heart. She has had too much to drink." "Who said that?" "I am not drunk," Li Mingyao retorted, spotting Yu Jingchen beside Mu Yunza and commenting, "This one is much better looking, with that charming smile. Far more appealing than your peculiar boss." Chapter 47. Male model Yun Qinghe longed to escape. She dared not raise her eyes to gauge Mu Yunza's expression, fearing the repercussions of his potential retribution, that in stark contrast to Yun Qinghe's embarrassment. Yu Jingchen smugly remarked to Mu Yunza, "Ziege, did you hear that? She claims I am more handsome than you." Mu Yunza disregarded him, his attention fixated on Yun Qinghe. He could not understand how he had become the peculiar one in her words. Noticing Mu Yunza's silence, Yu Jingchen, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the 3 ladies. "Since you are acquainted, might I inquire if you would mind us joining you?" Shuya eagerly responded, "Not at all. Please sit," as she spoke. She signaled the waiter for 2 more glasses. Having just quarreled with Yun Qinghe, and now realizing she had labeled him a peculiar boss in front of others, Mu Yunza found little inclination to drink. He yearned to ask Yun Qinghe what exactly he had done to earn such a title. He was determined to find an opportunity to confront her about it, but if she did not clarify, he would certainly not let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Yu Jingchen was in high spirits, happily toasting with Xu Ye and Li Mingyao, leaving only Yun Qinghe and Mu Yunzi sitting awkwardly together. Yun Qinghe stole a glance at Mu Yunzi, only to quickly avert her gaze, frightened by the intensity of his stare, as if he were about to strike her. Suddenly, a man rushed over, his face twitching uncontrollably upon seeing Yu Jingchen and Mu Yunzi. Xu Ye, it's one thing for you to come to a bar, but you have even ordered male models? Yun Qinghe nearly spat out her drink at Yu Jingchen's words, casting a furtive glance at Mu Yunzi, whose expression remained composed, though his deep eyes glinted ominously. Yun Qinghe felt utterly doomed. Not only did Mu Yunzi know she referred to him as a peculiar boss, but now he was being mistaken for a male model by her friend's husband. Such an implication was rather insulting to Mu Yunzi, and she feared he would hold her accountable for it. That why Yu Jingchen called out to the man before him. Take a good look. Do we possess the aura of a male model? Meng Yang scrutinized the two men at the booth with an unfriendly gaze, but remained silent. That at this moment, Xu Ye, having had too much to drink, saw her husband and cooed, "Darling, you're here. I missed you so much." She staggered over and threw herself into Meng Yang's embrace. "Darling, a kiss." The others present were taken aback, and thankfully, Li Mingyao was already a bit tipsy. Otherwise, the scene would have been too painful to witness. Meng Yang gently rebuffed Xu Ye's affectionate advance, his tone flat. "You've had too much. Let us go to—" "No, I want to stay. You drink with us. Look at those two. They are so handsome." Xu Ye praised the other men right in front of her husband, leaving Meng Yang feeling embarrassed. Seeing the discontent on Meng Yang's face, Yun Qinghe worried he might misconstrue the situation, fearing it would affect their relationship. She stood up to clarify, "Meng Yang, they are not my friends. This is my superior, Mr. Mu, and this is his friend, Mr. Yu. We simply happened to meet and decided to sit together. Please do not misunderstand." Meng Yang remained silent, clearly displeased with his wife socializing with other men. Yun Qinghe continued to explain, "Xu Ye has had too much to drink. You should take her home. That we are here to support Yao Yao, who is feeling down today. That we usually do not frequent such places." Upon hearing that she was being asked to leave, Xu Ye protested, "I'm not going. I want to stay with Yao Yao." "Xu Ye, please go back. Yao Yao is with me," Yun Qinghe insisted. "Meng Yang, I apologize, it's getting late. Please take Xu Ye home to rest." Without a word, Meng Yang stood up and assisted Xu Ye out. Just as they departed, Li Mingyao noticed, "Where did Xu Ye go?" "Where is she?" "She has gone back." Yun Qinghe replied. "Shall you drink with me?" Li Mingyao declared, placing a bottle of alcohol in front of Yun Qinghe. Yun Qinghe took the bottle from Li Mingyao and said, "Yao Yao, you've had too much. Let us go home." "That I'm not going. You stay and drink with me," she insisted, thrusting another bottle into Yun Qinghe's hands. Faced with the dilemma of whether to drink, Yun Qinghe watched as Li Mingyao broke down in tears. "Shall he? Tell me why he no longer loves me. What did I do wrong? 12 years of love, and he says he doesn't love me anymore. He was the one who insisted on being with me. Now he is the one who wants to separate. Why did he make me promise to be with him back then, only to decide alone when it's time to part ways? Why?" Witnessing Li Mingyao's profound sorrow, Yun Qinghe felt her own heartache. She saw her dear friend, who had loved so deeply for 12 years, now left with nothing. "Yao Yao, you did nothing wrong. Drink up. Let the alcohol help you forget him." She was acutely aware that at this moment, no matter what she said, it would come across as insipid and powerless. After all, it was Li Mingyao's 12 years. 12 years of youth, 12 years of affection, and 12 years of devotion. Mu Yunzi and Yu Jingchen had only just realized that it was Yun Qinghe's close friend who had suffered a heartbreak, which was why they had come to the bar. Observing the two young ladies across the table as they incessantly consumed alcohol, Yu Jingchen set his glass down. Although Mu Yunzi had refrained from drinking, he knew that if those two girls became intoxicated, and he too succumbed to drunkenness, he would be hard-pressed to manage the situation alone. Suddenly, Li Mingyao scrutinized Mu Yunzi and Yu Jingchen with a silly grin, exclaiming, "Shall he? Look at all these handsome guys. They are far more attractive than Zhang Chong. Leaving him behind, I refuse to believe I can't find someone better." The effects of alcohol began to take hold of Yun Qinghe as well. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she chimed in, "Indeed, you will certainly find someone superior. With bleary eyes, Li Mingyao gazed intently at Mu Yunzi for a moment before expressing her dissatisfaction. This one looks rather ill-tempered, then shifted her gaze to Yu Jingchen. But this one is good. Handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? No, then how about I become your girlfriend? Yu Jingchen was utterly taken aback. Fully aware of the potential fallout from rejecting a heartbroken woman, that he had experienced the wrath of several ex-girlfriends firsthand, that moment. Despite his silence, Li Mingyao burst into tears. Why? Why don't you like me? What is wrong with me? I loved him for 12 years. Only to be met with betrayal. I invested 12 years of my youth, and he claims he did the same. Can his 12 years compare to mine? Yun Qinghe embraced Li Mingyao, weeping as she consoled her. Yao Yao, please don't cry. His failure to cherish you is his loss. The two friends clung to each other in their grief, with Yun Qinghe continuously wiping Li Mingyao's tears. Eventually, Li Mingyao cried herself to sleep. Chapter 48. The threat noticing that Li Mingyao had fallen asleep in her arms, Yun Qinghe decided to take her home. However, as she stood up, a sudden wave of dizziness compelled her to sit back down. She regretted having consumed too much alcohol. Determined to carry Li Mingyao back, she forced herself to muster the energy. Yet, the alcohol had dulled her senses, rendering her body unresponsive to her mind's commands. Attempting once more to rise and assist her friend, she found herself collapsing back down again. Mu Yunzi approached with a look of disdain, roughly grabbing Yun Qinghe's arm and hoisting her up. Startled by the sudden grip, Yun Qinghe panicked and tried to wriggle free, but no amount of effort could liberate her from that firm hand. Don't move. Upon realizing it was Mu Yunzi who had seized her, Yun Qinghe pouted in indignation. Mr. Mu, you are so fierce. Your frown is truly unappealing. It was one thing for her to call herself quirky, but to now label herself as unattractive was beyond Mu Yunzi's comprehension. He felt an urge to toss Yun Qinghe back, yet her drunken state softened his heart. In a bar, it was never wise for a girl to be left unattended while inebriated. The consequences were all too clear. Noticing Yu Jingchen still sitting there in a daze, Mu Yunzi turned his head and instructed, "You go help her." Yu Jingchen was stunned by Mu Yunzi's actions. Why did it seem like Mu Yunzi was treating Yun Qinghe differently? Responding with a hesitant, "Oh, okay," he walked over to assist Li Mingyao. Unfortunately, Li Mingyao was beyond coherent thought, relying entirely on his strength to keep her upright. Should he let go, she would undoubtedly collapse like a heap of mud. Once outside the bar, Yu Jingchen looked troubled. "Zego, where should we take them?" Mu Yunzi's brows knitted together in irritation as he vigorously shook Yun Qinghe. "Secretary Yun, where are you headed?" Yun Qinghe squinted, her eyes open slightly, mumbling home. Then, she promptly dozed off again. Without hesitation, Mu Yunzi seized Yun Qinghe and began to walk. Yu Jingchen struggled to keep up, supporting Li Mingyao along the way. "Zego, you should ask Secretary Yun where she lives," he suggested. "I know." "How do you know?" Yu Jingchen's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Mu Yunzi dismissed him, forcefully placing Yun Qinghe in the front passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. Yu Jingchen managed to help Li Mingyao into the back seat. Once Mu Yunzi settled into the driver's seat, he glared at Yu Jingchen through the rearview mirror, warning, "Keep an eye on her. If she throws up in my car, you're finished." Yu Jingchen felt utterly innocent. If she suddenly vomited, what could he do? Mu Yunzi shot him a menacing glare, and Yu Jingchen realized that if Li Mingyao were to indeed vomit, he might be in serious trouble. It was Mu Yunzi who had chosen to do this good deed. He should have anticipated the potential risks. Why should he be the one to bear the burden of those risks? It felt terribly unjust. As they drove, it seemed that Yun Qinghe in the front seat might be on the verge of vomiting. Mu Yunzi's heart raced with anxiety. Not for Yun Qinghe, but for his car. He threatened her. "Yun Qinghe, if you dare to throw up in my car, I will toss you out immediately." It appeared she heard him, as she managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Finally, they arrived at Yun Qinghe's apartment complex, and Mu Yunzi, relieved, could finally set his worries aside. However, as they entered the complex, he realized he had no idea which building or unit Yun Qinghe resided in. He had no choice but to rouse her again. Seeing that Yun Qinghe seemed to regain some awareness, he asked, "Which building and unit do you live in?" Yun Qinghe mumbled incoherently, "I don't know which unit I live in." Mu Yunzi roughly adjusted her head. "Look at where you live." Fortunately, this time, Yun Qinghe cooperatively pointed in a direction. Entering the elevator, Mu Yunzi commanded, "Press the button for your floor." Yun Qinghe obediently pressed the button for her floor. Following her lead, they finally arrived at a door. that Mu Yunza knocked, but there was no response. Assuming it was too late and Yunqing's parents were asleep, he knocked again, yet still no one answered. Just then, Yunqing pressed her finger against the keypad, and the door swung open. Mu Yunza called out, "Is anyone home?" Once again, there was no reply. He switched on the light and surveyed the room. Realizing that no one was present, with every door ajar, it turned out that Yunqing lived alone. After placing Yunqing and Li Mingyao on a bed, Mu Yunza and Yu Jingshun prepared to leave. However, as they reached the front door, Mu Yunza hesitated. Seeing him linger inside, Yu Jingshun inquired, "What is the matter, Zego?" Mu Yunza glanced toward the bedroom, perplexed as he asked Yu Jingshun, "Have you heard of cases where inebriated individuals suffocate in their sleep?" Yu Jingshun shook his head. "I haven't heard of that. They both drank so much, especially Secretary Yun's friend. Do you think they might be in danger? I don't know that if you're worried, we could stay overnight. We can leave once they wake up." Mu Yunza immediately refuted, "I'm not worried. I was just pondering the possibility that why Yu Jingshun found Mu Yunza's reaction baffling. Why was he so quick to deny his concern? If he was contemplating such a scenario, it indicated worry. Clearly, he was uneasy but unwilling to admit that he has a brother for many years. Yu Jingshun understood him well. "That's Zego. Why don't we stay? If something were to happen, we would never forgive ourselves." "Fine." The two men settled uncomfortably on the sofa in the darkness. Suddenly, Yu Jingshun thought he heard a noise. "Zego, did you hear that?" "What?" "Listen closely." Mu Yunza strained to hear the strange sound and, upon realizing it was emanating from the bedroom, immediately sprang into action, rushing toward the source. When he found Yunqing sleeping soundly, he exhaled in relief. However, Yu Jingshun noticed that Li Mingyao was making strange noises, and he hurried to her bedside, frantically grabbing tissues to stifle the sounds emanating from her mouth. "Zego. She seems to be throwing up." Only then did Mu Yunza realize that the odd sound was indeed coming from Li Mingyao. Seeing her lying there, still expelling vomit, he urgently advised, "Quick, turn her on her side. Be careful she doesn't choke." Upon finishing his words, he immediately sought out the trash can. Chapter 49. Bewildered, Yu Jingshun, startled, quickly removed his hand that was obstructing Li Mingyao's mouth and hurriedly turned her onto her side. Just as the contents of Li Mingyao's mouth were about to fall to the floor, Mu Yunza promptly handed her the trash can. However, they soon realized that Li Mingyao was completely unconscious, utterly unaware of her own vomiting. Yu Jingshun found it rather amusing. "Zij, look, she doesn't even know she's throwing up." Noticing Li Mingyao's complexion growing pale, Mu Yunza immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "Chun, we must take her to the hospital at once." "Why the hospital? She just drank too much, didn't she?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry." Mu Yunza's anxious tone made Yu Jingshun aware of the seriousness of the matter, causing him to panic slightly. "Oh, okay. But what about Secretary Yun? You take a taxi to the hospital with her. I'll take care of Secretary Yun here." "All right, I'm on it." Saying this, Yu Jingshun hastily wiped the stains from Li Mingyao's mouth with a tissue and rushed outside carrying her. After they left, Mu Yunza, suppressing his nausea, cleaned up the vomit in the trash. He was uncertain if Yunqing had consumed too much, so he dared not leave her side even for a moment. Resolutely, he pulled up a chair and sat by Yunqing's bedside. Ensuring he could respond immediately if anything went awry, he found himself unconsciously gazing at Yunqing, realizing she looked stunning in her slumber. Her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally over the pillow. Her fair skin, delicately arched brows, thick eyelashes, elegant nose, and rosy lips crafted a picture of tranquil beauty as he immersed himself in the serene visage of Yunqing. Mu Yunza suddenly questioned whether he was being perverse for staring at her. Why was he so fixated on her? He pulled out his phone, forcing himself to divert his gaze. Yet inexplicably, he found himself glancing back at Yunqing. He pondered why a woman as remarkable as Yunqing remained unmarried and without a partner even past 30. Under normal circumstances, such a beautiful and accomplished girl would have garnered the admiration of many suitors during her school days. Remembering Yunqing's close friend, who had recently suffered a breakup and was devastated, Mu Yunza felt a pang of sympathy for her. Had Yunqing also endured emotional wounds in the past? Was that why she had yet to resolve her personal issues at this age? His phone vibrated, pulling him from his thoughts. Without needing to look, he knew it was Yu Jingshun calling. He swiped to answer. Chun. "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said it was fortunate we brought her in on time." Had we delayed by another half hour, she could have been in life-threatening danger. Thank goodness you noticed in time. And how is she now? She is stable. The doctor has her on in 4. Yu Jingchen glanced at Li Mingyao, whose face was ashen, and sighed that it's just a breakup. Is it really necessary to drink to this extent? It's quite alarming. Ziege, you have no idea. On the way to the hospital, her breathing weakened, and it terrified me to the point my legs went weak, that if we hadn't stayed with them after dropping her off, I fear Li Mingyao's life might have been in jeopardy tonight. Mu Yunzi acknowledged that Li Mingyao was indeed quite intoxicated, but he never anticipated it would pose a life-threatening risk to Yu Jingchen then inquired, and what about Secretary Yun? Is she all right? Mu Yunzi glanced at Yun Qinghe. She is fine. You should take good care of her close friend tonight. Sigh, that is all we can do. Ziege, please ensure Secretary Yun is well looked after. Understood. After ending the call, Mu Yunzi felt he could no longer sleep. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Yun Qinghe's words, but now he was utterly convinced that such events could indeed occur. He remained seated, quietly observing Yun Qinghe, as if an invisible force compelled his gaze to remain fixed upon her. Suddenly, a wave of frustration washed over him. Why was he so entranced by a woman? What was so captivating about her? No matter how exquisite her exterior, her inner self could be equally unsightly. He abruptly stood, seeking something to occupy his mind. But being in Yun Qinghe's abode, he found little to do. Bored, he began to examine the decor of the house. Although the minimalist style of the residence was devoid of superfluous embellishments, it radiated a warm and inviting aura. The more he looked around, the more he felt he was observing Yun Qinghe herself. The house, much like her, appeared simple, yet exuded an air of elegance and tranquility. A timeless grace that Mu Yunzi realized he must have lost his mind. Why was he equating a house to Yun Qinghe? He decided to retreat to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Yet, even in the living room, he couldn't shake the worry for Yun Qinghe sleeping in the bedroom. Why was he so conflicted? Was he bewitched this evening? Concerned for Yun Qinghe's safety, he returned to the bedroom. Thus, he sat in the chair, fixated on Yun Qinghe until 5 in the morning. Feeling that she was now safe and sound, he finally relaxed his taut nerves and drifted into slumber. Yun Qinghe awoke well past 11. Startled by the sight of a figure at the foot of her bed, she broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place. When she peered through her eyelids and recognized the figure as Mu Yunzi, she was taken aback. She shot upright. Hearing the commotion, Mu Yunzi instinctively leaned over the bed, only to inadvertently bump his head against Yun Qinghe's. The impact left Yun Qinghe dazed, gasping for breath. Mu Yunzi awkwardly rose. Asking, awake? Yun Qinghe, clutching her forehead, gazed at him in confusion. Mr. Mu, why are you in my bedroom? And why were you sleeping in that chair? Mu Yunzi scoffed. Don't you remember? Yun Qinghe began to recollect the events of the previous night. Through her foggy memory, she recalled that Mu Yunzi had brought them back. However, upon noticing she was alone in bed, panic set in. Where's Mingyao? Mu Yunzi's expression turned cold as he replied emotionlessly. She's in the hospital. His words, rather than providing comfort, sent Yun Qinghe into a fit of tears. Clinging to Mu Yunzi's arm, she stammered. What happened to her? Why is she in the hospital? Observing Yun Qinghe's tearful distress, Mu Yunzi furrowed his brow in irritation. Why are you crying? She's not dead. She merely drank too much and is receiving for fluids. Relieved to learn Li Mingyao was safe, Yun Qinghe hastily wiped her tears. Which hospital is she in? Provincial People's Hospital. That I need to see her. With that, Yun Qinghe hurriedly swung her legs over the side of the bed. Chapter 50. On the way, Mu Yunzi sighed in exasperation. Ah Chun is currently at the hospital with her, but if you're going, wash up and change your clothes first. Yun Qinghe seemed to still be under the influence, appearing rather compliant. Yes, she went to freshen up. Mu Yunzi headed to the living room. Having arrived late the previous night, he had not noticed before, but now he observed that Yun Qinghe had cultivated a variety of flowers on the balcony, vibrant and beautiful. With not a single wilted leaf, that he hadn't anticipated she possessed such a penchant for floral beauty. Once Yun Qinghe had washed and changed, she was ready to leave. Initially thinking Mu Yunzi had departed, she was surprised to find him still gazing at the flowers on the balcony. Mr. Mu, why are you still here? Mu Yunzi inwardly lamented, noting how ungrateful women could be that he had kept vigil over her all night. His neck stiff and back aching, yet she offered no thanks and seemed put off by his presence. Noticing the displeasure etched on Mu Yunza's face, Yunqinga realized her words had been poorly chosen. I thought you had already left. However, upon finishing her explanation, she felt that her words might have been inappropriate. Eager to see Li Mingyao, she decided to abandon the explanation altogether, letting Mu Yunza think whatever he wished. Mr. Mu, I'm heading to the hospital now. Can you drive yourself? Due to her hangover from the previous night, Yunqinga still felt dizzy and realized she was unfit to drive. That it dawned on her why Mu Yunza was still in her home. He intended to drive her to the hospital. Considering getting into his car, she hesitated. Mr. Mu, I can just take a taxi. Given her personality, Mu Yunza felt tempted to storm out, yet he restrained himself. I'm going to pick up Ah Chun. It's on the way. Then that's fine. Yunqinga dared not refuse again, knowing the look on Mu Yunza's face might lead to unkind words if she persisted, but a sharp pain in her arm reminded her. Mr. Mu, do you know what I was doing last night? Why is my arm bruised and swollen? While taking a shower earlier, Yunqinga discovered that her arm had swollen. However, she simply could not recall what she had done last night that could have caused this swelling. Mu Yunza noticed the purplish bruise encircling her fair arm, and it struck him that he had indeed gripped her arm too forcefully the previous evening. The stark contrast of her porcelain skin against the bruise was rather striking. He feigned ignorance and shook his head, saying, I am not sure. Yunqinga murmured to herself, How peculiar! It's just this one area that is swollen. Mr. Mu, shall we proceed? Indeed, he replied, upon their arrival at the hospital. Li Mingyao was waiting to process her discharge. Yunqinga hurried to the bedside and inquired with concern, Yao Yao, how are you feeling? I feel much better. Xiaohe, are you all right? I am fine. Li Mingyao noticed the swelling on Yunqinga's arm and poked it gently. Xiaohe, what happened to your arm? Grimacing slightly from the pain, Yunqinga replied, I have no idea how it got swollen. Does it hurt a lot? Just a bit. Yu Jingchen observed the bruise on Yunqinga's arm and recalled Mu Yunza's rough behavior from the night before. He couldn't help but think that Mu Yunza truly lacked sensitivity towards women. Yu Jingchen stared at her. Mu Yunza pretended to be nonchalant and urged Ah Chun, let us be on our way. Hearing that Mu Yunza and Yu Jingchen were about to leave, Yunqinga immediately stood up. Mr. Mu, Mr. Yu, thank you for escorting us back last night. Li Mingyao also stood to express her gratitude, saying, Mr. Yu, thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Yu Jingchen shrugged, you need not thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Zhe. I heard somewhere that intoxicated individuals might risk choking, which is why we stayed back to watch over you. Unexpectedly, you nearly choked, and it was Zhe who brought you to the hospital. Without him, you might not have seen the sun today. Li Mingyao gave a slight bow to Mu Yunza. Thank you. Mu Yunza was unaccustomed to such gestures of gratitude. He looked at Yunqinga and said, If you wish to express thanks, it should be to Secretary Yun. I only acted on her advice. Only then did Yunqinga realize that her earlier words to Mu Yunza had inadvertently saved her friend's life. Before Li Mingyao could respond, Yu Jingchen interjected, Oh, Zhe, so you were acting on Secretary Yun's suggestion? Yunqinga felt that Yu Jingchen's tone implied a misunderstanding. She quickly waved her hands. Mr. Yu, please don't misconstrue this. It was because Mu was intoxicated that I informed him so. He was drunk. You feared he might choke. And therefore you cared for him throughout the night? It must be said, Yu Jingchen's deductive reasoning was quite sharp. He then turned to Mu Yunza. So, Zhe, you were concerned for Secretary Yun. Hence you took care of her all night. What should have been a perfectly ordinary situation suddenly made Yunqinga blush. You talk too much. As she spoke, Mu Yunza cast a sidelong glance at her before turning to leave. Yu Jingchen watched Mu Yunza's retreating figure, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that this ancient iron tree might finally blossom? Once Mu Yunza had departed, Li Mingyao hurriedly said to Yu Jingchen, Mr. Yu, please convey to Mu Yunza that I will treat you both to dinner another day. In gratitude for your care and life-saving efforts. That won't be necessary didn't you hear Zhe say? If you're to express thanks, it should be to Secretary Yun. However, I must remind you, three-legged frogs are hard to find. But two-legged men are everywhere. If a relationship ends, it ends. There's no need to ruin your health over one man. Remember, out with the old, in with the new. Yu Jingchen's words, though meant to console, only caused Li Mingyao to break down in tears once more. He sighed, if I had known, I would have kept my mouth shut. Now I've made you cry with that. He hastily turned and left. As if fleeing for his life, he could not bear to see a woman in tears, finding it exceedingly bothersome. Inside the car, Yu Jingchen kept his gaze fixed on Mu Yunze, who, feeling somewhat irked, asked, "What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face?" Zege Yu and Secretary Yun, you too. Yu Jingchen hesitated. "What do you want to say?" "I just think you were a bit special towards her." Mu Yunze did not perceive himself as having any special feelings for Yun Qinghe. "What do you mean? Consider how you took her home when she was drunk and even cared for her all night." Mu Yunze shot Yu Jingchen a sidelong glance. "She is my subordinate. Did I in a bar she gets drunk? I have to leave her there. Is she not a person?" Although Mu Yunze's reasoning was sound, Yu Jingchen remained convinced that there was something more between him and Yun Qinghe, as he had never seen him act this way towards any other woman. Last night, upon entering the bar, he had rushed in because he saw a man flirting with Yun Qinghe, that if there were no special feelings, he would have been indifferent, as he had always been in the past. Thus, Yu Jingchen sought clarity. "Then why did you stay to care for her?" Feeling somewhat exasperated by Yu Jingchen's questioning, Mu Yunze replied, "Ah Chun, do you have some kind of issue? Why does it matter? Didn't you see the outcome?" "Zege, do you truly regard Secretary Yun as merely a subordinate, with no other feelings whatsoever? That's absurd. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just throw you out of the car." "Fine, I won't say anything further." Though he said this, Yu Jingchen was not yet ready to give up, that he wanted to probe Mu Yunze a bit more. He exhaled a sigh of relief. "Now I can rest easy." Mu Yunze was puzzled by Yu Jingchen's intentions. "Rest easy about what?" "If you have no other intentions towards Secretary Yun, I am free to pursue her without hesitation." For reasons he could not quite articulate, Mu Yunze felt a slight pang in his heart at the thought of Yu Jingchen pursuing Yun Qinghe. He maintained an indifferent facade. "Feel free to pursue her. It has nothing to do with me. But let me make this clear. If you fail to win her over, I won't dismiss her on your behalf." "All right, no problem." Unexpectedly, on Monday morning, Yun Qinghe received a call from the front desk informing her that someone had sent her flowers and required her signature for receipt. Searching through the bouquet, she could find no card indicating the sender's name. She reluctantly took the flowers back to her office, only to run into Mu Yunze, that he approached her with an air of aloofness, casting a brief glance at the flowers in her arms without uttering a word. After Mu Yunze left, Yun Qinghe hurried to her office. However, she had barely settled in when the door swung open forcefully. "Secretary Yun, I hired you to work, not to engage in romance. Do you not let love affairs interfere with your work? If your performance suffers, I will deduct your bonus." Stunned by Mu Yunze's angry demeanor, Yun Qinghe felt utterly bewildered. "I am not in a relationship. I have no idea who sent these flowers. Do you not offer me excuses? It is best you do not let this influence your work, or else I will take action." With that, Mu Yunze slammed the door and left. Yun Qinghe felt wronged, unsure how receiving flowers had led to her being reprimanded. She thought Mu Yunze was overreacting. After all, receiving a bouquet did not equate to engaging in a romantic affair. Later, as the workday neared its end, Yun Qinghe received another call from the front desk. "Secretary Yun, Mr. Yu Jingchen is here to see you." Thinking little of it, she assumed Yu Jingchen was looking for Mu Yunze. "Let him in." When Yu Jingchen entered her office, she led him directly to the general manager's office. Upon seeing Yu Jingchen, Mu Yunze frowned slightly. "Why haven't you gone home?" "Zege, I forgot to mention that I will be staying in Jiangxing for a while." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunze glanced at Yun Qinghe, who was preparing tea for Yu Jingchen to ice it for her. Yu Jingchen merely smiled and said nothing. Observing Mu Yunze's expression, Yun Qinghe was blissfully unaware, hearing their conversation but not realizing that her referred to herself. As Yun Qinghe poured tea for herself, Yu Jingchen casually remarked, "Secretary Yun, do you like the flowers?" Yun Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the flowers had been sent by Yu Jingchen to Mr. Yu. "Why did you send me flowers?" "It was simply to celebrate your decision to stay with us." "Secretary Yun, please refrain from calling me Mr. Yu. It feels too formal. Just call me Chin.as." Yu Jingchen engaged in conversation with Yun Qinghe. He discreetly cast sidelong glances at Mu Yunze. Yun Qinghe, bewildered, replied, "I still prefer to address you as Mr. Yu." "Thank you for the flowers, Mr. Yu, but they are rather inappropriate and may lead to misunderstandings." "Who has misunderstood?" She thought to herself, wanting to express her discontent with the red roses he had sent, which had caused Mu Yunze to misconstrue her relationship with him and thus affect her work. Stealing a glance at Mu Yunze, she smiled faintly and said, "No one, please continue your conversation." With that, she attempted to leave. "Secretary Yun, do you have time tonight?" Yun Qinghe halted, a look of confusion crossing her face as she turned to Yu Jingchen. Mr. Yu, is there something you need? It's nothing significant. I merely wish to treat you to a meal to celebrate your continued presence at Yunke. Thank you, Mr. Yu, but I must accompany Yao Yao this evening. Perhaps another day. I can treat you and President Mu to a meal to express my gratitude for that night when you both saw us home. To at this. Yunqing glanced at Mu Yunze, recalling how he had sat vigilantly in that chair for an entire night. She realized she had yet to properly thank him. Seeing Yunqing's refusal, Yu Jingchen did not press further, understanding that a girl recently out of a relationship often requires the comfort of friends. Very well, then. Enjoy your time with your friend. As Yunqing had turned to leave, Yu Jingchen called out, Secretary Yun, wait a moment. What is it, Mr. Yu? I have a project that requires collaboration with your company. Could you provide me with your phone number so I can consult you if any issues arise? To preemptively counter any excuses Yun Qinghe might concoct, Yu Jingchen added, Ziege is quite busy, so it's more convenient for me to reach out to you. Mu Yunze furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yu Jingchen. Yun Qinghe was perplexed by Yu Jingchen's sudden gift of flowers and his unexpected invitation to dinner. However, she understood that her work was assigned by Mu Yunze, and it was not obligatory to acquiesce to Yu Jingchen's desire for contact. She was quite busy herself, and if he had inquiries, there were many capable colleagues in the company. Without Mu Yunze's input, Yun Qinghe was reluctant to add unnecessary tasks to her plate. Mr. Yu, new projects like yours that require active collaboration are assigned by President Mu. After speaking, she turned to Mu Yunze. President Mu, could you arrange for someone in the marketing department to liaise with M.YU regarding this project? Chapter 52. Affections. Mu Yunze was pleased with Yun Qinghe's response, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I will consider it. Upon hearing Mu Yunze's reply, Yun Qinghe exited the general manager's office. Feigning annoyance, Yu Jingchen looked at Mu Yunze. Ziege, you are rather inconsiderate. Why didn't you arrange for Secretary Yun to liaise with me? This would give me the opportunity to interact with her more. Mu Yunze snorted derisively. Why didn't you inform me of your intention to stay in Jiangqing? I thought I'd surprise you. Yu Jingchen replied. For Mu Yunze, the surprise was minimal that he regarded Yu Jingchen with a serious expression. Are you here for Secretary Yun or for your family's project? Yu Jingchen smirked, guess. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yunze responded, all right, I understand that I will arrange for someone to liaise with you. Why Yu Jingchen, curious, inquired, is it Secretary Yun? No, why not? There's no reason. It's a work arrangement. Secretary Yun is occupied. Ziege, are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunze felt an inexplicable irritation. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Do you not want Secretary Yun to interact with me? Mu Yunze was exasperated, questioning why Yu Jingchen had been incessantly linking him with Yun Qinghe these past few days. Ah Chen, what are you thinking about daily? This is merely a work arrangement. Furthermore, I advise you that if Secretary Yun declines your advances, you should promptly withdraw your affections and not pursue her further. I do not wish for my subordinate's work to be affected by romantic entanglements. Why Yu Jingchen chuckled, Ziege. If you insist on this line of reasoning, then Secretary Yun might as well remain single for life to avoid work interference. No one can guarantee their romantic relationship won't end in separation. Just look at her friend. She nearly lost her life over a breakup. That as he spoke, Yu Jingchen smacked his lips, gazing intently at Mu Yunze. Ziege, what do you think would happen if Secretary Yun were to date and then break up? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunze felt an uncharacteristic tension rise within him. Da Chun, I warn you, if you are not genuinely committed to her and do not envision a lifetime together, it would be best not to pursue her. Why Yu Jingchen feigned innocence. Why not? If I don't pursue her or engage in a relationship, how would I know if I want to spend a lifetime with her? Mu Yunze was well aware of Yu Jingchen's past romantic endeavors and the hearts he had broken. If you are uncertain, it indicates you do not truly love her. Thus, you should refrain from pursuing her. All right, then I want to pursue her, Yu Jingchen declared, this sudden reversal leaving Mu Yunze feeling disoriented. Da Chun, are you too nonchalant regarding matters of the heart? Yu Jingchen shook his head. Not at all. I take each of my relationships very seriously. Then what precisely is your stance on Secretary Yun? Yu Jingchen regarded Mu Yunze with a knowing smile, that he understood that Mu Yunze was oblivious to his true feelings and deemed it unnecessary to disclose them. One day, Mu Yunze would realize the feelings stirring within him. Why Yu Jingchen observed Mu Yunze with a bemused expression. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm simply inquiring that I merely find Secretary Yun to be exceptionally beautiful, with an admirable demeanor, and she possesses a kind heart. That is all. So, you do not harbor feelings for her, but merely appreciate her beauty. Is that it, indeed? Upon receiving Yu Jingshan's affirmative response, Mu Yunzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought he no longer needed to worry about Yun Qing's work being impacted by emotional matters. That why Yu Jingshan noticed the subtle expressions flitting across Mu Yunzi's face. It was clear that Mu Yunzi's features relaxed upon learning that Yu Jingshan did not harbor romantic feelings for Yun Qinghe. A trace of joy evident in his countenance, that why Yu Jingshan's heart swelled with happiness. Hopeful that his dear friend would finally awaken to his own emotions, that he pondered the reasons behind Mu Yunzi's disdain for women and wished for someone to heal his wounds, allowing him to find happiness in this life. Since Mu Yunzi joined Yunke, the company's orders had surged remarkably. One day, Yun Qinghe joyfully entered the general manager's office, clutching last quarter's report. President Mu, our revenue has increased by 50%, and our net profit has risen by 25%. Seeing the delight on Yun Qinghe's face, Mu Yunzi also smiled, but he took the report from her, glancing through it, yet it fell short of his ambitions. His goal was a 300% increase compared to the previous year, and they were still far from that target. That he closed the report. Secretary Yun, everyone has worked hard during this period. Here is my credit card. Please take it and treat the entire management team to dinner. Yun Qinghe accepted the card, her eyes filled with confusion. President Mu, want you join us? No, you all go ahead. That if I attend, I fear it may make everyone uncomfortable. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Qinghe acquiesced. Very well. Thank you, President Mu. That evening, armed with Mu Yunzi's credit card, Yun Qinghe took the management team out for dinner. With Mu Yunzi's absence, he became the center of attention, the subject of admiration and praise. That N01 spoke ill of him. Instead, they commended his efforts, and N01 could have anticipated that the youthful general manager, who had recently joined the company, could bring such significant growth in just a few short months. As the conversation flowed, some began to probe into Mu Yunzi's private life. Although Yun Qinghe was unaware of many of his secrets, she knew he was single and harbored a disdain for women. However, when pressed, she maintained her ignorance on the matter. The group was dissatisfied with her evasive responses, prompting them to tease her until she was compelled to drink more than she intended. Meanwhile, Mu Yunzi was with Gao Xinfeng, unwittingly mentioning Yun Qinghe repeatedly in their conversation. As the alcohol flowed, Yun Qinghe grew increasingly animated. After the dinner concluded, she impulsively dialed Mu Yunzi's number. Having just finished his meeting with Gao Xinfeng, Mu Yunzi was driving home when he noticed Yun Qinghe's call. Without hesitation, he answered, Secretary Yun, what is the matter? Yun Qinghe, slightly slurred, replied, President Mu, I may have overspent on your credit card a fine. Yun Qinghe chuckled. President Mu, you are truly wonderful. It's a shame you couldn't make it tonight. You have no idea how everyone praised you. It's too bad you missed it. Upon hearing Yun Qinghe's tipsy tone, Mu Yunzi inquired with concern, Where are you right now? Chapter 53. Enchantment. Yun Qinghe glanced back over her shoulder. Here I am at Galaxy KTV. They're going to sing that I have already settled the bill. And now I shall return home. Mu Yunzi appeared somewhat uneasy. Wait for me there. Mr. Mu, are you coming over? After hanging up the phone, it was but a few minutes before Mu Yunzi arrived at Yun Qinghe's location. Where he found her leaning against the wall, he approached her briskly, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Why have you consumed so much alcohol? Upon realizing it was Mu Yunzi, Yun Qinghe raised her flushed face, smiling at him with warmth in her gaze. Because they inquired about your privacy. When I refused to divulge, they punished me with drinks. Having said that, she felt a twinge of grievance that I truly know nothing about your private matters. Yet they insisted on punishing me with alcohol. Of course, I am aware that you are single and have an aversion to women. While I do not comprehend the rationale behind your peculiar behavior, I respect it nonetheless. So rest assured, I have not uttered a single word about these matters. Your secretary, I vow to protect your privacy at all costs. As she spoke, Yun Qinghe patted her chest, presenting herself as a figure worthy of trust. Mu Yunzi couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Very well, I shall escort you home. With that, Mu Yunzi gently placed his hand on Yun Qinghe's shoulder, recalling that his previous grip had been too firm, resulting in her arms swelling the next day. He softened his touch considerably. Upon reaching the car, Yun Qinghe reached up to push Mu Yunzi's hand away. Mr. Mu, I could take a taxi home myself. I would prefer not to ride in your car. You might not like it that I do not mind. Really? Not in a good-natured manner. Mu Yunza assisted Yun Qinghe into the passenger seat. After settling into the driver's seat, he noticed Yun Qinghe had not fastened her seatbelt, so he leaned over to buckle it for her. Turning back, he was met with the sight of Yun Qinghe's face, radiant as cherry blossoms in full bloom. Her intoxicated eyes sparkled as she smiled at him, the warm scent of alcohol wafting toward him. That it was as if an enchantment compelled Mu Yunza to gaze upon her luscious red lips, which seemed to beckon him to taste their sweetness. That a powerful will pulled him back, and he felt a tightening in his throat. His long, defined fingers slipped into his collar to loosen his tie. Perplexed by the unusual sensations that had just overtaken him, he turned his head to glance at Yun Qinghe once more, hastily diverting his gaze. Why did he feel that she was somehow different tonight? He bit his lip, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Mu Yunza hesitated to wake the sleeping Yun Qinghe in the passenger seat. That he stared at her for a long while, feeling an uncontrollable urge to draw closer. Unconsciously, he reached out to smooth her hair away from her forehead. When he realized his hand was resting on her face, he froze. As he came to his senses, he quickly withdrew his hand, chastising himself for such madness. He hurriedly exited the car and opened the passenger door. Secretary Yun, wake up. Seeing that Yun Qinghe did not stir, he contemplated shaking her awake, but found himself gripped by a strange trepidation. He sensed an irresistible allure about her tonight, one that rendered him hesitant to touch her again. After persistent efforts, he finally roused Yun Qinghe from her slumber. However, as she stepped out of the car, she nearly lost her balance. Mu Yunza instinctively caught her, but his grip was too strong, pulling her entirely into his embrace. That a fragrant scent, mingled with the aroma of alcohol, enveloped him. His brow furrowed slightly as he felt something soft against his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback by the situation before him. He quickly pushed Yun Qinghe away from him, wanting to release her, but also feeling a pang of concern. Secretary Yun, can you stand on your own? Yun Qinghe nodded, which eased Mu Yunza's worry enough for him to let go of her. She did not forget to express her gratitude. Bowing her head slightly, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Mu. Please be careful on your way back." Afterward, she waved goodbye to him. Watching her sway as she walked towards the complex, Mu Yunza felt a twinge of unease and followed her at a brisk pace. Upon entering the elevator, Yun Qinghe noticed Mu Yunza beside her and flashed him a brilliant, captivating smile. Mu Yunza remained silent. Captivated by her presence, he could not quite fathom why Yun Qinghe's inebriated state struck him as particularly endearing and alluring tonight. To his own surprise, he found himself following her into her apartment. Upon seeing him enter, Yun Qinghe wobbled over to pour him a glass of water. Mr. Mu, I apologize. I don't have any tea. Mu Yunza accepted the glass from her. Plain water will suffice. Yun Qinghe rummaged through her bag, retrieving Mu Yunza's credit card. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. I've charged quite a bit to your account tonight. It's nothing. Mr. Mu, please have a seat. She gestured for him to sit on the sofa while she took a seat at the opposite end. Leaning back and facing him, Mr. Mu, you are truly remarkable. No one anticipated that after your arrival, Yunko would turn its losses into profits. Mu Yunza remained silent, merely lifting the cup to his lips. That he felt somewhat disoriented, unable to grasp why he found himself in Yun Qinghe's home, listening to her chatter about inconsequential matters. Mr. Mu, do you know, I wish to earn a great deal of money. I want to take my parents on a trip around the world. As she spoke, Yun Qinghe chuckled helplessly. Why is it that women are ridiculed for getting married? I want to tell everyone that I can live splendidly even without marriage. Throughout her monologue, Mu Yunza remained a silent observer, watching her express her disdain for blind dates, believing they would not lead her to true love. She feared the prospect of growing old alone, yet struggled to reconcile this fear with the acceptance of solitude. She articulated her desire for financial independence, to live freely and without constraints. Her emotions fluctuated between laughter and tears until, finally, she succumbed to slumber. Mu Yunza gazed at her, unable to resist the urge to approach and carry her into the bedroom. For reasons he could not comprehend, he felt an overwhelming desire to stay, to simply observe her. Rationality once again reminded him that such actions were inappropriate, compelling him to forcibly extricate himself from Yun Qinghe's abode. From the moment he left until he lay in bed, her visage lingered in his thoughts. He suspected he must be suffering from some peculiar affliction. Otherwise, why would he constantly think of Yun Qinghe? He had never experienced such feelings before, and they were maddening. He considered seeking a doctor's counsel, but recoiled at the notion of visiting a hospital. Thus, he resorted to an online search, questioning whether his incessant thoughts of one individual indicated a mental disorder. Based on his findings, he concluded that he might be experiencing nervous exhaustion, perhaps a consequence of the recent strains of work. Chapter 54. Frustration. The following day, Yun Qinghe awoke in a haze. Shunti, she had been on the sofa. As she meticulously recalled the events of the previous night, she remembered Mu Yunzi coming to fetch her and escorting her home. They had engaged in conversation, though the specifics eluded her due to her inebriation, leaving her with fragmented memories. After rising and taking a shower, she ventured into the living room, spotting a cup on the coffee table that was not her own. Had she really sat in that position last night? She distinctly remembered being on the opposite side. Clearly, alcohol did not suit her. Once intoxicated, it left her disoriented. Mu Yunzi, meanwhile, stared at his phone, fixating on Yun Qinghe's number. She ought to be awake by now. He felt that his nervous exhaustion was becoming increasingly severe. Upon opening his eyes in the morning, thoughts of Yun Qinghe flooded his mind. He was eager to see her. As his fingertips grazed the screen, the call connected, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Secretary Yun, please come over to assist me with the cleaning." "Certainly, Mr. Mu." Ever since Mu Yunzi had equipped his home with smart cleaning tools and offered generous pay, Yun Qinghe had eagerly taken on the task of tidying up every weekend. Watching her busily work within his home, Mu Yunzi felt his nervous exhaustion begin to dissipate. With each cleaning session, Yun Qinghe grew increasingly adept at her duties. "Mr. Mu, I have finished cleaning. Would you like to inspect my work?" "No need." "Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Yun Qinghe's words, Mu Yunzi experienced an unexpected sensation of emptiness, as though a void had suddenly formed within him. "Secretary Yun, what troubles you, Mr. Mu?" "I seem to be suffering from neurasthenia." How do you know? What symptoms does neurasthenia present?" Mu Yunzi gazed at Yun Qinghe, a hint of melancholy lingering in his heart. "That I cannot fathom why, but I find myself incessantly thinking of someone. Last night, I looked it up and confirmed that it is indeed neurasthenia." "Then perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital for an examination." Why does Yun Qinghe not inquire who the person is that occupies his thoughts? Indeed, she hardly cares about whom he recalls. Mu Yunzi, with a childlike stubbornness, replied, "I want to go." Yun Qinghe was somewhat perplexed. "How can you be certain if you do not go? I know myself that if you don't visit the hospital, how will you receive treatment? It is nothing. I should improve gradually." Mu Yunzi remained adamant about not going, and Yun Qinghe did not press the matter further. "Very well. If you experience any discomfort, please inform me immediately, and I shall accompany you to the hospital." Suddenly, Mu Yunzi expressed irritation. "That I said I will not go to the hospital. Not ever." Startled by a sudden elevation in tone, she questioned, "Why won't you go?" "For reasons unknown." Mu Yunzi felt inexplicably vexed. "No reason. Just leave. As Yun Qinghe turned to depart, she recalled how Mu Yunzi had escorted her home the previous night and realized she had yet to express her gratitude. "Mr. Mu, thank you for seeing me home last night." "How shall I be thanked? What is this situation? Why does Mu Yunzi suddenly inquire how she intends to thank him?" Previously, when he and Yu Jingchen attended to both her and Li Mingyao, Li Mingyao had repeatedly suggested treating them to a meal, yet they had both declined. Yun Qinghe found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude that Mu Yunzi lacked for nothing. She had yet to repay the favor owed from their last encounter, though he had mentioned that he would require her assistance to balance the scales of gratitude, yet despite the passage of time, he had never requested her aid. Yun Qinghe's expression grew troubled. "Mr. Mu, I do not know how to thank you. Inviting you to dinner would not suffice, as you are unwilling to go." "Who says I am unwilling? I am indeed willing." What has come over Mu Yunzi today? He is not his usual aloof and composed self. It seems as though he is in a mood with someone. "Then I shall treat you to dinner. But you must not pay. That I shall cover the bill." That I knew this would be the outcome. "Then I shall not treat you. In the end, I would owe you ever more. That we shall adhere to our original agreement. You need only assist me with one task in the future." Once again, Yun Qinghe felt that this was merely an excuse for Mu Yunzi to prevent her from repaying her debt of gratitude. "Mr. Mu, I believe you will never actually request my assistance. You simply do not wish for me to repay you." "Who says that? You must repay me. I am not a benevolent person." and I am quite clear about many matters. Although Mu Yunza asserted this, Yun Qinghe did not share the sentiment. She believed Mu Yunza to be quite a decent person. Mr. Mu, by this calculation, I owe you 2 favors. When shall I be allowed to assist you? No, it is 3 favors that How did it become 3? The last instance of me seeing you and your friend home counts as 1. Shouldn't it be my friend who thanks you? It was because of her that I became inebriated. However, I cared for you throughout the night. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards Aiken. Yun Qinghe found Mu Yunza's reasoning quite sound. After all, she had indeed spent the night on the sofa while he had sat by her side. Watching over her, did I in this light, it appeared she was in his debt. Very well, I owe you 3 favors. However, the old rules apply. I cannot contravene the law or morality. Naturally, for a moment, both remained silent, but Mr. Mu, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Yun Qinghe turned to depart. Halt! Upon hearing Mu Yunza's command, Yun Qinghe was left bewildered. Mr. Mu, is there something else? You promised to let me treat you to dinner. Yun Qinghe sighed, unsure of what had gotten into Mu Yunza today. Fine, fine. I shall treat you to dinner, and you shall pay. This tone of hers displeased Mu Yunza. Secretary Yun, why do you sound a bit impatient? I do not, Mr. Mu. You are quite peculiar today, speaking so much that I am suffering from neurasthenia. Please show some understanding. Since Mu Yunza has declared himself ill, what more could Yun Qinghe say? Mr. Mu, what would you like to eat? Eat what you wish to eat. It seems that whenever she inquires about his preferences, he never expresses a desire of his own. Then I shall not hold back, that I want hot pot. Yun Qinghe boldly chose her favorite dish. As it was Mu Yunza's silence that had prompted her choice, he had missed his chance to voice his preferences. He should not regret it later. Upon hearing hot pot, Mu Yunza frowned slightly. Must your taste be so bold? When given the opportunity to express your desires, you remained silent. Are you now regretting it? Mr. Mu, Mu Yunza would never admit to regret. That it was not that he refrained from speaking. Rather, he felt an inexplicable agitation within. Were he not a man, one might suspect he was experiencing premenstrual symptoms. Chapter 55. Exposure. Observing Mu Yunza's furrowed brow and his silence, Yun Qinghe felt a twinge of exasperation. Mr. Mu, if you cannot handle spicy food, you may opt for a clear broth. We can enjoy a Inyang pot instead. Who says I cannot handle spice? Though Mu Yunza typically could not tolerate spicy food. It was unclear who he was attempting to provoke. That as he dined on the exceptionally spicy hot pot alongside Yun Qinghe, he found himself frequently reaching for ice water to cool his palate. Watching as beads of sweat formed on his forehead from the heat, Yun Qinghe could not fathom why he would willingly endure such discomfort. Though she did not understand his peculiar behavior, she nonetheless stepped out to purchase a bottle of yogurt, which she handed to Mu Yunza. Here, yogurt can alleviate the spiciness. Observing the yogurt in her hand, Mu Yunza declined to take it. Secretary Yun, is yogurt a panacea in your eyes? It soothes the stomach and alleviates spiciness. You will find out if you try it. I am not spicy. I shall not try it, with a resigned smile. Yun Qinghe twisted open the yogurt cap and offered it to Mu Yunza. Very well. If you are not spicy, consider it a beverage. Unbeknownst to her, she was treating Mu Yunza as though he were a child. Despite his verbal claims of not being affected by the spice, his body was quite honest. He accepted the yogurt from her hand and, after a few sips, acknowledged its effectiveness, though he would not admit it. His face betraying his disdain. That it is utterly useless. With that, he reached for the ice water again. Yun Qinghe promptly snatched it from his grasp. Mr. Mu, you already have a stomach ailment, consuming spicy and hot food, followed by ice-cold beverages. Do you still wish to keep your stomach? That is not my fault. How can you blame me? I suggested a Inyang pot. You refused that I proposed mild spice. You also declined, insisting on torturing yourself with the extra spicy. I am willing. Very well. When your stomach pains, do not call on me to take you to the hospital. I have already stated that I would rather die than visit a hospital. Yun Qinghe now realized that Mu Yunza was not only disdainful of women, but also detested hospitals. She could not comprehend his peculiarities. Fine, do not go. Yun Qinghe truly found herself at a loss with him. Typically mature and composed at the office, what had come over him today? He resembled an oversized child who had never grown up. During their meal, Yun Qinghe took out her phone to search for the symptoms of neurasthenia. After perusing the symptoms listed online, she felt uncertain whether he truly suffered from it. The symptom of emotional instability certainly applied to Mu Yunza. Beyond that, she could not ascertain that as she looked up, she saw Mu Yunza once more reaching for ice water. She sighed that Mr. Mu, when your stomach aches, do not seek me out. Remember, this is your own doing. Secretary Yun. Should I experience stomach pain, it will be your fault. Having encountered unreasonable individuals, she had never met anyone as unreasonable as Mu Yunza. Uncertain whether he genuinely suffered from neurasthenia, Yun Qinghe resolved to swallow her pride and refrain from arguing with him. As fate would have it, Mu Yunza indeed called her in the middle of the night due to stomach pain. Upon receiving the call, she hurriedly made her way to his residence. When she knocked on the door, he sent her the access code via WeChat. Arriving at his bedside, she found Mu Yunza's face pale, contorted in pain, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yun Qinghe leaned in, softly inquiring, Mr. De Mu, shall I take you to the hospital? Mu Yunza shook his head, his voice weak. I will not go. With Mu Yunza refusing to visit the hospital, Yun Qinghe felt somewhat helpless. Then what shall we do? You go and buy me some painkillers that are all right. With that, Yun Qinghe turned and dashed out, pulling out her phone to search for a 24-hour pharmacy. She hurriedly returned with the painkillers and a cup of warm water, watching as Mu Yunza took them. However, he showed no signs of improvement. Secretary Yun, give me another one. No, you just took one. The effects have yet to manifest. Yun Qinghe had never experienced a stomachache, so she was utterly unaware of the extent of its pain. Observing the beads of sweat trickling down Mu Yunza's forehead, she fetched a damp towel to wipe it dry. The air conditioner was set to an excessively low temperature, and Yun Qinghe worried that with Mu Yunza perspiring so profusely, exposure to such a cold draft would likely result in a cold. She adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning unit. Upon her return, she noticed that Mu Yunza's furrowed brow had relaxed, and he lay with his eyes closed, breathing evenly, as if he had fallen asleep. Yun Qinghe tiptoed out of the bedroom. Initially intending to leave, she felt a pang of unease and decided to spend the night on the sofa. Just as she had done previously, Mu Yunza was no longer the paranoid person who would misconstrue her presence. The next morning, Mu Yunza awoke from his slumber and he glanced around the room, noting the absence of Yun Qinghe. He wondered when she had departed. Rising from his bed, he took a shower, and feeling parched, he donned only his underwear before heading to the living room. Hearing footsteps, Yun Qinghe was roused from her sleep. She sat up, directing her gaze toward the source of the sound, and was met with the sight of a bare-chested man. Stunned, she found herself at a loss for words that Mu Yunza was equally taken aback. He had not expected Yun Qinghe to still be there. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yun Qinghe instinctively raised her hands to shield her eyes. Why you're not wearing any clothes? And why are you still here? She stammered that in response. Mu Yunza swiftly turned and retreated to the bedroom. Hearing his footsteps fade away, Yun Qinghe lowered her hands. After changing his clothes, Mu Yunza stormed back, visibly irate. Yun Qinghe, why didn't you say anything about being here? You finally fell asleep last night. How could I disturb you? She retorted. Then why didn't you tell me this morning? I wasn't awake yet. Who knew you would rise so early? Seeing the anger etched on Mu Yunza's face, Yun Qinghe felt a surge of indignation. Can you really blame me? Who walks around the living room in just their underwear? I can wear whatever I want in my own home, he replied defiantly. I could even go without clothes if I chose. Yun Qinghe felt wronged by Mu Yunza's outburst that it was he who had been careless. Even in her own residence, she would always wear some form of loungewear after showering. Is it really necessary to be this upset? It's your own fault for not wearing clothes. Besides, I didn't see anything. You'd best not have seen anything. And if I did, it's not like there's anything worth looking at. Yun Qinghe, Mu Yunza faltered, clearly flustered, as he thought of how he had indeed been seen, yet chose to downplay my physique not appealing. Whatever did I have no other business to attend to. I'm leaving. Chapter 56. Cooking. Seeing Yun Qinghe prepare to leave, Mu Yunza grew anxious. Wait. Yun Qinghe sighed, growing impatient. What now? Make me breakfast. I'm hungry. Can't you cook for yourself? I can't. Then don't eat. As she attempted to leave, Mu Yunza stepped in front of her. Yun Qinghe, you promised to be my secretary around the clock. Whether for work or personal matters, I expect you to be at my beck and call. Yun Qinghe replied, enunciating each word. Mu Zong, I am your secretary, not your maid. I don't need a maid. But as my secretary, I am currently requesting you cook for me, and I will pay you. Not complying would be insubordination, and I will deduct from your bonus. Mu Zong, can you be reasonable? A smirk crept onto Mu Yunza's face. Who asked me to be your superior? My word is law. Recalling that Mu Yunza had once paid 2,000 for cleaning, Yun Qinghe's curiosity piqued that if he offered a substantial sum for cooking, she might consider it, but of course, the quality of the meal was secondary. She directly inquired, "How much will you pay me to cook?" "I'll give you 500 for a meal, that Mu Zong. Do you think money grows on trees?" "Certainly not." "Will you do it or not?" Yun Qinghe flashed a disingenuous smile. "Of course, I will." What a generous boss she had stumbled upon. If he expected her to cook 3 meals a day for 365 days a year, alongside cleaning every weekend, that would amount to a substantial income, potentially reaching 600,000 to 700,000 a year. Coupled with her salary, financial freedom was within reach. After receiving the money Mu Yunza transferred via WeChat, Yun Qinghe eagerly made her way to the kitchen. After rummaging through the cupboards, she discovered only rice. Fortunately, it hadn't spoiled despite its ag and Mu Zong. "There is only rice, that I can only make porridge." "Very well," that Mu Yunza leaned against the doorframe, observing as Yun Qinghe washed the rice and added water with ease. It seemed that cooking porridge was rather simple. "Yun's secretary, you're earning money a bit too easily, don't you think?" Yun Qinghe instantly became wary, like a kitten guarding its food. "Mu Zong, you're not planning to backtrack on our agreement now that you see I'm almost done, are you?" "Not at all. However, you accepted 500 for merely cooking porridge. Can your conscience handle that?" "Absolutely." "You agreed to it." That Mu Yunza shook his head. "That I asked you to prepare a meal, not just a pot of plain porridge." "What do you want then?" "Here's the deal. After I finish eating, you'll accompany me to buy some vegetables and prepare lunch." Seeing the reluctance on Yun Qinghe's face, he pressed, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling?" Recalling Yun Qinghe's penchant for money, he continued, "If you're not willing, just return the 500 to me. You can keep 10 as your wage for the porridge." Considering her idle time, she thought it a shame to pass up an opportunity to earn. However, she felt conflicted that Mu Zong. "To be honest, I can only make porridge and simple greens. I'm not skilled at cooking." That Mu Yunza rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. "What a pity, Yun's secretary, that I intended for us to collaborate long-term. But it seems you want to be able to earn this money," aware of her desire for financial independence. Mu Yunza knew Yun Qinghe wanted to amass wealth swiftly. Hearing his words, Yun Qinghe's mind raced with possibilities. "To Mu Zong, if you don't mind, I can learn." "That I admire your eagerness to learn." "In that case, start today. With your intelligence, I have no doubt you'll succeed." "All right, Mu Zong." Yun Qinghe beamed, feeling as though she had just received praise from a teacher, her confidence soaring. Once the porridge was ready, she and Mu Yunza each had a bowl. As she ate, she searched online for recipes. "Mu Zong, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "None, just avoid anything too spicy." "Understood. For lunch, how does tomatoes, scrambled eggs, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried lettuce sound?" "Sounds good." "At the supermarket." They selected ingredients together, discussing how to prepare each dish. Initially intending to purchase only the planned items, they were surprised when Mu Yunza insisted on having fish to accommodate his request. Yun Qinghe quickly searched for a suitable recipe and chose a simple method. Given that Mu Yunza's kitchen contained only rice in a pot, they ended up buying a plethora of seasonings and kitchenware, filling their cart. They resembled a newlywed couple stocking their home with essentials. Upon returning to Mu Yunza's residence, Yun Qinghe rushed to the kitchen. Gazing at the fish in the sink, she felt a wave of anxiety. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, prompting Mu Yunza to rush into the kitchen. "What is wrong?" Yun Qinghe, nearly in tears, pointed at the fish with a look of horror in her eyes. "That it's still alive? I tried to wash it, and it suddenly jumped." "Mu Zong, I can't touch it anymore." "You just skip the fish." Observing the fear in her eyes, Mu Yunza approached the sink. He glanced at the fish and then at Yun Qinghe's terrified expression. "I'll handle the washing." "Are you sure?" "If I can't, then you should." "Then it's better if you do it." Mu Yunza rolled up his sleeves and reached for the fish, which indeed was alive and wriggling. Nearly slipping from his grasp several times, after successfully cleaning the fish, he presented it to Yun Qinghe. "The rest is up to you." "I can't do it," she exclaimed, stepping back in fear. "It's dead now." Yun Qinghe shook her head vigorously, refusing to touch the fish. Mu Yunza looked at her with exasperation and sighed. "Then how do you propose we proceed?" "Wait a moment. Let me check my phone." Yun Qinghe followed the steps on her mobile device, instructing Mu Yunza to make a few incisions on the fish's body. Then she seasoned it with salt, poured on some cooking wine, and steamed fish soy sauce. and subsequently asked Mu Yunza to add shredded ginger and scallions. Holding the ginger and scallion shreds in his hands, Mu Yunza looked at Yun Qinghe and inquired, "Secretary Yun, are these shreds? They look more like sticks to me." "President Mu, this is my first attempt. Could you please lower your expectations?" "Secretary Yun, I spent 500 yuan on this. Then I shall diligently practice my knife skills from now on." Mu Yunza nodded. "That's more like it, that if you cut them like this next time, I shall deduct your pay." Chapter 57. Burns. Upon hearing that Mu Yunza intended to deduct his pay, Yun Qinghe became anxious. "President Mu, there must be a process to this. You can't expect someone who doesn't know how to cook to suddenly become a master chef. Can you?" "I'm not a genius." Mu Yunza pondered for a moment and conceded. "Very well. I shall give you 3 months that if, after 3 months, your skills remain at this level, I will terminate our collaboration. 3 months should suffice." Yun Qinghe readily agreed. "All right." Mu Yunza glanced at the fish on the plate and asked, "What shall we do next?" "We simply need to steam the fish in the pot." With their perfect cooperation, they completed the first dish. "Do you need any assistance?" "No, I'm fine." Mu Yunza washed his hands but did not leave. Instead, he leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching Yun Qinghe prepare the next dish. Feeling nervous under Mu Yunza's gaze, Yun Qinghe said, "President Mu, could you please step away?" "What's the matter?" "Your presence makes me anxious. You have so many quirks." With that, Mu Yunza turned and left. Before long, however, he heard Yun Qinghe scream that he hurried back to the kitchen, asking, "What happened now?" Yun Qinghe was bent over the sink, rinsing her face under the faucet. "I got splashed with oil." Hearing this, Mu Yunza instantly grew concerned that he rushed to her side. "Where did it splash?" "Let me see." Yun Qinghe wiped her face dry and pointed to her eyes and forehead. "Here and here. There shouldn't be any other spots." Seeing the affected areas already turning red, Mu Yunza's eyes filled with compassion as he gently cupped Yun Qinghe's face in his hands. His sudden gesture rendered her breathless. He meticulously examined every inch of her skin, confirming there were no other injuries before releasing her. "Let's stop here. I'll take you out to eat. It's fine. I've already cut all the ingredients. There's no need to waste them. It's just a few dishes. If they go to waste, so be it." "President Mu, are you trying to avoid paying again?" "Haven't I already paid you?" "Rest assured, I won't ask for a refund." Once Yun Qinghe was assured that Mu Yunza was not seeking a refund, she felt relieved. However, being a principled person, she believed in completing the task after receiving payment. "That won't do. I've accepted your money. So I must finish the job. I can't take your money for nothing. Aren't you worried about getting burned again?" Yun Qinghe replied with a proud smile. "I won't. I've gained experience. Next time, I'll keep my distance when adding the ingredients." "Yun Qinghe, are you prioritizing money over your safety?" "President Mu, why are you resorting to insults? Who insulted you? Aren't you willing to risk burns and scars just to earn this money?" "Secretary Yun, I warn you. If you get burned and scarred, ruining your looks, you won't be able to find a boyfriend. And don't blame me then." Yun Qinghe found it baffling how Mu Yunza had become so chatty. "President Mu, when did you become so verbose? A scar is just a scar. If I can't find a boyfriend, so be it. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you that I have no intention of finding a boyfriend anyway. Ever since my best friend broke up with her boyfriend of 12 years, I've completely given up on the idea." "All right, this is what you said, Secretary Yun." "Yes, I did say that. President Mu, you should head to the living room. Don't linger here." With that, Yun Qinghe gently pushed Mu Yunza out of the kitchen. After a flurry of activity throughout the morning, Yun Qinghe finally completed all the dishes. She arranged them neatly on the table and sat facing Mu Yunza. "President Mu, please try it first." "Why don't you taste it?" Yun Qinghe chuckled awkwardly. "I'm afraid." "What if I fail?" Mu Yunza picked up his chopsticks, first taking a piece of fish. The fish was incredibly tender. Observing Mu Yunza's expression, Yun Qinghe felt both nervous and excited, her heart brimming with anticipation, akin to a student awaiting exam results. "President Mu, how does it taste? Is it delicious?" Mu Yunza nodded. Yun Qinghe then pushed the scrambled tomatoes and eggs toward him. "President Mu, please try this as well." Mu Yunza looked at the overcooked eggs and tomatoes, frowning slightly. "I accidentally burned it a bit. It should be fine to eat, right?" Listening to Yun Qinghe's somewhat guilty explanation, Mu Yunza sampled a bit of the less burnt portion. However, the moment the scrambled tomatoes and eggs entered his mouth, a fishy taste mingled with the burnt flavor assaulted his palate. Maintaining his composure, Mu Yunza swallowed the food and nodded. Yun Qinghe was thrilled. "I knew it. Even the burnt dish tastes good. Scrambled tomatoes and eggs are my favorite. I love mixing them with rice. Before Mu Yunza could taste the third dish, Yunqingha eagerly grabbed some scrambled tomatoes and eggs and popped them into her mouth. However, the moment she did, the burnt, fishy flavor made her feel nauseous. She dashed to the restroom, expelling the food from her mouth. Unable to stop gagging. Returning to the dining table like a deflated balloon, she found Mu Yunza enjoying his meal with great enthusiasm, leading her to question his taste. President Mu, have you lost your sense of taste and smell? Don't you think it's terrible? It's not bad at all. Who says that? Stop eating. I'll refund your money, and you can go eat elsewhere. Then I'm not deceiving you. It genuinely tastes good, except for the scrambled tomatoes and eggs, which are slightly off. The rest is quite decent. Really? Indeed. Yunqingha skeptically picked up a piece of fish, summoning her courage to place it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. It really is delicious. She then reached for the lettuce. This seems good too. Yunqingha's confidence surged. That it appears I have a talent for cooking after all. That I believe in you. After the meal, Yunqingha cleaned up the dining and kitchen areas, even taking the kitchen trash out. Just before she left, Mu Yunza made sure to remind her, Secretary Yun, don't slack off when you get home. Continue honing your culinary skills. That I hope that next time there will be no failed dishes. Yes, President Mu. Yunqingha was indeed striving to improve her culinary skills. Whenever she had free time, she watched cooking tutorial videos online and sought advice from her mother regarding cooking techniques and recipes. To her surprise, within a month, her cooking skills had advanced significantly, and Mu Yunza's approval of her culinary abilities grew as well. Chapter 58. Grandmother. One day, Yunqingha received a call from the front desk, informing her that an elderly lady was looking for President Mu, claiming to be his grandmother. Please bring her to the reception room. I'll be there shortly. Mu Yunza was in a meeting. Yunqingha refrained from interrupting and went to the reception room herself. Upon entering, she saw an elderly lady with silvery hair and a kind face. Dressed in a traditional qipao, her hair was impeccably styled, and her makeup complemented her features. She wore a dark green jade necklace and matching bracelet, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Yunqingha approached gracefully. Grandmother. Hello, I am President Mu's secretary. Yunqingha. They all call me Secretary Yun. President Mu is currently in a meeting with a supplier. May I take you to his office to wait for him? The elderly lady smiled kindly and nodded, yes. Yunqingha escorted the lady to the general manager's office and brewed her some tea. Grandmother, please enjoy your tea. The elderly lady accepted the cup and replied, Young lady, you go about your business. There's no need to keep me company. That I'd rather stay with you. President Mu's meeting will take a little while longer. Upon learning that the elderly lady had visited Jiangqing 20 years ago, Yunqingha began to share some of the city's attractions and culinary specialties with her. As the time approached, Yunqingha stood up. Grandmother, I will check if President Mu's meeting has concluded. All right, you go ahead. Yunqingha arrived at the meeting room just as the meeting was wrapping up. She walked over to Mu Yunza's side and lowered her voice. President Mu, your grandmother has arrived. What? Mu Yunza thought he had misheard, stopping in his tracks and looking at Yunqingha in disbelief. Yunqingha repeated, Your grandmother is here. Where is she? I've already escorted her to your office. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunza strode purposefully towards his own office. He opened the door and was greeted by the sight of the elderly lady seated inside. He quickly approached her. Grandmother, what brings you here? To his surprise, before the old lady could utter a word, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. You child, have you forgotten your grandmother? Do you no longer want me? Mu Yunza took a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her face. Grandmother, I would never forget you. Then why haven't you come back to visit me? I've been quite busy, so I couldn't make it. Nonsense, you're just trying to placate your grandmother. With that, the old lady's tears turned to laughter once more. Come, stand up and let me see if you've grown taller or gained weight. Then Mu Yunza rose, and the old lady carefully scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes filled with both pride and concern. You've lost weight, but you've also grown taller. Mu Yunza helped the elderly lady to sit down. Grandmother, how did you know I was here? Well, if it weren't for your cousin, I wouldn't have known you had returned to the country. Tell me, since you graduated from middle school and went abroad, how many times have you come back? Now that you've finally returned, you don't even come home to see me, but instead come to this distant place. Do you plan to never see your grandmother again? At your age, how many more times do you think I can see you? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. Grandmother, who accompanied you here? Mu Yunza swiftly changed the topic, unable to bear the sight of his grandmother weeping. The reason he hadn't returned was not due to a lack of desire to see her, but rather to avoid encountering others. You know how busy your uncle and aunt are? I had to come by myself. Hearing that the elderly lady had come alone stirred mixed emotions within Mu Yunza. Grandmother, I will accompany you in Jiangxing for a few days. And then I will take you back. The old lady patted Mu Yunza's hand. That I didn't come here to play. I came to take you back. Let your uncle arrange for someone else to manage the company. I'm getting old, and I don't have many years left, and I just want to see you settle down before I close my eyes, so that I can give your mother an explanation when I meet her below. The mention of her daughter brought tears to the old lady's eyes, filling Mu Yunza's heart with bitterness. Grandmother, I won't be going back. Why don't you want to go back, my child? Mu Yunza remained silent. The old lady wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sighed heavily. Aze, how can I rest easy knowing you are all alone here? Grandmother, it's all right that I have grown up now. Look, I'm doing just fine. How can that be? You are still alone. Here you have no relatives or friends, and you don't even have a girlfriend. Aze, come back with me that I have someone in mind for you, a sweet girl from an old friend's family. She is very suitable for you, that I even brought a photo. Take a look that as she spoke, the old lady slowly opened her handbag. Mu Yunza grasped her hand. Grandmother, I don't want to find a partner. Child, how can you not look for someone? Do you wish for your grandmother to die with regrets? Seeing the seriousness in her words, Mu Yunza resorted to delaying tactics. Grandmother, I am still young. Finding a partner can wait a few more years. You are still young, yes, but if you wait too long, that sweet girl will belong to someone else. Your grandmother treasures her. With that, the old lady handed the photo to Mu Yunza. Look, I'm not lying to you. Isn't she lovely? Mu Yunza had no interest whatsoever, that he knew he could never love any woman, nor did he possess the ability to bring happiness to anyone. Noticing the indifference on Mu Yunza's face, the old lady examined the photo in her hand. Don't you like her? She is such a sweet girl that a proud smile spread across the old lady's face as she rummaged through her bag for more photos. I know you have high standards, so I brought many photos of girls for you to choose from. Look through them and see which one appeals to you. Mu Yunza took the photos from the old lady's hand and returned them to her bag. Do you not like any of them? I do not. Then what kind of girl do you wish to find? Come back with me, and I will have them introduce you to someone that I will not be going back. Aze, are you deliberately trying to worry your grandmother? I am already 85. How many more years do you think I have left? I might wake up one day and not be here anymore. All I want is to see you marry and have children while I am still alive. Seeing Mu Yunza remain silent, the old lady felt utterly helpless that if you don't find a partner, I will stay here and not leave, that I will wait until you have someone before I go back. Chapter 59, Assistance to Mu Yunza's surprise. Hearing those words filled him with joy. All right, grandmother, you can stay here forever. I will accompany you. However, thinking of his grandmother's advanced age, he realized that staying in a hotel was not suitable for her. She needed someone by her side at all times to feel at ease. He continued, Grandmother, I will take you around Jiangxing for a few days. Then I will send you back after finding a suitable caregiver to look after you when you come to stay with me. I won't go back. My eyes are still clear, and my hearing is fine, that I don't need a caregiver. The old lady's words left Mu Yunza in a state of worry. Grandmother, the place I currently live in is an elevator apartment with only one bedroom. The other villas are not cleaned. It will take time to prepare them for occupancy, that I cannot bear the thought of you staying alone, whether at home or in a hotel. Hearing that Mu Yunza had purchased many properties in Jiangxing left the old lady feeling melancholy. Aze, are you planning to settle in Jiangxing? Why have you bought so many houses here? Mu Yunza had not thought about this question, but he was uncertain about his intentions to settle down here. But he had always held an obsession with Jiangxing since childhood, that I noticed the property prices here were reasonable, so I bought a few as an investment. Hearing this, the old lady felt somewhat reassured. I will stay with you for these few days. All right, grandmother. You can stay with me for the next couple of days. You can sleep in the bedroom while I take the sofa down. I will find someone to clean up a villa for you and arrange for 2 caregivers and a driver. And I'll even buy a car for you. Seeing Mu Yunza's excited demeanor, the old lady reconsidered. But how can this be? If I stay here, you will surely not look for a partner. Wouldn't that undermine the main purpose of my visit? The old lady realized she could not allow this to happen. She quickly added, Aze, you don't need to clean the villa or find caregivers or drivers for me, that I will only return once you have found someone. Please don't go through all that trouble. Grandmother, didn't you say you wouldn't go back? Yes, I don't want to leave you, but I also cannot bear to part with your uncle and his family. Sigh, It's a dilemma. If only you could return with me, or at least have a girlfriend by your side. Seeing the old lady torn between her feelings, Mu Yunza felt a pang of compassion. However, returning was out of the question, and finding a girlfriend was even less feasible. He fell into silence. Tormented by his inner conflict, he longed to be by his grandmother's side, yet he could not selfishly keep her away from her family and friends at her age. Just for his own sake. Grandmother, don't worry about your uncle and the others. Once I finish my current tasks, I will take you around Jiangcheng for a few days and then send you back. The old lady shook her head. Let us talk about it later. To his surprise, the next day, Mu Yunza's phone began ringing incessantly, though he received numerous calls from unfamiliar numbers, and many strangers added him as friends on WeChat. The common thread in their messages was that they were introductions for potential matches from his grandmother. Mu Yunza immediately called the old lady. Grandmother, where are you? The old lady replied cheerfully, I am at the matchmaking park. There are so many people here looking for partners that, oh, by the way, did you get the calls? I have introduced you to many girls, and they are all very interested in you upon hearing this. Mu Yunza felt overwhelmed. Grandmother, please stop introducing me to people. All these calls are affecting my work. That won't do. Finding a partner is more important than work. My purpose in coming here is to help you find someone. If you want to come back with me, I will have no choice but to search for potential matches in every matchmaking park and agency here. Grandmother, it's so hot outside. What if you get heat stroke? My only wish is to see you married and have children. Even if it means risking my life, I will ensure you find someone. Unable to bear the thought of the elderly lady wandering outside in the sweltering heat, Mu Yunza thought of a simpler solution. Grandmother, you really just want me to have a partner, right? That's easy. I could just rent someone. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. The old lady on the other end of the line did not believe him. Don't try to fool this old lady. I'm serious. I'm not lying. Where are you? I can have a driver come pick you up. Then you must show her to me tonight. Mu Yunza glanced at the time and realized that tonight was certainly not feasible. Even if he managed to rent someone, they would still need to communicate the details to avoid any slip-ups. Grandma, let's do it in a couple of days. She is quite busy with work. No way. If you don't bring her to me tonight, you're just deceiving me. Despite being in her 80s, his grandmother's mental acuity was still sharp. All right, I will bring her to meet you tonight. Where are you? I'll have the driver pick you up. Please have the driver come to Liangyuan Marriage Agency to fetch me. I'm already on my way there. He had heard from the elderly folks around that the success rate of that matchmaking service was quite high. That old lady really knows how to stir things up, he thought. Okay, Grandma. Once you arrive, don't go anywhere. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. After hanging up, Mu Yunza immediately called for Yun Qinghe. Secretary Yun, please arrange for a driver to go to Liangyuan Marriage Agency and bring my grandmother to my residence. Understood, President Mu. With that, Yun Qinghe turned and left. Mu Yunza felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Why didn't Yun Qinghe inquire about why the old lady was at the matchmaking agency? Having worked with her for so long, he knew she had always been this way. However, he appreciated her style. She never asked unnecessary questions and completed tasks efficiently and effectively. After Yun Qinghe left, Mu Yunza began searching online for information on renting a girlfriend, although it was not in accordance with public morals. He felt he had no choice, that he couldn't allow his 80-something grandmother to wander outside in the sweltering heat, that if anything were to happen to her because of him, he would never forgive himself. If she were no longer in this world, he would truly be adrift. After perusing the internet for quite some time, Mu Yunza hesitated, but he neither wanted nor was willing to engage with unfamiliar women. Just as he was at a loss, Yun Qinghe called him on the internal line. President Mu, driver Lu Liang has picked up your grandmother. Good. An idea suddenly struck Mu Yunza. He quickly added, Secretary Yun, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Of course, President Mu. When Yun Qinghe entered, Mu Yunza looked at her, but didn't he know how to begin. President Mu, what is it? His lips pressed tightly together. He finally spoke, Secretary Yun, I need your assistance with something. Upon hearing that Mu Yunza wanted her help, Yun Qinghe readily agreed without hesitation. Sure. President Mu, you finally need my help. Chapter 60. Pretending Mu Yunza felt a twinge of guilt. Aren't you going to ask what it is before agreeing? There's no need to ask. We've already discussed this beforehand. You can't ask me to do anything morally or legally questionable. Mu Yunza believed that his request was more of a good deed for Yun Qinghe and not morally objectionable, let alone illegal. Seeing him fall silent, Yun Qinghe urged, President Mu, Please tell me what it is. His gaze flickered, unable to meet her eyes. That ITS. It's asking you to pretend to be my girlfriend. What? Upon seeing the shock on her face, Mu Yunza hurried to explain. My grandmother came to urge me to find a partner. As you know, before he could finish, Yinqinga interrupted. I want help. Why not? You want me to deceive an elderly lady? That is morally wrong, that Mu Yunza retorted. Please don't be so hasty in your refusal. Hear me out first. That he was curious to see how Mu Yunza would use his silver tongue to twist the truth. Noticing Yunqinga's attentive demeanor, he continued, this matter is not morally wrong at all. You just heard that on such a hot day, my grandmother went alone to the matchmaking agency. At her age. What if something were to happen? She only wants me to have a girlfriend. If you pretend to be my girlfriend, she won't have to worry about my personal matters. That's so, Secretary Yun. This won't violate any moral code. Helping me is a kind act that I would be grateful, and good deeds will be rewarded. Hearing Mu Yunza's argument, Yunqinga thought of the elegant, dignified, and kind-hearted old lady, and she felt a twinge of guilt. However, the thought of pretending to be Mu Yunza's girlfriend filled her with resistance. President Mu, why not just rent a girlfriend? There are plenty online. Did I ask it because you don't want to spend money? Yunqinga, do you think I'm someone who cares about money? He had just searched online, but under his circumstances, as she well knew, those unfamiliar women, even if they acted well, he wouldn't be able to play along himself. Realizing Mu Yunza's aversion to women, she was still unwilling to assist. That I'm sorry, President Mu, that I truly can't help with this. Perhaps you should find someone else. Secretary Yun, you are the only one who can assist me. Besides you, I have no other acquaintances of the opposite sex. Seeing her hesitance, Mu Yunza quickly pleaded, Secretary Yun, please help me. Will you? Seeing Mu Yunza's pitiful expression, Yunqinga recalled how he had once mocked her for not being able to marry. How the wheel of karma turns. Who can escape its grasp? President Mu, while you were mocking me for being single, did you ever think you'd find yourself in the same boat? Secretary Yun, are you really that petty? That was ages ago, and I apologize to you afterward. Why are you still holding a grudge, using this as an opportunity to mock me? Hearing him say this, Yunqinga felt quite embarrassed. She had forgotten that he had indeed apologized. She didn't even realize when she had become so resentful. President Mu, I'm sorry. I forgot you had apologized to me. Did I ask an apology enough? What do you want me to do? What do you think? Looking at Mu Yunza's determined expression, Yunqinga shook her head in strong refusal. President Mu, please spare me, that I really can't pretend to be your girlfriend. Knowing Yunqinga was fond of money, he decided to try that angle. Secretary Yun, you only need to pretend for tonight. You just have to join me and my grandmother for a meal. I will pay you. Hearing that Mu Yunza would pay, Yunqinga instantly became interested. She calculated in her mind that it was just a meal, and it wouldn't cost her anything. Besides, Mu Yunza was known for his generosity. Tempted by the prospect of money, she curiously asked, how much? A smile tugged at the corners of Mu Yunza's lips. This tactic was indeed effective. Yunqinga was quite the money lover, and I'll give you 5,000. Is that acceptable? If not, I can add more. Sure. Just for a meal, 5,000 is a good deal. Yunqinga readily agreed that if she asked for more, it would be excessive. Seeing her agreement, Mu Yunza seized the opportunity to finalize their script. All right, Secretary Yun. Let us align our stories. That don't underestimate my grandmother. Despite her age, she is quite astute. The two meticulous individuals crafted an impeccable romantic script that Mu Yunza instructed Yunqinga not to wait until the end of work, but to head home immediately to change into a suitable outfit. He would send her the hotel address later. After work, Mu Yunza picked up his grandmother and arrived at the hotel's private room. Shortly after, Yunqinga entered, carrying gifts. The moment Mu Yunza saw Yunqinga, his dark eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. She wore a fitted, simple long dress, her makeup perfectly balanced, and her long, black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. She appeared so fresh, elegant, and serene, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Upon seeing Yunqinga, the old lady beamed with maternal affection. Secretary Yun, what a pleasant surprise to see you. Grandma, I heard from President Mu that you wanted to meet me. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I brought you some local pastries and tea from Jiangcheng that I hope you like them. The old lady chuckled. Whatever you bring, I will like. She then turned to her grandson, who was sitting there in a daze. Your girlfriend has arrived. Why are you still in a stupor? Hearing this, Mu Yunza snapped back to reality and hurriedly took the gifts from Yunqinga's hands. Observing the two standing together, the old lady felt quite satisfied. Although they looked like a perfect pair, she did not believe they were truly in a relationship. Previously, when she intended to introduce a match for Mu Yunza, he had vehemently resisted. Now, suddenly having a girlfriend, and that girlfriend being none other than his secretary, was too much of a coincidence that a discerning person could see right through it. It was clearly a ruse. Since these two young people wished to fool her, she decided to playfully tease them. "Secretary Yun, come sit beside me." Yun Qinghe obediently sat beside the elderly lady. The lady took her hand and kindly said, "Secretary Yun, such a well-behaved girl like you must not be led astray by A's, nor should you conspire with him to deceive me." Chapter 61. A kiss to Tio. Her surprise, the elderly lady was quite astute. Immediately discerning that they were trying to fool her, Yun Qinghe, feeling guilty, glanced at Mu Yunja, her eyes seemingly asking him if Grandma already knew, and whether it was still necessary to continue the charade. Mu Yunja maintained his composure and calmly asserted, "Grandma, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Secretary Yun is genuinely my girlfriend." The elderly lady's heart was as clear as a mirror. She gazed affectionately at her grandson, not angry at his deception. "A's, don't take advantage of your grandmother's age, that I am not oblivious to your antics. You young people these days go so far as to rent a girlfriend to appease your elder's marriage pressures. Secretary Yun is your secretary, and if you insist on involving her in this ruse, she would find it difficult to refuse you." It was unexpected that the elderly lady kept pace with the times. Even aware of the concept of renting a girlfriend, Yun Qinghe felt a deep admiration for Mu Yunja's grandmother. She understood that Mu Yunja was pressuring her. Feeling somewhat smug, she looked at Mu Yunja and thought, "Mr. Mu, you truly overestimate your capabilities. How could you possibly deceive such an astute elderly lady?" It appeared that she would be receiving that 5,000 effortlessly. Mu Yunja attempted to resist further, repeating his feeble and unconvincing reassurances. "Grandma, I genuinely have not deceived you. Secretary Yun is truly my girlfriend." "Oh, really? Who refers to their girlfriend as Secretary Yun? It's after work hours, not a business meeting." After concocting an elaborate romantic script with Yun Qinghe, he had not anticipated the need for an affectionate term that I've grown accustomed to it. "I call her Ahe in private." "Right, Ahe?" Observing Mu Yunja lie with a straight face, Yun Qinghe felt a pang of guilt and responded meekly, "Yes, Grandma, Mr. Mu calls me that privately. Oh, is that so? Then why do you call him M or Mu and not A's?" Yun Qinghe sensed that the elderly lady was playfully teasing them, fully aware of the truth. However, Mu Yunja, unwilling to concede, pressed on, "Grandma, why don't you believe me? I came to Jiangxing to be with Ahe. That's why I refuse to go back, right?" "Ahe?" Suddenly addressed as Ahe, Yun Qinghe felt a bit taken aback by the sweetness in his voice. Before she could respond, the elderly lady interjected, "If you want me to believe you, then you must kiss her." Yun Qinghe's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. She had not anticipated that pretending to be a girlfriend would entail a kiss. This was outrageous. 5,000 was insufficient for such a demand. Seeing her face turn beet red, Mu Yunja quickly intervened, "Grandma, Ahe is shy. Besides, how could I kiss her in front of you? It would be inappropriate." "What's wrong with that? You're in a relationship. You must have kissed in private. I'm an old hand at this. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, unless you're faking it and deliberately deceiving me." It seemed they could not escape this predicament. Mu Yunja looked at Yun Qinghe, seeking her approval. She lowered her gaze and slightly nodded, turning her cheek towards him. Mu Yunja swiftly pressed his lips against her cheek. However, the elderly lady was dissatisfied, saying, "A's, who told you to kiss her cheek? I meant for you two to kiss on the lips." That moment, Yun Qinghe wished she could vanish. She regretted her greed. No one had warned her that pretending to be a girlfriend would involve losing her first kiss. Now, not only was her face burning, but Mu Yunja's ears were also flushed. He could feel the heat radiating from them. He knew his grandmother was not one to cling to outdated notions, yet he had not expected her to be so modern in her views. "Grandma, why are you insisting on this?" The elderly lady wore a smug expression. "I knew all along you were deceiving me." Yun Qinghe and Mu Yunja exchanged glances, realizing how difficult it was to fool such a perceptive lady. Observing the two deflated individuals, the elderly lady said with amusement, "A's, you don't need to deceive me, that I'm not in a hurry. Tomorrow, I'll visit those matchmaking agencies and the blind date parks to find you some suitable candidates. I have all the time in the world. I will surely find the right match for you. Secretary Yun, don't feel obliged to accompany this rascal in deceiving me." Grandma, it's sweltering outside. You don't have to go. Seeing the worried expression on Mu Yunja's face and glancing at the elderly lady with her head full of white hair, Yunqing suddenly felt awakened. Mu Yunja had requested her to play the role of his girlfriend to prevent his grandmother from wandering outside in the heat. Her own grandmother had already passed away. And if she were still alive, she would be around the same age. Looking at the kind, elderly lady beside her was like seeing her own grandmother. Thinking of the sacrifices she would have made in the scorching heat for her grandchildren's happiness. Yunqing's eyes became moist. She slowly stood up and turned toward Mu Yunja. Assuming Yunqing was about to leave, Mu Yunja hastily rose. What's wrong? Ahei. Nervously, Yunqing's palms were damp with sweat. Didn't Grandma ask you to kiss me? If you don't, are you really going to let her suffer in this heat? Hearing this, Mu Yunja's mind went blank as he watched as Yunqing slowly closed her eyes. Having never kissed a girl before, he felt a surge of anxiety. To his surprise, Grandma stood beside them. It seemed that even pretending to kiss was no longer an option, that anxiety coursed through him. Mu Yunja's palms also began to perspire. He slowly lifted his hands, cradling Yunqing's face, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. Overwhelmed with nervousness, he forgot to breathe as he leaned closer. Finally, his lips met hers, bringing a warm and fragrant sensation. After lingering for a few seconds, he reluctantly withdrew from the kiss. Only then did the elderly lady display a satisfied expression, realizing that they had genuinely kissed. Yunqing opened her eyes to find Mu Yunja staring at her in a daze. She shyly lowered her gaze, quickly turning away to sit back down. Chapter 62. The script that I'll go call the waiter to serve the dishes. With that, Mu Yunja quickly exited the private room, nearly gasping for breath. Once outside, he took a deep breath, feeling the sweat covering his entire body due to the tension that he went to the restroom to splash water on his face. When he saw his reflection in the mirror and recalled the sensation of her lips, a rush of warmth surged through him. He had actually kissed a woman. It felt extraordinary, a sensation he had never experienced before. Watching Mu Yunja leave, Yunqing felt a surge of indignation. She hadn't expressed her disdain for him, yet he had fled. During their script writing, he had promised to stay, but now he had left her alone. As both the playwright and director, he should have endured a bit longer. Secretary Yun, I'll call you Ahei just like Ace does. All right, Grandma, you can call me whatever you like, observing Yunqing's obedient demeanor. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with joy. Ahei, it's not that Grandma doesn't believe you are Ace's girlfriend. It's just that Ace has deceived me too well. Now that you two have kissed, Grandma believes you are indeed a couple. Ahei, you want to hold it against Grandma, will you? The elderly lady's mention of this made Yunqing's cheeks flush again, which had only just cooled down. Grandma, Ace didn't mean to deceive you. It's because, before she could finish her sentence, the elderly lady removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and said, Grandma didn't bring any gifts for you this time. So please accept this bracelet as a token of our meeting. Before Yunqing could react, the bracelet was already fastened on her wrist. Grandma, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. She attempted to remove it and return it to the elderly lady. But the elderly lady grasped her hand, preventing her from doing so. Ahei, unless you're not Ace's girlfriend. If you are, then you must accept that in truth, the elderly lady was well aware that Yunqing was not Mu Yun's girlfriend. Even though they had shared a kiss, it was merely a pretense. She could discern this from their interactions, understanding that Mu Yunza wished to spare her the trouble of worrying about his affairs during the sweltering summer days, thus inviting Yunqing to play the role of his girlfriend. She also recognized that Yunqing's willingness to allow Mu Yunza to kiss her was motivated by a desire to prevent the elderly lady from making unnecessary excursions. Although Yunqing was not a close relative and merely served as Mu Yun's secretary, her actions demonstrated that she was a commendable and benevolent young woman. Furthermore, the elderly lady had a profound understanding of her grandson. Throughout his life, he had shown little inclination to engage with girls. The fact that he had kissed Yunqing, whether for his own reasons or otherwise, indicated that he did not harbor any aversion towards her. Thus, she was inclined to facilitate the blossoming of their genuine relationship, for these two young individuals appeared remarkably well-matched in both appearance and character. Although Mu Yunza was not present, Yunqing had continued to adhere to the scripted performance. Grandma, there is something I must confess to you. What is it? In fact, I am 5 years older than A's. Upon saying this, Yunqingha fell silent, awaiting the elderly lady's reaction. Both she and Mu Yunze anticipated that the elderly lady would vehemently oppose their union. To their surprise, the elderly lady chuckled and replied, "What of being 5 years older?" The elderly lady's response was entirely contrary to their expectations. "Grandma, I'm 5 years older than him. Do you not object?" "What is there to object to, as long as you both sincerely care for one another? Even if you were 10 years older, I would not oppose it." Observing the gentle demeanor of the elderly lady, Yunqingha thought to herself, "Grandma, why are you not following the conventional script?" Originally, the plan concocted by Mu Yunze and Yunqingha was for her to inform the elderly lady of her age in relation to Mu Yunze, followed by the elderly lady's strong opposition to their relationship. Mu Yunze would steadfastly refuse to break up with Yunqingha, yet ultimately succumb to the pressure from his grandmother, resulting in a separation. During that period, the elderly lady would refrain from pressuring Mu Yunze to find a partner. When the time came for her to urge him toward marriage, he could use this incident as a shield. Little did they know, Mu Yunze's calculations were flawed. As Mu Yunze entered the room, he found Yunqingha gazing at him despondently, that an ominous premonition washed over him. Could it be that during his absence, Yunqingha had been unable to withstand the elderly lady's onslaught? Mu Yunze calmly approached Yunqingha and took a seat beside her. "Ahi, what troubles you?" Yunqingha could only feign happiness as she replied, "I told Grandma about my age in relation to you. She does not object to our relationship. It was you who overthought things." Although Yunqingha had not succumbed, the situation was hardly improved. Mu Yunze had to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, turning to the elderly lady with a smile. "Had I known Grandma would not oppose, I would not have concealed it from her." The elderly lady appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama. "As long as you are fond of her, I have no objections, regardless of who she may be." Yunqingha raised her wrist before Mu Yunze. "Grandma gifted me this bracelet, but it is too valuable. I cannot accept it." As she spoke, she intended to remove the bracelet and return it to Mu Yunze. However, he seized her hand, insisting, since it was given by Grandma, "You should keep it." And Mu Yunze cast another glance at the jade bracelet. Realizing its worth was no less than 7 figures, that it seemed the elderly lady had indeed approved of Yunqingha, evidenced by her generous gift. Originally intending for Mu Yunze to return the bracelet to his grandmother in person, he had failed to grasp her intent. The elderly lady turned her gaze to Mu Yunze, a hint of discontent in her tone. How can you be so oblivious? He is 5 years older than you. You should have informed me sooner. Her parents surely wish for you both to marry promptly." After speaking, she looked back at Yunqingha, gently patting her hand. "Did arrange a time for me to meet your parents so that we may expedite your marriage plans?" Yunqingha felt somewhat bewildered. This plot twist had not been part of their script. She looked to Mu Yunze for assistance, but he too seemed taken aback that he could only deflect. "Grandma, he and I are not in a hurry. We can discuss this later." The elderly lady pressed on. "My dear child, how can you only consider yourself? You may not be anxious, but you must think of Ahi and her parents." Yunqingha shook her head vigorously, nearly resembling a bobblehead. "Grandma, I am not in a hurry, nor are my parents that Ahi. Do not acquiesce to everything he says. How could your parents not be anxious? You are already over 30. It is time to marry." As she spoke, the elderly lady turned to Mu Yunze. "Accompany Ahi to meet her parents tomorrow. Inform them that I wish to see them and discuss your marriage." Mu Yunze had merely intended to accompany them for a meal. How had it escalated to marriage discussions? The direction of this situation was spiraling out of control. Yunqingha's mind raced, searching for a way to avert this predicament. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Grandma, my parents are traveling abroad and won't return for a while." The elderly lady smiled warmly. "Then do inquire when they will be back. I will wait here for them. I will ask them another day. You should message your parents right now to find out." Heavens, this elderly lady was relentless. Yunqingha felt her mind nearing its boiling point. "Grandma, they are in a different time zone. They might be sleeping now. I will ask them tomorrow." "Where are they currently?" Mu Yunze noticed that the elderly lady was eager to finalize their marriage plans by tonight. He had merely invited Yunqingha to pretend to be his girlfriend for a meal. Kissing her had already crossed a line. Who would have thought the elderly lady would bring up marriage? This situation was far beyond his control. He quickly hit the brakes. "Grandma, I will ask tomorrow. Let us eat. The food will get cold." "All right, I was too hasty. Let us eat." Though they sat down to dine, the elderly lady kept a watchful eye on the two young individuals to avoid arousing suspicion. Mu Yunza found himself constantly serving Yun Qingha more food. That as he observed the mountain of dishes accumulating in her bowl, Yun Qingha shot him a resentful glance, and Mu Yunza felt a twinge of anxiety. What was wrong with her? Why was she looking at him like that? Had he unknowingly offended her? He racked his brain, unsure of what could have upset her, given the multitude of events that evening. He felt there were countless ways he could have irritated Yun Qingha, and he dared not provoke her further, considering he might need her assistance later. With that thought in mind, Mu Yunza unconsciously placed a shrimp in Yun Qingha's bowl. To his surprise, she shot him another forlorn look. It was then that he realized the source of the issue. What is it? Do you not like it? I cannot eat anymore. Then I shall eat it. With that, Mu Yunza transferred all the food from Yun Qingha's bowl to his own, that if Yu Jingxian were present, he would likely be utterly astounded. Was this truly the aloof and prideful Mu Yunza he knew? How could he ever bring himself to eat from a woman's bowl? Throughout the meal, the elderly lady was thoroughly pleased, while Yun Qingha and Mu Yunza were lost in their own thoughts. As they departed the hotel, the elderly lady resumed her playful teasing of the two young people. Ace, take Ahi home. You could just call a cab for me. Yun Qingha produced her car keys. Grandma, I drove here myself. There is no need for you to send me to Ahi. Why did you drive yourself? Remember, a girl in love should not drive herself. She should let the boy pick her up and drop her off. That is how you can gauge a boy's sincerity. That must be said, the elderly lady was far from outdated. She understood the nuances of romance quite well. Yun Qingha glanced at Mu Yunza, remaining silent. She wished to clarify to the elderly lady that their relationship was a facade, a ruse, and that she did not require Mu Yunza's escort. The elderly lady regarded Mu Yunza, who stood awkwardly at her side. Ace, are you listening? I am, Grandma. Yun Qingha stifled a laugh. She had not anticipated Mu Yunza to be so compliant. The elderly lady wore a look of exasperation, declaring, this time, I shall let it slide, but remember not to let it happen again. Understood, Grandma. The three of them made their way to the parking area, where Mu Yunza opened the back door for the elderly lady and helped her into the car, just as he settled into the driver's seat. The elderly lady shooed him away. Why are you sitting there? Get out. Mu Yunza was taken aback. Why? The elderly lady continued. Ace, how do you court someone? Do you need me, an old woman, to teach you? When parting with his girlfriend, should one not embrace her and bestow a kiss? Oh. Upon witnessing Mu Yunza enter and subsequently exit the vehicle, Yun Qingha assumed something was amiss. What is the matter, Mr. Mu? Mu Yunza gestured subtly towards Yun Qingha. She glanced into the car, relieved that the windows were closed and the elderly lady likely had not overheard. Noticing the elderly lady waving at her, Yun Qingha reciprocated with a smile and a raised hand. Mu Yunza approached Yun Qingha, lowering his voice with some hesitation. Grandma, may I hug you and give you a kiss? Yun Qingha felt as though the entire scene was scripted by the elderly lady, with the two of them merely puppets on strings. Then go ahead and embrace me, but refrain from kissing. Mu Yunza stepped forward, enveloping Yun Qingha in his arms. Mr. Mu, what shall we do next? Your grandmother wishes to meet my parents. Mu Yunza reassured her. Let me ponder it. I'll discuss it with you tomorrow. For now, I haven't devised a plan and my mind is spinning tonight. I suspect your grandmother must realize our charade. Perhaps we should cease deceiving her, that we've come this far with the deception. Isn't it too late to confess now? At this point, Yun Qingha recalled that she had already sacrificed her first kiss. Feeling the loss was substantial. Mr. Mu, you owe me a raise. You promised a simple dinner, yet my sacrifice is immense. Very well. How much do you desire? Add 10,000 at Secretary Yun. Your demands could be a touch more audacious. I shall grant you 100,000 as compensation. Now that is more acceptable. However, you are rather excessive. Mu Yunza, bewildered, asked, what is wrong? Yun Qingha, somewhat displeased, retorted, did you not just kiss me and then rush off to wash your mouth? If you find me so distasteful, why compel me to play the role of your girlfriend? Moreover, you left me there alone. Was it not agreed that you would remain by my side? Or was Yun Qingha's mind wandering? He had simply stepped away due to his nervousness after kissing her. Mu Yunza smiled softly. No, I merely went to the restroom. I harbor no disdain for you, nor did I intend to abandon you. Well, I do find you distasteful. When I return home tonight, I shall thoroughly cleanse my mouth. Just be careful not to irritate your skin. Chapter 64. Twice neither of them realized they had been embracing for quite some time until Yunqinga felt a surge of warmth. "Mr. Mu, it's quite warm. Please release me." Only then did Mu Yunja recognize he had enveloped her entirely. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip. "Drive slowly on your way home." "Certainly, Mr. Mu. You as well." As Mu Yunja turned to glance into the car, he spotted the elderly lady peering through the window, gesturing for him to kiss Yunqinga. This elderly lady hardly resembled an octogenarian. Mu Yunja looked at Yunqinga with a sense of resignation. "Secretary Yun, Grandma wants me to kiss you." The Toa any overthinking on her part. He quickly added, "If you don't believe me, just look at her." Yunqinga turned her gaze to the interior of the car. Indeed, finding her grandmother watching them intently, she did not doubt him. Given her understanding of Mu Yunja, he would be more likely to evade than to initiate such an action. Considering that Mu Yunja had added 100,000 to her compensation, she felt willing to make another sacrifice, especially since he had already been so generous. With an air of indifference, Yunqinga declared, "Having already kissed, you may proceed." She tilted her head back to gaze at Mu Yunja. Mu Yunja found himself captivated by her bright, expressive eyes, momentarily at a loss. "Secretary Yun, could you perhaps close your eyes?" "Such high demands," Yunqinga replied with a hint of disdain, after a moment's reluctance. She finally closed her eyes. Mu Yunja placed his hands gently on her shoulders and leaned down, bestowing a tender kiss upon her lips. When he turned back to look at the car, the elderly lady finally nodded in satisfaction. However, on the return journey, the elderly lady announced she would not be leaving and intended to stay in Jiangcheng. She wished to wait for Yunqinga's parents to return from their travels so that she could finalize their engagement. Upon hearing that his grandmother would reside in Jiangcheng, Mu Yunja felt a surge of joy, yet trepidation gripped him at the thought of her arranging their marriage. He was uncertain about how to maintain the facade before his grandmother. That night, he found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed, pondering how to prevent the elderly lady from meeting Yunqinga's parents at the same time. Images of kissing Yunqinga flooded his mind, and he absent-mindedly traced his fingers over his lips, unable to shake off the lingering warmth of her touch. After what felt like an eternity, he finally succumbed to sleep, dreaming of an impassioned kiss with Yunqinga. Upon waking the next day, Mu Yunja felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He realized his nervous condition had likely worsened. Previously, he merely recalled Yunqinga frequently, but now he found himself dreaming of her. Was it due to their daily encounters that she occupied his thoughts and dreams rather than anyone else? It was Saturday, and Mu Yunja had initially planned to take the elderly lady on a tour of Jiangcheng. But with her decision to stay indefinitely, there was no urgency, that he had more pressing and delicate matters to address. Namely, consulting with Yunqinga on their next steps. Facing such a shrewd grandmother, how could they maintain their ruse flawlessly? Moreover, he needed to quickly arrange a villa. "Grandma, I have matters to attend to. I will order lunch from a restaurant to be delivered." The elderly lady was engrossed in examining Mu Yunja as smart home technology. Her expression warm as she looked at him. "You need not worry about me. Go about your business." Seeing the elderly lady with her head of white hair, Mu Yunja felt a twinge of concern. "Grandma, will you be all right alone at home? I worry about leaving you." "What is there to worry about? I am not yet at an age where I require assistance. You young folks should enjoy your time." Aside from her white hair, she hardly resembled an 85-year-old. She was sprightly, sharp-witted, and agile, with no signs of frailty. She handled her phone with more dexterity than many younger individuals, keeping pace with the times. Before departing, Mu Yunja reiterated, "Grandma, it's hot outside. Do not venture out. Stay home and watch some television that I will do my utmost to return before noon. If not, I will have lunch delivered. Rest assured, I want to go out. You need to hurry back. It's a rare weekend for you young people. Spend time with Ahi. Take her out for a meal or a movie that if you return early, be wary of your grandmother's wrath." "Understood, Grandma." Mu Yunja arranged to meet Yunqinga at a CAF. When he arrived, she was already there, waiting for him. As soon as he sat down, Yunqinga handed him a box. "Mr. Mu, this is Grandma's bracelet. Please return it to her." Mu Yunja didn't even glance at it. "Since your grandmother gifted it to you, you should keep it." Although Yunqinga was not well versed in jade and gemstones, she recognized the bracelet as considerable value. Mu Yunja was being excessively generous, but she was resolute about not accepting something that did not belong to her. "Mr. Mu, she gave it to her future granddaughter-in-law. Not to me. You know I'm an imposter. I cannot accept such a precious item. She gifted it. I have no right to reclaim it, that I refuse to take it. You keep it for your future wife. Mu Yunja gazed at Yun Qinghe, then at the bracelet on the table. Secretary Yun, our performance is not yet complete. Just hold on to it for now, and if you do not wear it, Grandma may inquire about it later. At this point, Yun Qinghe regretted her impulsiveness in agreeing to such an unreliable arrangement with Mu Yunja. Mr. Mu, if the performance is incomplete, then I shall withdraw. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yunja grew anxious. Why? Yun Qinghe sighed in resignation, that we agreed that I would simply accompany you and your grandmother for a meal. Yet look where we are now. Mu Yunja's gaze unconsciously fell upon Yun Qinghe's crimson lips. And the sensations of the previous night resurfaced vividly in his mind. He quickly averted his eyes. That I apologize, Secretary Yun. I truly did not anticipate that Grandma would make such a request. Noticing Yun Qinghe's silence, Mu Yunja continued, Secretary Yun, I am sincerely grateful to you. Without your sacrifice, Grandma may not have been convinced that as he spoke, he tapped his fingers on the table. Yun Qinghe's phone chimed, signaling a transfer. Secretary Yun, the money has been sent. Yun Qinghe stared at the amount displayed on her screen, her eyes widening in disbelief. That Mr. Mu, wasn't it supposed to be 100,000? Why have you sent me 200,000? Didn't I kiss you twice? Chapter 65. The choice. Yun Qinghe felt a touch of embarrassment, yet she feigned a gracious demeanor, pretending not to mind. The second time, consider it a gift from me. How generous of you. Indeed, I have always been generous. The words hung in the air. Both fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. That Mu Yunja found himself uncontrollably drawn to Yun Qinghe's lips. An impulsive urge to kiss her surging within him. Those slightly parted lips seemed to beckon him. Noticing Mu Yunja's silence as he fixated on her, almost as if entranced, Yun Qinghe called out to him. Mu Zong. That Mu Yunja snapped back to reality. What is it? Regarding what your grandmother mentioned last night about wanting to meet my parents, what do you intend to do? I can't have my parents acting in a charade with you. Mu Yunja had pondered this very question throughout the night, uncertain if Yun Qinghe would accept his plan. Secretary Yun, you previously mentioned that you no longer wish to seek a boyfriend, desiring instead to earn more money to achieve financial independence as soon as possible. Correct? Indeed, this was her sentiment, though Yun Qinghe distinctly recalled never having shared this with Mu Yunja before. Mu Zong, when did I say that to you? Remember that time when you escorted me home after I had a bit too much to drink with my colleagues? You don't recall? Yun Qinghe shook her head. I don't remember saying that. Alcohol, it seemed, was a treacherous substance, rendering one oblivious to their actions and words. Observing the genuine confusion on her face, Mu Yunja recognized that she truly did not remember. Secretary Yun, just tell me, is this your sentiment? Yes, it is indeed what I think. So what? Then what if there were an opportunity for you to earn a substantial sum of money immediately? Would you be willing? It sounded suspiciously like a trap, and Yun Qinghe's eyes sparkled with caution. That no, Mu Zong, what are you proposing? Mu Yunja hesitated for a moment, as if summoning a great deal of courage. I would like you to enter into a sham marriage with me. Yun Qinghe immediately rejected. That is out of the question. Secretary Yun, please just help me out a little. Yun Qinghe felt conflicted. It's not that I don't want to help you. The crucial issue is how I can assist with this. It seemed only Yun Qinghe could help herself, and Mu Yunja knew he had to persuade her. Secretary Yun, please don't be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to explain my thoughts fully. Seeing that Yun Qinghe had fallen silent, Mu Yunja continued. The reason I suggest a sham marriage is that it would provide a long-term solution. Since you do not wish to pursue a boyfriend, and I shall never fall in love with a woman, why not engage in a sham marriage? This way, you can explain things to your parents, and I can fulfill my grandmother's wishes. That it is a win-win situation. One must admit, Mu Yunja's proposal was quite appealing. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, Yun Qinghe was a contradictory individual to Mu Zong. I merely mentioned in passing that I did not want to find a partner. However, I still hold expectations for marriage. How can a woman say one thing and do another? If Yun Qinghe refused to continue playing along, all their prior efforts would be in vain. That he did not believe he could not persuade her. Mu Yunja mentally calculated his approach. Secretary Yun, how about a little choice game? What kind of choice? 1. I offer you 50 million, and you agree to the sham marriage. The benefits include no more parental pressure to marry. No need to endure those odd blind dates. And you can easily earn what could take a lifetime to accumulate, thus achieving financial freedom instantly. 2. You refuse the sham marriage, toil away to earn money, while also enduring relentless family pressure to marry, wasting precious time on unsuitable partners, with the uncertain prospect of finding a suitable life companion. Yun Qinghe, aware of Mu Yunja's wealth, was astonished by the sheer magnitude of it. Mu Zong, does your family own a mine? That is not for you to worry about. Just tell me your choice. Secretary Yun, I must remind you, this opportunity is singular. Yun Qinghe found herself in a quandary. 50 million was an astronomical sum for her. She might toil her entire life without earning that much. However, if she entered into a sham marriage with Mu Yunja, she could no longer pursue blind dates. She had never experienced love. She still yearned for romance and the blessings of Cupid. Yun Qinghe felt greedy, desiring to have both the fish and the bears. Mu Zong, could you perhaps consider my opinion? All right, go ahead. While you may currently feel you will not develop feelings for any woman, people do change. What if one day you find someone you truly like? Mu Yunja's tone remained resolute. I will not. Mu Zong, don't be so absolute. From Yun Qinghe's words, Mu Yunja sensed a glimmer of possibility. Intrigued, he asked, so what do you propose? Yun Qinghe laid her thoughts bare, that I can agree to a sham marriage. But if either of us find someone we genuinely like, this faux marriage shall naturally come to an end. What do you think? Mu Yunja's lips curled into a smile. Secretary Yun, I had no idea you were so ambitious. You want to earn money and maintain your freedom. Yun Qinghe felt unjustly accused of greed. Who said I was being greedy? I don't need that much money. Just 5 million will suffice, that if this arrangement ends within a year. I will accept 500,000 if it concludes within 5 years. I will take 2 million, that if it lasts beyond 10 years. Then I will not ask for a refund. That Mu Zong, what do you think? It appeared Yun Qinghe was treating this matter as a business transaction. One must concede. Her proposal was quite reasonable. However, it seemed she had overlooked an important detail. That Mu Yunja gazed at Yun Qinghe, unable to suppress a smile. Secretary Yun, your suggestion is rather lacking. Confused, Yun Qinghe inquired, what is wrong with it? Mu Zong, my proposal is undeniably beneficial for you. Indeed, it is advantageous for me. But have you considered that you are asking for too little? Not at all. I find it quite reasonable. One might call Yun Qinghe clever, yet at times she could be rather naive and straightforward. Have you thought about the fact that although this is a sham marriage, the marriage certificate is real? When this relationship ends, it will mean that you will be considered a second-time bride. Therefore, regardless of how long this arrangement lasts, it will not change the reality of your status. Must we even obtain a marriage certificate? Isn't it a sham marriage? Why do we need a certificate? It was evident that Yun Qinghe had underestimated the seriousness of the sham marriage arrangement. Mu Yunja added, while it is indeed a sham marriage, based on my understanding of my grandmother, if we merely hold a wedding without obtaining a certificate, she would certainly object. Chapter 66. Selling oneself. The requirement for a legitimate marriage certificate left Yun Qinghe feeling somewhat troubled. Suddenly, a smile graced her face. That Mu Zong, we can simply create a fake marriage certificate. Did you not see last night? My grandmother is not easily deceived that if we obtain a certificate, she will undoubtedly accompany us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hence, forget about a fake marriage certificate. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she realized that the old lady was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Now, she truly comprehended the gravity of the consequences stemming from a sham marriage. It was no wonder Mu Yunja had initially offered 50 million, that would I not be incurring a significant loss. I would be branded a second-time bride for no reason, precisely. Therefore, to compensate for your loss, I will provide you with 10 million, that regardless of when this arrangement concludes, you will receive 10 million, that if this relationship lasts for 10 years, I will additionally offer you 40 million. That how does that sound? Yun Qinghe considered the proposal. Rather than waiting for an elusive love, it was wiser to earn money first. That was 10 million, an amount she would have to toil for over a decade to accumulate. Thus, she readily responded, I accept. That Mu Yunja smiled. Good. Let us draft an agreement which we shall sign. No backing out. We need to sign a contract. Are you afraid? I am not afraid. It seemed Mu Yunja had discerned how to navigate Yun Qinghe's sentiments. His smile widened. Now this is the Secretary Yun I know. Come, let me treat you to a meal. After their lunch, Mu Yunja accompanied Yun Qinghe back to the office. Upon entering her office, Yun Qinghe settled behind her desk and opened her computer. Staring at the blank document, she felt perplexed. Mu Zong, what should the title be? Should I write sham marriage agreement? Just title it marriage agreement. But this is a sham, that as long as we know it is a sham. That suffices. Very well. Yunqing found herself uncertain in several areas. She had no trouble drafting other documents, but this was her first time writing a sham marriage agreement, which delved into her knowledge gap. Mu Yunja stood behind her as she worked. Once the draft was completed, Yunqing stood and relinquished her seat. Mu Zong, please review it and let me know if any adjustments are needed. There's no need, just print it out. Yunqing produced 2 copies of the agreement, with each of them holding one that they prepared to sign. Mu Yunza noticed Yunqing hesitating, reluctant to commit. What troubles you? Secretary Yun? Are you having second thoughts? No, she replied. I simply find this agreement to be rather inequitable for you. In what way is it unfair? He inquired. The agreement states that neither party shall obstruct the other's romantic pursuits or interfere with their privacy. Should one party find an admired partner, the agreement will automatically dissolve. If I happen to find a boyfriend this year, wouldn't that mean your million is wasted? Besides, if I were to become a divorcee, wouldn't you also be considered one? Secretary Yun, I believe you are overthinking this, that if it were so easy for you to find a partner, you wouldn't be in this situation now. In fact, you might very well be searching for a companion within the next decade. Yunqing, visibly irritated, set down her pen. President Mu, if you're going to mock me, I refuse to sign. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. Please do sign. With that, Mu Yunza picked up the pen and extended it toward Yunqing. She stared at it, unwilling to take it. I won't assist you any longer. You may find someone else that if you truly seek others. Don't come to me lamenting later. Knowing Mu Yunza would struggle to find another, given his disposition to avoid interactions with women, he could hardly expect to have female friends to aid him. Very well, President Mu. Do seek someone else. Just moments ago, he believed he had the upper hand over Yunqing, yet now he found himself ensnared. Secretary Yun, you know I cannot find another. Then why dare you provoke me? Mu Yunza realized he had erred. At this rate, he would likely find himself entirely at the mercy of Yunqing in the future. Secretary Yun, I concede my mistake. Please overlook my folly. That is more like it. Unable to contain a smile, Yunqing accepted the pen from Mu Yunza's hand. After she affixed her signature, Mu Yunza took one copy for himself and handed the other back to her. Secretary Yun, do keep it safe. Holding the marriage agreement, Yunqing felt a wave of disorientation. President Mu, why do I feel as though I have just signed away my freedom? Mu Yunza smirked slightly. It is not as dire as you perceive. You remain free, that as long as you find someone you cherish, this agreement becomes null and void. True enough. Then why does my heart feel a twinge of anxiety? What are you anxious about? Yunqing shook her head. That I cannot say. That Mu Yunza then pulled out his phone and, with a few swift motions, a message notification chimed from Yunqing's device. The funds have been transferred to your account. Upon checking her phone, Yunqing had discovered the arrival of 10 million in an instant. She felt as though she had become a little wealthy lady, observing the unrestrained joy on her face as she stared at the balance. Mu Yunza quipped, Secretary Yun, are you still anxious now? Not anymore. You truly are a money enthusiast. Yunqing merely smiled in silence, thinking to herself, President Mu, you are quite the soft-touched at this point. It seemed Yunqing recalled something that had not been specified in the agreement. President Mu, we are entering into a sham marriage. We must minimize physical contact. Of course, in front of your family, I can feign affection, but beyond that, it is off-limits. Mu Yunza shot her a disdainful glance. What are you imagining? Do you think I would allow you to take advantage of me? Who wishes to take advantage? I am merely cautioning you against attempting to do so. Dream on. I would never allow you to benefit from me. Secretary Yun, given my youthful charm, you must restrain yourself from taking advantage. In a world where self-admiration reigns, Mu Yunza would claim the title of the most self-absorbed, with no one daring to contest him. Yunqing rolled her eyes. President Mu, your self-adoration knows no bounds. That I have the merit to support my self-love. Very well, I am utterly baffled by you. Just then, Mu Yunza's phone vibrated. That he glanced at the screen. It was a call from his grandmother. That he showed the screen to Yunqing before answering. Grandma, what is it? Have Ahi's parents mentioned when they will return home? Grandma, give me a moment. I will ask Ahi. Knowing that Yunqing would not inquire, Mu Yunza waited a moment before responding to his grandmother's question. They have yet to reply. Once I hear, I will inform you. After hanging up, Mu Yunzi noticed Yun Qinghe looking at him expectantly. What shall we do about this, President Mu? Ahi. Realizing he had slipped, Mu Yunzi quickly corrected himself. That I mean, Secretary Yun, have you considered my proposal? Allow me to meet your parents under the guise of your boyfriend. Yun Qinghe flatly refused. President Mu, I cannot afford such a luxury that I do not require you to pay. I merely believe that this would facilitate matters moving forward, making it more authentic. Otherwise, Grandma will incessantly ask to meet your parents that we may deceive her for a time, but not indefinitely. Have you considered that introducing you to my parents now is already too late? A simple conversation with Grandma will reveal any inconsistencies. That Mu Yunzi pondered this and had to concede that Yun Qinghe had a point. He stood there, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating their next steps. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the marriage agreement on the table. Secretary Yun, how about we say that your parents have yet to determine their return date, but they want us to obtain our marriage certificate first? What do you think? President Mu, I have already signed a sham marriage agreement. You are the investor, the producer, and the director. I shall follow your lead. As for the outcomes, that responsibility lies with you. So, it turned out he had indeed hired an actress. One solely for the purpose of playing a role, while remaining uninvolved in other matters. Secretary Yun, aren't you the star I've hired at a premium? Do you not have any thoughts of your own? Yun Qinghe regarded Mu Yunzi with utmost seriousness. That my thought is to have no thoughts, as I do not wish to be accountable for the outcome of this farce. Secretary Yun, it seems you are quite the seasoned professional. Adept at extricating yourself from responsibility. In this society, one must learn to navigate the murky waters. Very well. Let us proceed as I suggested. My intention is that once we acquire the certificate, Grandma will cease her insistence on meeting your parents. She will not remain in Jiangqing indefinitely. We can deceive her for the time being. Yun Qinghe found merit in Mu Yunzi's reasoning, yet she was troubled. What excuse will I use to retrieve the household registration book from my parents? This appeared to be a knowledge gap for Mu Yunzi. He looked utterly bewildered. Is a household registration book necessary for marriage? Of course. Did you not know? Mu Yunzi confidently replied. I did not. It is understandable. You have no intention of marrying. By the way, isn't your household registration book not kept here? It is. Yun Qinghe did not dwell on the matter further. The next phase of their plan was already set in motion. Mu Yunzi took out his phone. I shall call Grandma now. President Mu, are you not being a bit hasty? I have yet to devise a plan to retrieve the household registration book. This was yet another blind spot for Mu Yunzi. Why deceive? Can't you simply take it? Why does it feel like this Mu Yunzi is somewhat out of touch with reality? My household registration book is kept by my mother, and its uses are quite limited. Every time I need it, my mother asks me why. You aren't as free as I am. I can carry mine with me. This was the first time Mu Yunzi had heard of parents safeguarding their children's household registration books, as though one had to request permission from them to access it. Yun Qinghe racked her brain and finally devised a plausible excuse. I have it. I will tell my mother that I lost my ID. To replace it, I need the household registration book. Seeing Mu Yunzi standing there, hesitating to call his grandmother, Yun Qinghe urged him, President Mu, you can call your grandmother now. No rush. Yun Qinghe found Mu Yunzi rather peculiar. He was anxious, yet also unhurried. Mu Yunzi sent Yun Qinghe the address of the villa. Secretary Yun, please arrange for a cleaning service to tidy this villa and purchase some household necessities. Additionally, find 2 live-in caretakers, one for grocery shopping and cooking, and the other for cleaning. It is best to complete this within the next couple of days. Mu Yunzi's thoughts seemed to leap from one topic to another without warning, abruptly assigning her new tasks. Hearing this long list of demands, Yun Qinghe realized she would be working overtime again tomorrow. This weekend was going to be quite busy. However, she did not voice any complaints. Responding calmly, understood, President Mu. Are you not curious where this villa came from, or why it needs cleaning? What is there to ask? Whatever you need me to do, I shall do it. The rest is your personal affair. It is not my place to inquire. Mu Yunzi appreciated this aspect of Yun Qinghe. She never pried into her superior's private matters. Every task assigned to her was completed with high quality and efficiency. Grandma will be residing here regularly. The residence in which I currently dwell, as you are aware, consists solely of a single bedroom. In recent days, I have taken to sleeping on the sofa. Thus, I am eager to expedite the cleaning of this villa, allowing her to move in, and subsequently, I shall hire 2 caretakers to attend to her needs. Yun Qinghe responded softly, her intent to convey that there was no need for him to explain. Mu Yunze continued, therefore, Secretary Yun, during the time our grandmother is here, I may require your cooperation in this charade. Very well, Mr. Mu, she replied, you are too courteous. Having accepted your remuneration, I shall certainly do my utmost to portray the role of the leading lady. Mu Yunze nodded in agreement. Excellent, that as Mu Yunze had instructed her to complete these tasks within 2 days, Yun Qinghe immediately immersed herself in her work. Observing her earnest dedication, Mu Yunze found her demeanor inexplicably charming. Yun Qinghe glanced up and noticed Mu Yunze still seated, somewhat puzzled that Mr. Mu, is there anything else you require? Mu Yunze shook his head. No, then will you not return to keep your grandmother company? At this, Mu Yunze appeared somewhat resigned. Grandmother insisted that I take you out for dinner and to see a film. Should I return early, she would scold me. Yun Qinghe could not help but chuckle. Mr. De Mu, your grandmother is quite fashionable. She hardly resembles a senior citizen. However, I doubt she is aware of the multitude of tasks you have assigned me. Not to worry. Once you have completed your work, I shall treat you to a meal and a movie. Mr. Mu, are you truly considering a date with me? I must remind you not to get too immersed in your role. What are you thinking? I merely wish to express my gratitude for your agreement to continue acting. That is unnecessary. I accepted your offer primarily due to the generous compensation that I knew you were a lover of wealth. Mu Yunze remarked. Yun Qinghe smiled without retorting. Before long, Yun Qinghe had finalized all arrangements. Mr. Mu, I have contacted 2 housekeeping companies, and they will complete the cleaning by tomorrow. Furthermore, I have scheduled interviews with several potential caretakers through the agencies for tomorrow morning at the villa. Would you like to accompany me? Certainly. Mu Yunze regarded Yun Qinghe with admiration. Her efficiency was indeed remarkable. Chapter 68. Obtaining the certificate, Mu Yunze glanced at his wristwatch and noted it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Secretary Yun, let us go. I shall treat you to dinner. Mr. Mu, are you not concerned about your grandmother? How will she have her dinner? Rest assured, I have arranged for the restaurant to deliver her meal. After dining, they scheduled a meeting for the following morning at 8 o'clock at the villa. Mu Yunze returned to inform his grandmother that Yun Qinghe's parents would not be returning to the country for the time being and expressed the hope that they could obtain their marriage certificate first. The elderly lady's face lit up with joy. She naturally wished for them to formalize their union as swiftly as possible. She requested to meet Yun Qinghe the next day, to which Mu Yunze readily agreed. The following morning, Mu Yunze and Yun Qinghe met at the villa, as planned. Mu Yunze recounted the conversation he had with his grandmother the previous night. Since this was a prearranged scenario, Yun Qinghe had no reason to decline meeting the elderly lady. After they provided instructions to the cleaning staff, the caretakers arrived for their interviews. Following the interviews, they selected the caregiver, who would commence work that very day. With dinner prepared at the villa. After lunch, Mu Yunze and Yun Qinghe visited a large imported supermarket to purchase supplies for the villa. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cleaning had been completed, and the caregiver began bustling about in the kitchen. As Mu Yunze surveyed the freshly cleaned, expansive villa, he turned to the seemingly delicate woman beside him. Although she appeared fragile, she possessed an immense reservoir of strength. Secretary Yun, I appreciate your hard work. Yun Qinghe gazed at the immaculate villa, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She smiled at Mu Yunze. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Without your assistance, I could not have completed everything in a single day. With a smile playing on his lips, Mu Yunze looked at his watch. Secretary Yun, please rest here, that I shall return home to fetch my grandmother. Unaware that she would be meeting the elderly lady, Yun Qinghe was dressed in a professional outfit. After a day of activity, she felt her makeup had faded, and her attire was somewhat too formal for such an occasion. Mr. Mu, I should change into something more suitable. This outfit feels overly formal for meeting your grandmother. Observing Yun Qinghe's crisp and competent appearance, Mu Yunze found it quite appealing. Very well, then I shall pick up my grandmother and swing by to collect you. No need. I will drive myself. That if you drive yourself, my grandmother will surely scold me. This reminded Yun Qinghe of the elderly lady's words from that evening. However, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with the prospect of Mu Yunze fetching her. Mr. De Mu, changing my clothes may take some time. Then I think it best if I drive myself. In that case, I will drop off my grandmother and then come to pick you up. Concerned that Yun Qinghe might refuse, Mu Yunze added, if you always drive yourself, my grandmother may eventually notice the inconsistency. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Qinghe acquiesced. After delivering his grandmother to the villa, Mu Yunza proceeded directly to collect Yun Qinghe. Upon arriving at Yuhengya Yuan, he found that Yun Qinghe had yet to emerge. He exited the car, hands in his pockets, leaning against the front of the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the exit of the community. Attracting the attention of passers-by, from a distance, Yun Qinghe spotted Mu Yunza before she had even crossed the threshold of the community. His noble and aloof demeanor, coupled with his tall frame, made him the center of attention wherever he stood. As Yun Qinghe approached, Mu Yunza unconsciously walked to the passenger side and opened the door for her, leaving her somewhat taken aback. She looked at him and smiled gently. "Mr. Mu, my grandmother is not here." Mu Yunza appeared as if awakening from a dream. "Indeed, my grandmother is not here. Why am I behaving this way?" Had he become too engrossed in his role? He could not fathom what thoughts had occupied his mind moments prior. He merely felt as though, upon seeing Yun Qinghe, his soul had momentarily left his body, rendering him devoid of consciousness. As if under a spell, to alleviate his own embarrassment, he maintained a calm demeanor and explained. "Secretary Yun, are you not aware that one must fully commit to their role in acting? Mr. Mu, you truly are dedicated." Yun Qinghe's remark left him uncertain whether it was a compliment or a jest. Yet he chose to interpret it as praise. "Secretary Yun, I would appreciate your continued commitment this evening. Of course, Mr. Mu." Yun Qinghe beamed at him as she took her seat in the passenger side. On the way to the villa, Mu Yunza cast a sidelong glance at Yun Qinghe. "Secretary Yun, regarding my grandmother's request for us to expedite our marriage certificate, are you amenable?" "Of course. This is all part of our prior agreement." Uncertain whether Yun Qinghe was aware of the potential complications that would arise post-certification, Mu Yunza lapsed into silence, gazing ahead at the road. Noticing his sudden quietude, Yun Qinghe recalled something. "Mr. Mu, how is your neurosis? Has it improved?" Concerning this question, Mu Yunza found himself at a loss that he could not determine whether he had recovered or not. During the day, he felt little discomfort. However, upon returning home each night, he would uncontrollably recall thoughts of Yun Qinghe until he fell asleep. Perhaps it had become more severe. Even in his dreams, Yun Qinghe's figure haunted him. Noticing his silence, Yun Qinghe's expression turned to one of concern. "Yes, it's still not better." Mu Yunza replied with a faint acknowledgement. Yun Qinghe cautiously probed, "Would you consider seeking medical attention?" No, seeing Mu Yunza's resolute refusal, Yun Qinghe was at a loss for how to persuade him. She could not fathom why he was so resistant to visiting a hospital. If only she understood his reasons, she could devise a way to encourage him. How could one recover without medical intervention? Upon arriving at the villa, the caregiver had already set the table with the meal. The elderly lady had become acquainted with the caregiver, one surnamed Liu, who was responsible for grocery shopping and cooking, and the other surnamed Zhang, who handled cleaning and laundry, just as Mu Yunza had mentioned. The elderly lady brought up the subject of his and Yun Qinghe's marriage certificate during dinner. "I heard from A's that your parents wish for you two to obtain your marriage certificates sooner rather than later. Is that correct?" Yun Qinghe responded in accordance with their scripted dialogue. "Yes, grandmother." The elderly lady's gaze flitted between the two, fully aware that they were merely feigning a relationship to deceive her. She was taken aback that they dared to propose the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate. Given this turn of events, she resolved to facilitate the process. "That seems good. You may proceed with obtaining your certificate first. Once your parents return, I will discuss wedding arrangements with them. However, as the groom, we cannot allow you to feel slighted simply because you are only obtaining a certificate." As she spoke, the elderly lady turned her attention to Mu Yunza. "A's, you should take Ahi to purchase wedding rings, along with some jewelry, clothing, and bags. Additionally, you must provide a bride price. She cannot be shortchanged." Chapter 69 Auspicious Day. In response to the requests made by her grandmother, Mu Yunza readily assented to each one. Yun Qinghe smiled softly and gently declined, saying, "Grandma, there is no need to buy me so many things. I do not care for them." The elderly lady replied, "Ahi, your indifference is your own affair. But whether or not we buy these items reflects our attitude." With this, Yun Qinghe felt it inappropriate to refuse any further. After all, it was Mu Yunza who would accompany her on the shopping trip, and she could simply say they had purchased them. The grandmother continued, "Ahi, I've looked into it. The 22nd day of this lunar month, which falls on Wednesday next week, is an auspicious day. You two should obtain your marriage certificate then." Realizing her grandmother's eagerness, Yun Qinghe dutifully responded, "All right, Grandma." Seeing how readily Yun Qinghe agreed was initially a joy, Yet it unexpectedly saddened the old lady, Darahi. Please do not blame your grandmother for her impatience. You know that when Aze was 5, his parents passed away and he grew up before my eyes. Now that I am so old, I have no other wishes. My only desire is to see Aze marry and have children, so that when I depart from this world, I can give his parents an account. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunza maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of sorrow, while Yunqingha gazed at him in shock. Completely unaware of this aspect of his life, observing his tranquil expression, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. It was only today that she understood why Mu Yunza had been unexpectedly angry at the exhibition. It was due to her inadvertent slip of the tongue. Seeing the old lady's tears of sadness, Yunqingha offered her a tissue. Grandma, please don't be upset, that I will take good care of Aze from now on. You can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunza looked at Yunqingha, longing for her words to ring true. Yet, he understood that they were merely a comfort for his grandmother. After dinner, Mu Yunza naturally drove Yunqingha home. As she gazed at his profile, she felt regret for the thoughtless words she had spoken earlier. It was clear to her how deeply those words had wounded Mu Yunza. Now, she comprehended the source of his inexplicable anger. Mu Zong, I am sorry. Mu Yunza turned to look at her, puzzled. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? That day at the exhibition, it was my thoughtlessness. His expression remained serene and unperturbed. That I do not blame you. You were unaware of the situation. The more he reassured her, the guiltier she felt. Although her hurtful words were unintentional, the damage they caused would forever linger. Though he appeared indifferent, Mu Yunza must have felt a profound sadness in the solitude of night. As if sensing Yunqingha's thoughts, he continued, Secretary Yun, you need not feel guilty. This matter has not harmed me. Yunqingha remained silent, unsure of what to say. After all, words once spoken are like water poured out. Impossible to reclaim. Mu Yunza parked the car by the roadside of Yuheng Yuyuan. Yunqingha unfastened her seatbelt, saying, Thank you, Mu Zong. Please be careful on your way back. After saying this, she opened the door and exited the vehicle. As she turned to leave, Mu Yunza quickly got out of the car. Secretary Yun. She halted and turned back to him, noticing the loneliness in his eyes. Mu Zong. What is it? Mu Yunza took a few steps closer, his hand hesitating several times to reach out before ultimately falling back to his side. It's nothing. Just go home and rest well. You too. Watching Yunqingha walk away, Mu Yunza felt an overwhelming urge to chase after her, to embrace her in his arms, that he could not articulate this longing to hold her close. Perhaps it was the loneliness he had endured for too long that made him crave a warm embrace. Standing at the entrance of the community, she turned back to see Mu Yunza getting into his car. His silhouette exuded a sense of desolation and solitude. Who would have guessed that such a young and talented man lost both of his parents at the tender age of 5? As she gazed at his retreating figure, Yunqingha felt an overwhelming desire to run to him and offer a comforting embrace. She wondered how he had fared all these years without the love of his parents. Even if his grandmother cherished him dearly, it could never compare to a parent's love. That on Monday evening after work, Yunqingha made time to return home, using a premeditated excuse to obtain the household registration book from her mother. Early Wednesday morning, she and Mu Yunza arrived at the office as usual. However, it wasn't too long before Mu Yunza received a phone call from the elderly lady, just as he had suspected. She intended to accompany them to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. She was already waiting for them at the entrance. Unless absolutely necessary, Mu Yunza still hoped to procure a fake marriage certificate, believing it would not affect Yunqingha at the conclusion of their agreement. However, it appeared that this would not be possible. They were indeed required to retrieve the certificate. Mu Yunza took Yunqingha to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon their arrival, they found the grandmother distributing wedding candies to the staff inside. The sight of the couple arriving for their certificate not only surprised the elderly lady, but also startled the civil affairs personnel. It was the first time they had witnessed a couple dressed in formal suits to obtain a marriage certificate. Aware of their pretense, the grandmother was unconcerned about their attire, as long as they obtained the certificate under her watchful eye. They could not pull any tricks. During the certificate issuance process, there was a step requiring the newlyweds to recite their marriage vows. Mu Yunza requested to skip this step, but the grandmother insisted they must take the vow. Yunqingha thought it inconsequential. After all, it was merely a vow. Once they finished reciting the vows, the grandmother stepped forward, taking their hands. Now that you have recited your vows, this is a proclamation to the heavens and earth. From now on, you both must love each other dearly. Yun Qinghe hesitated to agree. She was merely acting. If she offended the heavens and earth, she hoped it would not fall upon her. Instead, let Mu Yunze bear the consequences. Noticing Yun Qinghe's anxious glance, Mu Yunze calmly addressed the elderly lady, Grandma, do not worry. I will certainly cherish and love Ahi. Hearing Mu Yunze's response filled the grandmother with immense satisfaction and joy. As they escorted her back to the villa, she earnestly reminded them to return home early after work, as she planned to prepare a lavish meal to celebrate that on the way back to the office. Yun Qinghe gazed at the marriage certificate in her hands, feeling a sense of disorientation. Although their marriage was a ruse, this certificate was undeniably real, complete with the government's official seal. Chapter 70. No way. Noticing Yun Qinghe lost in thought as she stared at the marriage certificate, Mu Yunze could not help but inquire, "What's wrong? Mu Zong, do you think we're being a bit reckless?" "What do you mean?" "I mean getting a marriage certificate." Mu Yunze's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotion. "I do not think so. We are merely fulfilling a contract." "Yes, we are simply adhering to the terms of our agreement." After saying this, Yun Qinghe resumed tracing the government seal on the marriage certificate with her fingers. "Then tell me, do you think we are truly in a fake marriage or a real one?" Mu Yunze turned to Yun Qinghe, a radiant smile adorning his lips. "What's this, Secretary Yun? You wouldn't actually want to marry me, would you?" Yun Qinghe snapped the certificate shut. "Mu Zong, if I wish to marry you, I'd be struck by lightning." Upon hearing her words, Mu Yunze felt a pang of bitterness. Was such a severe oath truly necessary? "Is it? I won't make such an oath. Given your narcissism, you would surely misinterpret my intentions. That I won't misunderstand you. Then why ask such a meaningless question?" "I was just asking casually. There's no need to take it so seriously." "Who is being serious?" "You are. I am serious only because of you." "What about me?" "Because you are indeed quite self-absorbed." Having been labeled self-absorbed by Yun Qinghe multiple times, Mu Yunze seemed to have grown accustomed to it and refrained from arguing. For some reason, he suddenly remarked, "Secretary Yun, you once said that people can change." "When did I say that?" "On the day we signed the agreement." Yun Qinghe then recalled that she had indeed made that statement to persuade Mu Yunze to accept her proposal. "I remember now. Why do you ask? So, do you think you could change?" The depths of Mu Yunze's gaze were inscrutable. Yun Qinghe found his question rather puzzling. Lately, Mu Yunze had been acting in ways that were difficult to define, sometimes talkative, sometimes taciturn, with his remarks often being rather strange. Perhaps it was due to his increasing nervous strain. As for Mu Yunze's query about whether she would change, Yun Qinghe pondered earnestly. "I am not sure if I would change. It likely depends on the circumstances. Your criteria for choosing a partner." Yun Qinghe believed her standards were already quite low and that there was little left to change. She answered with unwavering conviction. "No, I won't." Mu Yunze gazed at her with an inscrutable expression, as if to say that one should not speak too definitively. She felt that he would always remember what she said and would seek an opportunity to retaliate. It was perplexing how heavily this person carried a sense of vengeance. Even a couple of words that did not align with his wishes warranted a response. Yun Qinghe resolved that in the future, should such a situation arise again, she would simply ignore him, letting him say whatever he pleased. Noticing her silence, Mu Yunze chose not to speak further. Not long after the afternoon work hours had ended, Yun Qinghe saw Mu Yunze enter her office. "Mr. Mu, is there something you need?" "Yun's secretary, is your memory that poor?" Yun Qinghe recalled the events of the day without missing a detail, the sole exception being the elderly lady's mention of a celebration that evening. "Mr. Mu, you must be referring to the dinner at the villa that I remember, but since we just finished work and are stuck in traffic, perhaps we should leave a bit later. That I would like to return home sooner. I don't want my grandmother to wait too long." Yun Qinghe did not wish to keep the elderly lady waiting, yet she harbored a concern. "Mr. Mu, shall we each take our own cars? In the future, whenever you go to the villa, you will ride in my car." Though his tone was not particularly forceful, his words brooked no refusal. Yun Qinghe's expression grew troubled. "Then let us leave a bit later." "Mr. Mu, it's the end of the workday now, and if I ride in your car, my colleagues might misunderstand." "What if they misunderstand?" His response caused Yun Qinghe to frown. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he feigning ignorance? "Mr. Mu, you are a man. You might not care, but I do." "Very well. We shall leave later." With that, Mu Yunze turned and departed. She had anticipated a lengthy explanation, yet before she could even finish her thought, he had acquiesced. Surely he understood the potential consequences of being misunderstood by their colleagues. After about an hour, when Mu Yunzi still had not returned to find her, Yunqingha felt perplexed by his strange demeanor. It seemed he was anxious, yet simultaneously indifferent. She took the initiative to remind him that they could leave now. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Yunqingha spotted the car she had driven in the morning and suddenly recalled another option. Why hadn't she thought of this sooner? She had been so preoccupied with the thought of being seen by her colleagues. With an awkward smile, she turned to Mu Yunzi. Mr. Mu, how about I drive myself? I can switch to your car just before we reach the villa, as you wish. With that, Mu Yunzi climbed into his own car, not bothering to wait for her, and sped off. What was his problem? Why was he upset again? Yunqingha reflected carefully, realizing she had done nothing to provoke him, that Mu Yunzi was acting like a petulant girl, easily displeased. With a sigh, she pondered whether encountering such a superior was a stroke of good luck or misfortune. Chapter 71. The new house. As they approached the villa, Yunqingha noticed Mu Yunzi's car had come to a halt. It must be said that he was quite familiar with this area, as there was a parking space nearby. After parking her car, she directly climbed into Mu Yunzi's vehicle, noticing his hesitant expression as he looked at her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Mr. Mu, is there something you wish to discuss with me? No. Mu Yunzi had something on his mind, yet he struggled to articulate it to Yunqingha. Having obtained their marriage certificate was not the end of the road. The true test of their acting skills was yet to come. He suspected that Yunqingha still did not comprehend what their marriage certificate entailed. As the car entered the villa's courtyard, the surroundings were adorned with festive decorations, exuding a joyful atmosphere. The two exchanged glances. Upon seeing them, the elderly lady approached with a beaming smile, grasping Yunqingha's hand. You're back. Ahi, come and see how I've decorated for you. Do you like it? Yunqingha smiled and nodded repeatedly. I love it. Mu Yunzi observed her jubilant demeanor, unable to discern whether her happiness was genuine or feigned. Seeing Yunqingha's delight, the elderly lady took her by the hand and led her toward the elevator. Come, dear, let me show you the second floor where your bedroom is. Bedroom? Yunqingha looked at Mu Yunzi, confusion evident on her face. That moment, she seemed to realize something was amiss. Mu Yunzi promptly interjected. Grandma, I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Upon hearing Mu Yunzi express hunger, the elderly lady halted her steps, smiling kindly. Let us have dinner first, and afterward, you and Aze can go upstairs to take a look. Yunqingha felt her mind spinning. She seemed to have forgotten that the elderly lady was still present. The fact that they had obtained a marriage certificate implied that they could now live together openly. She glanced at Mu Yunzi, whose expression remained calm and untroubled. Did he already foresee this outcome? Anxiously, she ate her meal. Afterward, the elderly lady urged Yunqingha and Mu Yunzi to ascend to see their bedroom. Gazing at the door adorned with a double happiness symbol, Yunqingha hesitated at the threshold. Inside, Mu Yunzi turned to look at her. Aren't you coming in to take a look? Yunqingha shook her head. It's not my room. I'm not going in. This is your and Aze's new home. I decorated it for you. Don't you like it? It was unclear when the elderly lady had arrived. But Yunqingha's face immediately brightened as she turned to support the elderly lady's arm. I love it. Thank you, Grandma. Knowing that Yunqingha was not being entirely truthful, the elderly lady remained undeterred. You haven't seen it yet. Come on, let us go inside. The elderly lady pulled Yunqingha's hand and led her into the master bedroom, which was decorated as festively as the exterior. Is something still lacking? Upon hearing the elderly lady's words, Yunqingha felt confused. Grandma, what else is missing? Your wedding photos. With that, she turned to Mu Yunzi. Aze, please find time for you both to have your wedding photos taken. Of course, Grandma. Once I finish this busy period, the elderly lady released Yunqingha's hand. You two rest. I'll head downstairs. Yunqingha glanced nervously at Mu Yunzi, who appeared as if he were merely a visitor. She furrowed her brow at him. Grandma, Ahi and I will stay at my place. It's more convenient for commuting. Don't try to fool me. I know this place is not much farther than yours. You two will live here from now on. There is a housekeeper who can cook for you and help you take care of yourselves. The elderly lady's words left no room for argument. Yunqingha's expression grew troubled. Grandma, my clothes aren't here. I don't have anything to change into today. Go check the wardrobe. I prepared everything for you. Skeptical, she walked over to the wardrobe, opening it to find not only women's clothing, but also men's attire. Staring in disbelief at Mu Yunzi's grandmother, she thought, is this the taste of an 80-year-old lady? The clothes she bought seemed perfectly suited for both herself and Mu Yunze. "Grandma, did you buy all of these?" Seeing the astonishment in Yunqing's eyes, the elderly lady chuckled that I have the means. Such matters are easily managed. But I don't have any clean underwear, that don't worry. Dear, I remember buying some for both of you. They're in the drawer. Just take a look. Yunqing felt no courage to open the drawer now. She found herself devoid of any reason to refuse staying here. She looked at Mu Yunze, who avoided her gaze. Panic set in. She approached Mu Yunze and gently tugged at the back of his shirt. To her dismay, he remained silent. Yunqing's subtle intentions did not escape the elderly lady's notice. "Ahi, you and Aze are now legally married. Living here is perfectly fine. There is no need to feel shy. Grandma's ears aren't working well. She can't hear anything." Upon hearing the elderly lady claim her hearing was poor, Yunqing's face filled with concern as she stepped forward to take the elderly lady's arm. "Grandma, can you not hear? If so, we should take you to the hospital for a check-up." Mu Yunze could not help but chuckle. The elderly lady burst into hearty laughter. "You silly girl. How can you still be so innocent?" Then, feigning anger, she turned to Mu Yunze. "Aze, this is your fault." Chapter 72. Regret. Mu Yunze frowned. How was this his responsibility? Why was she acting foolishly? Observing the reactions of both the elderly lady and Mu Yunze, Yunqing felt even more bewildered. "What does that mean?" "You can ask Aze later. You two should get some rest. I'll head downstairs." With that, the elderly lady cast a meaningful glance at Mu Yunze as she watched the elderly lady leave. Yunqing was eager to uncover what she had inadvertently overheard. "Mr. Mu, what did Grandma mean just now? Figure it out yourself." With that, Mu Yunze turned and began to wander around the room, seemingly uninterested in engaging with her. Nevertheless, Yunqing persisted in following closely behind him. "Didn't Grandma say her hearing was poor? That she couldn't hear anything?" Mu Yunze was taken aback for the first time by Yunqing's apparent lack of intelligence. Was this truly the capable secretary he had relied upon? It seemed that without his guidance, Yunqing, with her wooden-headedness, would be utterly perplexed, unable to decipher even the simplest of meanings. "Can she hear what you're saying?" "Yes, she can." Observing Yunqing's continued look of bewilderment, Mu Yunze began to seriously doubt whether she was of the same age as he. How could she not grasp something so evident? He sighed, helplessly advising, "Secretary Yun, it might be better if you remain unaware." The more he said this, the more curious Yunqing became. "Mu Zong, could you please stop beating around the bush? Can't you just tell me directly? I can't disclose that. You should reflect on what your grandmother just said." For the first time, Yunqing felt her comprehension skills were woefully inadequate at her age. This was a novel experience. She replayed her grandmother's words in her mind multiple times, analyzing them from various angles. After a while, Mu Yunze noticed Yunqing's face flush with embarrassment. He quickly turned away, fearing that if she caught him looking, she would become even more bashful. Yunqing lifted her head, noticing that Mu Yunze was not observing her, and decided to act as if nothing had happened. Once her face cooled, she spoke in a composed tone. "Mu Zong, I really can't figure it out, that if you won't tell me, then so be it." Mu Yunze tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating how adeptly Yunqing could feign ignorance. Surveying their surroundings, Yunqing anxiously inquired, "Mu Zong, what should we do now?" Understanding the nature of her question, Mu Yunze strode over to the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window and took a seat. "Let's just endure it for one night." Upon hearing this, Yunqing immediately retorted, "How can that be acceptable?" Mu Yunze relaxed against the sofa. "Do you have a better solution?" Yunqing shook her head. "I don't." "Then we'll have to sleep here. No way. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. I'll take the sofa. And you can have the bed. As if I were interested in you. I never said you were interested in me." With that, both fell into silence. That if her grandmother remained in Jiangqing indefinitely, it meant that she would have to coexist with Mu Yunze in close quarters for the foreseeable future. However, considering that Mu Yunze had lost both parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother, Yunqing could not bring herself to suggest that the elderly lady leave Jiangqing. Contemplating this, she asked, "Mu Zong, I can manage for tonight, but what about in the future?" Mu Yunze countered with a question. "Do you have a good plan?" What could she possibly suggest? After some thought, Yunqing proposed, "How about we go on a business trip? Can you be on a business trip indefinitely?" Indeed, if the grandmother did not depart, they could not continuously be away on business. Realizing that if this issue remained unresolved, they would be forced to share a room long-term, Yun Qinghe felt a sense of dread. After all, it was inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together in one space. Although Mu Yunze would be on the sofa, she could tell that it was far too small for him. Even curled up, it would hardly be comfortable. Letting out a soft sigh, Yun Qinghe pressed. Mu Zong, what do you suggest we do in the future? We can't keep sleeping in the same room like this. Mu Yunze responded sternly. Secretary Yun, you should have anticipated such a situation when we signed the agreement. Honestly, I didn't think of that at the time, that I assumed getting a certificate was sufficient. Do you think I offered such a high price for no reason? Yun Qinghe now regretted not simply agreeing to the 50 million offer from the start. She realized how foolish she had been. While others were raising their bids, she was the one who had tried to lower the price. It was her own greed that had led to this predicament. Noticing Yun Qinghe's lips pressed tightly together and her eyes dimmed, Mu Yunze coldly remarked, "Are you having second thoughts?" Yun Qinghe looked at Mu Yunze, wanting to express her regret for not demanding the 50 million outright. But it was too late for such sentiments. They had already signed the contract. Sensing her regretful demeanor, Mu Yunze continued, "Regret is futile. Our contract is already signed, and I expect you to adhere to it." "Who said I regret it? It's just a matter of living here." "Yes, you said. You sleep on the sofa, and I take the bed." A subtle smile flickered across Mu Yunze's face. It was amusing how easily Yun Qinghe could be provoked. Chapter 73. Do not ask. Noticing Mu Yunze's silence, Yun Qinghe's mood dampened, and she said softly, "I'll go wash up first." As she opened the drawer and caught sight of the lingerie inside, her face uncontrollably flushed. The lingerie was rather provocative. She then searched for her sleepwear. All right, perhaps she was too conservative. After glancing for a moment, she ultimately chose to abandon the search and close the drawer. When she emerged from the wardrobe, instead of heading to the bathroom, she stood there, pacing anxiously. Mu Yunze furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to wash up?" "I'm not going anymore." Although it was already early autumn, the weather remained somewhat warm. Mu Yunze, perplexed, asked, "Why not?" Yun Qinghe hesitated. "I have nothing to wear." "Didn't your grandmother buy you some?" "They don't fit." "Too big or too small?" "Don't ask," seeing the awkward expression on her face. Mu Yunze chose not to press further. If she didn't want to wash, there must be her reasons. "All right, if you're not washing, I'll go." With that, Mu Yunze got up and headed to the wardrobe. He rummaged through it but could not find his sleepwear. Perhaps it was mixed in with Yun Qinghe's. When he opened the drawer and saw her sleepwear, he suddenly understood why she hadn't gone to shower. He had no idea where the elderly lady had found such a plethora of revealing deep-V nightgowns for Yun Qinghe. He noticed there were no men's sleepwear in that drawer. Surely, the elderly lady had forgotten to buy him any. He simply grabbed a pair of underwear and headed to the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Yun Qinghe felt increasingly restless. Although Mu Yunze was on the sofa, it was still her first time sharing a room with an adult man. It felt rather inappropriate. Of course, she understood that Mu Yunze would not do anything to her. Atio distract herself from feeling flustered. She picked up her phone and aimlessly scrolled through the news. Upon hearing the bathroom door open, she instinctively looked up. What greeted her eyes were Mu Yunze's bare legs, and above them, he was shirtless. Yun Qinghe's pupils dilated in shock. The defined muscle lines on his body glistened with droplets of water, and his hair was slightly damp, giving off a hint of steam. When their gazes met, Mu Yunze's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Secretary Yun, have you had your fill of looking?" Yun Qinghe yelped and quickly turned away. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Mu Yunze walked towards the sofa casually, remarking, "Like you, I have nothing to wear." "That's impossible. If you don't believe me, go find me something." Upon hearing his words, Yun Qinghe's tone softened. "Perhaps your grandmother bought you some, but didn't bring them up?" It was unclear whether Yun Qinghe was simply naive or genuinely oblivious. Mu Yunze retorted, "Do you think if she bought me something, she wouldn't have placed it in the wardrobe? Maybe she just forgot." "Then go ask her." "Fine, I will." Not long after, Yun Qinghe returned, her head drooping in disappointment that Mu Yunze could guess the outcome without needing to ask. Upon seeing that Mu Yunze had already settled on the sofa with a light blanket, Yun Qinghe lay down on the bed fully clothed. Yet, she felt uncomfortable all over, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She sat up, contemplating a shower, but the thought of the lingerie and nightwear deterred her once again. This cycle repeated several times. In the darkness, Mu Yunze's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Whatever you want to do, I want to take a shower." "Then go ahead. I want to." but I have no sleepwear. Mu Yunza now firmly believed that Yun Qinghe was rather slow-witted. He replied, somewhat exasperated, there are so many clothes in the wardrobe. Just pick a loose one. That after hearing his suggestion, Yun Qinghe chose a loose-fitting dress to wear as sleepwear. Just as she finished showering and lay down, there came a knock on the door. Ace, are you all asleep? Hearing the elderly lady's voice, both of them jolted upright. Madame Yuzong, what should we do? Mu Yunza gestured for silence. Grandmother, what is wrong? You're not asleep yet. I'm coming in. As the doorknob began to turn, Mu Yunza quickly sprang up and leaped onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself. Yun Qinghe hastily clutched the blanket around her, whispering in alarm. What are you doing? Mu Yunza gently tugged at her, urging, hurry. Lie down. The very moment Yun Qinghe reclined, the elderly lady pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the two individuals lying together, she initially suspected her eyesight was failing her. However, upon noticing the blanket draped over the sofa, she quickly realized that these two were merely putting on a performance for her benefit. Anya Yunza sat up and inquired, Grandma, what brings you here? The elderly lady, with a beaming smile, approached the bedside of Yun Qinghe, producing a box from her hands. Today marks the day you and Aze obtain your marriage certificate. I have nothing substantial to gift you, but I have chosen this jade bracelet for you in the past few days. It suits you perfectly. As she spoke, Yun Qinghe sat up, feeling it was quite impossible for her to lie down while the elderly lady, over 80 years old, stood beside her. Grandma, you have already gifted me a bracelet before. I cannot accept another. The elderly lady insisted. You are my granddaughter-in-law. There is no reason you cannot accept my gifts. With that, she adorned Yun Qinghe's wrist with the bracelet. Chapter 74. Move aside. The previous bracelet remained in her possession, and now she had received another. Yun Qinghe turned her gaze towards Mu Yunza, who straightforwardly remarked, if Grandma has given it to you, you should accept it. Reluctantly, Yun Qinghe decided against further protest, thinking that when the agreement was dissolved, she would return all these items to Mu Yunza intact. For now, she would consider it as merely safeguarding them. Thank you, Grandma. The elderly lady scrutinized Yun Qinghe's attire and expressed her confusion. Ahi, why aren't you wearing pajamas to sleep? Yun Qinghe offered an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. The elderly lady did not press further, fully aware of the reason. Her gaze shifted to the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. That I must be getting senile. Having forgotten there was a sofa there, it is quite unsuitable for it to be placed in front of the window. I shall have them move it. Mu Yunza immediately interjected. Grandma, the sofa is perfectly fine where it is. There is no need to move it. Aze, you do not understand. Placing the sofa by the window disrupts the feng shui. Without allowing Mu Yunza to retort, the elderly lady stood up and called for two maids to come in and relocate the sofa. Once everyone had departed, the two looked at each other in silence. Madame Yuzong, where will you sleep now? After surveying the room, Mu Yunza remained silent, hesitating as he stood up. There was not even a chair in the room. Mu Zong, you should go change into some clothes and sleep in the bed. Without a word, Mu Yunza proceeded to the wardrobe. In no time, he emerged dressed in a shirt and trousers, observing his attire. Yun Qinghe contemplated mentioning that the trousers would become wrinkled, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that Mu Yunza likely had no better options. Noticing Mu Yunza hesitating at the edge of the bed, Yun Qinghe sighed. It's all right. Just sleep in the bed. Mu Yunza remained silent, akin to a robot, and stiffly lay down on the bed. Mu Zong, you should cover yourself with the blanket. The air conditioning is quite chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Feeling that Yun Qinghe's concern was somewhat excessive, Mu Yunza coldly replied, Secretary Yun, are you harboring ulterior motives towards me? Yun Qinghe let out a heavy sigh. It seemed Mu Yunza was having another episode. Mu Zong, I am not interested in you. To me, you are merely a younger brother. Whether you cover yourself with the blanket is entirely up to you. No sooner had she spoken than Mu Yunza leaned closer. Secretary Yun, who are you calling a younger brother? His handsome face was mere inches away, causing Yun Qinghe's heart to skip a beat. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. Realizing the closeness was too intimate, she quickly pushed against Mu Yunza's shoulders, attempting to create some distance. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Mu Yunza remained steadfast, like a stone pillar. Mu Zong, please move aside. A playful smirk danced on Mu Yunza's face. Did you not just call me a younger brother? What is the matter? Are you feeling nervous? Is your heart racing? Have you stopped thinking of me as a younger brother? Yun Qinghe, confident in her stance, scoffed. You are indeed a younger brother, and a particularly young one at that. Just think about it. When I was in university, you were likely still in junior high. How could I possibly have any feelings for someone so young? Seeing the doubtful expression on Mu Yunza's face, she added nonchalantly, believe it or not, it matters not to me. That Mu Yunza was indeed unconvinced. He found it hard to believe that Yun Qinghe held no feelings for him. Drawing closer, he could feel their breaths mingling. Yun Qinghe's unwavering gaze met his, and despite her apparent indifference, Mu Yunza felt an uncontrollable quickening of his heartbeat. Yet her eyes clearly conveyed that she harbored no romantic intentions towards him. Feeling dejected, he rolled back onto the bed. Was it simply because he was younger that she refused to see him as a man? Did he lack the masculine allure that would draw her in? Secretary Yun, you wouldn't happen to prefer women, would you? Mu Zong, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I simply do not fancy younger men. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Does it matter whether I have or not? It does not influence my sexual orientation. From Yun Qinghe's words, Mu Yunza seemed to grasp some significant information. Could it be that Yun Qinghe had never had a boyfriend? He could hardly believe it and couldn't resist asking. You've never dated anyone? To this question, Yun Qinghe chose to remain silent. That if you won't sleep, I will with that, she declared. Whether you cover yourself with the blanket is entirely your choice. If you catch a cold, it's your own fault. Who says I want to cover myself? With that, Mu Yunza yanked the blanket over himself. Yun Qinghe said nothing more and turned her back, seemingly without a care in the world, and shortly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Mu Yunza lay awake in the darkness. Ever since the passing of his parents, he had not shared a bed with anyone, let alone a woman. This was an unsettling experience, and he found it difficult to fall asleep. Listening to Yun Qinghe's steady breathing, he couldn't help but think what a carefree woman she was, sleeping soundly beside a man without a second thought. For reasons unknown, Mu Yunza felt a strong sense of humiliation wash over him. After what felt like an eternity, drowsiness finally overtook him, and he managed to drift off to sleep. Chapter 75. The Accident During the Night. Mu Yunza wrapped the blanket around himself. Due to the air conditioning, Yun Qinghe instinctively gravitated towards the warmth in her sleep that in her dreams. Mu Yunza felt as though someone was constricting his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Struggling to wake, he found that dawn was breaking, yet the suffocating sensation lingered. Turning his head, he discovered that one of Yun Qinghe's arms lay across his neck. Her entire body draped over him like a large monkey that he dared not move. For the first time, he found himself so intimately entangled with a woman, feeling overheated and with a dry throat. He experienced an unbearable pressure in a certain area that he reached out to gently shift her leg away. But before he could make contact, he heard her mumble in a sleepy voice, so hot. With that, Yun Qinghe rolled over, prompting Mu Yunza to quickly retract his hand and get off the bed. The motion disturbed Yun Qinghe, waking her from her slumber. She blinked her sleepy eyes and, upon taking in her surroundings, remembered she was not in her own bedroom. Turning her head, she saw Mu Yunza standing beside the bed. Mu Zong, you're awake. Without a word, Mu Yunza turned and entered the bathroom. Yun Qinghe was left puzzled, wondering what had caused his early morning moodiness. After they both finished washing up, they descended the stairs and ate tea at the dining table. The elderly lady observed the somewhat awkward demeanor of the two. She found it hard to believe that two individuals sharing the same space and bed would not develop feelings for one another. Noticing Yun Qinghe's empty hands and then Mu Yunza's, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Did you not take Ahita to buy wedding rings? Mu Yunza cast a sidelong glance at Yun Qinghe's hands. Not yet. I've been too busy lately. That's a poor excuse. Take Ahita to buy them tonight. Yun Qinghe interjected, Grandma, I don't need one that understood. I will take her tonight. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Yunza and Yun Qinghe spoke simultaneously upon hearing Mu Yunza's response. The elderly lady's face lit up with satisfaction. After breakfast, sitting in the passenger seat beside Mu Yunza, Yun Qinghe remarked, Mu Zong, I could just buy a fake ring. That Mu Yunza shot her a cold glance. Do you think my grandmother is easily deceived? Surely you do not intend to buy me a real ring. Is it beyond your means? You know that that's not what I meant, that I don't know. Observing Mu Yunza's frigid and unapproachable demeanor, Yun Qinghe felt disinclined to engage in conversation. After all, Mu Yunza was undeniably affluent. Why should she burden herself with concern over his finances? Although the extent of his wealth remained a mystery, It was evident that he possessed far more than she did. A person capable of casually producing 10 million or even 50 million must surely have a fortune amounting to several hundred million. Upon arriving at the parking area, Mu Yunzo abruptly slammed on the brakes. The sudden inertia caused Yun Qinghe to lurch forward uncontrollably, fortunately restrained by her seatbelt that a part of her longed to vent her frustration at Mu Yunzo, questioning his sanity, but the chill of his expression rendered her speechless. Cautiously, she unbuckled her seatbelt. As she exited the vehicle, Mu Yunzo experienced an inexplicable sensation within him, a feeling he could not quite comprehend. It seemed as if his mind was playing tricks on him. Yun Qinghe climbed in her own car, only to see Mu Yunzo dart past her vehicle with remarkable speed. Lately, she found Mu Yunzo increasingly perplexing. One moment he was amiable and smiling, and the next he wore a stern countenance, as though someone had offended him. Yet at the office, he appeared perfectly normal. Could it be that Mu Yunzo was grappling with a split personality, distracted by her thoughts? Yun Qinghe accidentally collided with another car, causing significant damage to the front end. After arriving at the office, Mu Yunzo noted the unusual silence from the adjacent office, unable to contain his growing concern. He dialed the internal line, only to be met with silence. Yun Qinghe had yet to arrive, and logically, she should have been no more than a few minutes late, that an hour had already passed. Frustrated, Mu Yunzo took out his phone and attempted to call her, but there was no answer. His anxiety began to mount, prompting him to call again. After what felt like an eternity, the call was finally answered. Before Yun Qinghe could speak, Mu Yunzo urgently inquired, "Ahe, where are you?" Taken aback by his use of the name Ahe, Yun Qinghe paused. Apart from their fa in front of the elderly lady, Mu Yunzo never addressed her in such a manner. With no response from her, Mu Yunzo's heart raced. "Yun Qinghe, can you hear me?" "Mu Zong, I can't hear you." Relieved to hear her voice, Mu Yunzo pressed on. "Why haven't you arrived at the office yet?" "What happened?" "I was in a car accident." "Where are you?" Yun Qinghe relayed her location to him. "Wait for me." With that, Mu Yunzo hurriedly made his way outside. "Mu Zong, I'm fine. You don't need to come." At her words, Mu Yunzo hesitated, momentarily lost in thought. Why did he feel so compelled to rush to her side? Did her car accident truly concern him? After all, she seemed unharmed. Why had he felt a sudden wave of anxiety? Chapter 76. The ring. Mu Yunzo found himself questioning his own sanity, that he yearned to understand the root of his feelings. After much contemplation, he decided to reach out to his closest friend. Yu Jingchen. As soon as Yu Jingchen answered, his astonishment was palpable to Zego. "The sun must be setting in the west today. You're actually calling me. Are you free tonight?" "Of course, if my Zego summons me. No matter the circumstance, I shall prioritize you. Shall we go for a drink?" "Absolutely." After hanging up, Mu Yunzo recalled his promise to his grandmother to take Yun Qinghe ring shopping that evening, that he rose and made his way to Yun Qinghe's office, meticulously inspecting her to ensure she was uninjured before feeling completely at ease. Watching Mu Yunzo silently observe her, Yun Qinghe tentatively asked, "Mu Zong, is there something you need?" "Join me for a trip at noon." "Understood, Mu Zong." Yun Qinghe dared not inquire further. It wasn't until Mu Yunzo took her to the jewelry counter that she realized he intended to buy a diamond ring. As they approached the counter, a sales associate greeted them. "Sir, are you purchasing a diamond ring for your beloved?" Mu Yunzo remained silent, merely gesturing towards the counter. "Let her try that one on." The associate retrieved the ring and assisted Yun Qinghe in trying it on. "Sir, your beloved looks stunning in this ring." Mu Yunzo glanced at Yun Qinghe's fair fingers, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his expression, that he selected several more rings for her to try. Throughout the process, Yun Qinghe remained silent, contemplating how to express that she was not Mu Yunzo's beloved. However, who would believe her? If she claimed not to be his love, others would undoubtedly assume she was merely a mistress. Mu Yunzo was quite discerning, ultimately trying on nearly every ring in the display before finally choosing one that met his approval. Yun Qinghe wished to voice her distaste for such an extravagant diamond, but then reconsidered. After all, she was merely a pawn in this charade, and the ring was not genuinely for her. It was simply a means to appease the elderly lady, just as she resigned herself to her fate. She heard Mu Yunzo's familiar, cool voice. "What do you think of this one? As long as you like it, that's all that matters." Yun Qinghe's response displeased Mu Yunzo, "That you're the one wearing it, not me." Seeing the brewing tension between them, the sales associate, fearing the loss of a sale, hastily interjected, "Sir, Your beloved looks wonderful in this one. Unfazed. Mu Yunza shot her a cold glare, silencing any further commentary. Yun Qinghe observed this exchange closely and quickly chimed in. It's beautiful. Let's go with this one. Mu Yunza promptly produced his bank card, completing the transaction with a swipe. On the drive back to the office, the atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly silent. Yun Qinghe sensed Mu Yunza's unstable emotions and refrained from speaking. As they neared the office, Mu Yunza finally broke the silence. Tonight, you'll return to the villa by yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, Mu Zong. That evening, when the elderly lady saw Yun Qinghe return alone, she inquired, "Where is Ace? Why didn't he come back with you?" "Grandmother, Mu Zong has other matters this evening." "What matters?" Yun Qinghe shook her head. "I'm not sure." The elderly lady chose not to press further. With Mu Yunza absent, Yun Qinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, as the clock struck 11, Mu Yunza still had not returned. She suspected he was deliberately avoiding spending the night in the same bed as her. Unbeknownst to her, the elderly lady had already urged Mu Yunza to come home long before she ascended the stairs. At a bar, Mu Yunza drowned his sorrows in alcohol, grappling with how to articulate his feelings that Yu Jingxin, sensing something was amiss, cautiously probed. "What's wrong, Zegu? You seem troubled." "Nothing." Yu Jingxin was unconvinced that Mu Yunza never initiated calls, let alone invited him for drinks. "Zegu, whatever challenges you face, know that your brothers will always be your steadfast support." Mu Yunza himself was unsure if he was facing any challenges. He only recognized a disconcerting shift in his mental state, an unsettling susceptibility to anxiety, and an inability to control his emotions. This was not the man he once was, and he was at a loss to identify the source of his turmoil. Jingxin, if one's thoughts and actions are beyond their control, what could be the cause? "Zegu, could you elaborate?" In that moment, Mu Yunza realized how few friends he had. With only Yu Jingxin by his side, he couldn't even claim to have a friend. If he revealed his true feelings, he was unsure of the consequences, knowing Yu Jingxin's propensity for loose lips, that it's nothing. The more Mu Yunza tried to conceal his distress, the more curious Yu Jingxin became. It was evident that something was troubling him. But Mu Yunza was reluctant to share. Thus, Yu Jingxin resolved to keep pouring drinks until he had his answer. With each glass, Yu Jingxin filled Mu Yunza's cup, observing as he drank deeply. Once he sensed Mu Yunza had reached his limit, he pressed him further. Chapter 77. Sister-in-law Mu Yunza had been visibly at a loss for words since their meeting, resorting to drowning his sorrows in alcohol, analyzing the situation from every angle. Yu Jingxin concluded that the only thing capable of perplexing Mu Yunza to this extent must be matters of the heart. After a moment's reflection, Yu Jingxin ventured, "Zegu, have you been grappling with any uncertainties lately?" Noticing Mu Yunza's silence, he continued, "Is this uncertainty related to someone in particular?" Seeing a flicker of light in Mu Yunza's eyes, Yu Jingxin realized he had hit upon the truth. He pressed on. "Is it that you find yourself thinking of someone uncontrollably?" No, the response took Yu Jingxin by surprise. Had he misjudged the situation? But then Mu Yunza continued, "It's just that she keeps invading my thoughts, entering my dreams, that I never intended to think of her at all. It is evident that there has been no romantic involvement. Rather, it is a matter of unacknowledged feelings that have already blossomed." Without a doubt, Yu Jingxin understands that the she spoken of by Mu Yunza is none other than Yun Qinghe. He has long recognized Mu Yunza's peculiar affections towards Yun Qinghe. "Zegu, you have already fallen for her." "Impossible. I will not fall in love with any woman," Mu Yunza retorted, draining his glass of wine. Gazing at the empty cup, he mused to himself, "How can I become like this cup? Devoid of anything, free from thoughts of someone, and unburdened by worries for another." It appears that Mu Yunza has deeply rooted emotions, though he remains oblivious to them. Matters of the heart are beyond reason. They are driven solely by emotion. What feelings? I have merely been experiencing a bout of neurosis lately. Zegu, the person you often think about, the one you worry for, is Secretary Yun, isn't it? How do you know? You have indeed fallen for her. You just do not realize it. That's so. Is this what it means to love someone? Yes. Mu Yunza shook his head, finding the notion absurd. "No, I do not love her. This is not love. It is merely a matter of becoming accustomed to her presence through frequent contact." Yu Jingxin decided against further persuasion. Mu Yunza would eventually come to terms with his true feelings. For now, however, it would be a challenging time for Yun Qinghe. After drinking until dawn, Mu Yunzi found no solace or assistance from Yu Jingchen that he took out his phone and called Yun Qinghe. As soon as the call connected, he mumbled, "Secretary Yun, please come pick me up," awakened from a deep slumber. Yun Qinghe was somewhat displeased that Mr. Mu, "You should call for a designated driver to know. I want you to come." "I refuse a designated driver." Mu Yunzi's tone resembled that of a spoiled child, and Yun Qinghe reluctantly inquired for his location. Upon seeing her hurried arrival, Yu Jingchen called out, "Sister-in-law." Yun Qinghe frowned. Did Mu Yunzi divulge their fake marriage to Yu Jingchen? Surely, Yu Jingchen was taking his role too seriously. With the old lady absent, why would he call her sister-in-law? Nevertheless, she simply responded with a polite, "Mr. Yu." Approaching Mu Yunzi, she realized he had indulged excessively and was now fast asleep. Yun Qinghe felt a pang of anxiety. The last time she had to deal with him, she was left utterly exhausted. How would she manage to get Mu Yunzi into the car without tiring herself out again? Gently, she tapped Mu Yunzi on the shoulder and softly called, "Mr. Mu, wake up." To her surprise, he actually stirred awake. Upon seeing Yun Qinghe, Mu Yunzi's face lit up with a blissful smile. "Dadahi, you're here." He then unsteadily rose to his feet, instinctively raising his left arm. Yun Qinghe understood and hurriedly supported him. "That Mr. Yu. How will you return?" Yu Jingchen waved his hand dismissively. "I am not drunk. You take Zhe, go home. I will call a designated driver." Yun Qinghe nodded, assisting Mu Yunzi out of the bar. She attempted to assist him into the back seat, but Mu Yunzi insisted, "I want to sit in the front." With no other choice, Yun Qinghe helped him into the passenger seat. As she settled into the driver's seat, she noticed Mu Yunzi was staring at her. It appeared he was not as intoxicated as he pretended to be. With a hint of annoyance, she remarked, "Mr. Mu, could you please call for a designated driver next time?" "Absolutely not." "Why not? Did you not refuse my offer to drive you home previously?" At this, Mu Yunzi looked somewhat aggrieved. "The last designated driver you called left me in the underground parking lot and abandoned me." Yun Qinghe furrowed her brow in confusion. When had she ever called a designated driver who left Mu Yunzi in the parking lot? Upon reflection, she recalled that it had been the night before their exhibition in the deep city. That was why he refused a designated driver. Clearly, the last one had been utterly irresponsible. What if something had happened during the night while he was left in the car? It seemed that from now on, whenever Mu Yunzi drank, she would have to dutifully play the role of his designated driver. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Yunzi, as per his usual routine, showered and climbed into bed clad only in his underwear. Yun Qinghe was too fatigued to keep her eyes open. Regardless, she reassured herself that Mu Yunzi did not fancy women, let alone harbor any feelings for her. Sharing a bed with him would undoubtedly be safe. Chapter 78. Fever. With this thought, Yun Qinghe nestled at the edge of the bed, wrapping herself snugly before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to find Mu Yunzi's arm draped over her waist. Turning her head, she noticed he was still asleep. She muttered softly, "You really can't stay still while sleeping." With that, she quietly reached out to remove Mu Yunzi's arm from her waist. However, upon touching his hand, she was taken aback by its intense warmth. She then touched his forehead, followed by her own. Realizing the disparity, she quickly got up to fetch a thermometer. Moments later, after checking the reading, she confirmed that Mu Yunzi was indeed running a fever. Gently, she nudged him. "That Mr. Mu, wake up." And Mu Yunzi opened his eyes briefly before closing them again. "That Mr. Mu, you have a fever. Let me take you to the hospital." He stubbornly shook his head, his voice weak. "That I am not going to the hospital." Yun Qinghe felt a surge of urgency. "You have a fever. How can you avoid going to the hospital?" Mu Yunzi propped himself up, insisting, "I am fine." "That Mr. Mu, you really should see a doctor. That I told you. I am fine." Noticing the fragile firmness in his tone, Yun Qinghe decided not to press further. Once they were seated at the dining table, the elderly lady noticed that Mu Yunzi seemed off. "That Aze, what is wrong with you?" Mu Yunzi could barely lift his eyelids. "That I'm fine, Grandma." Yun Qinghe hurriedly interjected, "Grandma, he has a fever but want to go to the hospital." The elderly lady approached and felt Mu Yunzi's forehead. "That you're burning up like this and still claim you're fine." She then turned to Yun Qinghe. "Dadahi, do you know of any reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Take him to see one." "Indeed," Yun Qinghe exclaimed as if awakening from a dream. How had she not thought of consulting a traditional Chinese doctor? Recalling a skilled practitioner she knew, she felt a wave of excitement. "I know an excellent one. I've been treated by him before for malnutrition and irregular menstruation." "Very well," the elderly lady said after breakfast. "Take Aze to see him." "Grandma, I'll take him right away." The elderly lady stopped her to no rush. Have your breakfast first, no need, Grandma. His fever is too severe. With that, Yunqing moved to assist Mu Yunzi. At this point, he no longer resisted, upon arriving at the traditional medicine clinic. Yunqing expertly guided Mu Yunzi to the consultation room. After the preceding patient had been seen, she helped him inside. Uncle Li. Hearing her voice, the elderly doctor smiled kindly and asked, Ahi, what brings you here? Is it your menstrual issues again? Yunqing, glancing at Mu Yunzi beside her, felt her cheeks flush. However, given Mu Yunzi's current state, he likely wouldn't register their conversation. Even so, her face remained tinged with embarrassment. Everything is normal. Uncle Li, please take a look at him, that he has a fever. The doctor placed his hands on Mu Yunzi's wrists. Does he suffer from any stomach issues? Yes. After a moment, the doctor withdrew his hands. Retrieving a needle to swiftly prick Mu Yunzi's index and thumb on both hands, drawing a drop of blood, he then stood and pricked the back of Mu Yunzi's neck, similarly extracting another drop of blood. Mu Yunzi felt a wave of coolness wash over him, significantly easing his discomfort. Internally, he marveled at the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. The doctor returned to his seat and shortly handed Yunqing a prescription. This prescription is for treating the cold. It can be taken immediately. This one is for his stomach pain. Prepare it for him when he experiences discomfort. Thank you, Uncle Li. Yunqing accepted the prescription and prepared to leave with Mu Yunzi. Not so fast. Sit down. Let me check your pulse as well. The doctor beckoned to Yunqing. She reluctantly released Mu Yunzi's arm and sat down obediently. The doctor placed his hand on her wrist but kept his gaze fixed on Mu Yunzi. Yunqing felt perplexed. Uncle Li, is there something wrong with me? Why do you keep looking at him? The doctor did not respond to her query, but instructed Mu Yunzi. Extend your hand. Mu Yunzi, feeling somewhat dazed, complied. The doctor murmured to himself, You seem fine as well. Then, looking up at Mu Yunzi, he asked, When was the last time you two were intimate? Mu Yunzi had just begun to feel a slight improvement when the words of the old Chinese doctor left him utterly bewildered. What kind of life? Marital life. What? Mu Yunzi was seriously doubting whether he had misheard. Yunqing was equally perplexed. What marital life? When was the last time you two were intimate? Yunqing's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained. Uncle Li, you misunderstand. He is my colleague. The old doctor then turned his gaze towards Yunqing. Do you currently have a partner? Chapter 79. Yin and Yang. Yunqing was baffled. Why was she being asked about her relationship status while consulting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? She was a bit dazed. No, why? The old doctor unhurriedly advised, Xiao He, you cannot solely focus on work at your age. It's time to consider love and marriage. Your condition reflects an imbalance of yin and yang. I shall prescribe some medicine to help you. Yunqing awkwardly waved her hand. No need. Uncle Li.It's fine if you don't take medicine, but you should try to find a boyfriend as soon as possible. For Yunqing, finding a partner seemed a far greater challenge than taking medicine. Then, I suppose I will take the medicine. The old doctor began to write, saying, You should prepare this medicine yourself at home. The effects will be better that way. If you're short on time, I can send it to you. All right, Uncle Li, grateful for the prescription handed to her, Yunqing had turned around only to discover that Mu Yunzi had already left the room. She was unaware of when he had exited or whether he had overheard the earlier conversation. As Yunqing stepped out of the consultation room, she spotted Mu Yunzi standing outside, engaged in a phone call. Perhaps he hadn't heard after all. Upon seeing Yunqing emerge, Mu Yunzi ended the call. Did the doctor prescribe you medicine? Yunqing's pupils dilated in surprise. Why, you heard that? Mu Yunzi feigned ignorance. What? Nothing. Yunqing quickly shifted the subject. Mu Zong, how are you feeling? Is it better? Yes, that Mu Yunzi intended to express that the doctor Yunqing found was quite skilled. After just a few minutes post-treatment, he already felt significantly improved. Yunqing was filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have allowed the old doctor to take her pulse. The doctor's hands were remarkably perceptive, revealing everything with clarity. From now on, she vowed never to accompany anyone to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner again. Having obtained the medicine, Yunqing returned to the car with Mu Yunzi. Mu Zong, let me drive you home to rest. I no need. I'm going to the office. Then aren't you going to take a break? No, with Mu Yunzi's insistence. Yunqing reluctantly complied. The car then fell into silence as Mu Yunzi contemplated the doctor's words. He turned to gaze at Yunqing. Sensing his attention, she fixed her gaze ahead and asked Mu Zong, Is there something on your mind? Secretary Yun, You may consider going on blind dates and finding a boyfriend. If you succeed, our agreement will automatically terminate. Yunqing's face uncontrollably flushed, so Mu Yunze had indeed heard everything. She responded nonchalantly, "All right, Mu Zong." However, upon hearing her prompt agreement, Mu Yunze felt a slight discomfort within him, the reason for which eluded him. "Secretary Yun, do you eagerly wish to find a boyfriend to end our agreement?" Yunqing glanced at Mu Yunze, puzzled by his words. "That Mu Zong, I have never thought that way." "Never? No, then you should hurry and find one." Mu Yunze's statements were undeniably contradictory, and Yunqing found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. "Mu Zong, what exactly are you trying to convey? Is my message not clear enough? I am urging you to find a boyfriend promptly." Mu Yunze's voice unexpectedly rose, tinged with dissatisfaction. This was the first time Mu Yunze had shown signs of emotional instability in front of Yunqing. Yunqing was taken aback. She was bewildered by the source of Mu Yunze's sudden anger.